Memories of a past life. With each autumn rain comes a chill in the air. Qixun leaned against the doorframe of her thatched earthen house, gazing at the gentle fall of the autumn rain, her heart heavy with melancholy. After a fire last night rendered her unconscious from the thick smoke, she awoke to find her memories of a previous life inexplicably revived. As she surveyed her humble abode, reminiscent of the 1950s and 60s, she couldn't help but feel that her demise in her last life had been rather abrupt. Tossing and turning throughout the night, she was torn between feelings of joy and regret. Her emotions were undeniably intricate. After a night of contemplation, all she could do was lament that even the legendary Mang Pa soup had become subpar in these times. Otherwise, how could she have joyfully reincarnated and lived in this ancient mountain village for nearly a decade, only to suddenly recall her former life? Could she no longer relish the carefree existence of a rural woman in antiquity? Yet, one must not dwell solely on the negative. Perhaps Mang Pa soup was not at fault. Perhaps it was simply that, in her past life, she was the youngest and most brilliant academy. Issued in Huaxia at the age of 38, having made remarkable contributions to the nation's technological advancement. Despite her great merits, she was reborn into a life of poverty as a peasant girl in an era that was not particularly kind to women. Thus, perhaps heaven, in its benevolence, granted her an extra boon, awakening the memories of her former existence as a form of recompense. Might such thoughts not bring a sense of relief? Regarding her untimely demise in her previous life, Qixun harbored no regrets. She perished in the noble act of saving others, thus rendering her sacrifice honorable. With both parents deceased and her uncle established in another family, she found herself still single. The experimental project she had been responsible for had just achieved success, and the nation she lived in had long since become the most powerful in the world over a decade ago. She felt no remorse in death. What weighed heavily on her heart, however, was the fact that the home she had devoted herself to had been reduced to ashes by a fire just yesterday. Aside from 2 boxes of books, nothing had been salvaged. Fortunately, no lives were lost. Currently, her family was residing in the house once owned by her grandfather, a mere 10 meters away from the charred remnants of their home. Following her grandfather's passing, the house had remained vacant, originally a humble abode with earthen walls and a thatched roof, neglected for years and now in a state of disrepair. Yet, it did offer 3 rooms, and her parents had diligently repaired the roof annually, ensuring it was at least watertight and habitable. Nevertheless, merely possessing a house was insufficient for a life to flourish. Qixun huddled her shoulders. She was clad only in the thin garment worn the previous night, which was quite inadequate and stained with soot. Regrettably, she had no fresh clothes to change into. Now in the early days of the 9th lunar month, winter was fast approaching, and the chill in the air was becoming increasingly unbearable, compounded by the absence of food and war. Bedding in their current residence. From the ruins of their home, they had managed to retrieve all their savings less than 5 taels of broken silver and a little over 200 copper coins. Her spatial storage from her past life was inaccessible now. She was uncertain whether it had vanished entirely or if it was merely a temporary incapacity. Thus, she braced herself for the worst. At present, the cold was becoming intolerable. Gazing out at the rain, Qixun wiped her face and sighed once more, yet she was reluctant to retreat indoors to warm herself with a mere handful of straw and a tattered quilt. This cursed ancient era, where transportation relied primarily on foot, communication hinged on loud shouts, warmth was achieved through shivering, and entertainment was. What folly was she contemplating? The poor genius huddled her shoulders against the chill, casting aside the torrent of complaints swirling in her mind, and began to ponder how to employ her intellect to generate income and support her household. Just as she was lost in thought, she heard the creaking sound of the bamboo fence gate being pushed open. A woman nearing 50 arrived, who in this age could be considered elderly, and might even refer to herself as an old woman. She was the only neighbor, the matriarch of the Zhua family. The Zhua household consisted solely of an elderly couple and their son, who, being a hunter, preferred to reside at the foot of the mountain for convenience, rather than in the villa G itself, which was approximately 200 meters away from the cluster of villagers. Seeing the Zhua matriarch braving the rain, Qixun hurriedly inquired, "Annie, what brings you here at this hour?" Clad in a raincoat woven from straw and carrying a bamboo basket wrapped in oilcloth, the matriarch approached the door, quickly stepping over the muddy threshold while scraping the dirt from her shoes. I thought about the calamity you faced last night and presumed you might have nothing at home. While we cannot offer much assistance, we can spare some rice and flour. I feared you might not have had breakfast, so I brought you some. Why is it that you are alone? Where are your mother and the others? The elderly matriarch of the Zwuff family, after setting down her basket, grasped Qixun's hand with a start and excluding. Aimed, "Oh dear, my little darling, why are you standing there in such scant attire? The weather has turned quite chilly, and what shall we do if you fall ill? Quickly, go lie down on your bed. We must find a way to procure some warmer clothing for you." She was well aware that in the recent fire, Qixun's family had salvaged little more than a few taels of silver and some copper coins, along with 2 boxes of books. Everything else had been lost to the flames. The tattered quilt they had used for sleep last night was, in fact, a gift from the Zwuff matriarch, and it belonged to her little uncle, who, being an ULT, had deemed it inconsequential to endure a single night without it, lending it to their household temporarily. Seeing the worry etched upon the Zwuff matriarch's face, Qixun hastily replied, "My mother has taken my brother to the town to purchase bedding and fabric, while my sister and younger sibling have gone to borrow grain from our great uncles." The elder Zwuff, whose health was poor, was reliant on medication, and despite being a hunter, life was quite arduous for him. With only 3 acres of dry land, his family struggled to procure sufficient food, and Qixun's family felt too ashamed to ask them for assistance. Hence, her elder sister and younger sibling had ventured to their great-uncle Zeng for sustenance. This great-uncle was not a stranger, rather. He was a younger brother of her great-grandfather, and the 2 families shared a close kinship. Due to their remote location from the village, the recent fire had not alarmed their relatives after all. The blaze had raged in the dead of night, and it seemed unnecessary to further distress the villagers. However, it was likely that the relatives were now aware of the calamity. After all, her home is situated at the entrance of the village, necessitating passage through this area whenever one enters or exits. At this moment, no one from the clan has come by, likely due to the absence of her sister and younger sibling, who are in the village. The elderly matriarch of the Zwuff family urged her to bed, wrapping her in a thin, tattered quilt, and then remarked, "Although this autumn has seen a poor harvest, your great-uncle's family possesses 30 acres of rice paddies. In addition, the 10 acres of rice paddies rented from your family contribute to a modest living, which should provide some relief for you. Furthermore, your great-uncle is still alive and has always cared for you and your siblings. He would not allow you to suffer. I have only brought you a few pounds of mixed flour and 2 pounds of rice, sufficient to sustain you for several days." With her guardians absent, Qixun hesitated to accept anything from others, naturally declining the offer. Chapter 2. The sisters return home. The matriarch of the Zwuff family waved her hand, saying, "Do not stand on ceremony with me, dear. Your parents have been of great assistance to my family in the past. If you refuse this, it may tarnish the bond between our families, and I would not be pleased. Here, have a cake I made this morning. It's still warm and soft. You must be quite hungry, poor child." Qixun contemplated this and indeed felt hunger pangs, so she graciously accepted the palm-sized piece of cake and began to eat. The dense cake, when compared to the myriad delicacies she had experienced in her previous life, was rather unremarkable in taste. Yet, in this rural setting, it was considered a fine staple. Its rich wheat aroma and the unique sweetness of the grain tantalizing her palate, making her reluctant to express any dissatisfaction. Grateful to the Zwuff matriarch, she smiled as she ate, saying, "The cakes you make are simply delightful." The Zwuff matriarch gently patted her head and said affectionately, "Eat slowly, dear. I shall fetch you a bowl of porridge to warm your stomach." Within the basket lay a ceramic jar filled with mixed grain porridge, accompanied by 2 clean bowls. Although her pots and dishes had not been destroyed, they were covered in soot and had not yet been cleaned. After Qixun finished her porridge, the matriarch left the bowls unwashed, thinking that they would still need them for a couple of days. She advised Qixun to rest in bed and not to get up, warning that if she were to fall ill again, it would not be a trifling matter. Once the Zwuff matriarch exited the courtyard, Qixun lay in bed, wrapped in a tattered quilt, reluctant to move. The slightest stir caused the straw to crunch beneath her, and the sound of the autumn rain outside did little to evoke the serene beauty of rain tapping on lotus leaves. Instead, it only amplified her sense of desolation amidst the autumn chill. Having lain down for just a short while, she gradually succumbed to slumber, only to be roused by the sound of footsteps entering the courtyard. Seventh Sun rubbed her eyes and hurriedly pushed open the wooden lattice window to gaze outside. Discovering that the rain had ceased, her elder sister and younger sister followed two men, one aged and the other youthful, into the yard. The robust countryman in his 50s, full of vitality, was Yin Hongyan, the eldest son of her great-granduncle, whom she addressed as uncle. Beside him was a slender youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age. With a handsome and refined appearance, he was Yin Lingzhou, her elder cousin and the grandson of her great-granduncle. Trailing behind them was a graceful young girl with striking almond-shaped eyes, her sister, Yin Lingsu. Lastly, the beautiful girl with a furrowed brow, seemingly burdened by worry, was her twin sister, Yin Lingyu. In her previous life, Seventh Sun had been an only child. Her parents were military personnel. Her mother perished on a mission when she was merely 3 years old. Her father, having never remarried and preoccupied with work, could not attend to her, leaving her in the care of her unreliable uncle, the president. However, her uncle married late, only welcoming a child when she was around 15 or 16, resulting in a significant age gap of 16 years with her younger cousin. Despite feeling youthful at 38, her busy life in the laboratory left little opportunity for interaction with her younger cousin. The memories of a few years in this life paled in comparison to the decades of her previous existence. Thus, upon seeing her sisters, a sense of wonder enveloped her, and the troubles that had plagued her before sleep vanished into thin air. Joyfully, she leaped from her bed and rushed to the main room. Bowing respectfully to her great-granduncle, Seventh Sun pays her respects to great-uncle. As the flames erupted, Lingzhou, along with his sister and younger sibling, found themselves in a precarious situation. At the time of the fire, she was sound asleep, only to be awakened by the choking smoke, and it was her second brother who carried her out. Consequently, she emerged clad only in her undergarments, while the others hastily grabbed their garments. Otherwise, it is feared that the family would have been unable to leave home today. I am fine now. I initially felt a bit feverish, but I am feeling much better now. Quickly, go lie down on the bed. If you catch a chill, it would only cause your mother unnecessary worry. Their family consists of 5 members. Living with others presents its own inconveniences. The act of carrying someone may not cause much harm, yet it bears a strong semblance of insult. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled how her father and uncle enjoyed picking her up, causing Qixun to roll her eyes in exasperation. Nevertheless, it was indeed cold, and she resigned herself to sitting curled up on the bed. Yin Hongyan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You carry Xiao Sun. We will head home first. This place feels like an ice house, and since Sun is unwell, she cannot remain here. The residence of their great-uncle is also rather cramped. His second son resides with him, and he himself has 3 sons who have yet to establish their own households. The 3 sons have produced 8 grandchildren, which makes for nearly 20 people living in a small courtyard. If they were to move there, it would be highly inconvenient. Fortunately, most families in Yanjiakan are of the same clan, so it is assured that these children will not suffer from hunger or cold." Chapter 3. Something seems amiss. Just as they were conversing, the second son of their great-uncle, Qixun's second granduncle, arrived carrying a willow basket, prompting the children to hurriedly pay their respects. Grandfather Yin Hashan is the younger brother of grandfather Yin Honggun. Although they have separated their households, their bond remains strong due to the presence of their elderly father. This deep fraternal affection led Yin Hashan to visit upon hearing that his elder brother's family had suffered a fire, bringing along provisions and silver as a gesture of support. "Brother, I heard that the Fengqi family has been afflicted by a fire. I came to check on you, and it appears you are here as well." Fengqi refers to the courtesy name of Qixuan's father, Yin Yangwu. Yin Hashan has but one son, who has sired 2 grandsons. He and his wife are in good health and are skilled laborers, living somewhat more comfortably than his elder brother, Yin Hongyun. The latter does not contest this. He has 8 grandsons, 6 of whom are of school age and are diligently studying. Fortunately, they had previously studied under Qixuan's father, thus exempting them from tuition fees, saving a significant sum of money. However, the costs of ink, paper, and writing tools are still considerable, adding to their burdens. The family cultivates only 30 to 40 acres of land, while supporting 17 mouths to feed. Although the eldest son works as a bookkeeper in town, and the second and third sons occasionally take short-term work during farming off-seasons, life is indeed quite strained. In contrast, Yin Hongshan's son is a scholar, teaching at a private academy in the county, and his 2 grandsons are still quite young, with the eldest having only studied for 2 years and not yet requiring substantial financial support. thus allowing for some savings. The two brothers wandered through 3 rooms, discussing how to assist their nephews and nieces in improving their circumstances, while Lingzhou playfully engaged with his younger sisters. He felt a peculiar unease, sensing that all 3 sisters seemed to be harboring some underlying distress. Little Sun appeared better off, as her illness rendered her somewhat listless, which could be deemed normal. However, the expressions of the 3rd and 5th sisters bore a shadow of melancholy, and they seemed somewhat preoccupied. Upon reflection, one can indeed comprehend the sorrow of a family whose home has been consumed by flames. 7th Sikh felt that the 3rd sister and the younger sibling were not quite as she had envisioned them, though it is natural to feel downcast after such a calamity. The bewilderment etched upon their faces seemed to stem from something beyond the fire that ravaged their home. There was an undeniable sense of disquietude. However, it was her own awakening to the memories of a past life that constituted the most profound anomaly. In this day and age, the majority of households subsist on merely 2 meals a day. Furthermore, the household's utensils and cookware were in disarray and required cleaning. Given their current predicament, it was hardly appropriate to host guests for a meal. The 3rd sister, Yin Lingsu, accepted the grains and goods offered but declined the 10 taels of silver from the 2nd grandfather, an amount that, for an ordinary family, could sustain them for an entire year. With their mother absent, the sisters were reluctant to accept such a sum. Yin Lingsu paused momentarily but chose to disregard it. Instead, she gathered firewood and reheated the porridge and pancakes sent by the left family matriarch that morning, which would serve as the sisters' lunch. 7th Sikh nibbled on the pancake, reminiscing about the spatial realm from her previous incarnation. If that space still existed, her worries would dissipate entirely. With over 8 years of memories from this life, she understood the current temporal realm, where the dynasty was known as the Great Xia Empire, somewhat reminiscent of the prosperous Tang dynasty from her past. Nevertheless, the historical narratives of this realm diverged significantly from those of her previous existence. The Great Xia Empire had been established for over 3 centuries, flourishing as an empire. Yet the lives of the common folk remained arduous. To illustrate, the conditions of the 2 paternal grandfathers' households were considered relatively favorable in the village. Yet they too donned patch garments. The geographical location of the Yin family village is not situated in the heart of the Central Plains, yet it is still a flourishing town. Yin family village falls under the jurisdiction of Qingzhou Prefecture, specifically within the Anping town of Linjiang County. Due to its proximity to the waterway leading to the capital, the transportation is convenient. Although surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it is not isolated. The village boasts several hundred inhabitants, predominantly of the same clan, supporting one another. While they may be impoverished, if the weather is favorable, they can still manage to live reasonably well. With the empire's prosperity and a relatively efficient administration, Qixun feels that with hard work, a promising future awaits her family. Of course, in such a feudal dynasty, social status holds great importance. If her father could pass the imperial examination and attain an official position, it would be certain that, with her prodigious intellect, they could lead a life of wealth and comfort. However, her concerns are not primarily about their livelihood. Rather, she worries about the absence of essential ingredients such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, chili peppers, tomatoes, and various seasonings if her spatial abilities were to vanish. No matter how affluent they might be, the quality of life would be significantly compromised. In her previous life, she was born into wealth and had a singular focus on her research, not placing much importance on other matters. Nonetheless, when it came to food, she could not tolerate any inadequacies. The thought of being constrained by the geographical and biological limitations of the era, unable to savor those delicacies, left her feeling despondent. While she was lost in thought, her 3rd sister and younger 5th sister were leisurely consuming porridge and flatbreads, seemingly preoccupied with their own musings. The little girl, who was usually somewhat pampered, now found herself with only porridge and flatbreads, lacking even a small side dish, a far cry from their previous meals at home. After finishing their meal, the 3 sisters began to tidy up. Some heavy items had already been organized by their 2 uncles, so all they needed to do was fetch water, sweep, and clean the doors, windows, and furniture. Moreover, in the house that was previously engulfed in flames, there remained some jars and bottles that had survived the fire, which should be retrieved and cleaned for future use. The 3 rooms here, with the western room originally being my mother's boudoir before her marriage, later transformed into a storage area, are sufficiently spacious. Once the belongings within are organized, it would serve as temporary accommodation for my 2nd brother, although it may be rather chilly in winter, necessitating the use of a brazier for warmth. The eastern room was once my grandfather's dwelling, featuring a heated brick bed. Due to the need for heat, a kitchen was constructed outside, connected by a door. Qixun, lacking outer clothing, was at risk of catching a chill, so Lingsu instructed her to sit on the bed and play. While she and Lingyu ventured outside to search for items that survived the fire, they managed to recover some unscathed pots and bowls, along with several porcelain vases. After thoroughly cleaning the salvaged items, they transported the cookware to the kitchen and moved the rest inside. They also tidied up the kitchen and cleaned the entire house, which consumed nearly 2 hours. Meanwhile, the clan leader had sent someone to inspect the situation, stating that they would ask each family to contribute some grain the following day. Chapter 4. The dream of the younger sister Lingsu graciously declined the clan's goodwill. This autumn's harvest had been poor, and while the circumstances of her two uncles' families were relatively favorable, being closely related by blood, she felt it was not a significant issue to accept their contributions. However, most families in the clan were indeed struggling, and it would be inappropriate to accept the meager rations they had managed to save. Their family had not yet reached such dire straits. The matriarch of the Zhua family had sent 6 cakes, of which the 3 of them consumed 4, leaving 2 remaining. Before Lingyu could speak, Qixun suggested, "Let us cook some vegetable porridge. I fear that my second brother may not be satiated with just 1 cake." Lingsu contemplated for a moment and responded, "Well, it seems our little Sun has learned to care for others." Her words elicited laughter from both Lingsu and Lingyu. Lingsu continued, "Such a tiny person, yet already thinking about earning silver? Rest assured, with my elder brother and mother by my side, you and Xiao need only to take care of yourselves." Despite her reassuring words, Lingsu was preoccupied with the memories of her past life that had inexplicably resurfaced the previous night. If she were still the 12-year-old girl from yesterday, she would truly have reason to be concerned about her family's well-being. Initially overwhelmed by the memories, she had gradually acclimated over the course of the day. No longer was she the orphan from her former life. Back then, she had contemplated ending her own existence without any regrets, but in this life, she was Lingsu of the Yin family, blessed with parents and siblings, and she bore her own responsibilities. Perhaps it was heaven's mercy for her past suffering that had granted her this family in the present. In this lifetime, she would live fully and embody the aspirations she once held. As for Qixun, she was not one to dwell on matters that piqued her disinterest, yet possessed an animalistic intuition that allowed her to sense the melancholy within Lingsu. "Sister, are you sad?" Lingsu's eyes reddened at the question. She ruffled Qixun's hair, her face brightening with a radiant smile. "No, sister is very happy to have you all." Her response felt peculiar, leaving Qixun momentarily perplexed. To be honest, she had always struggled to comprehend the emotions of others. Her uncle often remarked, "Our Yin Shaosong is simply a lovable fool." Yet, she wholeheartedly disagreed with her uncle's assessment. Firstly, she is unyielding. Secondly, she perceives her inner emotions to be profoundly rich. At times, she finds the complexities of others' feelings to be overwhelming, and thus she prefers not to squander her precious time analyzing them. Most often, she believes that the emotions of others have little bearing on her own existence. However, for those dear to her, she is willing to devote some time to show her concern. Lingyu nodded gently upon hearing this. Once Lingsu carried the vegetables from the basket to the well, she climbed onto the bed, refraining from conversing with Qixun, and simply leaned against the wall, lost in thought. Noticing her silence, Qixun decided to explore the dimensions of her own space. Throughout the day, she had been attuned to her surroundings and could sense the existence of her space. Yet it seemed shrouded by a veil that prevented her from fully entering. As long as it remains, she felt intuitively that she would eventually be able to access it, albeit with time. Her space encompasses approximately 300 acres, containing 3 interconnected structures, one for her experiments and work, one serving as a library, and the other for storage. These 3 edifices were assembled over nearly 2 decades in her previous life, meticulously constructed by her hands, covering an expansive area of around 1,300 square feet, roughly equivalent to 2 acres. The remaining land is predominantly cultivated with fruits, vegetables, and various medicinal herbs and flowers that she has collected, alongside a small flock of chickens, ducks, geese, and pigeons. Much of her time outside of work in her past life was spent within that space. Indeed, one might say that due to her agricultural pursuits, she could be regarded as a semi-expert in the field of agronomy. I find myself pondering the nature of time within the realm of existence. From the moment of her demise in a previous life to her rebirth in this current incarnation, if the temporal continuum of this space operates similarly, one must wonder how desolate the land has become. I yearn for the swift opening of this space. Once it is accessible, life's tribulations shall be rendered insignificant. It is imperative to note that the entirety of her belongings accumulated over the years has been stored within this realm. Not to mention, the treasures of gold, silver, and jade adornments are quite substantial. Her uncle, a doting figure, has annually procured several sets of jewelry for her. During the era when Hanfu was in vogue, she possessed an impressive array of traditional garments and accessories from various dynasties, accumulating several sets each year, despite scarcely donning them. As for furs, she lacked nothing in that department. Household necessities were abundant, encompassing nearly every conceivable item. Lost in thought, she was interrupted by Ling Yu's soft sigh, a sign that something was amiss. Qixun cast a glance at her twin. Twins share an uncanny sensitivity to each other's emotions. Ordinarily, Qixun would not concern herself with others. Yet her sister was a different matter. Detecting Ling Yu's apparent sorrow, Qixun's own spirits began to wane. Xiaowu. Ling Yu managed a faint smile. Fourth sister, I am well. It is just. I had a dream last night, in which I became another girl, a girl whose life was quite unfortunate, and the memory saddens me. What could this mean? To dream of becoming another girl? Could it be that she, like Qixun, has awakened memories of a past life? Qixun scratched her head. If that were the case, given Ling Yu's demeanor, it seemed her previous existence had been far from joyful. Otherwise, as her biological sister, she would not feel an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Qixun felt a pang of sympathy. In her previous life, she had no siblings during her childhood. Her little cousin arrived too late, and being a true genius, she had hardly attended school with peers, lacking both siblings and friends of her age. Of course, she never had the time or need to cultivate friendships. Yet, she never perceived any deficiency in her 38 years of existence in her past life. Chapter 5. I am truly struggling in her previous life. Qixun's father was a high-ranking military official, and her uncle, who raised her, consistently dominated the global wealth rankings. She was a prodigy par excellence, lacking neither power nor status. In terms of material wealth, even the ancient princesses did not experience the affluence she had. As for her spiritual life, do you think a genius scientist, who spends the majority of his life, aside from sleep, immersed in the ocean of knowledge, would lack a spiritual existence? However, human suffering is often something that cannot be fully empathized with. She was not one to offer comfort. After some contemplation, she decided to mimic Ling Su's previous demeanor, gently ruffling Ling Yu's hair and dryly stating, "It's merely a dream, even if it were real. It is all in the past. One should live in the present. Well, our family may be struggling now, but we will undoubtedly thrive in the future." Ling Yu felt the warmth of her hand and suddenly had tears in her eyes. Yes, I understand. Seeing her in such a state, Qixun began to suspect that the young girl might, like herself, be awakening memories of her past life. Otherwise, the sense of immersion in a mere dream would not be so intense. However, she harbored no curiosity about the pasts of others. After all, who among them was without a history? What intrigued her was the phenomenon of suddenly awakening past life memories. If it were merely her experience, it might have sufficed. But the simultaneous awakening of memories in two individuals rendered the situation even more extraordinary. Could this be attributed to the fact that Xiaowu and she were twins? Her innate desire to understand the roots of any occurrence momentarily overwhelmed her, and she momentarily disregarded her younger sister's sorrow. Sitting up with renewed vigor, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, she directed her gaze at Ling Yu and inquired, "Come, tell me, when did you have that dream? What transpired within it? How did you feel upon waking? Can you recall what might have prompted that dream? Did you come into contact with anything before sleeping? Or were you contemplating something specific that could have led to such a dream?" Indeed, her own awakening of memories had been rather inexplicable, and she had pondered over it for the better part of the day without arriving at a conclusion. Yet, if Xiaowu had genuinely awakened her memories, perhaps she could uncover the reason here. Tracing back origins, every event has its discernible cause. Although the awakening of past life memories itself defied scientific explanation, she had always believed that the limits of science converge with theology, which in turn can also be elucidated and validated through scientific means. Observing her enthusiasm, Ling Yu felt somewhat speechless, her own simmering resentment from past experiences dissipating in the brilliance of her sister's gaze. Nevertheless, even recalling such bizarre occurrences from their previous life, Ling Yu hesitated to voice them freely, even to her twin sister. Upon witnessing the gleam in Qixun's eyes, Ling Yu cast a sidelong glance at her and murmured softly, last night. Our home was engulfed in a tremendous fire. It terrified me to the core. How could one think of anything else? It was merely a dream. After a moment's reflection, she realized that her words inadequately conveyed the sorrow that had suddenly reddened her eyes, and she added, I am simply overwhelmed with worry for my family. With this great fire, we have lost everything. How shall we survive? Was this the source of her sorrow? Qixun observed her exquisitely beautiful sister, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Although their family had never been particularly affluent, at least they were never in want of food, clothing, or basic necessities. She then glanced at their dilapidated thatched cottage and shook her head in dismay. It was no wonder that Xiaowu's eyes were red from worry. Their humble abode truly did not befit such a lovely sister. It was a disservice to her. No, this simply would not do. They must strive for prosperity. Was it not merely a matter of earning money? With her intelligence, how could she possibly fail to generate income? As for social standing, not only was her father likely a high school graduate, but her elder brothers were also remarkable individuals. They were destined to attain respectable positions in society, even without them. As an esteemed academician, could she not muster the means to elevate her family to a life of comfort and ease? With clenched teeth, Qixun balled her fists. Feeling an invigorating surge of determination, she would forge ahead. Today, she would devise a plan to ascend to the pinnacle of life and ensure that her entire family could live without worry. In that moment, she completely forgot about the so-called dream. Lingyu, noticing her sister's intense gaze followed by a scrutinizing look around the room, felt a chill run down her spine and asked, Fourth sister, what is happening to you? Lingyu, we are sisters, having shared the same womb for 10 months. Who could possibly be unaware of the other? With your carefree demeanor, how could you possibly be earning money? My dear sister, I find that hard to believe. Lingyu shot her a glance. How could I be unaware of your ability to earn silver? Fourth sister, with your remarkable talents. Why did you not earn some silver for father when he was troubled about the expenses of traveling to the capital for the imperial examination? Qixun also felt she had been overly enthusiastic, inadvertently letting slip her thoughts, forgetting that her current persona did not permit her to appear too exceptional. Life is truly challenging. Qixun sighed, lamenting that such a splendid version of herself had to remain hidden. Nothing is more arduous in life than this. She certainly could not confess to her own sister that, in truth, she was a prodigy with an IQ of 200. For whom earning money would be a trivial matter, who could endure hearing their own sibling, with whom they shared the same mother and womb, suddenly claim to remember their past life as a high IQ genius? That would surely be deemed madness. Qixun endeavored to salvage her dignity, maintaining a serious expression at that time. I had yet to realize my own excellence. Lingyu, it feels particularly complex, regarding her elder sister's sudden burst of inexplicable confidence. She could not help but feel it was rather abnormal. Initially, she had been somewhat dazed by her own recollection of past life events. But this jolt from her sister made Lingyu suddenly realize that those memories were insignificant compared to the burden of having such a troublesome sister. Goodness! Who has the leisure to mourn over matters of a past life? Besides, that life has long since passed. Gazing at her seemingly unreliable yet spirited elder sister, Lingyu felt an inexplicable healing within her heart, weighed down by the memories of a tragic past life. Living this life to the fullest was of utmost importance. Qixun mused, why is it that no one believes the truth anymore? It is not my pride that fuels this disbelief. In the past, her uncle often remarked that Yin Shaosong was a bit haughty, a notion she vehemently rejected. Was she truly proud? No, she merely acknowledged her own abilities, possessing a remarkable honesty. Qixun sighed again, burdened by the difficulties of existence. Being a truthful person was challenging enough. Yet striving to be a sincere individual whom others would believe seemed nearly impossible. For the sake of the future, Qixun hesitantly inquired, Do you really not believe I can earn money? Lingyu cast her a sidelong glance and shook her head. I see no evidence of that. The two sisters exchanged silent glances. Chapter 6. A twist of fate. Ling Su entered with a meal prepared, finding the two sisters staring at each other with wide eyes. Noticing that Xiao Wu's eyes were still slightly red, she exclaimed, What has happened here? Have you been quarreling? Of course not. Xiao Wu is troubled by our family's livelihood. I told her I could earn silver, but she does not believe me, her eyes turning red in frustration. Lingyu interjected, Who exactly has been made tearful by you? I am merely. She paused, realizing that despite being her own sister, Lingyu had lived through 2 lifetimes, rendering her elder sister a mere child in her eyes. Why bother to argue? Lingyu touched her face and forced a smile. I am fine. Ling Su responded with a gentle smile. In her previous life as an orphan, she had claimed to sacrifice herself to save others, but in truth, it was the loneliness of that desolate world that left her indifferent to life, allowing her to embrace death with ease. During the 12 years of her life, her father was both compassionate and stern, her mother gentle and dignified. Her eldest brother was kind-hearted and broad-minded, while her second brother, though unruly, showed great affection towards them. The fourth sister was playful and adorable yet also considerate, and the youngest sister, delicate and graceful, evoked a natural sense of tenderness. Such parents and siblings ultimately left her with cherished memories. Lingsu smiled and thought, very well. As she settled onto the Kong, she recalled the playful banter between the two younger ones. Lingsu remarked, I have previously informed you all that you need not worry about family matters. Earning silver is not a concern for you. I, along with my second brother and mother, will take care of it. Since childhood, I have studied medicine under my grandfather, becoming familiar with numerous medicinal herbs. When I have some leisure time, I shall venture into the mountains to gather herbs, prepare them, and sell them, which will surely yield some silver. After their marriage, Gong Yujin, concerned about the absence of relatives in their hometown and unable to rest easy regarding their only daughter, decided to settle in Yin family village, building a house adjacent to her son-in-law's residence, thereby living in close proximity to her family. Yin Lingsu exhibited an astonishing aptitude for medicine from a young age, having studied under her grandfather until his passing. However, due to her youth and being a girl, she had never diagnosed anyone. Thus, her assertion about earning money through herbal remedies was not mere boastfulness. Qixun, feeling somewhat awkward, thought that if she insisted on claiming she could earn money, the third sister would surely disbelieve her, just like the fifth sister. She felt too lethargic to elaborate further. Yet, sitting there in silence was rather dull, so she proposed, shall I tell you a joke? Without waiting for the two young girls' consent, she continued, once a centipede was bitten by a venomous snake and rushed to the animal clinic for emergency treatment. The doctor examined it and said, to prevent the venom from spreading, we must amputate. You must endure. The centipede replied, I have many legs. Go ahead and cut them off. I can endure. The doctor consoled him, my good brother. Try to look on the bright side. You shall soon become an earthworm. Lingyu, ever gracious, stifled a laugh, while Lingsu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Lingsu hurriedly jumped out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and rushed to greet their guest. Qixun and Lingyu leaned over the window, gazing outside. Yin Yang opened the bamboo fence gate and stepped into the courtyard, followed closely by her second brother, Gong Yuhao. However, he lost his footing and stumbled, landing unceremoniously in the muddy ground, all while protecting his bundle, held high above his head, rendering the scene utterly comical. Qixun exclaimed, I hope the door isn't scathed. Lingyu chuckled softly. Due to the absence of male heirs for her maternal grandfather, Yin Yang bore 3 children as her firstborn, both her eldest and second child being sons. Consequently, her grandfather conferred with Yan's father regarding the second son being adopted by the Gong Yu family, which is why her second brother bears the surname Gong Yu, recorded under the name of their late uncle. The surname Gong Yu is a rare compound surname. Later, Yin Yang gave birth to the twins, Qixun and Lingyu, with Qixun also being adopted by the late uncle, hence her name, Qixun, rather than following the Ling generation of the Yin family. In truth, she is not called Yin Qixun anymore. Her true name is Gong Yu Qixun. Strictly speaking, Qixun and her second brother, Gong Yuhao, are now cousins to their elder brother and younger sisters. However, within their household, all 5 siblings address one another according to their familial order. The 2 little ones, peering out the window with mischievous delight, were met with Ling Su's kindness as she hurried to assist Gong Yuhao, taking some of his burdens while offering him a steadying hand. Yin Yang, observing her rather disheveled son and her 2 daughters giggling by the windowsill, shook her head in bemusement. The lad is robust and hardly breakable, yet the lack of clean clothes is a source of concern. One after another, they are hardly a cause for ease. When mother enters the room, Seven and Lingyu also rise from the Kong, gathering around Gongyu Mingxi to converse. Mother, what did you and second brother purchase? Why so much? In these times, cotton is scarce, and ordinary folk possess little wealth. In winter, their garments are stuffed with rice straw, kapok, and cattail fluff for warmth. Those with better circumstances utilize silk cotton, while affluent families, in addition to silk cotton, have furs. The Yin family once owned a few old fur cloaks, but they were all consumed by flames. Gongyu's concern is genuine regarding how to survive this winter. In truth, after acquiring bedding and clothing, the The remaining silver offers little for grain. To be candid, Mother recalls her previous life. Although the empire is prosperous, the government is effective, and prices are reasonably controlled, grain costs are indeed low, with a dough of rice priced at merely over 41, translating to less than 5 when per gene. However, the crux of the matter lies in their current state of utter poverty. Furthermore, there are 5 mouths to feed. Yet, no matter how destitute, one must rely on oneself. While others may provide temporary assistance, it is unfeasible to depend on them for everything. Gongyu Mingxi wholeheartedly supports Ling Su's approach. Su is right. This has already incurred a significant favor from your uncle and the Zhua family matriarch. Ling Su encourages her mother to rest on the Kong while she tidies up. She also assists second brother in removing his outer garment, urging him to sit on the bed. I will wash the clothes first. They can be dried by the evening and ready for wear by tomorrow. Dinner has already been prepared, consisting of boiled vegetable rice. Initially intended to be a vegetable porridge, Xiaoxuan, fearing hunger for you all, decided to cook it dry instead. Second brother, are you hungry? 2 remaining pancakes, delivered by Grandma Zhuo in the morning, were gently warmed in the pot while I prepared the rice, softening nicely. Ling Su went to retrieve the pancakes and poured 2 bowls of water for the mother and daughter. First, let us warm our bodies. I have already taken the liberty of washing your clothes. As Ling Su proceeded to wash Ji's clothes, Gongyu Mingxi inquired of Qixun, have you experienced any fever during the day? Is your health improving? Much better. Mother, I am fine. There is no need for you to worry. I even helped my sister and Xiao Wu tidy up the house earlier, Qixun replied, which eased Gongyu Mingxi's concerns. Should one truly fall ill, it would not only incur medical expenses, but the suffering would be compounded by a lack of funds to afford treatment. Although Ling Su had learned medicine from her grandfather since childhood, Gongyu Mingxi felt that her third daughter had yet to reach a level capable of diagnosing and prescribing for others. Gongyu Hao scrutinized the 2 of them, and, seeing that Qixun appeared quite spirited, teased her. I just fell down, and you and Xiao Wu didn't show any concern. Instead, you dared to mock your brother. How should I punish you 2? I had intended to reward you with some delicious fruits, but now you can forget it. Ling Yu pouted. Winter is nearly upon us. In our town, are there even fruits available for sale? Even if there were, our family currently lacks the funds to purchase them. Qixun nodded in agreement. Indeed. I am an educated person. Do not attempt to deceive me. Gongyu Mingxi chuckled. With the few books you have read, you dare to call yourselves educated? How shameless. While Gongyu Mingxi may not have mastered every skill, such as chess, musical instruments, and painting, she had at least acquired a commendable understanding of them. In her youth, she had lived in the capital, where her family was relatively well off, and they had employed a female tutor to provide her with an education. Furthermore, she had transformed significantly since those times. In terms of knowledge and talent, she now possesses a certain pride, which is why she speaks with such confidence. However, Qixun fails to comprehend her mother's sentiments and muses to herself. Is she not an educated individual? Although my expertise lies in the sciences, I can still appreciate poetry and literature, even if I cannot create them. With a father renowned for his talents and a brother whose academic pursuits earn their father's admiration, it is unfortunate that my second brother, Gong Yuhai, does not share the same passion for study. Instead, he exhibits remarkable aptitude in martial arts. The Gong family boasts a lineage of medical practitioners, but by the time it reached my grandfather Gong Yujin's generation, he remained the sole heir. Although he fathered a son, the child tragically passed away before marriage, leaving only his daughter, Gong Mingxi. Thus, upon his birth, Gong Yuhai inherited his maternal grandfather's surname, who dotes on him excessively and harbors great expectations. Despite Gong Yuhai's disinterest in academic pursuits, his grandfather taught him the art of medicine, regrettably. He lacked enthusiasm for it as well, yet excelled in martial arts for personal well-being. His sudden appearance startled Gong Mingxi, Qixun, and Ling Yu, leaving the 3 of them momentarily speechless. After a while, Gong Mingxi finally inquired, "Heir, where did you acquire these peaches?" Gong Yuhai chuckled, tousled his hair, and replied, "Mother, you may find this hard to believe, but last night, for reasons unknown, I recalled events from my past life. Surely, it was that wicked old woman, Meng Pe, who skimped on her duties. The soup she provided must have been a counterfeit, for its effects were utterly inadequate. It is only natural that I would remember matters from a previous existence. I intended to share this with you during my trip to town today, but the throngs of people deterred me. This peach, you see, is part of my treasured collection from my past life, and I have many more. What other fruits would you like? I shall see if I can find them." The three daughters of the Yin family expressed their astonishment. Seven Seek inquired, "Is it possible to have memories from a past life in such abundance? Can it truly be played this way?" Ling Yu reflected, "So it is not just me. My second brother has also begun to recall matters from his previous life." Gong Yumingxi confessed, "To be frank, I too have started to remember things from my past existence. This phenomenon, which deviates from the norm, could be deemed as supernatural. Is it a blessing or a curse?" "It should be a blessing. Although I was taken aback by the memories, after nearly a day's contemplation, I have come to terms with it. Coupled with my worries for the family, I scarcely have the luxury to ponder deeply. In my former life, I hailed from a prestigious lineage, achieving fame at a young age, renowned for my beauty and talent. Though my later years were marked by hardship and solitude, I have always possessed a carefree spirit. Despite the melancholic undertones, the presence of my children now feels like a divine recompense. Living well in the present is my priority, as I have several children to care for. However, the fact that I possess memories of my past life is one thing, but for my son to share this experience is quite perplexing." Gong Yumingxi found herself pondering this further. Yet, given the circumstances and the enigmatic nature of these occurrences, worrying seems futile. Setting aside the memories of the past, there is the matter of the peach that Hauer claims to have hidden in his previous life. How did it suddenly materialize? Furthermore, the idea that relics from a past life could resurface in this one feels almost mythical. What exactly did my son do in his former life? After the initial shock, Seven Seek found joy in the revelation. If my second brother can bring items from his past life into this one, perhaps there is hope for her own treasures as well. She remarked that after a day of effort, she still sensed the presence of her space. As long as her space is usable. What is the burden of providing for the family? When she first acquired her space, influenced by certain novels about spatial travel, she whimsically pondered whether she might embark on a journey through time herself. Thus, she meticulously prepared an array of items within her space, not to mention gold and jade. As far as gold bars are concerned, she possessed ample currency and naturally stockpiled a considerable amount. Aside from several million worth of gold bars, she also purchased silver ingots, investing around 300,000 when the price was merely 3 or 4 yuan per gram on a certain platform, which she stored in her space. In her previous life, 1 pound equated to 1 6/10 of the current measurement, translating to nearly 2,600 taels of silver by local standards. However, this was not the time for such musings. She was rather curious about how her second brother, like herself, had regained memories of their past lives. In any case, this day had been truly exhilarating, she reflected. Chapter 8. My brother the monkey. Speaking of which, her second brother was remarkably bold. Seriously, second brother. As someone with memories from a past life, is it really wise to speak so casually about it? One must possess a rather large heart, indeed, to require 2 barbecue grills, she mused internally. She considered that perhaps her second brother shared a similar spatial ability, which explained her lack of surprise regarding the origin of the peaches in his hands. Enthusiastically, she asked, "Second brother, who were you in your past life? What was your name? What did you do?" Gong Yuhao scratched his head. "Well, I wasn't human in my past life." Gong Yumingxi. Ling Yu. To think my son, or brother, was not human. Honestly, that was quite shocking. Only 7 inquires with sparkling eyes. So, second brother, what species are you? A demon cultivator? What on earth is a demon cultivator? Gong Yuho looked on with disdain. What demon cultivator? I am the great sage equal to heaven, the monkey king of Flower Fruit Mountain. I am nurtured by heaven and earth, born from chaos. Those so-called immortals label me a demon monkey purely out of fear. Of course, they are more envious of me. Gong Yumingxi appeared utterly perplexed, while Ling Yu gazed on in astonishment. She recognized the monkey king from Journey to the West. Was he not a demon? However, the notion of a monkey becoming her second brother felt quite extraordinary. 7 inquiries. The monkey brother has become my second brother. How delightful. With eyes aglow, her fervor was palpable. She exclaimed and leaped up to grasp Gong Yuho's hand, her excitement overflowing. Monkey brother. My monkey brother. What is happening? Not only was Gong Yuho taken aback by her enthusiasm, but Gong Yumingxi also wore a look of bewilderment. Look at this excitement. Could it be that these 2 little ones were siblings in a past life? 2 little monkeys? The thought amused Gong Yumingxi greatly. As all eyes turned to her, 7 inquires felt indignant. What do you understand? This is the monkey brother. Who is he? He is our resistance against the world, our final perseverance, our unwavering resolve. He is my eternal youth. What was she even saying? They could not comprehend. The mother and her 2 sons wore expressions of speechlessness. Seven inquirers looked at them as if they were lacking understanding. However, she grasped why her second brother so nonchalantly spoke of his past life. A monkey who could declare himself the great sage equal to heaven must inherently possess a fearless spirit. The notion of pretense implies that you mere mortals are not worthy of my concealment. As the principal party, Gong Yuhao mused. To think my little Sun holds me in such high esteem. Surely, she surpasses those celestial beings in discerning value. Truly, she is my sister. It is somewhat embarrassing to realize how much she adores me. Nevertheless, I shall indulge her, pamper her, and shower her with affection. Gong Yuhao silently contemplated his intentions. In contrast, Gong Yumingshi remained oblivious to her son's extraordinary nature, believing him merely a monkey who had acquired intelligence. So, my child, seeing little Sun so animated, you must be quite the remarkable monkey? Born of the heavens and nurtured by chaos, that sounds impressive indeed. Wait a moment, Gong Yumingshi suddenly turned. How does little Sun know who you were in your past life? This thought struck her as rather hasty. Qixun scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. Mother, if I were to say that last night, much like my elder brother, I recalled matters from my previous existence, and that I had heard tales of my elder brother, would you believe me? Gong Yumingshi responded with an expression of indifference. I would. Ah, the calmness of my mother is quite surprising. After all, she has accepted that her son is a monkey with such composure. Qixun felt a profound admiration for his mother's tranquility. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yu seized the opportunity, recognizing it as an ideal moment to join in. Suppressing his shock regarding the revelation of his brother being a monkey, he cleared his throat and cast a glance at Gong Yumingshi. Well, mother, if I were to say that last night I too remembered events from my previous life, would you believe me? Gong Yumingshi replied. Haha, if I were to say that I too recalled matters from my past life, I would ask you all if you believe me. Siblings 3. Shocked. A great fire awakened his memories from a past life. And soon he discovered that his entire family had also awakened their memories from a previous existence. Qixun's heart trembled in astonishment. The three siblings exchanged awkward glances. Qixun whispered, Mother, I am not jesting. This is the truth. Gong Yumingshi maintained a stoic expression, replying, I am not joking either. What I say is also genuine. Suddenly, they found themselves at a loss for words, the atmosphere thick with tension. Well, I truly have recollections from my past life. Given your expressions, it seems you are not deceiving me. Since all four of us have remembered our former lives, it is quite possible that Sewer has too. There is no reason to exclude her. However, go fetch Sewer. Let us all share our stories together. Qixun chuckled. Indeed, a family should be united in harmony. Gong Yuhao into the well to summon Ling Su. Qixun, filled with curiosity, asked, Mother, what was your situation in your past life? Gong Yumingshi's expression became intricate as she chuckled lightly. Let us wait for Sewer to arrive before we discuss it. Qixun's gaze fell upon the two large peaches left on the Kong table by her second brother. Mother, these peaches, could they truly be divine peaches? The large peaches resembled blossoms, glistening with freshness and looking irresistibly delicious. Ling Yu also stared longingly at the two peaches, expressing regret. I forgot to ask second brother to wash the peaches by the well. After a considerable wait, Ling Su finally entered the room, carrying freshly washed garments. Accompanied by Gong Yuhao. Gong Yuhao held a basket filled with an array of freshly washed fruits, including large flat peaches, honey peaches, dates, pears, loquats, bananas, tangerines, apples, and grapes. The selection was quite abundant. Ling Su, although she had entered the room, wore a somewhat dazed expression, likely astonished by the fruits conjured by her second brother. Gong Yumingshi gestured towards the empty space on the Kong. Sewer, please take a seat. Let us engage in a heartfelt conversation as a family. Ling Su nodded, still in a trance, and said, These fruits. Wait a moment, I will fetch a few plates to arrange them. And I will hang my second brother's clothes to dry. The basket dripped with water, and she was concerned about dampening the Kong. Ling Yu descended from the Kong to assist. Qixun then spread out the blankets sent by their uncle on the Kong, and took out their own purchased blankets to lay on the Kong. Allowing one to lean against them, this is much more comfortable. He then inquired of his second brother, Brother Monkey, are those fruits divine? Gong Yuhao rolled his eyes. What fanciful thoughts. They are grown on my flower and fruit mountain. Although they were cultivated from the seeds of celestial peaches, they lack the nourishment of celestial energy. They possess a hint of spiritual essence and can barely be considered spiritual fruits. Immortality is out of the question. But frequent consumption may indeed prolong life. That is already quite good. However, the fruits cultivated in her space also provided health benefits with regular consumption. Gong Yumingshi shot a glare at Qixun. What do you mean by brother monkey? Such a lack of decorum. Address him as second brother. Once Ling Su and Ling Yu returned, placing the fruit platter on the Kong table, the family gathered around the table, and Gong Yu Mingxi finally spoke. All right, Su, are you aware that, apart from you, the women of our family have all begun to recall memories from our past lives? Have you remembered anything from your previous existence? What? Ling Su was astonished by the fact that her second brother conjured a plethora of fruits out of thin air, and to her surprise, her mother unleashed another shocking revelation. Chapter 9. My mother is actually Li Dui. Observing her shock, Gong Yu Mingxi spoke with a hint of regret. Did you not recall your past life? Ling Su instinctively replied, I remembered. No, mother. Have you all remembered? Gong Yu Mingxi sighed. Indeed, we have all remembered. This matter is truly extraordinary. What do you think is the reason behind it? Why is that? We truly do not know, nor do we have anyone to inquire. Noticing the silence among the children, Gong Yu Mingxi shook her head. Forget it. This is something we cannot elucidate. After all, the past life is indeed the past. If you are unwilling to share, then do not. Those who wish to speak may do so. I shall begin. In my previous life, I was born into a prestigious family. My father was a minister's disciple, an academician of the imperial court, and my ancestral teacher was a grand scholar, a renowned figure in the realm of poetry, adored by all, from emperors to commoners. Celebrated as the greatest poet of all time. My father was an academician of the Hanlin, and my maternal grandfather was a top scholar. Therefore, I too came from a lineage of scholarly excellence. Although I am a woman, I possessed an extraordinary talent for poetry, achieving fame at a young age. Living a life of unrestrained brilliance. Even those who disdain the notion of female talent cannot deny that I am among the few who can rival the greats of the poetic world. In terms of poetry, I even dare say I am not inferior to my world-renowned ancestral teacher. At this point, Gong Yu Mingxi's smile faded slightly, having achieved fame at a young age. Indulging in fine wine, exquisite poetry, gambling, and the pursuit of precious stones, her earlier years were marked by uninhibited exuberance. Alas, the subsequent disintegration of the nation and the shattering of the landscape cast her into a solitary existence, drifting aimlessly through life as twilight. To outsiders, it must seem rather desolate, wouldn't it? Qixun remarked that her mother's life experiences bore a striking resemblance to those of the illustrious poetess Li Qingzhao, the greatest female lyricist in history. Lian? Qixun hesitated as she gazed at her mother. Gong Yu Mingxi was taken aback. Little son, you know about me? Mother. I know all too well. You mentioned that my long-lost grandfather was a disciple of the renowned scholar of the past, and that he himself was also a scholar. You have recounted your life story, which bears an uncanny similarity to that of the esteemed Ian. Thus, I venture to guess, never expecting that you truly were. Mother, you said your esteemed ancestor, Scholar Su, was the greatest lyricist of all time. Perhaps you are unaware, but you yourself are indeed the greatest female lyricist in history. Qixun exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, today has been filled with overwhelming revelations. However, I am currently quite receptive to all of it. After all, my brother is even more remarkable, akin to the great sage, equal to heaven. So, is it truly so surprising that my mother is the greatest lyricist? No, I am not astonished. I am strong, Qixun asserted, feeling as if she were merely dreaming. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled brightly. Sister is right. Master Ian truly deserves the title of the greatest female lyricist. Ling Su nodded in agreement. Gong Yuhao was not in the same realm as them. He belonged to the mythological world. Moreover, when he was released from Wuxishan into the world, it was still during the Tang dynasty, a time before his mother had even been born. As he observed the adoring gazes from the three devoted companions, Gong Yu Mingxi felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction within. The title of the greatest female poet in history, well, it certainly stirred a hint of pride within her. Could this be considered a historical appraisal of her? As a literary figure, who could remain indifferent to their legacy? Ahem, the greatest female poet in history. I hardly dare to accept such an honor. Gong Yu Mingxi felt quite pleased with herself, yet she forced a modicum of humility. In truth, during Ling Yu's time, Mr. Ian, as a woman, did not enjoy the esteemed reputation that Qixun claimed. However, her mastery of poetry and lyrics is indeed acknowledged by history. Ling Yu herself held Li Ian in high regard, and thus she nodded in agreement. Gong Yu Mingxi felt a touch of embarrassment at the praise from her daughters. When gambling and wine were mentioned, she was somewhat taken aback. She had never shied away from her fondness for gambling and drinking. Otherwise, she would not have written verses that featured wine or composed an essay on gambling titled The Horse Racing Diagram. Throughout her life, she had never lost a gamble, which was certainly a source of pride. Yet, the fact that this penchant had been passed down and was now brought up by her own daughters was a bit disconcerting. Her nature was already carefree and unrestrained. With a wave of her hand, she declared, "Just wait for my son's gaming tools and wine. Since you all know most of my affairs, there is no need for me to elaborate further. However, you are the eldest. Why don't you share your matters first?" Gong Yuhao scratched his head and replied, "I was born of this earth, springing forth from the crevices of stones." "What?" Gong Yu Mingxi was taken aback. "Indeed. My son, while I can somewhat accept your claim of being akin to a monkey, your assertion of emerging from a crevice in a stone is something I cannot fathom. Are you suggesting that your previous declaration of being born of the heavens and nurtured by chaos actually implies you sprang forth from a stone fissure?" Gong Yuhao dismissed the notion lightly, stating that stone, often regarded as the very stone used by Nuwa to mend the heavens, is in truth a primordial stone. Therefore, if we speak of origins, I should consider myself born of chaos, a being of primordial stone, perhaps even superior to dragons, phoenixes, and the Qixun. However, they were born at the dawn of creation, while I remain oblivious to the reasons for my later emergence. At this juncture, Gong Yuhao smirked. In this world, apart from the primordial Pangu, there exists no entity more distinguished than I. Alas, my misfortune lies in my delayed birth. Not only was I deprived of the aura and fortune that accompanied the genesis of the universe, but I also lack countless eons of accumulated time, rendering me subject to the whims of others. Yet, by the time I entered this realm, the Qixun and Phoenix had long vanished, dissipated into the ether, while the Dragon clan had diminished to a few beleaguered enclaves across the seas, disregarded by the heavenly court. If the illustrious Qixun and Phoenix faced such fates, how could I, a being of innate divinity, escape their schemes? Unable to endure such indignation, I initially wreaked havoc in the heavenly court. However, I ultimately remained at the mercy of others. Surely, little son, you are aware of how I was maneuvered into journeying westward to seek the scriptures. The primordial supreme being and the supreme Lord Laozi, in an effort to navigate the calamity of deification, conspired against the master of the celestial Tao, allying with certain monks from the west, intending to eliminate him. The condition was to promise the propagation of Buddhism in the east, which gave rise to the transmission of Buddhist teachings across the seas. I have also become a pawn in their transmission of the Buddhist teachings to the east. Chapter 10. How could you harbor such distasteful thoughts? Reflecting upon my past life, the great sage remained somewhat indignant. I witnessed my impending demise and, in a desperate act, unleashed my own heart monkey, the so-called six-eared macaque, to deceive them. They were well aware of my ruse, yet I engaged in a battle with the six-eared macaque. And it was not my heart monkey that perished, but rather I feigned my own death. The great sage spoke with a tone of melancholy. Severing ties with the heart monkey was, in fact, a blessing for me. Subsequently, it was the six-eared macaque, transformed from my heart monkey, that journeyed to the west to procure scriptures, while I had faded away. However, they understood my nature. Unlike the inept Dragon clan, they could not afford to provoke me, fearing an all-out confrontation. Furthermore, regarding my inexplicable emergence as a celestial being, they harbored a sense of trepidation. Otherwise, they would not have sought to court my favor from the outset. Thus, they turned a blind eye to my apparent demise. During that time, I had inscribed the fates of myself and my monkeys in the book of life and death in the underworld, intending to traverse the void alongside my companions in pursuit of a carefree existence. Little did I know, I encountered a tempest of spatial rifts. In my attempt to shield my monkeys, I cast them into a safe realm, while I myself was besieged by the storm, presumably meeting my end. Yet here I am, reborn anew. Those familiar with the tales of investiture of the gods and journey to the west can comprehend, for countless interpretations of these stories have emerged throughout the ages. However, Gong Yu Mingxi and Ling Su, along with Ling Yu, found themselves in a state of confusion. Moreover, at that time, the journey to the west had yet to be penned. Observing her son's furious demeanor, Gong Yu Mingxi understood the profound grievances he endured. Yet, as a mother, she lamented her inability to alleviate his distress regarding matters of the celestial realm. Gently, she patted her son's shoulder, her heart aching for him. Despite possessing memories of her past life, these children were undeniably her own blood, yet this son, bearing her surname, was the heir of the Gong Yu lineage, thus inciting a natural inclination to favor him. How could a mother not feel sorrow witnessing her child's plight? In contrast, the great sage, though slightly vexed, remained indifferent. After all, Apart from being temporarily constrained by the golden hoop, he had later freed himself from it with the aid of the six-eared macaque, breaking the chains of fate and thwarting the divine beings who sought to manipulate his destiny. Even now, as he embraced a mortal existence, starting anew, he felt a profound sense of contentment. He could not bear the weight of grievances. What did it matter to be mortal? A monkey, born of heaven and earth, was fundamentally akin to those of Flower Fruit Mountain. Indeed, they were not truly his kin. Yet, in this lifetime as a mortal, he found himself with family, a notion that struck him as remarkably wondrous. Qixun expressed his reverence. "Brother, allow me to offer you a song. Listen to my melody." Moonlight spills across the galaxy. The journey stretches long and winding. As the remnants of smoke and mist dissipate, I stand alone in the fading light. Who calls me extraordinary? Who entangles me in love and hate? In the end, my heart is shattered to pieces. In this illusory realm, let go of past grievances. Abandon confusion and remain unchanged by worldly troubles. In anger, in sorrow, in wildness, am I human, ghost, or demon? Ultimately, it is merely the burdens of my heart. I kneel to one as my master, unperturbed by life and death, in the realm of good and evil, in the world of truth and illusion. The ties of earthly connections are neither clear nor distinct, difficult to sever. What purpose does this iron rod serve? What significance does my transformation hold? Still, there is an unease, a lingering melancholy. The golden hoop rests upon my brow, and I find myself at a loss for words. I desire this iron rod to dance in a drunken frenzy, yet my transformation only breeds chaos and confusion. I shall shatter the celestial realm, unrestrained and defiant. The malevolence of this world is perilous, and ultimately, escape proves elusive. This rod shall render you to ashes. As the melody concludes, Qixun subtly gestures for everyone to share their thoughts. She muses that this song truly resonates with her monkey brother. Alas, it is evident that her subtlety eludes the attention of those around her. Ling Su nods, feeling that the lyrics and melody evoke a profound sense of melancholy and resignation. Gong Yuhao, moved by the song, reflects on his master and two junior disciples, as well as the white dragon, who have endured far worse fates than his own. His master, originally the golden cicada, a revered Buddha, was compelled to reincarnate. The boorish Jubaiji, once the esteemed marshal of the heavenly court, was unjustly condemned for coveting Chang'e and, as punishment, was cast down to earth, reborn as a grotesque pig. What an affront. The celestial beings seem utterly indifferent to human affairs. His third disciple, Sha Sung, although merely a heavenly curtain-lifting general, was still a celestial being. He broke a trivial cup and was banished to earth, becoming a river demon, suffering the agony of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. And as for the white horse, what a tragic fate. Once a noble dragon prince in ancient times, he has been reduced to a mere steed. Such is the nature of involuntary circumstance. In conclusion, how detestable is that bald monk? With that, his tale is told, and he cannot be bothered to elaborate further. After all, aside from his mother, it seems his sisters are already aware of much of it. At this moment, it was essential for her to delve into the pages of Journey to the West, to read, to engage with countless interpretations of this classic tale. Seven Sun eagerly shared the mythological narratives of Journey to the West with her mother. As for how she possessed such profound knowledge, Seven Sun would certainly not disclose that her second brother was, in a previous life, a character from the very legends. After all, her brother sat right before her, savoring a grand peach. Who could assert that Journey to the West was merely a fabrication? She could only mention that the exploits of her brother were documented in history, which she had gleaned from books. The Monkey King himself, clutching a large peach, called out to everyone, "Mother, sister, feel free to indulge. I have plenty more," along with a variety of other fruits for us to enjoy slowly in the future. Each individual selected their favorite fruit, munching contentedly while listening to Seven Sun recount the tumultuous and exhilarating tales of the mythos. They experienced a spectrum of emotions, rejoicing at his triumphs, lamenting his woes, feeling indignant at injustices, and applauding his valor. Once Seven Sun had finished narrating her brother's adventures, she curiously inquired, "Brother, do you possess a spatial realm? Is it akin to the mustard seed space or a storage artifact?" Gong Yuhao scoffed, displaying disdain towards ordinary storage treasures. The Buddhist Shumi ring is acceptable, but what is a typical storage artifact worth? I have my own intrinsic space. It is an innate gift. All celestial beings are endowed with their own spatial realms. In your ear? Seven Sun continued her playful curiosity. Gong Yuhao rolled his eyes, replying, "Certainly not. If I were to extract food from my ear, would you still have an appetite?" How could little four entertain such repulsive thoughts? Ling Yu stifled a laugh. Seven Sun. Well, it is rather disgusting. Seven Sun remarked. But isn't your golden staff taken from your ear when you use it? Gong Yu how do you know? I merely feigned the act to appear more dashing, pretending to extract it from my ear. Oh, monkey brother, you truly excel, effortlessly crafting your persona. Seven Sun expressed disdain. Gong Yu Hao continued. There is nothing more to discuss about my affairs, third sister. Why don't you share? If you prefer silence, it matters not, for you are my sister. After all, and that is sufficient. As a former celestial being, he harbored little interest in the past lives of his sisters. What mattered was that they were his sisters now, of his own blood, having shared the womb for 10 months. Such a bond was irrefutable. In this life, he remained present. Did he not? Ling Su paused momentarily before speaking. Second brother, you are a deity, while I am but a mortal. There is little of significance to recount. My parents have both passed. I am an orphan. Chapter 11. The divine healer Qing Ling Su upon hearing her mention her past, as an orphan. The others were filled with compassion. Ling Su chuckled softly. Do not fret. Although I do not recall my parents, I was taken in by my master, who has treated me exceedingly well. In my previous life, I bore the surname Chung and was named Ling Su, a title bestowed by my master derived from the Lingshu and Suan of the Huangdi Neijing. It coincides with the name given to me by my grandfather. My master is a renowned healer in the martial world, known as the Poisonous Hand King of Medicine. Though this title may seem daunting, in truth, my master is a man of great kindness. He has taken the lives of many, yet those he has slain were all irredeemably wicked individuals deserving of their fate. Since my childhood, I have been apprenticed to my esteemed master, acquiring his profound medical knowledge. Regrettably, he passed away when I was merely in my early teens, leaving me solitary and bereft. Though I had senior disciples, their intentions were not noble. They coveted the medical texts bequeathed to me by my master, thus distancing themselves from me. After my master's demise, I found myself utterly alone. Eventually, upon receiving an invitation to descend from my secluded existence to heal others, I garnered a reputation as a miraculous physician. Alas, those from my sect sought to seize the medical texts left by my master, believing them to contain the secrets of his renowned toxicology. In truth, the compendium on toxins had long been destroyed by my master. When I asserted this, they dismissed my words, resorting to poisoning me. I, however, remained unscathed, while others suffered from the venom. It was the most lethal poison, with no antidote available. Yet, it could be mitigated through a blood exchange, a life for a life, redirecting the poison to another. I could not bear to witness another's demise due to my existence. And being devoid of kin or close ties, I had no attachments. How could I stand idly by while another perished for me? Thus, I employed this method, saving that individual, but in doing so, I sacrificed my own life. Listening to this tale evokes profound sorrow for her tender age. A life extinguished in the service of others. The heartache only deepens for Qin Ling Su. For those who cherish martial arts, regardless of gender, she is beloved. Though not the leading lady nor possessing the conventional beauty of one, her brilliance eclipses all other heroines. She is astute and perceptive, almost otherworldly in her wisdom, decisive and agile. Yet she met her untimely end in the bloom of youth for someone who did not love her in return. Such beauty elicits both pain and wistfulness. Few in this world can face death with equanimity. Qin Ling Su, she inspires both love and respect. Upon seeing her family in pain for her sake, Qin Ling Su offered a gentle smile, having long relinquished the burdens of her past at the moment of her demise. As for the one for whom she had sacrificed her life, her unrequited love for her foster brother, Ling Su chose to remain silent. For speaking of it would only bring sorrow to her family. The world regarded her as exceptionally perceptive and wise, admiring her insight while simultaneously fearing her uncanny intelligence. While others may have been indifferent, it was her foster brother's perception of her that deeply disappointed her, leaving her heart in desolation. Few possessed the fortitude to confront death with equanimity. At that pivotal moment, when faced with the choice between his death and her own, she opted for tranquility. She merely felt that living alone held little significance. There was no need for such distress on her behalf. Although she had lived but 16 or 17 years in her previous life, she had witnessed a multitude of worldly wonders, harboring no regrets. Moreover, now she had her parents, brothers, and sisters. Had she not chosen death in her past life, it is likely that she would never have encountered them. Contemplating this, might one not feel sorrow for her? Indeed, that was the case. Observing her remarkable acceptance, her family smiled in agreement. Such is the bond that unites us. Lingsu continued. Reflecting on my past life brings unexpected benefits. In a way, I have inherited my grandfather's legacy, though I do not dare to call myself a divine healer. My medical skills are commendable, particularly in acupuncture. Henceforth, should anyone in our family fall ill, we need not worry. Gong Yimingxi, hailing from a distinguished lineage of healers, felt a profound sense of satisfaction upon hearing this, believing she had honored the legacy of the Gong family ancestors. It is noteworthy that Gong Yuhao, being the heir of the Gong Yu family, exhibits little interest in the art of medicine. During his father's lifetime, although he never voiced it, there lingered a sense of regret for not nurturing that aspect of their heritage. Now, it seems that the medical wisdom of the Gong Yu clan can finally be passed down. Moreover, the young girl, Su'er, is destined to surpass her predecessors. The Gong Yu family has indeed stumbled upon a great fortune. Gong Yimingxi remarked with a smile, your second brother's wife has given up hope. When he eventually has children, if any of them possess talent, they shall be entrusted to you, as their aunt, for guidance. Gong Yuhao scratched his head, pondering whether he, a mere monkey, ought to consider marriage. The thought of bearing little monkeys had never crossed his mind. However, if he refrains from marrying, the Gong Yu lineage may very well end with him. Mother, I have never contemplated having little monkeys. If, in the future, eldest brother has children, no. A child, could you perhaps send one my way? I could then pass on the knowledge to third sister. Gong Yimingxi, both exasperated and amused, retorted. What sort of talk is that? Those would be my grandchildren, not mere little monkeys. One must bear their own children. If your brother hears you, he will surely give you a thrashing. The sisters could no longer contain their laughter, and the atmosphere finally lightened. Next, it was Qixun's turn. She smiled and said, indeed, I feel a connection to our family. In my past life, I happened to bear the surname Yin, and my name was also Qixun. Thus, my grandfather truly understands me, having bestowed upon me the name from my previous existence. In my former life, both my parents were officers, and I too was a soldier. In our land, soldiers who protect their homeland are the most revered individuals. It is quite a challenge to become a soldier, and any family with a soldier amongst them feels an immense sense of honor. My mother perished in the line of duty when I was merely 3 years old, and my father, occupied with his military commitments, was unable to care for me. Consequently, I was raised by my uncle, a prosperous businessman whose ventures flourished immensely, rendering our family exceedingly affluent. One could even say we were wealthier than nations. My uncle showered me with affection, ensuring that my upbringing was quite comfortable. Qixun briefly shared her story, not out of a desire to boast, but rather to lighten the atmosphere. It is worth noting that her mother, elder brother, and elder sister had not fared well in their previous lives. The terms she mentioned were largely incomprehensible to others. Yet it was evident that she had been a remarkable individual in her past existence. Listening to her earnest recounting, one couldn't help but find her both charming and somewhat naïve, as if she were not the formidable person she claimed to be, eliciting smiles from those around her. However, when the conversation turned to what followed, Qixun's expression soured, and her spirit seemed to dwindle. As for what came next, just when I had secured the accolades of the academicians, it was at that pinnacle of my life that I met my demise. I had to restart anew, reincarnating as our little son. Laughter bubbled forth from Lingyu, who felt no sorrow for her misfortune, unable to suppress her mirth. Qixun remained speechless. Indeed, the misfortunes of others can often illuminate the relative blessings of one's own life. Alas, I harbor no regrets. My parents were soldiers, and I too am a soldier. Our family of 3 has, in a sense, sacrificed for our country. The remaining relative is my uncle, who raised me. However, he has his own family and is a wealthy man, living a life free of worries, so I have little to cling to. With a prodigy like me in the family, although we currently face hardships, I am determined to ensure that you enjoy a life of luxury and abundance. Our family, united in love and respect among parents and siblings, is worth more than anything else. The past is behind us. We should focus on the future, should we not? Observing her proud demeanor, everyone felt amused. Gong Yimingxi experienced turmoil in her middle years, with her nation in ruins and her family shattered, leading a life of wandering in her remaining years. Otherwise, she would not have penned such grand phrases as born a hero, dies a ghostly champion. She held great respect for those who sacrificed for their country. Yet, as a parent, the utmost concern is whether their children live happily. The second son had an extraordinary previous life, while the third daughter met an untimely death in her early teens, best left unmentioned. However, Qixun managed to reach nearly 40 years of age, and aside from her parents and uncle, she seldom spoke of others. Gong Yumingxi could not help but inquire, "Have you not considered marriage?" Qixun sighed, wiping her face. "Mother, your daughter, not only have I not married, but I have never even been in a relationship. I have been too busy, with no time whatsoever." The crux of the matter is that even if she had time, her work environment offers no suitable companions. In her youth, she was too young to date her classmates, and her colleagues are predominantly married. She had not even experienced unrequited love. As she approached her 30s, still a single woman, her uncle despaired of her ever marrying and, in a fit of desperation, absurdly attempted to introduce her to younger men, which was simply ludicrous. She holds a military position. How could a dignified major general consider keeping a younger lover? This tumultuous episode nearly drove my aunt to the brink of exasperation, with even my young cousin rolling his eyes at his father for several days. Upon reporting this to her father, despite his deep concern for his daughter's marital prospects, he vehemently reprimanded her uncle. As for my previous life, wherein I lived into my 30s without marrying, my father, Gong Yu Hao, remained unfazed. Among celestial beings, such matters are trifling, as out of 1,000 immortals, 999 are single. Engaging in romantic entanglements carry significant risks. After all, Erlang Shen's mother occupies a prominent position in the heavenly court. Indulging in a mere romance could lead to being detained and convicted in a swift process. Both Gong Yumingxi and Ling Su Lingyu appeared somewhat astonished. Understanding their expressions, Qixun remarked, "In our era, which is a millennium after the Song dynasty, the royal family has long since vanished. The nation is governed by parties with elected leaders, where personal equality and gender equality are paramount. Women and men alike pursue education and careers. Education is compulsory, with all citizens required to undergo 9 years of obligatory schooling, resulting in virtually no illiteracy. After 9 years, individuals choose either to enter the workforce or continue their studies. Thus, many women, like myself, opt for careers over marriage. In every field, numerous women have ascended to the pinnacle of success. Thanks to advancements in technology, the populace enjoys a commendable quality of life. At least in the decade leading up to my demise, our nation had eradicated absolute poverty. No one perished from lack of clothing or sustenance. Frankly, for those among the common folk with a modicum of wealth, life was markedly more comfortable compared to the current aristocratic families, without even mentioning other factors. The absence of air conditioning alone signifies a significant disparity in living standards. Reflecting on the day when I felt as if I had been frozen to the bone, Qixun was engulfed in profound melancholy, devoid of any desire to continue the conversation. She felt no inclination to maintain the atmosphere and decided to save further introductions for another time. However, upon contemplating the hardships of her current existence, Qixun rallied her spirits, declaring, "In our household, we have a mother for literary pursuits, a second brother for martial endeavors, and a third sister for when illness strikes. We fear nothing." What she did not mention was that the task of scheming and cunning could also be entrusted to her third sister. When it comes to strategy, Chang Lingsu, the third sister, is a true mastermind, capable of outsmarting anyone in the world of martial arts narratives. She possesses an uncanny ability to foresee every move, manipulating all around her, even calculating her own demise and ensuring her enemies meet their end after her departure. Her meticulous mind is such that even the male protagonists tremble in her shadow. Gong Yumingxi inquired with a teasing smile, "Then what will you do?" Qixun replied with an expression that clearly conveyed, "Do you really need to ask, mother? After everything I've shared, do you not grasp my position? With my vast array of skills and the accumulated knowledge of humanity over millennia, I stand firmly upon the shoulders of giants. It is I who shall provide for our family." Well, Gong Yumingxi herself was a bit prideful. Though uncertain if her daughter was boasting, she was skilled in self-promotion just as much as Qixun. "All right then, from now on, I shall indulge in wine and cards, and in my leisure I will read, write, and paint, all while relying on my daughter to sustain us. Just wait and see." She would ensure that life would be more luxurious than that of the concubines in the palace. Qixun expressed that she felt no pressure at all and remarked, "That's all from me. Xiao Wu, it's your turn to speak." On this particular day, Ling Yu's emotions were tumultuous. Her mother was a talented woman, her second brother a celestial being, her third sister a skilled healer, and her fourth sister a prodigy. As for her, she found that reflecting on her past life no longer brought her sorrow. After being lightheartedly teased by her fourth sister, Ling Yu's previous melancholy dissipated, and she spoke of her past in the calmest of tones. She simply mentioned that in her previous life, she was known as Lin Daiyu, born into a noble family. yet orphaned at a tender age and raised by relatives. Ultimately, due to an ailment she was born with, she passed away in her early teens. The tribulations she endured throughout the 360 days of the year, harsh winds, frost, and relentless trials, remained unspoken. Qixun was astonished to discover that her twin sister was indeed Lin Daiyu. As for herself, she had lived her previous life in indulgence. Although her third sister, Lingsu, was an orphan, she had a beloved mentor and lived a modest yet untroubled life, passing away young but never having truly suffered. Her life was marked by a certain wildness, even though her death elicited deep sympathy from countless individuals. It was not for the hardship she faced, but for her profound emotions and character. In contrast, Lin Daiyu had wandered through life without support, truly evoking a sense of deep compassion. It is noteworthy that Qixun had encountered numerous literary works, yet only two female characters lingered in her memory, her sister and her twin. One was admired for her intelligence, with a sense of regret over her demise. The other represented a poignant tragedy of beauty and talent reduced to nothingness. Qixun pursed her lips and silently vowed to ensure that her sister would live a life more unrestrained than anyone else, soaring higher than all. Even though Lingyu did not articulate any suffering she endured, the mere circumstance of being reliant on others was enough to evoke deep sorrow. Furthermore, observing her demeanor when reminiscing about her past life revealed that she had not experienced happiness. Chapter 13. You Celestials truly know how to amuse yourselves. Gong Yumingshi gently caressed her youngest daughter's head. Although she had no children in her previous life, she had been a mother for over a decade to 5 children in this life. The heart of a parent aches profoundly upon learning of their child's misfortunes, especially when they depart so early, leaving no loved ones by their side at the time of death. That pain pierces to the very core. My child, now you need not fear, you have us. Gong Yumingshi embraced Lingyu tightly. These words brought tears to Lingyu's eyes. She had long yearned for parental affection, and now, in this life, she had finally received it. Perhaps heaven took pity on her suffering from her previous existence. The feeling of being cherished in her mother's arms was truly delightful. In any case, everyone was now aware of their past lives. As this topic arose, the mothers became animated, but unfortunately, those who could provide answers were not present, leaving them unable to inquire further. They were unaware of where their past selves had ventured, with no means to send a message. Naturally, possessing memories from 2 lifetimes was not something one would dare to mention in correspondence. Qixun then asked her brother, aside from collecting fruits, have you gathered anything else? Do you possess gold or silver? The great sage replied, why would a celestial collect gold and silver? Qixun rolled her eyes. During your journey to the west, you searched for wild fruits every day. Collecting some gold and silver would have been quite necessary, wouldn't it? You make a valid point. I find myself at a loss for words. Very well. You Celestials truly know how to amuse yourselves. The railways of our flower nation pale in comparison to the intricate schemes of your celestial realm. Seventh Seeker, intrigued, inquired, Great Sage, do you still possess the ability to transform 72 times and ride the somersault cloud? At this, not only Seventh Seeker, but also Ling Su and Ling Yu gazed at their elder brother with eager anticipation. Gong Yuhao scratched his head and replied, not at present. I have attempted it before, but the spiritual energy here is exceedingly thin. Moreover, one's magical prowess is not something that can be acquired effortlessly. It requires diligent cultivation and gradual accumulation. Is cultivation still possible? Does your current body possess the aptitude for it? Was it not said that one must have a spiritual root to cultivate? Gong Yuhao chuckled. I am indeed capable of cultivation. Although I have taken on a new body, my soul remains distinct from that of an ordinary mortal. However, due to the limitations of spiritual energy, I fear that I shall not achieve any remarkable accomplishments in the short term. While there is indeed a notion of possessing aptitude for cultivation, I cultivate both body and soul, which pertains to my very essence. Thus, my situation differs from that of the common folk. The world speaks of immortality, yet the pursuit of eternal life need not be forced. Consider you and me. Though we are mortals, we possess memories of our past lives. Who can say what we might remember in our next incarnation, if that were truly the case? Experiencing countless lifetimes would lead to a form of cultivation that bears a striking resemblance to immortality. The ultimate pursuit is, after all, a state of freedom and ease. Even deities ultimately seek nothing more than this tranquility. Such words were unexpected from the Monkey King, yet upon reflection, they seemed quintessentially his. Gong Yumingshi clapped his hands in laughter. What my son says is profoundly true. Seven Seeker was exceedingly curious about the matter of cultivation. Perhaps it was a habit formed in her past life. She was invariably filled with a desire to explore the unknown. Moreover, her curiosity about cultivation was not without its reasons. It is said that the human genome is remarkably perfect. However, the average human brain operates at merely 5% capacity, while exceptional individuals like Einstein only reach 10%. Furthermore, 80% of human genes remain dormant. Some speculate that the current environment fails to foster the full development of human genetics. There are theories suggesting that humanity may be an experimental subject placed on Earth by a superior life form, as evidenced by the traces of artificial manipulation in our genes. Others posit that humanity originally existed in an environment conducive to the complete activation of our genetic potential. But subsequent environmental changes necessitated a self-modification of the human body to adapt. If given the chance, Qixun would genuinely like to explore the practice of cultivation to see if her genes could indeed be awakened. Seeing her enthusiasm, Gong Yuhao agreed to teach her. However, he cautioned that the current scarcity of spiritual energy would likely yield minimal results, even with instruction. Ling Su playfully remarked that if Gong Yuhao's method proved ineffective, she could teach them martial arts instead. Qixun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can you teach lightness skills? She was indeed eager to learn. While the concept of cultivation was rather esoteric, martial arts were tangible and learnable. Mastering them would not only enhance physical fitness, but also bolster survival skills, providing a greater assurance of life. Lightness skills, in particular, were paramount in martial arts. Speed and running was especially vital. If she could master her brother's somersault cloud technique, what would airplanes and high-speed trains matter? The thought brought her immense joy. Nevertheless, with a lifetime ahead of her, there was no need to rush. As dusk approached, Gong Yumingshi asked Gong Yuhao to return the borrowed quilt to the Luo family. Having received a favor from others, there is little that can be repaid now. The seasonal fruits are not suitable for gifting, yet jujubes and persimmons can be offered. Gong Yuhai nimbly leaped off the Kong, clutching the quilt in one hand and tucking a plate under his arm as he exited the door. Ling Su and Ling Yu into the kitchen to serve the rice. Qixun, lacking outer garments, could only wrap herself in the quilt. Gong Yumingshi chuckled, promising, I shall make you a cloak tomorrow. Qixun nestled in the quilt for nearly the entire day, feeling a profound sense of boredom. Although she had lived here for over 8 years, the memories of her past life now colored her perception of this world, igniting a desire to explore many matters anew. She remarked, will it truly be finished by tomorrow? Being confined to the Kong all day is maddening. Gong Yumingshi rolled his eyes in response, especially you, who can hardly sit still. It will be done in a day. It does not require intricate embroidery, just a simple stitch will suffice. Once our family is prosperous, I shall craft beautiful garments for you. For now, we must make do. Qixun was indifferent to such matters. Being able to wear something was sufficient. Given her family's current situation, longing for more was futile. Dinner consisted of rice with vegetables, simply prepared with salt and lard, and though humble, it was quite fragrant. Fortunately, their family possessed a small vegetable garden, ensuring they would not go hungry. However, the variety was limited to a few options: white radishes, greens, and a bit of garlic and spinach. Qixun sighed, if only I could access my space, we could enjoy fresh vegetables throughout the winter. As it stands, only the white radishes and other vegetables can be stored in the cellar, and we shall have to rely on these two throughout the season. Chapter 14. Monkey Brother understood well. Gong Yumingshi chuckled. Isn't this how most common folk live? Even the wealthy often experience a similar existence. Only those with hot spring estates can enjoy a few more fresh greens during winter. At this point, Gong Yumingshi's demeanor turned serious. As for the extraordinary abilities you and your second brother possess, particularly regarding that storage space, let it remain our secret. Under no circumstances should it be mentioned in the presence of outsiders. Qixun smiled and replied, even without your mother's admonition. My second brother and I would never utter a word of it in front of strangers. She continued, in my previous life, even the poorest families had access to a variety of fresh vegetables in winter. There was an abundance of choices. Whatever one wished to eat was readily available. The family was taken aback. Surely, even in your time, those who lived in affluence did not experience such abundance? How could fresh vegetables be cultivated in winter to supply everyone? Shaking her head with a sigh, she added, thus, my father must succeed in his examinations this time. If he does not hold an official position, I will never be able to produce this glass. Gong Yuhao inquired, puzzled. What does your glass have to do with father being an official? Ling Yu, after a moment of contemplation, grasped the intricacies of the situation and explained to her ethereal second brother. Although fourth sister describes it as ordinary, glass was, even in my time, among noble families, a rarity, let alone now. If it could truly be produced, the profits would be immense. Without a powerful backing, who wouldn't covet it? To produce it could indeed be perilous. In this world, many have schemed and harmed others over mere silver. Gong Yumingxi and Ling Su nodded in agreement. Gong Yuhao furrowed his brow, pondering the complexity of the situation. He grasped the rationale, but found the sensation particularly disagreeable. While dining, he remarked, "The mortal general wields considerable power. Perhaps I should enlist in the military? Securing a title would alleviate all my worries." Gong Yumingxi could not bear the thought of her son risking his life in the army. Although he was reborn as a celestial being, he was, after all, a mortal now. She likely understood her son's rebellious spirit, fearing he might indeed join the military. She responded, "The empire is thriving and receiving congratulations from myriad states. There are hardly any battles to be fought now. Without conflict, how could one achieve merit? It is best for you to remain at home." This statement was, in truth, a ruse to dissuade her son. While there may not be significant wars within the country, skirmishes would certainly persist. The northern borders were far from stable. Gong Yuhao remained non-committal. In truth, he held little interest in becoming a general. However, as a mortal, he felt compelled to protect his family. It was impractical to confront threats individually. Possessing some measure of power was essential. Even celestial beings pursue authority, how much more so for mortals? During his time as a deity, he had suffered due to his lack of influence. Mortals had even less recourse. He reflected on the formidable figure of Erlang Jian, whose might stemmed from a noble lineage. Despite his mother being confined due to romantic entanglements, Erlang wielded significant military power, commanding the strategic Guanjing Pass. Unbound by orders, a true feudal lord in the mortal realm, possessing both authority and influence. He had even ascended as a revered deity in Taoism, worshipped by the masses. In his earlier confrontation with Erlang Shan, his defeat was primarily due to an inferiority in weaponry and magical artifacts. Without power and influence, where could one procure superior resources? If Erlang Shan were not endowed with power and influence, how could he possess such exquisite weapons? This illustrates the necessity of authority. It matters little to him personally. Yet if he occupies a high position, surely his parents and siblings could live comfortably. He shows no inclination to delve into tedious scholarly pursuits. And it is unlikely he would seek an official position through rigorous examinations. The intricate and convoluted ways of scholars are beyond his grasp. Conversely, those from the military are more straightforward. With his capabilities, he has no fear of stagnation in his career, though the Monkey King often appears confrontational. This persona is precisely what others expect of him. Deep down, he comprehends the subtleties of the situation. He simply chooses not to ponder over much. Regarding the matter of joining the military, even though Qixun was a soldier in her past life, she refrained from speaking on behalf of the second brother. Persuaded by Gong Yumingxi, although Gong Yuhao was determined to seek an opportunity within the military, he was not inclined to elaborate further. After dinner, as darkness enveloped the sky, there were no forms of entertainment, and having toiled throughout the day, they washed up and retired for the night. An early bedtime promised an early rise. The following day, as the rain ceased, the air was invigorating, and the impoverished family was in good spirits. Ling Su and Gong Yumingxi prepared breakfast, and after freshening up, they began to eat. The meager fare was hardly palatable. Qixun felt a strong desire to join them, yet lacking appropriate attire, she resigned herself to remain curled up on the Kong. Gong Yumingxi waved her hand. "If you wish to go, then do so, but be cautious. The rain from yesterday has left the mountains damp. Be careful not to get your clothes wet, lest you catch a chill. Although our family now has you, our little divine healer, falling ill would still be a burden. Wouldn't he it?" Although Monkey King believed that, given his constitution, falling ill was utterly impossible, he nonetheless acquiesced. After his departure, Gong Yumingxi took out the silk, cotton, and fabric purchased the day before to make garments. Qixun had never learned tailoring in her previous life, nor had she done so in this one. However, Ling Su and Ling Yu had both acquired decent skills in their past lives, so they busily assisted Gong Yumingxi. Reflecting on her family's current lack of silver, Qixun remembered the 2 chests of salvaged books at home. One of those chests contained the medical texts left by her grandfather. She turned to Gong Yumingxi and asked, "Mother, do we have any paper and ink? If not, I could copy a few of grandfather's medical books to sell to the medical hall." The ancients placed immense value on craftsmanship, as it represented their means of sustenance and the legacy upon which their families relied. Such knowledge was not easily shared with outsiders. Thus, these books held considerable worth. Yet, Qixun lacked this understanding. The disconnection in many traditional crafts stems from this possessive attitude towards knowledge. In the case of medicine, which is a vital tradition for healing, its broad dissemination is indeed beneficial. Moreover, the requirements for innate talent in traditional Chinese medicine are exceedingly high. Possessing medical texts alone does not guarantee proficiency. In her previous life, everyone endured 9 years of rigorous study, yet not all succeeded in attaining prestigious qualifications. Otherwise, why would so many lament? You are merely a shadow of excellence? Each word drips with sorrow and indignation. Chapter 15. Money-making plan prompted by her suggestion, Gong Yumingshi turned to Ling Su. For it was she who would inherit the medical skills of the Gong family. Although she had learned some basics from her father, her understanding remained superficial. It is indeed Ling Su. Although she has been imparted with the profound medical arts by a renowned physician, it is implausible for her to practice medicine externally. Alas, such is the nature of society. The societal standing of ordinary practitioners is quite low, especially for female physicians. Of course, exceptions exist for those whose skills are extraordinary. Qixun sighed, reflecting on the significance of medicine for the populace. Yet, there exists no dedicated institution to openly impart such knowledge. Relying solely on familial teachings is undeniably limiting. In my previous life, there were specialized medical academies. Cultivating a proficient doctor is exceedingly challenging. If opportunity permits in the future, dear sister, you could take on students and teach the art of healing. Ling Su was taken aback. In your realm, are there institutions specifically dedicated to the study of medicine? Indeed, Qixun replied. Upon graduating from high school, anyone wishing to enter medical university may do so. Once admitted, they can pursue their studies. In our land, the government has established dedicated hospitals, which serve the public with medical care. Medical universities typically have affiliated hospitals to facilitate teaching and provide practical experience for students. The government covers a significant portion of the medical expenses for the populace, up to 90% at times. Upon hearing this, the trio of mother and daughters felt immense envy. Qixun chuckled. Perhaps in our next life, we might reincarnate together, coincidentally finding ourselves in the world of my previous existence. Gong Yumingshi smiled wistfully. If that were the case, it would indeed be delightful. Ling Yu jested. If we are to speak thus, would it not be even better to be reborn in the divine realm of our second brother? Qixun mused. Wasn't your previous incarnation itself that of a celestial being? She expressed her disagreement with Ling Yu's jest, though being a deity is splendid. Who does not harbor dreams of immortality? Yet, the celestial realm is not without its challenges. Why has the celestial realm deteriorated? Gong Yumingshi found her daughter's words intriguing. Qixun stated solemnly, after hearing about the treatment that second brother receives, you must realize that the celestial realm is indeed the place where social stratification is most rigid. Once individuals are categorized into classes, what follows is inequity. Inequity inevitably leads to oppression. Ling Yu curiously inquired. Was there no class inequity and oppression in the world of Fourth Sister's past life? Gong Yumingshi, having a different background and experiences that far surpass those of Ling Su and Ling Yu, reflected on her previous life, which was marked by intense political strife. Both her husband's family and her own were ensnared in the whirlpool of political contention. Even her seemingly idyllic marriage was ultimately a product of political maneuvering, which tragically ended due to the very same strife. Her acute political sensitivity prompted her to frown at this conversation, and she admonished Qixun. It is one thing to speak of this at home, but you must not utter a word of it outside. Qixun had once lived in a world filled with beauty, yet her thoughts, when placed against the backdrop of the current celestial mandate, were perilously naive. Ling Su and Ling Yu were somewhat bewildered by their mother's sudden sternness, yet Qixun comprehended her mother's intent and nodded slowly, affirming, I understand. Gong Yumingshi gently stroked her head and sighed. It is good that you understand. This child had lived in a world so splendid that she and Ling Su and Ling Yu would scarcely have dreamed of such a life. Previously, she had not pondered deeply, but now, the thought inevitably brings concern for my fourth daughter. In this current world, will she be able to endure? Once a person has savored the essence of freedom, they can never again tolerate the confines of imprisonment. If Qixun were aware of her mother's concerns on her behalf, she would likely reassure her that there is no need for worry. Although she harbors disdain for this world, the realm she inhabited in her past life was far from perfect as well. Is there not a saying that goes, if you have come, then find peace in it? Moreover, Having been a daughter to her parents for 8 years, a sister to her siblings for the same duration, and an elder sister to Xiao Wu for 8 years, she finds it difficult to let go. If the world is flawed, then one ought to strive to improve it. Little by little, did not her ancestors labor through generations to forge the beautiful lives that followed? When Gong Yumingshi finally produced the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone along with the medical texts, she inquired of Qixun, "How is your calligraphy? These writing implements were treasures preserved by your father. Otherwise, they would not have endured. Do not waste them." In her previous life, Qixun had indeed practiced calligraphy, yet she could not compare to her mother and Ling Yu, who were true literary talents. However, while the three of them busied themselves with sewing garments, Qixun remained idle. Her own handwriting had been honed through diligent effort. Although she had learned simplified characters in her past life, she had dedicated several years to her studies in this life and felt confident in her ability to recognize contemporary characters. Ling Su assisted in selecting the medical texts, and Qixun diligently copied them. Gong Yumingshi observed her work and nodded approvingly. "Your writing is quite acceptable. Practice more in the future." Qixun replied, "In my past life, aside from those who studied calligraphy, no one used brush writing. In school, we utilized pencils, fountain pens, and ballpoint pens. And once we entered the workforce, there were seldom occasions that required writing. Normally, we relied on computers and mobile phones." "Oh, do not ask me what computers or mobile phones are. In my space, I have a computer which I shall present to you all in due time. However, my mother is indeed correct. One must practice their writing. My siblings and I have grown accustomed to her occasionally introducing new terms. As we engaged in casual conversation, each attending to our own tasks, a sense of worry arose. How on earth are we to earn this silver?" Qixun patted the medical book and suggested, "Let us sell the books at the medical hall. Such precious texts, anyone passionate about medicine would be reluctant to part with their silver. Even if one does not study them, they can be passed down through generations. Worry not about earning silver. I have my methods. To begin with, I can create a few recipes for brewing wine, snacks, and dishes that can be exchanged for silver. The matter of silver shall not pose a problem." Ling Su, who was listening to Qixun's casual banter while deftly stitching, chimed in with a smile. "Little Sun has reminded me. I could also write a few prescriptions for medicinal concoctions in exchange for silver. I indeed have some recipes for medicinal dishes." It was not surprising that Ling Su possessed medicinal recipes, but Gong Yumingshi was taken aback and asked, "Little Sun, you can brew wine as well?" The terms she mentioned were somewhat obscure to all, yet they understood that she possessed vast knowledge. By the time noon arrived, Qixun's garments were completed. She hurriedly donned them, and indeed, the ancient craftsmanship was remarkably comfortable. Chapter 16. My beloved monkey brother. The sisters pondered this as well. After lunch, Qixun resumed her transcription of books while her mother and the others continued their sewing. Ling Su, however, was contemplating making Qixun a pair of shoes suitable for going out, for the pair she owned was a dilapidated relic. Remnants of her mother's shoes from her unmarried days, hardly fit for stepping outside. Regrettably, the soles are absent. I must first prepare the shoe soles with fresh paste and let them dry before affixing them. By the time the sun sets, the ground outside, having been bathed in sunlight throughout the day, has already dried considerably. In another day's time, I shall be ready to venture out. Within the single day, Qixun has managed to transcribe a medical text, while the three of us have crafted 2 cotton garments. The reed grass is abundant in this rural area, found in fields, along riverbanks, and in every corner. However, this material serves as a premium raw resource for papermaking. For a scientist with a background in the natural sciences, the art of papermaking is not particularly daunting. Of course, it is unrealistic to expect to produce fine paper in a single attempt. The craft requires meticulous exploration and experimentation. Indeed, the urgency of producing paper is pressing. I have grown weary of the embarrassment of inadequate supplies in the restroom. The utilization of bamboo slips, stone fragments, or leaves is something only those in need can truly comprehend. If I can produce grass paper, it would at least grant me some semblance of restroom freedom. In truth, much like Li Qing Zhao and Lin Daiyu, who indulged in the refined practice of creating correspondence, this is quite different from the serious craft of papermaking. Unlike later eras, ancient techniques of papermaking were closely guarded secrets known only to established paper mills, rendering them inaccessible to the average person. Thus, when I spoke of it so casually, the three of us were taken aback. "You can even make paper?" Qixun nodded. "In my previous life, the foundational processes of these crafts were largely public knowledge. Not only do I understand the common methods of papermaking, but I am also familiar with the techniques from the southern and northern regions. However, while the craft of Qian paper is demanding not only in technique but also in material quality, we cannot expect to achieve that now. Yet, producing high-quality mulberry bark paper, reed paper, and bamboo paper is quite feasible. As long as we comprehend the processes involved, we can gradually refine our methods to achieve superior paper quality. It is merely grass paper, which can be produced at this very moment. Let's prepare some for use during changing. Alas, changing is truly a daunting task. Qixun sighed, while the other three women rolled their eyes, remarking that it was merely a change of clothes, so why the fuss? Qixun continued to lament. After the fire at our home, we have lost all our grass paper. In my previous life, the toilet paper was softer than silk. And it was not just about the tactile experience. Hygiene standards must also be met. Speaking of which, sanitary paper must be produced. This way, when mother has her monthly cycle, it will not be such a hassle. Gong Yimingxi's face flushed, and she shot her a glare. The three women exchanged glances, wondering if such matters were truly being taught. Qixun nodded. It is perfectly normal. Sister San, as a medical student, you ought to learn these things. For those from future generations, such knowledge is basic physiological understanding, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. As they chatted, Gong Yuhao pushed open the wooden door and entered the courtyard. The four women could not help but smile at his appearance. He bore a long stick across his shoulder, one end teeming with at least 20 chickens, and the other with over 20 rabbits, some gray and some white. This was no hunting expedition. It resembled an invasion of village spirits. Qixun called out joyfully, "Second brother, you are no longer my great sage brother. You are now the absolute conqueror." At this rate, if he continued his hunting methods, the mountain's wild chickens and rabbits would soon become extinct. Ling Su, who was concerned for her brother, hurried down from the bed to assist him. Qixun and Ling Yu followed suit, one observing the catch while the other fetched water for Gong Yu how to clean up. Gong Yimingxi cast him a glance and remarked, "No matter how skilled you are, mother has not witnessed it. Wolves and tigers are not easily encountered. Henceforth, you are forbidden from venturing into the deep mountains. As for these chickens and rabbits." After a moment's contemplation, Gong Yimingxi continued, "It is customary to present some to our elders, yet given our family's current circumstances, they would likely refuse to accept them. You may deliver a chicken and a rabbit to the Zhua family next door. Our household has often feasted on their game. Let us each keep 2 for ourselves to bolster our health, and the remainder can be sold in town tomorrow. A little over 1 tael of silver should suffice to purchase more than 200 jin of coarse rice, enough to sustain their family of 5 for a month or 2. Gong Yimingxi was in high spirits. Qixun, standing nearby, poked at the rabbit with her finger and suggested, "Shall we prepare a chicken soup tonight? We could use the broth to make hand-pulled noodles, couldn't we? Alas, if only we had some chili peppers. Otherwise, we could chop some scallions, crush some garlic, sprinkle a bit of sesame, and drizzle some spicy oil over the chicken noodle soup. I can only imagine how fragrant it would be." Qixun sighed in disappointment, her mouth watering at the thought. Chapter 17, Daily Hardtake for Brother Monkey Enough. I mustn't dwell on it. What about bean sprouts? Her mother found herself exasperated by the occasional incomprehensible words spilling from Qixun's lips. Yellow soybeans can be soaked in cool boiled water and will sprout in about 3 to 5 days, suitable for stir-frying, blanching, or soup making. They can be considered a winter vegetable. Red beans and green beans can also be used. Yellow soybeans are inexpensive and difficult to digest, thus rarely consumed. Yet for the rural folk, they are cultivated in fields and serve as a staple food. Exchanging for wild chickens would surely delight the villagers. Qixun suddenly recalled that she had yet to encounter tofu in this place. It was uncertain whether tofu existed here. In her previous life, tofu had been produced since the Han Dynasty. Rich in nutrients, if one could not afford meat, could they not afford beans? Mother, do you know if there is tofu available nowadays? As the alias of Li Qinxiao, the tofu expert Gong Yimingxi was indeed aware. Yet she had not seen it in the current Daxia dynasty. Upon seeing her shake her head, Qixun remarked, "Producing tofu could indeed be a lucrative business. Apart from farming, our clan members either work short-term jobs or have no other sources of income. If we could teach them to make tofu for sale, it would provide a means of livelihood." Gong Yimingxi looked at her. "Have you learned this too? Nowadays, most salt is mined and ready-made brine is available. If not, gypsum water will suffice, which is readily sold in pharmacies." Qixun confirmed that she indeed had acquired this skill. Well, she had learned quite a bit. Given that her scientific spirit had nowhere to settle, it was only fitting to channel her time into improving their lives. Gong Yuho inquired with curiosity, What are you digging for? To create a fermentation pool and produce some straw paper. That was fine. Gong Yuho merely asked out of curiosity, as it was just a matter of digging a pit. When Ling Yu brought water, Gong Yuho washed his hands and face, pondering that Qixun mentioned needing to steam chicken soup later. He intended to kill the chicken, but Ling Su intervened. Second brother, quickly take off your clothes and lie down on the Kong. I will handle the chicken. Xiao Wu, I am boiling water in the pot, and the firewood is well stocked. Keep an eye on the fire and warm second brother's clothes. Qixun hurriedly added, Sister Lin, go ahead and play. I will tend to the fire. Certainly. The cherished Lin Mei must be indulged. Qixun remarked that it would be one thing to be unaware, but to know she is Lin Mei and still send her to stoke the fire is rather amusing. Can one truly envision Lin Mei leaning gracefully against a beauty while wielding a delicate fan or holding a hoe to tend to flowers? Yet, can one imagine her as a mere firewood girl? Nevertheless, the Monkey King had no desire to recline lazily on the Kong. He shed his outer garment and made his way to the kitchen to sit by the stove to dry his clothes. The chicken must wait until the water reaches a boil. Ling Su first went to prepare the chicken by bleeding it, and then gathered a handful of spinach along with several scallions and garlic to wash by the well. With nothing else to occupy her time, Qixun followed her idol to the kitchen to tend to the fire. Brother Desheng, is it enjoyable in the mountains? Could you take me along next time? Qixun asked with a faint smile. Aren't we all brothers? The titles we use depend on the context. He replied with a scoff. By the way, second brother, how do you manage to hunt so many wild chickens and rabbits? By breaking their legs and so forth. Qixun shivered at the thought. Uncle Lu is indeed the uncle from the Zhou family, his full name being Zhou Guanglu. Second brother, can you truly hunt tigers now? Qixun pondered, realizing that her second brother was no longer the same Monkey King of yore. He was now merely a mortal. He had mentioned that cultivation requires time to accumulate, and confronting fierce beasts unarmed is undoubtedly perilous. If you possess the skill and can execute it well, you should craft a weapon for Uncle Lu. I have no need for one. A simple iron rod will suffice. Indeed. Tomorrow I shall inquire at the blacksmiths in the county about the cost of an iron rod. Once I have the silver, I shall commission one. How pitiful it is that second brother's weapon in his past life was but a mere staff. Indeed, the golden cudgel is formidable. Yet does the Monkey King truly yearn to wield it as a weapon? Not at all. The essence of the golden cudgel lies in its superior material quality. No one has crafted it into a genuine celestial artifact for him. My heart aches for the Monkey King for a fleeting moment. Observing the freshly slain chicken, she soon reflects that roasted chicken possesses a certain allure. When time permits, she intends to construct a roasting pit outside the kitchen. To be candid, as a former culinary enthusiast, she is well versed in various Chinese recipes, though her practical attempts often yield lamentable results. However, when it comes to Western pastries, she undoubtedly reaches the level of a skilled pastry chef. The intricacies of Chinese cuisine are deeply soulful, whereas the precision required in Western baking is abundantly clear. Having spent many years in the laboratory, she finds herself more adept at creating pastries than conducting experiments. Whenever she has the opportunity, she delights in baking bread and cakes for her mother and siblings, certain that they will relish her creations. Chapter 18. Little cotton-padded jacket and military overcoat contemplating Western pastries. She soon recalls a query. Second brother, with all the chickens you've captured, have you not procured any eggs? There are some, but I have nowhere to store them. They are all in Uncle Lu's backpack. He promised to share half with me. With no hope of acquiring milk, the best options for protein supplementation are eggs and tofu. Her family had once raised a few chickens, but during her father's time in the imperial examination, they were all slaughtered for entertaining guests. Now, with the family in dire straits, there remains much to accomplish in order to improve their living conditions. While their food issues are resolved, their living arrangements, though modest, at least provide shelter from the elements. The immediate priority is to ensure warmth in their attire, and thus Qixun sets her sights on the rabbits. The villagers cultivate the land for warmth, and to save a little money, most families must rely on short-term labor. The crux of the matter lies in the finances. Gong Yuhai expressed no objections. Ling Su skillfully prepared a chicken for soup and promptly ushered the two out of the kitchen. Possessing remarkable expertise in mechanical manufacturing and a penchant for collecting, she had amassed a comprehensive collection of ancient mechanical schematics, ranging from civilian to military applications. The blueprints were etched in her mind. Consequently, whether it was bows and arrows or spinning and weaving tools for her, it was merely a matter of putting her hands to work. Regrettably, she lacked woodworking tools at home, and she found herself nostalgically yearning for her own space. Noticing her scribbling and sketching, Ling Yu curiously approached. "Fourth sister, what are you drawing?" "A spinning wheel." "Didn't T's second brother catch a multitude of rabbits?" "I wish to raise rabbits, then spin their fur into yarn for knitting sweaters and trousers. When the weather turns colder, I can wear them beneath my cotton coat." Ensuring warmth without sacrificing mobility. While rolling out noodles and seated on the Kong, Gong Yimingxi chuckled softly. "Child, your thoughts are always so spontaneous." Qixun responded with a grin. "Mother, it's not that I think more than my sisters. The key lies in my decisiveness. Although third sister and the youngest are both capable and well-behaved, being your cherished little treasures, I am different. I am like a military coat. Though not form-fitting or particularly attractive, I am undeniably practical." "What on earth is a military coat?" Gong Yimingxi shot her a playful glare, dismissing the need for further explanation. After all, this mischievous child, having regained memories from her past life, was even more prone to whimsical thoughts. Well, let her indulge in whatever she desires. As Qixun continued to sketch, she inquired of Gong Yimingxi, "Mother, is there a carpenter in our village?" "Indeed. One branch of the clan has a family of carpenters, a father and son both skilled in their craft. Are you considering commissioning them to construct your spinning wheel?" Gong Yimingxi declined, stating, "That would not do. Their tools are their means of livelihood. One cannot so easily lend them out. Moreover, as a young lady, even if they were willing, it would not be prudent." This posed a dilemma. She had numerous items she wished to create, and the carpentry tools would be essential for her ongoing projects. It would be best to procure them herself. Alas, at present, funds were lacking. Thus, the crux of the matter remained financial. After inquiring about the carpenter's family, she soon resolved to ask them tomorrow about the approximate cost of a complete set of tools. Once she had saved enough money, she would proceed with the purchase. Additionally, some components would require ironwork, necessitating a visit to the blacksmith to place a custom order. She planned to first sketch the design of the spinning wheel, followed by the component drawings. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows in the room, Gong Yimingxi instructed her to put away her paper and pens, suggesting they continue their work in the daylight. The dim light was insufficient for reading or drawing, which could strain the eyes. Just then, Granny Zhuo arrived with a generous half-basket of eggs, much to Qixun's delight. As her son received praise, Gong Yimingxi felt a swell of pride. Though she feigned modesty, he knows little. It is merely the kindness of Brother Lu. Surely it is our Xiao heir who has benefited from Uncle Lu's generosity. Granny Zhuo chuckled. "Do not be so polite with me. Were it not for Xiao heir, how could we have acquired such a bounty today?" De Lang mentioned selling them in the county tomorrow. They should fetch at least a couple of taels. Conveniently, his father's medicine has run out. And I was previously worried about the expense, but now the concern is alleviated. In the days when my grandfather was still alive, it was he who assisted in the health management of the left family's elder, often foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains, thus incurring little expense. However, in the years following his passing, the financial burden of seeking medical advice and remedies for the left patriarch has been considerable. Seven thoughts then recalled the medical skills of her third sister. Although their grandfather was a retired physician, it seemed that her sister's medical expertise might surpass his. Gong Yimingxi nodded in agreement, suggesting that Ling Su should attend to her grandfather's ailments. Seeing the left matriarch's surprise, Gong Yimingxi smiled and clarified. "The third girl has been learning medicine from her maternal grandfather since childhood. He has privately remarked on her exceptional talent in the field. Though she was once too young and being a girl made it inconvenient for her to practice openly, she has now reached a level of proficiency. Her skills in medicine are certainly on par with those of her grandfather. Previously, I was hesitant to let her treat others, but given the circumstances of your grandfather's health, it seems time for a reassessment. After all, he is not a stranger. Ling Su has grown up under his watchful eye, so it is no small matter for her to care for him." The left matriarch, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. If Gong Yimingxi attested that Ling Su's medical abilities were comparable to that of her grandfather, then they must indeed be commendable. She promptly expressed her gratitude. "We must thank Ling Su for this. Since the onset of autumn, my husband has shown no signs of improvement. Despite adhering to the previous prescriptions, his condition has only worsened. Darling even suggested that we save more money to take him to the county town for further treatment." Seven thoughts went to summon Ling Su, who readily agreed to the task. Chapter 19. A visit to the elderly gentleman. Ling Su fetched paper and ink to write a prescription. Upon reviewing the previous prescription, she identified certain discrepancies that did not align with his current ailment, which explained the lack of improvement. If the prescription were not adjusted promptly, It would indeed lead to further complications. Upon hearing this, Gong Yumingshi was taken aback. Is there a risk? Can he be cured? The elder of the Zhou family was already 50 years old. If he could live another decade or so, he would be nearing 70. Traditionally, reaching the age of 70 has been regarded as rare, and to put it bluntly, passing away in one's 70s could be seen as a fortunate departure in this era. Gong Yumingshi felt reassured. Then it shall be so. If this situation continues, Uncle Lu will be hindered, making it difficult for him to establish a family. Hunting is a perilous occupation, inherently making it challenging to find a spouse. Given their current circumstances, Uncle Lu might truly remain unmarried. In fact, Uncle Lu is tall and handsome, with well-defined features, resembling a fine young man. Under normal circumstances, had his family been more prosperous, he would not be in his 20s still single. The matriarch of the Zhou family was deeply troubled over his marital prospects, nearly turning gray with worry. The use of more expensive medicinal materials could expedite his recovery, but alas, the conditions did not permit it. By the time the chicken soup was ready, nearly an hour had passed, and darkness had fully descended. They lit a lamp, prepared noodles, and shared a meal together. After boiling water for washing up, they extinguished the light and retired for the night. The following day dawned bright and clear, as her second brother was to accompany Uncle Lu to the county town. Ling Su, concerned that he might go hungry on the journey, prepared scallion pancakes with eggs and boiled a few more eggs for him to take along. Gong Yumingshi, feeling uneasy, remarked, "You cannot go alone. Shall I have your second brother accompany you?" "No need. I can manage on my own. I shall not venture deep into the mountains. A mere periphery exploration suffices, for the common medicinal herbs are not difficult to find." Gong Yumingshi reflected on her past life as a skilled martial artist. In recent years, she had practiced the 5 animal frolics under her grandfather's guidance and felt no fear of encountering ferocious beasts in the wilderness. She cautioned her to exercise caution and insisted she take along a few boiled eggs before finally permitting her to depart. As Ling Su set forth with her herbal hoe and sickle, carrying her medicinal basket, Gong Yumingshi and her daughter, Ling Yu, resumed their work on cotton garments. While Qixun meticulously completed the spinning wheel illustration she had begun the day prior, by the time she had drawn all the component sketches, midday had arrived, signaling it was time to prepare lunch. Noticing that her mother and Lin Mei were occupied, Qixun took it upon herself to prepare the meal. In but a short while, a delightful chicken soup with spinach dumplings was ready. She ladled the dish into bowls, garnished it with a sprinkle of green garlic, and served it on a wooden tray, inviting her mother and sister to partake in the midday repast. A single chicken could fetch around 31, sufficient to exchange for 6 or 7 pounds of yellow beans. Gong Yumingshi waved her off with a gesture. The path was still damp, yet her tattered shoes were of little concern. She chose not to visit others, instead heading to her great-uncle's home. Along with the chicken, she brought along approximately 2 pounds of fresh red dates and persimmons that her second brother had gathered, taking the opportunity to check on her great-uncle. Her great-uncle, now in his 70s, remained relatively robust, though the recent inclement weather had aggravated his chronic leg ailment, rendering him bedridden for the past few days. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, "It seems I have stirred the concern of the younger generation. Your mother is the most filial of them all. Very well, I shall not indulge too much. Given the difficulties your family faces, do not trouble yourselves over this old man. Focus instead on living well yourselves." His words startled the elderly gentleman. "I would not dare. For while I may manage with wild chickens and hares, I would not approach the fierce beasts and monstrous creatures. Tell him not to dwell on me. My health is quite robust." Qixun did not offer any rebuttal, merely stating, "My mother says that third sister's medical skills are indeed a true inheritance from our grandfather, and she has now achieved considerable proficiency. She is ready to practice. Today, she has gone into the mountains to assist old Master Zhuo in gathering herbs, and tomorrow, she will come to examine you." Qixun smiled and added, "I haven't received any news yet, but once I do, I shall inform you." After spending some time conversing with the elderly gentleman, Qixun finally took her leave. Aunt Guo presented her with a generous bag of freshly prepared yellow soybeans. Qixun lifted it and estimated there to be nearly 10 pounds, along with a pound or so of green beans. She quickly remarked, "Aunt, this is far too much." Aunt Guo, a straightforward and warm-hearted woman, chuckled, "If left at home, they will merely gather dust. Please take them. They are not worth much. Even an extra 3 or 4 pounds amounts to just a few coins." Nevertheless, Qixun did not hesitate, considering that she could prepare tofu and sprout beans, which she could then bring back to share. She had no intention of selling them. as 1 pound of soybeans could produce 3 pounds of tofu. And surely her household could not consume such a quantity. Moreover, her family could not feasibly engage in the tofu business, as it is labor-intensive and they lack the manpower. However, her uncle's family has 3 sons. The eldest cousin manages accounts in town and does not need to worry, while the second and third cousins can only find short-term work in town, which is arduous and yields little profit. Perhaps entrusting the tofu business to the 2 younger cousins would be beneficial. If her paternal grandfather's family receives such advantages, then her paternal uncle's family cannot be overlooked. Both sides are blood relatives, and fairness must be maintained for the sake of enduring kinship. However, the 5th uncle of my great-uncle works as a teacher in the county town, and at home, there are only 2 elderly people taking care of their grandson. They must consider their means of earning a living. As I was walking out, I inquired of my aunt, "Why haven't I seen Ling Zhou and the others?" In the study of the backyard, they are all engrossed in their books. The 2 younger ones have accompanied the grandson of your second grandfather to tend the cattle. For children from farming families, as long as they can venture outside, they can assist with household chores. While herding the cattle, they can also gather fodder for the pigs. Inqua chuckled. It's not like they're out visiting relatives who would wear good shoes at home. What is there to be afraid of getting dirty? She then noticed the shoes on Qixun's feet were already worn out and quickly remarked, "These shoes are no longer wearable. I suppose you don't have any spare shoe soles at home. Fortunately, I have some ready-made soles. I shall fetch a couple for you so that your mother can make you new shoes." She could indeed use the soles prepared for her younger cousin of a similar age. Next spring, Ling Zhou plans to take the examination, and her father believes she has a great chance of becoming a student scholar. Little Ba and Little Jiao each led a cow, while Little Shi sat atop one. They appeared quite leisurely. Upon seeing Qixun, Little Jiao called out, "Sister Qixun, where are you coming from? Why haven't you visited my house these past few days?" Little Shi on the cow's back chimed in, "My grandfather has asked me to tend the cattle. I will come to play with you when I have some free time." "Oh, what a busy little fellow." Qixun watched as they sat atop the cattle, feeling a pang of envy. She was skilled in riding, but had never ridden a cow. She couldn't fathom the experience of a young shepherd, which was regrettable, as her family did not own any cattle. Seeing her with a face full of envy, the young shepherd, Xiao Shi, felt quite pleased with himself. "Sister Xiaosun, do you wish to ride a cow as well? Then come with me tomorrow to herd the cattle." While speaking, he rummaged through his cloth pouch and produced several shriveled wild fruits, calling out to Qixun, "Sister Xiaosun, these are the fruits we found at the foot of the mountain. Please have some." The little fellow was rather generous. "That's fine," laughed Uncle Zhua. "No need to make one from scratch. We have some at home." He then called for Grandma to fetch a rope, allowing Qixun to take it freely. In truth, if she had the tools, she could craft it herself. After all, it was simply a matter of nailing a few planks together, a swift task indeed. The carpenter's family also bore the surname Yin, and he was named Yin Yongwei. Although he was 5 generations removed, they were still related. And the blood ties were not distant. He was a generation older than Qixun, being in his 40s. And she would refer to him as Uncle Huidang. He and his eldest son had gone out to work, while the younger son, Yin Lingfeng, remained at home. Qixun intended to inquire about the cost of a set of woodworking tools, so she said, "Brother Lingfeng, I will assist you. I have no silver with me now, but I shall bring it to you tomorrow. How much would these basket boards cost to make?" The recent fire that had devastated her family was now common knowledge throughout the village. Yin Lingfeng chuckled. "It won't cost much at all. Using scrap wood is sufficient. And there is no need for silver. Just take it and use it." Furthermore, he hadn't yet completed his apprenticeship, so it wasn't appropriate to charge for carpentry work. Additionally, it had been said that each family in the clan would contribute 2 jin of grain to Qixun's family, but they had not accepted it. He considered these few wooden boards as compensation for the grain that was supposed to be contributed. The clansmen were naturally inclined to support one another. After Uncle Yongwu's success in the imperial examination, the unseen benefits for the clan had multiplied. If young Master Yongwu can successfully achieve the title of Jinshi in the upcoming spring, not only will the Yin family stand tall in the town, but they will also hold their heads high in the county and city thereafter. If he were to collect money from Xiao Sun for all the baskets, what sort of person would he become? Yin Lingfeng selected suitable timber and began his work. Qixun assisted him in drawing the ink lines, simultaneously inquiring, "Brother Lingfeng, how much silver is required for a complete set of carpentry tools? Where can one acquire them?" "It would cost quite a bit, perhaps around 7 or 8 taels of silver. The tools sold in the town are subpar. For quality ones, we must venture to the county," he replied. "Why do you ask? Are you, little girl, Interested in learning carpentry? Yin Lingfeng teased her. I'm just curious, she replied, unable to confess that she was quite adept at woodworking herself. In her space, she possessed a complete set of electric tools. However, their household currently had only around 20 copper coins, leaving her uncertain if it would be enough to cover the cost of materials and labor. Yin Lingfeng was reluctant to accept any payment, but after much insistence, he finally acquiesced. Her shoes had worn out, and while they were unsightly, they were especially inconvenient for walking. Gong Yamingxi remarked, with the shoe soles sent by your aunt, I can have them ready for you by tomorrow morning. Given the cold weather, I will make you a pair of cotton shoes, one thin pair and one thicker. Would that be acceptable? That would be splendid. Qixun then turned to Ling Yu, saying, Anne has sent me the shoe soles, and I thought of making a pencil case for brother Ling Zhou. However, upon reflection, a fabric pencil case would be more convenient to carry. Xiao Wu, your embroidery skills are exceptional. Could you assist me in embroidering one when you have the time? Of course, it's just a pencil case, Ling Yu replied without hesitation. The family had scraps of fabric, but lacked colorful silk thread. Yet, a promise made must be fulfilled. All right then, but purchasing silk thread will also require silver. Ah, silver. What a sorrowful subject indeed. Chapter 21. Making tofu. However, my second brother's space lacks silver. And the silver in the seventh brother's realm cannot be extracted. Silver will not simply descend from the heavens. Thus, the pursuit of wealth remains a pressing matter. Thankfully, we currently have enough grain to eat, and although our clothing is modest, it suffices to endure the winter. One must learn to be content. Even after enduring a devastating fire, our circumstances are still far superior to those of the majority of our kin, who are impoverished. To speak of our current situation, the 3 surviving rooms in our home, though earthen, are relatively spacious. While they cannot compare to the few brick and tile houses within the clan, they are certainly an improvement over the typical dwellings of common folk. My maternal grandfather, during the construction of the house, opted for simplicity and built an earthen abode. Nevertheless, he prioritized the quality of living. The rooms are spacious, and the earth blocks were made using glutinous rice paste, proving to be nearly as sturdy as bricks. Moreover, the heated Kong in our home is a rarity, found only in my great-uncle's household. As for our sustenance, my second brother is now able to hunt, ensuring that we can occasionally enjoy meat. We have also procured some grain, allowing us to maintain 3 meals a day, a luxury that many families in our clan still find difficult to achieve, often managing only 2. Furthermore, regarding clothing, 90% of the families in our clan cannot afford silk and cotton, resorting instead to straw and cotton fluff, making winter a true ordeal. The past years have been somewhat better, yet in years prior, how many elderly souls perished from the cold? The empire may flourish, but that does not equate to the prosperity of its citizens. As long as one is not faced with starvation, it is considered a good life. With a sigh, Seven Seek went to the vegetable garden to pluck a few leaves of white mustard greens, which she then washed by the well to feed the rabbits. She kept 1 male and 1 female rabbit, specifically choosing white ones. Rabbits reproduce swiftly. Had it not been for her urgent need for money, she would have been reluctant to part with the ones her second brother caught yesterday, as keeping them for their fur would have been far more beneficial. However, those with unappealing fur colors could be sold without a second thought. In the future, when raising rabbits, she intended to select only pure-colored ones, white, black, and gray, eschewing those with mixed colors entirely. Upon seeing her second brother enter the courtyard, Qixun approached him eagerly. Brother, have you purchased the gauze I requested? It is essential for suspending soy milk, pressing tofu, and preparing thousand-layer bean curd. Gong Yuhao responded with a smile. Indeed, I have acquired it. In addition to rice and flour, I procured some fine linen and silk. And I bought 30 pounds of silk cotton to craft 4 6-pound quilts for you and mother to use during the winter. The remaining 6 pounds will be fashioned into cotton clothing for you, ensuring you won't have to worry about replacements in the future. I also acquired quilt covers and lining. Monkey brother, ever attentive, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Where did you find the money for all this? The sale of wild chickens and rabbits surely cannot suffice for such a bounty. Ah, it is not from the sale of wild game, he replied. I rescued someone in the county town. I encountered a startled horse and saved a small child who was nearly trampled beneath its hooves. The child's family and the young gentleman on horseback, in gratitude, offered to purchase all the game that Uncle Lu and I had caught, along with some additional silver. Since they were strangers to me, accepting their silver allowed me to repay this debt of gratitude quite conveniently. He was not motivated by greed. Rather, For those who had received kindness and were not in want of silver, settling a debt with money was an exceedingly agreeable arrangement. Qixun, noticing the bulging basket filled to the brim and the large parcel he carried, smiled and remarked, "How much silver did you receive to purchase all these items?" "Indeed, you certainly have a penchant for spending," Qixun remarked, "with over 40 taels of silver. If we save a bit more, we could afford 3 spacious houses made of blue bricks and large tiles." She then turned to Gong Yumingshi and said, "Mother, do take a look at the items I have purchased and see if they are of any use. It is true that none of them have truly experienced the hardships of poverty. Despite their current lack of funds, they do not place an excessive value on money, which accounts for their cheerful unwrapping of packages. Inside, they discovered fine linen and silk for undergarments, as well as satin for winter attire. Although not the finest quality, it was certainly acceptable. To be honest, had it not been for their father's status as a scholar, they would not have been able to afford such silk. There was enough cotton to craft 4 substantial quilts and additional clothing for each person. The writing materials were not inexpensive, hence they opted for the more ordinary variety. Additionally, due to Qixun's complaints regarding restroom supplies, there was a large bundle of straw paper included. While they were not devoid of straw paper, having used it for such purposes previously, it is not something that ordinary families could easily afford. Their current financial constraints are precisely why Qixun plans to make her own paper. As for grains, having purchased some earlier, Gong Yuhao was not worried about earning more silver. Therefore, they only procured 20 pounds each of fine rice and flour. Qixun discussed with Gong Yumingshi, "Mother, could we acquire a set of carpentry tools? I wish to raise more rabbits, and with the tools, I could construct a few rabbit cages. Furthermore, I aspire to create a spinning wheel. Once I have made the spinning wheel, I could also craft some furniture. My siblings and I, as well as little Wu, must practice our studies in calligraphy daily, and you should also engage in some writing and painting. Currently, we only have the writing desk that belonged to grandfather, which is insufficient for our needs. Tables, chairs, benches, boxes, and wardrobes must all be redone. Engaging the services of the hall master would incur additional expenses, which seems impractical. Gong Yumingshi and Ling Yu are tidying up the items they have purchased indoors. Gong Yuhao carries the rice and flour to their respective containers. Qixun has cut several pieces of gauze, washed them, and attached them to a hanging frame to begin filtering the soy milk. Gong Yuhao and Ling Su assist nearby. Once the soy milk is filtered, Ling Su tends to the fire while Qixun stirs at the stove. After the soy milk is cooked and the seasoning is prepared, Qixun ladles out some to make tofu pudding, reserving the remainder in a mold covered with a wooden board, and requests Gong Yuhao to bring a stone slab to apply pressure. With the leftover, she meticulously prepares 1,000-layer tofu. This process is somewhat labor-intensive, requiring layers of gauze and tofu curds to be stacked and pressed, then carefully unveiled layer by layer. However, once sliced, 1,000-layer tofu is delightful in cold dishes, soups, and stir-fries. At this moment, there are few seasonings available. Qixun, who prefers savory flavors, simply drizzles hot oil over the tofu pudding with garlic and scallions, adding a pinch of salt for flavor. Gong Yumingshi finds it delicious and asks Gong Yu how to deliver a jar to the left family's elders and another to the elderly gentleman's family. Once the tofu is prepared, the sisters begin to prepare dinner. Although Qixun is not particularly skilled in cooking, she enjoys food and directs Ling Su to make pan-fried tofu and a plain bridge tofu soup. Thus, dinner is ready. Chapter 22. The discrimination against the scholar. The ingredients for plain bridge tofu are quite particular, and the authentic version cannot be replicated. Yet, despite the absence of ham, dried shrimp, and daylily, the household is fortunate to have chicken broth, dried mushrooms, and shredded chicken, with egg flowers added and coriander for seasoning. The dish crafted by Ling Su's capable hands turns out to be exceptionally flavorful. Qixun planned to prepare some more in the morning and deliver a jar to great-grandfather. There were still some leftover soy pulp. She intended to fry a few soy pulp cakes and give the rest to Annie, as her family raised several pigs. There was no better feed for pigs than soy pulp. After dinner, Qixun washed the pots and dishes, heating a pot of water for washing up. Once they finished their ablutions, the family gathered around the Kong, illuminated by a lamp, engaging in casual conversation. Grandfather Yumingshi began organizing the household chores. Although there weren't any field tasks, there was still plenty to do at home. The recent rain had made things difficult to tidy up, but with a couple of sunny days, they could get started. Grandfather Yuhao remarked, "Listen to your mother. I will surely tidy up in 2 or 3 days." Qixun, perplexed, asked, "Mother, what should I do? You are not skilled in needlework, and when it comes to cooking, you only manage to supervise." For now, you can copy a medical book to exchange for some silver. That should suffice. You can do whatever you like, and if there is truly nothing to do, help your second brother. They also needed to purchase a chopping knife, along with a pestle and mortar for grinding materials. They had to construct a drying wall for the paper and prepare a paper-making frame. Additionally, a shed for paper production needed to be built, and the salvaged blue bricks would be just right for this purpose. Furthermore, she wished to bake some pastries, which necessitated the construction of an oven. However, these tasks were not urgent. They had no farmland, and the straw from a small thatched hut had originally been sent by her uncle's family. Due to its proximity to the kitchen, it had been burned. The fire-starting straw used these days was also gifted by the elderly woman from the left family. Fortunately, in the countryside, wild grass and reeds were abundant. To heat the Kong, it was imperative to stockpile sufficient firewood. Qixun felt that her family's monkey brother was quite down to earth. Grandfather Gong Yumingshi expressed his satisfaction, saying, "My son can be of great use. Just don't overexert him. His health is paramount." Previously, this lad was quite capable, yet he was merely a 12-year-old youth. How could one bear to burden him with excessive labor? Now, however, did not his son possess a divine foundation? Upon the mention of cultivation, the mothers were all intrigued. Can we cultivate? Influenced by the immortal cultivation films and novels of later generations, Qixun believed that one must possess spiritual roots to engage in cultivation. Grandfather Gong Yuhao scratched his head and replied, "I just observed that all of you have the aptitude for cultivation. The younger sisters are fine, but it may be a bit late for mother to begin cultivating. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. I was born of chaos, possessing a primordial divine demon body. Though I now have a mortal frame, my spirit has consistently been transforming my body. Perhaps this is due to my 10 months spent in mother's womb, which has indeed enhanced her cultivation aptitude. If we are to speak of the best among us, it appears that little five possesses the finest aptitude, being a primordial wood spirit body, allowing for rapid cultivation and a natural affinity with the wood spirits. Third sister also shows promise. However, I find it difficult to discern little Sin's aptitude. It seems to resonate with various spiritual energies, resembling mine to an extent. Yet it does not exhibit the same primordial divine demon constitution, which is rather peculiar. What does it matter what the aptitude is, as long as she can cultivate?" Qixun would be secretly delighted. She was eager to experiment and see if cultivation could unlock the brain's potential and unearth the locked genes within the human body. According to what second brother had described about the spirit's transformation of the body, Qixun pondered, could this perhaps be the process of unlocking the dormant genes within the human body? Upon hearing Gong Yuhao's words, the mothers were filled with great excitement. Can this truly lead to immortality? Ling Su Dao remarked, "Tomorrow morning, mother and sisters should rise early. I will first teach you martial arts, which will benefit your physical condition and also serve as a means of self-defense. Although it is my brother who instructs us in cultivation, possessing some martial prowess is undoubtedly advantageous." Gong Yuhao nodded in agreement, stating, "If one masters the martial arts of the mortal realm to perfection and transcends their innate limitations, it can indeed be considered a form of ascension. It is worth noting that the martial arts of the mortal world primarily focus on the physical form. The path that I and Erling Shin tread is one of physical sanctification. When the physical body is perfected, it possesses the ability to shatter the void. Otherwise, how could I have carved out an alternative path for my monkey companions? Thus, I would not have become my mother's son. Alas, this is still the mortal realm, where spiritual energy is exceedingly scarce, making it unlikely to cultivate anything of significance. However, one might seek out spiritual materials to aid in cultivation. Yet, given the scarcity of spiritual energy, such materials are likely to be rare as well. He himself, due to the uniqueness of his soul and body, was not overly concerned about his own cultivation. It was his family that truly troubled him. The thought of abandoning them was one he could not bear. Monkey brother expressed his unease. Gong Yumingshi listened, momentarily lost in thought, as if recalling something, yet she ultimately chose not to elaborate. Qixun, however, viewed the matter with great clarity. While the desire for longevity is universal, it need not be pursued with fervor. As she previously mentioned, if the celestial realm is as rigidly hierarchical as the legends suggest, it would not appeal to her. Her interest lies solely in the act of cultivation itself. Furthermore, who can definitively ascertain the nature of one's opportunities? Take, for example, their family. The awakening of their past life memories is an opportunity available to anyone. If one could reincarnate with such memories, it would be no lesser than the pursuit of longevity. Is this not a more flavorful existence compared to ordinary immortality? The trials and tribulations of the mortal realm serve as the finest form of cultivation. Furthermore, given that this family is bound by fate in this life, who can say that they will not be family in the next? To practice the art of breathing, one must first understand the acupoints of the human body. Those who study medicine under Ling Su need not learn this again. Qixun possesses an extraordinary memory, able to retain knowledge after a single demonstration. Gongyu Mingxi and Ling Yu are equally astute, having spent half the night familiarizing themselves with the acupoints, while Gongyu Hao proceeded to teach the breathing technique. Chapter 23. Monkey Brother, you are quite skilled. Qixun lamented her inability to access her spatial domain, where she cultivated various medicinal herbs such as ginseng, sanchi, reisher, astragalus, and cordyceps. Although their age may be lacking, they possess a certain spiritual essence that far surpasses ordinary herbs and could fetch a decent price if sold. After the family practiced the breathing technique for a while, they took a break. The following morning, they awoke at dawn, feeling invigorated and refreshed. Although they had yet to truly master the technique, its effects were remarkably superior to ordinary sleep. After rinsing their mouths with salt and washing their hands and faces, Ling Su first taught her mother and sisters some martial arts. Meanwhile, Gongyu Hao, not needing to learn, busied himself preparing breakfast. Last night, he had observed Qixun teaching Ling Su how to make the pink xiao tofu soup, which turned out to be just as delightful as Ling Su's own. He, a celestial being, harbored no thoughts of culinary superiority over ordinary chefs. Rather, he took great pride in his ability to create delicious dishes. Little Sun knows how to eat. In the future, teach me how to cook. When third sister is busy, I shall take on the task of cooking. Qixun gave him a thumbs up. Second brother, you are quite skilled. In my past life, a man with culinary prowess certainly had an advantage when seeking a wife. If I were to teach you, your future sister-in-law would undoubtedly be fortunate. The notion of finding a mother monkey, a wife, had never crossed Monkey Brother's mind. Gong Yuhao shot her a glance, stating unequivocally that a sister-in-law was simply out of the question. It would never come to pass in this lifetime. Qixun rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that she hadn't even inquired about your relationship with Zixia Fairy, and yet you've had your little sweetheart. Had her son previously shunned marriage, Gong Yimingxi would have surely subjected him to profound re-education. However, considering that her son was now a celestial being, perhaps marriage would indeed hinder his cultivation. Gong Yimingxi concluded that as her child grew, he would chart his own course, and she would let him be. As for the non-existent sister-in-law, Qixun felt no particular attachment. Her concerns were solely for herself. If there was no pursuit of marriage, then so be it. After all, she had no intention of tying the knot. Was the allure of research and experimentation diminishing? Was the art of cultivation losing its charm? Or perhaps the beauty of the world was no longer captivating? Moreover, in these times, the world was decidedly unkind to women. The very idea of marriage felt akin to a slow suicide. Thus, it was best to avoid it altogether. Yet, she mused, love without the intention of marriage was mere frivolity. She had no desire for such frivolity, so matters of romance were best left aside. Furthermore, in the current environment, there existed no fertile ground for love. Her son was a celestial being, and while not marrying was acceptable, having lived 2 lifetimes, Gong Yimingxi harbored no thoughts of filial piety regarding lineage. After all, she had no children in her past life. Regrettably, it seemed her father in this life had perhaps wasted his efforts in adopting this grandson. However, her daughter's reluctance to marry left the mother in a state of conflict. It was not for lack of desire, but rather due to the constraints of society. Upon reaching a certain age without marrying, the authorities would enforce matchmaking. Certainly, one can contribute a modest sum annually to alleviate the pressures of obligatory matrimony. However, society exhibits an unkind disposition towards those who remain unmarried. In this era, the act of marrying transcends mere personal choice. If a family harbors an unmarried daughter, public opinion can impose a collective stigma, tarnishing the reputations of all young women within that lineage. Having resided here for over 8 years, Qixun perceives her mother's turmoil and comprehends the source of her distress. With a determined gesture, she reassures her, "Mother, there is no need for concern. I shall undoubtedly carve out a life where, even in the absence of marriage, I shall not become the subject of gossip." A truly capable individual, upon reaching a certain threshold of excellence, will not be judged by the mundane standards of ordinary people. Rather, they will be regarded as the benchmark themselves. Her words ignite a spark of hope in Ling Su and Ling Yu. Both young ladies have endured heart-wrenching experiences in love, and the prospect of marriage is, at present, unfathomable. They ponder whether they too might, like Qixun, exist in a realm where remaining unmarried would not invite scrutiny. Guyuming, she observes the expressions of the two girls and feels a twinge of concern. This is the very reason she had worried after hearing her third daughter recount tales of her past life. What is to be done when both son and daughter reject the notion of marriage? The urgency of the situation weighs heavily on her mind. Yet, her children are no ordinary offspring. What words could she possibly offer? How she yearns for the world Qixun once inhabited, a time of serene rivers and tranquil seas. A period of unparalleled prosperity. Women enjoyed freedom and independence, dismissing the notion of being subservient to their husbands. If Li Qingzhao could emerge as a legend in the Song dynasty, how liberally and joyfully might she have thrived in the era of Qixun's former life? Who dares to challenge her with such frivolous remarks? If anyone does, she will undoubtedly retort with disdain. How absurd. What pains her most is that the very person who uttered those words years ago was a woman. As for her son and daughter, who have no desire for marriage, Gong Yimingxi merely sighs and dismisses the thought. Each generation has its own fortune. Her children possess strong opinions and are unlikely to be swayed by others. So her worries are in vain. She shall leave the matter for their father to ponder later. As the sun rose, after breakfast, Gong Yuhao prepared a pot of pingxiao tofu soup to deliver to the elder. He also packaged 2 portions of tofu and dried tofu sheets for his 2 uncles. The leftover soy pulp was placed in a wooden bucket for transport. Ling Su, who needed to attend to the elder's pulse diagnosis, accompanied him. Qixun wrapped up 4 pieces of tofu and a pound of dried tofu sheets to send to the Zhou family. After that, thinking of his cousin Ling Feng, he took 2 more pounds of tofu and several sheets of dried tofu to visit his home. Dried tofu sheets can be cut into strips, dried, and stored for extended periods. When cooking, they only need to be soaked in boiling water before being added to the pot. Ling Su and Monkey Brother carried the pot and basket to great-uncle Zheng's home. Upon seeing the siblings arrive with gifts, Aunt Guo exclaimed, "Your great-grandfather enjoyed the tofu pudding you sent yesterday immensely, finding it delightful. To think you have brought more today, he is indeed fortunate. Had it been anything else, Aunt Guo would have surely declined." However, sending food to the elder is a sign of the children's filial piety, which is hard to refuse. The elder has been feeling unwell lately, yet the thoughtfulness of his grandchildren brings him joy, and with a lighter heart, his health may improve as well. Guo was somewhat troubled by having accepted something from others, yet she felt compelled to accept it nonetheless. This remark startled her. In the previous day, a jar of tofu pudding had been delivered. The elder had consumed but a bowl, leaving the remainder for the family to savor. She was well aware of its delightful, silky, and fragrant taste. Although this delicacy was made from yellow soybeans, the resulting tofu pudding was as white and tender as jade, clearly not a humble fare. Suitable even for grand restaurants. It could grace the tables of affluent households without embarrassment. Such a skill in tofu making is not easily imparted to outsiders. If one were to treat it as a business, it could lead to prosperity. Most importantly, there was currently no such tofu available outside. Anything that others do not possess is indeed a lucrative venture, a craft that could be passed down through generations. Guo hastily interjected, "Do not speak foolishly. How could this be shared with outsiders? Although we are blood relatives, we are separated by households. This is a family legacy, a skill that could benefit our descendants. How could it be disclosed externally? From now on, even if others inquire, we must remain silent." Seven had mentioned to Ling Su yesterday that she intended to pass the tofu business to their uncle's branch. However, she would not let them benefit without reciprocation. For debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. She only planned to teach the process of tofu making, without intending to participate directly. After all, making tofu is not a particularly complex craft. The earnings are merely hard-earned. She pondered who among her family could endure such toil. If her uncle's family was willing to pursue the tofu business, they could simply share a portion of the profits once they became profitable. For her own household, it would still represent an additional income. Moreover, the tofu business is certainly not without the potential for expansion. In truth, with Qixuan's intellect and insight, earning a profit in the future will not pose a challenge. Hence, she is not particularly concerned about mastering the art of tofu making. Furthermore, as long as her family thrives, their fortunes will inevitably become evident. Ling Su chuckled, acknowledging that she understood Aunt's intentions for their benefit. However, she pointed out that the method of making tofu was devised by Xiaoxuan. She explained that if it were merely for their own consumption, it would be a trivial endeavor. Yet, If they were to produce it in larger quantities as a business, it would indeed be laborious. Soybeans are inherently inexpensive, and even when transformed into exquisite products, they do not fetch a high price, yielding only meager earnings for their toil. As you are aware, our family has obligations. Father and brothers require an education. I must pursue my studies in medicine, and my younger sisters are too young and lack the strength for arduous labor. They must also dedicate time to their studies and learn domestic skills. Where is the time for such endeavors? Nonetheless, it would be a pity to neglect the potential of tofu. Qixun remarked that while uncle runs a decent accounting business in town, the third and fourth uncles lack stable livelihoods. Rather than laboring for outsiders, it would be more advantageous to engage in their own enterprise. This product practically sells itself, providing a sustainable income for the family. The brothers will need to continue their education, and relying solely on the few acres of land and the short-term work from uncles will not suffice. If they can indeed establish a successful business, whether in town or county, opening a tofu shop would allow the third and fourth uncles to manage the production and delivery. While uncle oversees the shop, each would have their responsibilities. Is this not preferable to working for others? Additionally, the residual soybean pulp from tofu production serves as excellent fodder for livestock, enabling Aunt and the third and fourth aunts to raise a few more pigs. Now my father has attained the status of a scholar, and our family operates a small shop, engaging in modest commerce, which alleviates our fears of being bullied. Ling Su and my second brother assisted in transporting the tofu and dried bean curd into the kitchen, and then filled a bowl with pink chow tofu, carrying it to the elder's quarters. The elder has been suffering from leg pain these past few days, making it difficult for him to get up. So he reclined on the Kong, while little Shirtin entertained him with conversation. Ling Su first placed the bowl on the Kong table before she and her brother bowed in respect to the elder. Little Shirtin hopped off the Kong and saluted his cousins, casting eager glances at the generous bowl of pink chow tofu soup, yearning for a taste. Yet, he understood that it belonged to the elder and dared not ask for it. Ling Su, smiling, ruffled the little one's hair. Sister has brought a jar, which has been sent to the kitchen. Great-grandfather cannot consume so much. You may go to the kitchen and ask Annie to serve you a bowl to try. The little fellow cheered and dashed off. Ling Su then took the elder's pulse, uncovered the quilt, rolled up the elder's pant legs, and examined his legs with care before lowering the pant legs and ensuring the elder was properly covered. Having dirted her hands, she instructed Gong Yuhao, "All right, second brother, please bring the Kong table over and help great-grandfather drink this tofu soup. Be careful not to spill any broth." The elder, wary of expenses, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for medicine. It is not very painful, and it is not an ailment. It is merely the weariness that comes with age. Moreover," he added, "my dear granddaughter, it is not fitting for you to administer acupuncture to great-grandfather." Upon hearing that it would only cost a mere 100 or so coins, the elder finally felt relieved. As one grows older, the greatest fear is to become a burden to one's descendants. As the great-grandchildren grew older, the need for financial resources became increasingly evident. It is often said that to live long without purpose is akin to thievery. The elder could not provide for his descendants, and thus he could not bear the thought of adding to their burdens. His beloved great-granddaughter feigned annoyance, yet the old gentleman wished to spare the child from worry, cheerfully declaring, all right, I shall heed my dear grandchild's words. I must live well, awaiting the day my cherished grandchild finds a suitable match, so that I may rest peacefully." Ling Su pondered quietly. "Surely, you shall enjoy a long life, for there is much to anticipate." Gong Yuhao, not wanting to trouble the elder, assured him, "Do not worry, I shall accompany Uncle Lu, merely circling the outskirts of the mountain." Reflecting further, Gong Yuhao added, "Uncle and second uncle sent provisions to our family the other day. Before my father departed, he left a few taels of silver, and with the 2 taels earned from selling wild chickens and rabbits yesterday, my mother has instructed me to procure winter clothing and supplies. There is no concern about the winter months. You need not worry about us. With uncle and second uncle keeping watch, we shall not go hungry." He refrained from mentioning the silver received from rescuing someone beneath the horse's hooves, wishing to alleviate the elder's concerns. Satisfied, the old gentleman finished a bowl of tofu soup. Ling Su instructed her second brother to take the bowl to the kitchen and also deliver tofu and dried bean curd to second uncle's household. She remained in the room, offering the elder a gentle massage. After completing the massage and ensuring he had drifted into slumber, Ling Su finally stepped out of the room. Yuhang Gong had just returned from delivering tofu to his second uncle's house and wished to bid farewell to the old patriarch. However, Ling Su intercepted him. explaining that the great-grandfather was suffering from leg pain and had likely not slept well in days. She had just administered a massage to promote blood circulation and alleviate his discomfort, and he had finally fallen asleep. There is no need for you to disturb him, she advised. Let us simply convey our regards to aunt and uncle. With the elder uncle and the matriarch away visiting relatives and both younger uncles occupied with work. The only ones remaining in the household were the old patriarch, aunt, uncle, and several cousins. At that moment, the younger boys were engrossed in their studies in the study room. Yu Hanggong took a quick glance before discreetly retreating. Guoshi remarked helplessly, "You little rascal. Worrying so much. Very well, I shall discuss this matter with your uncle." Yet, Guoshi harbored doubts about her father-in-law's willingness to agree. Did this not imply that the skills of their estranged nephew, who had separated from the family, could be inherited by their household, thus fortifying their own family's wealth? Not only would the old patriarch be furious if he learned of this, but others would also criticize their family for being unscrupulous. Nevertheless, Guoshi found the business proposition exceedingly enticing. Observing the earnest expression of the girl, she sensed a genuine desire for their family to engage in this venture. To decline would be a pity. Perhaps she could broach the subject with her mother-in-law first, urging her to persuade her father-in-law to take the business into their own hands. As for the old patriarch's opinion, her husband could handle that. Running the business themselves would prevent her younger brother-in-law, Yangwu, from being burdened in any way. And they could offer him a 30% share, thus not taking undue advantage of him. Even if the old patriarch were to learn of this arrangement, he would likely not hold it against them. Ultimately, the old patriarch had indeed cared for Yangwu, the grandson of the separated branch, quite dearly. The profits from the 20 acres inherited by the younger brother were diligently saved each year without being touched. His educational expenses and daily expenditures were subsidized by the old patriarch, who devoted a lifetime's worth of resources to this younger sibling. Guo pondered that her efforts were not in vain, for the younger brother displayed immense filial piety towards the old patriarch, as well as towards her in-laws and the elderly couple of the second uncle's family. He treated her husband's brothers as if they were his own kin. The children from her household, who studied under his guidance, were cherished as his own, and he truly dedicated himself to their education. Due to the younger brother and his spouse's devotion, these children also grew exceedingly fond of their family. As the elder sister-in-law, Guo possessed a naturally generous disposition. With 3 sisters-in-law of her own, along with the daughter-in-law of the second uncle's household, all having born sons, the 2 families together had welcomed 10 boys into the world. Thus, she held the 3 daughters of the younger brother's family in high regard. She showered affection upon the Ling sisters, treating them with great tenderness. At this moment, she handed over 2 jars of pickled vegetables to Ling Su, warmly advising her, "One jar contains pickled greens, and the other is pickled radish. I thought your household might be in need of some salted vegetables, so I apportioned these for you. Fortunately, your great-aunt preserved 2 large jars in the autumn, so we have plenty to spare. Come back for more once you finish these." Ling Su, not one to refuse, carried 1 jar in each hand as she bid farewell to Guo. Upon returning home, Ling Su assisted her mother and Ling Yu in making quilts and garments, while Qixun went off to gather cattails. Meanwhile, Gong Yuhao fetched a shovel and began to dig a pond in the area Qixun had marked out behind the house. Qixun spent half the day harvesting bulrushes when she encountered some fellow clansmen who were puzzled by her choice of grass. Remarking that it burned less efficiently than thatch or reeds, they suggested she should gather some reeds instead. In the countryside, even girls as young as 6 or 7 are capable of assisting with various tasks at home, so her gathering of grass did not raise any eyebrows. Qixun, however, hesitated to reveal her true purpose of making paper and simply replied that she could not manage the reeds and that they had enough thatch at home. The others casually inquired further, not expecting her to take it to heart. After she had cut 2 large bundles of bulrushes and was attempting to balance them on her shoulder, she spotted Xiaoba, Xiaojiu, and Zaishi, 3 little ones guiding a pair of cows for grazing. It seemed they had finished their morning lessons and were out to lend a hand. The trio did not ride on the cows but led them along, moving with a spirited confidence that suggested they were indifferent to familial ties. Qixun thought this scene called for an epic soundtrack, perhaps the stirring anthem of crossing the Yalu River. Alternatively, the tune of The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountains would also be quite fitting. Unfortunately, it was now late autumn, and she imagined that during midsummer, adorned with a lotus leaf hat, wearing a red apron and green shorts, riding atop an old yellow cow while playing a tune on her flute amidst the lush greenery, she would truly embody the idyllic image of a pastoral fairy. From a distance, The three little ones spotted Qixun and waved enthusiastically, their excitement endearing. Sister Qixun, Sister Qixun. We're coming to your house to play. Aunt Air said you went out to cut grass. Qixuan's father was ranked among the cousins of her two uncles. He was 4 years younger than the eldest uncle and the same age as the second son of the great uncle, being just 10 days older, thus placing him second in the clan hierarchy. The younger cousins referred to him as second uncle. Thus, the second and third sons of the great uncle were addressed as third uncle and fourth uncle, respectively. The youngest son of the second uncle, being 5 years old, was affectionately called fifth uncle by the siblings, Qixun and her brother. In truth, Qixun and her elder brother had been adopted by their maternal grandfather's family to continue the lineage, which technically designated these cousins as their second cousins. However, since her elder brother had yet to establish his own household and lived with their parents, they adhered to the familial naming conventions. With a smile, Qixun remarked, I asked third sister to save some fruit for you. Have you had any? Seeing her cut 2 large bundles of cattails, Xiaoba felt certain she would struggle to carry them. In reality, while the 2 bundles appeared hefty, they were not excessively heavy. Nevertheless, considering Qixun was merely 8 years old and the distance home was over a mile, it would undoubtedly be a challenge for her. Qixun waved her hand dismissively, saying, No need, I told my brother to come pick me up before lunch. The 3 little ones then tied the oxen by the roadside to graze and accompanied Qixun in her play. Chapter 26. The first encounter with the Red Eagle Guard. The 3 little ones, with earnest expressions, inquired what she wished to play, clearly demonstrating their respect for their elder sister as her younger brothers. While Qixun felt a sense of gratitude, she also longed to express that she was quite grown and truly did not require their company for play. However, the 3 little ones, motivated by the allure of sweet jujubes, believed it essential for their elder sister to enjoy herself thoroughly. With a sigh of resignation, Qixun took a cattail and began to weave small animals for them. The 3 little ones were delighted. In the countryside, children had few toys, and the adults rarely found the time or inclination to craft toys for the children, being too occupied with the tasks at hand in the fields. In the realm of playful creativity, the small animals crafted lively figures that captivated the 3 little ones. Initially, they indulged their dear sister Qixun merely for the sake of the delightful dates, lowering themselves to accompany her in her frolics. Little did they anticipate the delightful surprise that awaited them. The trio cheered as they compared their handcrafted grass animals. Yet Qixun pondered the futility of such comparisons. Were they not all quite similar? She felt a sense of immaturity, a disconnect from her younger siblings. Her gaze inevitably wandered towards the 2 leisurely grazing yellow cows, a yearning to ride them stirring within her. And at this moment, a flute should surely grace the air. Perhaps in her previous life, her extraordinary learning abilities compelled her uncle to cultivate her interests relentlessly, striving to provide her with a semblance of a normal childhood. While she excelled in various pursuits such as calligraphy, painting, taekwondo, horsemanship, and archery, music remained her Achilles heel. She had no affinity for the refined arts of piano, violin, guzheng, or guqin, until she encountered the Mongolian horsehead fiddle, which finally resonated with her character's essence. During the midsummer, after attending a funeral, her uncle hosted her for 2 nights at their ancestral home. Villagers enjoyed the cool evening air in their courtyards, and that night, under a resplendent moon and a tapestry of stars, she sat with her uncle, listening to the local relatives recount tales of rural life. Suddenly, from afar, the ethereal sound of a bamboo flute reached her ears. The finest flute music she had ever heard, clear and melodious, merged seamlessly with the moonlit garden and the shimmering stars, creating the most beautiful summer night of her memories. Perhaps it was her love for the flute that inexplicably fostered her obsession with the flute-playing cowherd riding the cattle. This encapsulates the entirety of her imagination regarding pastoral life, a realm she never truly experienced during her childhood. Unfortunately, the little ones were engrossed in their play, utterly oblivious to their elder sister's yearning gaze directed at the 2 old yellow oxen. The oxen, sensing the intensity of her longing, became somewhat flustered, mooing softly as they moved away from her. Observing the retreating figures of the oxen, she clicked her tongue in mild frustration. In a bid to maintain her delicate fairy persona, she resolved to refrain from further pursuit. Yet, this was merely a self-soothing gesture. The truth was, although she had demonstrated commendable horsemanship in her previous life, it was limited to equines, and the notion of riding an ox felt rather daunting. Perhaps next time, with her brother the monkey by her side for protection, she might dare to try. For now, it was best to let the opportunity pass. A fall would only serve as fodder for the laughter of the three little ones, a humiliation she could not afford. It appeared imperative to hasten her training in martial arts with her third sister and cultivation with her brother. The autumn sky was brilliantly clear, the sun shining perfectly as she sat cross-legged on a bundle of tied reeds, watching the children frolic while the oxen grazed leisurely, evoking a sense of tranquil contentment. However, this serenity was fleeting, interrupted by the distant sound of galloping hoofs. Startled, she quickly rose to gaze into the distance. In her limited recollection of the past few years, she had never encountered such a cacophony of hooves in the vicinity of Yin family village. She swiftly summoned her three younger siblings, ushering them behind her for protection. Fortunately, their position was not directly on the main road leading to the village, but rather separated by a stretch of farmland of about 20 meters. The three little ones, witnessing a dozen riders thundering towards them, were rendered speechless with fear. As the group of over 10 riders approached, Qixun soon discerned that their attire was anything but ordinary. Adorned with black, wingless hats atop their heads and cloaked in dark robes, the striking emblem of a red-winged eagle was emblazoned on their backs. Watching the galloping figures disappear into the distance, Qixun gently reassured her visibly frightened younger siblings while her mind raced with curiosity about the identity of these individuals. Despite a fleeting recollection, she could not fathom their origins. One thing, however, was certain: these were not mere commoners, but likely members of the imperial military. Having been a soldier in her past life, she could readily detect the unmistakable aura that accompanied such ranks. Yet, these riders were certainly not ordinary soldiers. Their fierce demeanor and indomitable spirit were attributes not found in an average army. Moreover, their extravagant attire was far beyond the means of typical military personnel. The three little ones nodded vigorously, with the youngest, Xiaoba, inquiring, "Sister Qixun, those people were quite imposing. Do you know which noble they belong to?" Qixun shook her head, replying, "I do not know either." Her great-uncle had been a successful scholar in his youth, serving as a minor official in the Hanlin Academy throughout his life. Consequently, her uncle had once visited the capital to see his elder brother. Xiao Jiu's mention of the capital caused Qixun to furrow her brow. Both her parents had been raised in the capital, yet curiously, they had never spoken of it to the siblings. If it had been due to their youth, it was peculiar that now, with her mother aware of their true identities, she would still regard them as mere children. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed her second brother hastening towards her. Upon seeing Qixun safe and sound, engaged in light-hearted banter with the three little ones, Desheng let out a sigh of relief. The three little ones dared not continue their carefree frolics and obediently followed their cousins back to the village. It was then that Qixun inquired of Monkey Brother, "Brother, did you see those individuals just now?" Had it not been for that encounter, her monkey brother would not have hastened to fetch her. In Chapter 27, Unexpectedly, the great sage placed the bulrushes against the wall and furrowed his brow, saying, "Mother mentioned the prince's personal guards, the Red Eagle Guard. But I cannot fathom how they would appear in this remote and impoverished locale. Although Qingzhou Prefecture is a grand estate, situated thousands of miles from the capital, it ranks among the top 20 prosperous cities in the entire Great Xia. Lingjiang County cannot be deemed a backwater either. However, Qingzhou Prefecture does not host any princes, making the presence of the prince's guards truly perplexing. Omping Town, while adjacent to the north-south waterways, is still a couple of miles away from the waterway dock, rendering the appearance of these individuals in such a location rather strange. Qixun sensed that this was indeed an ominous sign. Yet, despite her curiosity, she felt no fear whatsoever. As for Monkey Brother, he could easily vanquish celestial soldiers and generals, so the notion of fearing the prince's guards was utterly unfathomable. Qixun, intrigued by the Red Eagle Guard, realized that after living here for several years, she had never even heard of their existence. Although her previous life was spent in scientific research, she was, at her core, a soldier, and thus, the mention of the Red Eagle Guard ignited a fervent interest within her, a passion for martial valor that resided deep in her being. Gong Yimingxi's expression turned grave as he remarked, "In the past, I refrained from discussing external matters with you due to your tender age. Now, however, I believe it is time to share." In the realm of the Great Xia, each feudal lord is accompanied by a retinue of 2,000 warrior guards. Among these lords, the princes are attended by the Qinglang guards, while the dukes are protected by the Hongying guards. Both the Qinglang and Hongying guards are distinct from ordinary military forces, comprising elite warriors whose prowess ranks just beneath the imperial guards, known as the Xiaolong guards. However, our Qingzhou Prefecture is devoid of any feudal lord. rendering the presence of these Hongyin guards rather perplexing. I suspect that the Hongyin guards we have encountered today hail from the princely guard of the Di Wang in the nearby Xingzhou prefecture, located 300 miles away. The guards of feudal lords rarely venture beyond their domains. Their appearance in another prefecture signifies a matter of considerable import, and likely not a favorable one. Thus, for the time being, I advise you all to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary outings. Should you chance upon the Hongyin guards in the future, it would be prudent to keep your distance. Though the principle of imperial authority is well understood by my brother, understanding does not equate to fear. Should anyone dare to harm my sisters, be they Qinglang guards or Hongyin guards, I would not hesitate to strike them down. Qixun, indeed. My brother is not only grounded but also deeply aware of the world around him. Mother, what constitutes a true warrior? How do they differ from ordinary soldiers? Qixun continued to indulge her curiosity. Despite having lived in this world for 8 years, she had previously been but a simple peasant girl with scant literacy. Her understanding of the world still quite limited. In truth, when she heard her son speak of cultivation that day, Gong Yumingshi had intended to elaborate, yet upon reflection, chose to remain silent. Gong Yuming cast a sidelong glance at her son, offering enlightenment to her prodigious daughter. These past few days, my mind has been consumed with thoughts of past lives and present circumstances, causing me to neglect the vital discourse regarding the current state of affairs. Allow me to impart what I know to you, thereby averting potential troubles in the future. Although I was raised in the vibrant city of Xinjiang, my knowledge of warriors is somewhat limited. I have merely heard that they are practitioners of a path distinct from ordinary mortals. Just as I mentioned earlier, cultivation demands inherent aptitude. However, I was merely the daughter of a physician from the Imperial Hospital, and my understanding remains somewhat vague. It is said that warriors are categorized by ranks, ascending from the lowest to the highest. First-tier warriors, second-tier warriors, and third-tier warriors, which comprise the lower echelon. Progressing upward leads to the intermediate ranks, which are delineated as martial instructors, grandmasters, and supreme grandmasters. Beyond these lie the esteemed ranks of martial lords and martial saints. I have heard whispers of entities surpassing even martial saints in ancient times, yet I am not well versed in the specifics of these ranks. For instance, the Red Falcon Guard is limited to first and second-tier warriors, with the leader restricted to third-tier status. The Blue Wolf Guard, similarly, can only comprise third-tier warriors, with its leader not exceeding the rank of martial instructor. The pinnacle is occupied by the Imperial Azure Dragon Guard, which mandates a minimum rank of third-tier warrior. Both the Red Falcon Guard and the Blue Wolf Guard serve as personal guards, yet they are also affiliated with the military. The Azure Dragon Guard, however, is unique. Although it serves as the Emperor's personal guard, it is not a private guard, but rather a force that oversees all military units. The number of mid to high-level practitioners within is unclear. Qixun never anticipated that she had immersed herself in what she initially perceived to be an ordinary feudal society. Her intention was to engage in agriculture and infrastructure development. Little did she know, she had inadvertently entered a high martial world, where the dynamics of face-slapping and leveling up might play a significant role. Fortunately, with the presence of the formidable monkey brother, there is no need to worry about her life. This monkey brother is audacious enough to confront even the king of hell and meddle with the book of life and death. When faced with peril, she merely needs to adopt a nonchalant attitude towards life and death, and if she finds herself unwilling to comply, she can rely on her monkey brother to take charge. What piques her curiosity is, Mother, given the existence of these cultivator armies, why have we never heard of them? Gong Yumingshi chuckled softly and shook her head. Although those with the aptitude for cultivation are exceedingly rare, the Great Xia is prosperous, boasting a population in the hundreds of millions. Consequently, there are indeed many with the potential for cultivation. However, the pursuit of knowledge often favors the wealthy. Those who possess the martial prowess are already endowed with the title of warrior, and the path of cultivation is not a burden that ordinary families can bear. Resources are essential for cultivation. Therefore, the empire regulates the number of cultivators, for even a mighty nation like the Great Xia would struggle to support a populace of cultivators. Moreover, universal cultivation would not be conducive to the empire's governance. Thus, the selection of cultivators predominantly occurs among the noble families. Additionally, there are students from 2 esteemed academies who are also chosen. However, I have heard that our Great Xia has 2 sects that permit cultivation as well. So, commoners are deprived of the chance to cultivate? This seems akin to a monopoly on knowledge. No wonder I have never encountered such information. Gong Yumingshi replied. While it is indeed scarce, it cannot be said that there are no opportunities. The academies do have commoner students, and sects may also select talents from the populace. Yet, these instances are but a drop in the bucket. Whether one can be chosen still hinges on luck and innate ability. Furthermore, in Qixun's perspective, such selections from among the common people merely serve to supplement the inadequacies of the noble offspring. The Great Xia has stood as a sovereign nation for centuries, with a myriad of royal and aristocratic families flourishing. Beneath the elite families exists a cadre of officials, comprising a substantial populace. As for whether genuine talent may be overlooked, this is a concern that does not preoccupy those entrenched in privilege. In the interest of maintaining control, the matters pertaining to warriors and cultivators are invariably downplayed by the vested interests. This accounts for the common knowledge of cultivators among the populace being scant, and discussions on the subject being exceedingly rare. It also elucidates why Yin's parents, despite their background in the capital S officialdom, refrained from mentioning the existence of the warriors to their children, having only experienced this world for a mere 8 years. Qixun initially perceived it to be akin to a formidable empire like the Tang. However, she was taken aback to discover that this nation boasts a population in the billions. To put this into perspective, her previous life-S country had merely a few billion inhabitants, while the entire planet's population hovers around 70 billion. Given the agricultural yields she is acquainted with, sustaining billions of people in Great Xia indicates the vastness of its territory. For now, she chooses not to concern herself with the warriors, after all. Her brother has assured her that they too can cultivate, albeit possibly through a different system. Yet, Qixun does not doubt that her brother's methods from the celestial realm are inferior to those available in the mortal world today. What intrigues her is the true extent of Great Xia and the size of this planet. Mother, just how vast is our Great Xia? Chapter 28. The magnitude of the Great Xia. The Great Xia is divided into 9 major provinces, each of which encompasses 9 prefectures. These prefectures are further subdivided into 9 counties, each county into 9 towns. Across the entirety of the Great Xia, there are 729 prefectures, akin to our own Qingzhou prefecture, while there exist 561 counties, similar to our Linjiang county. Although Qingzhou prefecture is not situated in the heart of the Central Plains and is separated from the bustling capital of Shengjing Chaoga by thousands of miles, it remains a hub of prosperity, far from being a remote area. Due to its proximity to waterways, it serves as a vital nexus for both water and land transportation. Ranking among the top 20 in terms of affluence among the hundreds of prefectural cities in the Great Xia, qualifying it as a significant prefecture. As for the sheer vastness of the Great Xia, it must encompass billions of square miles. Qixun nearly exclaimed in disbelief. The current measurement of a mile is equivalent to 300 paces, which, when compared to the mile of her own era, is approximately 83% of a mile. Billions of square miles translate to over 80 million square miles, or around 40 million square kilometers, an expanse comparable to 5 future Huaxian nations. It is no wonder that such a land can sustain a vast population. Thus, how immense is this planet? Qixun felt compelled to re-evaluate her worldview. What nations, as formidable as our Great Xia Empire, exist? Gong Yimingshi chuckled, stating that in this continent, the Great Xia is undoubtedly the most powerful empire. While there are some surrounding nations, they are not a cause for concern. However, the various tribes of the northern grasslands are notably fierce and frequently engage in border skirmishes, rendering the frontier somewhat unstable. As for other continents, I am not well acquainted with them. Are there indeed other continents? Upon reflection, she realized that her former home, Blue Star, encompassed 5 major continents. It is not surprising that there exist other continents. Indeed, I have perused ancient texts that suggest the existence of several additional lands beyond the seas, comparable in grandeur to the continent of Xia where we reside. In antiquity, these continents were known to interact, yet for nearly a millennium, there has been no word of their existence. What a fantastical world this is. It appears that this planet is far more expansive than the Blue Star where she once dwelt. The desire to explore beyond is overwhelming. As a scientist, Qixun's spirit ignited with fervor. If only one day she could leap 10,000 miles like her monkey brother, she could roam the world freely, visiting wherever her heart desired. Though such dreams may seem distant, what is life without aspirations? Qixun felt invigorated once more. After all, she is a prodigious scientist who has ventured into the cosmos. Surely, she must not overlook the wonders of this planet. The advancement of technology may take ages to accumulate, yet the pursuit of cultivation is within her grasp. It is imperative to strive forward. Qixun gazed at her monkey brother with starry eyes, startling the great sage. What is it? Were you not listening to what mother said? She inquired. Brother Great Sage, is there any way to expedite my cultivation? The Great Sage playfully delivered a light slap to her head, replying, just go to sleep. In dreams, anything is possible. Qixun sighed, realizing her brother had indeed learned some mischief from her. Nevertheless, excess can be detrimental. Who can truly expect to become plump in a single bite? Upon surveying her humble abode, she acknowledged that her dreams had yet to manifest into reality. First, she must ensure her own life is well lived before pursuing grander ambitions. Yet, the questions that pique her curiosity must be clarified first. Mother, you previously mentioned certain academies and sects. What are these institutions and sects? Is it possible for us to apply? Naturally, your father intends to broaden your elder brother's horizons during this trip to the capital, with hopes of preparing him for the imperial examinations. It is unfortunate that your second brother lacks a passion for studies, and you are still quite young. Furthermore, living in the capital is not an easy feat. Our family lacks the financial means to support you all there, which would hinder your progress. If you truly wish to take the examinations, you must devote yourself to your studies, and we shall find ways to earn some money, at least enough to cover the travel expenses to the capital. Once you succeed in your examinations, the academy will provide food and lodging, and by then, you will be older and more capable. Even if your father and I are not living in the capital, we can rest assured, given the intelligence of our children. A few years of diligent study will surely lead to success in the examinations. As for your second brother, let us not dwell on him. He is a celestial being. After all, at this moment, Gong Yumingshi's heart swells with hope. Every parent yearns for their child to become a dragon or a phoenix. This is the universal desire of all parents, and she is no exception. In the past, she would not have dared to dream such dreams, but now, it is entirely within reach. She cannot believe that her own children are any less than those scholars from the esteemed academies. Although she feels it unnecessary to mention her celestial son, Gong Yumingshi cannot help but cast a fervent glance at him. Desheng, startled by his sister's gaze, is further taken aback by his mother's intense look. Mother, should I also strive to study hard? After all, it is my mother's expectation. Would it not be somewhat unfilial to disappoint her? In his earlier days at Lingtai Sansiyuan Mountain, he was indeed an exemplary student, a paragon of academic excellence. Oh, my dear child, Gong Yumingshi is overjoyed. As long as you are willing to study, your mother will wholeheartedly support you. This evening, I shall teach you to read. In my 2 lifetimes, I dare not boast of other skills, yet in the realm of knowledge, I am unparalleled. When it comes to guiding you, I am filled with confidence. Qixun mused, but mother, you are indeed confident, are you not? You even deem your esteemed ancestor the unparalleled scholar Su inferior to yourself, and have mocked the eminent Ouyang for his inability to compose verses. If we speak of arrogance, it is you who surpasses all. Nonetheless, Qixun recognized the importance of education. In this ancient world, her literary skills were undeniably lacking. Yet, the primary concern remained, earning money. Without wealth, one cannot even reach the capital city, can they? Therefore, Qixun concluded, the priority must be to earn money. As for earning, Gong Yumingshi pondered. Why not seek some transcription work at the bookshop in town or county? Her handwriting was commendable. The great sage waved his hand. There is no need to burden mother. I shall hunt tigers instead. Uncle Lu mentioned that tigers are exceedingly valuable. There are indeed tigers in these deep mountains. When father and elder brother traveled to the capital, they brought back just over 100 taels of silver, which was merely the reward for a single tiger. If he were to slay a dozen tigers, it would suffice for his family to journey to the capital. From this moment forth, the great sage resolved to confront the tigers. As for Qixun, though she initially contemplated earning money to improve their circumstances, she did not feel an urgent need and preferred to remain inconspicuous, believing she would continue to live in Yinjia village indefinitely. Who would have thought she could even attend university in the capital? This opened up a world of possibilities for her. She had always believed that girls were not permitted to pursue education, or at most, could attend some sort of girls' school. After all, in this place, there are no girls attending school, are there? The atmosphere in Shijing is truly distinct. Chapter 29. Who isn't a scholar in their own right? Qixun was momentarily filled with enthusiasm for ancient life, which in turn invigorated her entire family. Only her brother, the great sage, seemed somewhat beleaguered. It was indeed a torment for a monkey to delve into the intricacies of classical literature. Qixun expressed her bewilderment. Great sage, you must have studied the Taoist classics at Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain, and later traveled westward to obtain scriptures, immersing yourself in Buddhist texts. Both Taoist and Buddhist classics are notoriously complex and difficult to comprehend for the average person. If you have mastered these, how could studying the current text of history and philosophy pose a challenge? The great sage replied, to put it in your words. Who isn't a scholar in their own right? I simply find it hard to sit still. Qixun thought to herself. I still wish to introduce 3 years of college entrance examination and 5 years of simulated tests into our little classroom. Yet, you cannot endure this? Understanding the realms of literature, history, and philosophy illuminates the world, while the applications of mathematics and science shape it. We must excel in both fields. Driven by her thoughts, she resolved to start by teaching elementary mathematics, repeatedly emphasizing that mastering the sciences would enable one to traverse the world without fear of failure. She illustrated her points by explaining that in the realm of cultivation, knowledge of physics and chemistry is essential for forging tools. Alchemy requires an understanding of chemistry and biology, and the formation of talismans demands knowledge of mathematics and astronomy. It is not only mortals who require technology to enhance productivity. Even cultivators must apply scientific principles to their practices. Her family, weary of her incessant monologue, had no choice but to adopt a more serious attitude towards their studies. Fortunately, each member of her family possessed intelligence far exceeding that of the average person, leading to remarkable teaching outcomes for Qixun, filling her with a profound sense of accomplishment. After all, scholars are always able to appreciate each other's efforts and ultimately converge on the same path. As the venerable Yumingzi expressed, indeed, in a gathering of 3, one invariably finds a teacher. She, as a mother, imparted knowledge of classics, history, poetry, and prose, while Lin Mimi was tasked with assisting her siblings in their studies. The skilled healer sister instructed on foundational medical principles and herbal knowledge, while Qixun supplemented with modern Western medical theories and hygiene practices. The monkey king taught cultivation techniques, and the healer sister contributed insights into earthly martial arts. Qixun also took on the subjects of mathematics and the sciences. Their lessons were interspersed with intriguing anecdotes from their respective worlds, igniting an enthusiastic spirit of learning among them. In essence, without impeding their primary responsibilities, the Yin family's elementary school flourished splendidly. On this particular day, as Qixun squatted by the fermentation pit, observing the fermentation of straw, she heard someone call her from behind. Xiaoxuan, I heard from second aunt that you wish to make paper? Lingzhou teased her. Isn't it a bit late for your brother to visit your home? Isn't it around 3 or 4 in the afternoon? The time you should be helping with chores at home? Both her mother and fifth sister shared a passion for culinary delights, relentlessly pushing third sister to become a culinary master. Although only a few days had passed, third sister's culinary skills had improved remarkably. Lingzhou ruffled her hair, watching the fermentation pool as he spoke. I am not particularly craving that little bit of venison. Didn't you send a deer's leg to grandfather a few days ago? My family has been enjoying it too. I came to bring you some food. After all, you taught us how to make tofu, didn't you? Today is the first time my family is making tofu, and my mother sent me to deliver some to you for a taste and to see how it turned out. Upon hearing the mention of tofu, Qixuan's interest was piqued, and she quickly rose to pull her elder cousin along. Is it ready? Let us go and take a look. The tofu business was established with the approval of the great-grandfather. Initially, it was intended to grant a 2/10 share of the profits to the Qi family. However, Gong Yumingshi believed that the fourth daughter was correct. This was, after all, hard-earned money. Although the craftsmanship was provided by her family, they contributed nothing further. So a 1/10 share sufficed, regarded as a tribute to the venerable elder. Qixun inquired about the elder's health, saying, I have been preoccupied these past few days and have not had the chance to pay my respects to the great-grandfather. How is he faring? He is well. Already able to walk again, thanks to the third sister, was the reply. During these days, Ling Su had prepared medicine for the elder and performed acupuncture twice. The elder's health had noticeably improved. Not only had his leg pain subsided, but his sleep had also markedly improved. Qixun nodded. That is wonderful. I shall make time to pay my respects to the great-grandfather. Previously, the second brother had ventured into the deep mountains, but instead of encountering wolves and tigers, he managed to hunt a wild boar, 2 deer, and several wild chickens and rabbits. Among them, the deer antlers, fawns, deer penises, and tendons were particularly valuable. The third sister even prepared some herself to sell, earning over 50 taels of silver, significantly alleviating the family's financial burdens. Nevertheless, the second brother felt regret for not having hunted a tiger or wolf. His dreams of wolf and tiger pelts remained unfulfilled. He still intended to make a wolf fur blanket for the great-grandfather. Ling Zhou, observing her little sister's earnest demeanor, chuckled and asked, "What are you so busy with?" "I am occupied with studying, learning to read, and practicing martial arts," Qixun replied, feigning a sigh. "Mother believes we lack education and insists we focus on our studies." Regarding this, Qixun contemplated that her cousin Ming-chun was preparing for them. She remarked, "My mother's intellect is no less than my father's. If you have any uncertainties in your studies, feel free to consult her." Qixun believed her mother to be exceptionally talented, truly deserving of recognition rather than relegation to the confines of the household, fading into obscurity. Moreover, the current era of Xia is far superior to that of the Song dynasty. Although women hold a subordinate status to men, the prevailing customs are remarkably robust, akin to the illustrious Tang dynasty of the past, where women in the capital could pursue education alongside men. Furthermore, her mother, perhaps fortunate to encounter a distinguished master as a student, has taken to teaching their siblings with great diligence. Notably, there is an absence of the chaotic scenes often associated with homework in later generations. Her mother does not entertain the notion of familial complacency. Indeed, she only acknowledges Xiaolu as her prized pupil, while the other three siblings are regarded as rather inept in her eyes. Regardless of this assessment, neither Qixun nor her brothers, De Shenggu and Shini Jia, would ever concede to such a characterization. Ling Zhou, on the other hand, recognizes that this second aunt of his is indeed a well-versed lady proficient in chess, qin, calligraphy, and painting, though he remains unaware of the depth of her knowledge. Nor does he realize that her scholarly prowess is comparable to that of his most esteemed second uncle. Nonetheless, Xiaosun would not deceive him regarding this matter. If the second aunt's scholarly aptitude truly rivals that of the second uncle, it would be entirely justifiable for him to remain in the village to pursue his studies, allowing him to oversee the household and encourage his younger brothers in their education, rather than venturing to the county to study under Wu Xiu. Now that tofu making has commenced at home, although the third and fourth uncles no longer need to toil in the town, as the eldest grandson, he can still contribute significantly. Ling Zhou readily agreed, recognizing that this endeavor would be the family's means of sustenance moving forward, and thus, it must be approached with utmost diligence and precision. With brothers engaged in their studies, the financial demands are considerable. However, with this venture, at least their parents and uncles and aunts can find some relief. Having discussed the tofu matter, Ling Zhou turned to Aunt Gong Yumingxi and inquired, "Aunt, Xiaosun mentioned that I could approach you with any uncertainties regarding my studies. I have accumulated a few questions lately that perplex me. May I seek your guidance?" Naturally, Gong Yumingxi would not decline, for Ling Zhou is the eldest grandson of this branch, ranking among the brightest in his generation, second only to her eldest son, Ling Wei. This child possesses remarkable perceptiveness and a composed demeanor, demonstrating great care for his younger siblings. Embodying the essence of a responsible elder brother, Gong Yumingxi holds a fondness for this cousin. Moreover, her husband greatly values this nephew. Had finances permitted, he would have eagerly taken him to the capital to broaden his horizons, seeing that her nephew does not underestimate her because she is a woman, but instead humbly seeks her counsel. Gong Yumingxi felt a sense of delight. With a gentle voice, she replied, "Of course, you may. Each morning, I instruct your younger siblings in their studies. Since your second uncle is absent, this will ensure they do not fall behind. If you do not mind, please join them each morning for your lessons. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me." Ling Zhou was overjoyed, and his second aunt displayed no humility, revealing her genuine talent and knowledge. Her character was not that of someone prone to boasting. He hurriedly bowed to Gong Yumingxi, saying, "I apologize for troubling you, dear aunt." Gong Yumingxi smiled and replied, "We are family, just like your second uncle, and naturally, I wish for all of you to succeed. There is no need to mention troubling." However, after a moment's thought, Gong Yumingxi continued, "Our family's books have suffered greatly due to fire, and I have not paid much attention to the imperial examination matters before. As you prepare for the upcoming children's examination in the spring, my guidance cannot be as tailored as it would be for your siblings. If you have any previous examination papers at home, please bring them along tomorrow so I can review them and provide you with the most beneficial advice for your preparation." Her husband had previously remarked that their nephew had a strong chance of success in the upcoming examination. With targeted guidance, passing the children's exam should not pose a problem, and securing the title of Xiozai seemed highly probable. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhou eagerly agreed. The next day, when Ling Zhou arrived, his second aunt dedicated an hour to a private lesson, leaving him utterly in awe. He had not anticipated that she would deliver the lecture with such ease, her references flowing effortlessly, and her language rich and elegant. It even seemed to him that her teaching was more accessible and comprehensible than that of his second uncle, often illuminating his understanding in a profound way. Indeed, the Song dynasty represents the most culturally resplendent era in the annals of Chinese history, and within this illustrious epoch, Li Qingzhao stands as a luminary of unparalleled brilliance. Her family, both paternal and maternal, as well as her marital connections and mentors, were among the most distinguished scholars of that time. She herself, despite the constraints of her gender, ascended to the pinnacle of the literary world during this glorious period, emerging as a radiant pearl, hailed by posterity as the foremost female poet of all time. Her prodigious talent rendered the imperial examination a mere formality, effortlessly guiding a young scholar to success. The young boy, captivated by a lesson, gazed at his aunt with eyes sparkling with admiration, akin to that of a besotted fan before a superstar. Gong Yumingshi was amused by the child's innocent exuberance, a rare display of youthful spirit from such a composed individual. Noticing that his poetic skills were still maturing, she presented him with a collection of her own previously penned verses. These poems are worth perusing in your leisure time. Your younger sister, Xiao Wu, possesses a remarkable affinity for poetry, and I foresee her future achievements. If you find the time, you might engage her in conversation. The young lad was taken aback. To receive such praise from my aunt for Xiao Wu is indeed commendable. I had no prior knowledge of her talents, as my uncle has never mentioned it. As he perused the verses in his hands, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a work I have never encountered before. Good heavens, such astonishingly brilliant compositions. Aunt, whose illustrious work is this?" Gong Yumingshi replied with a smile, "The phrase astonishingly brilliant is quite well applied. As for being illustrious, I would not dare claim such a title. Although I have spent my previous life surrounded by accolades, it still brings me immense joy to hear such words now." Clearing his throat, Gong Yumingshi humbly remarked, "What great talent is this? It is merely the product of my usual endeavors. After the books in my home were destroyed, I relied on my memory to compose a volume. You may read it at your leisure. It hardly qualifies as the work of a master," Yan Lingzhou observed. Though he could not craft such exquisite poetry, his years of study had instilled in him an understanding of quality. If these verses were not deemed commendable, then what had he been reading all along? Qixun claimed that his second aunt's knowledge rivaled that of his second uncle, a statement that seemed to flatter her modesty. Indeed, while his uncle possessed considerable poetic talent, it appeared that he was overshadowed by his aunt. All these years, he had been oblivious to her gifts. His second aunt was truly a person of humility. Yan Lingzhou gazed at Gong Yumingshi with starry eyes, tenderly caressing the book in his hands, pondering that had his aunt been a man, her poetry would have already garnered fame far and wide. "Aunt, may I have your poetry collection?" Lingzhou suddenly felt as though his sister was no longer the sister he once knew. Yet, his second aunt spoke with purpose, and her words were not mere empty rhetoric. After listening to Xiao Sun's lessons, Lingzhou was left in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend. After a moment of quiet reflection, he still found it hard to believe. Was this truly his little sister? The one he once adored to the point of wanting to cradle her in his hands, yet also felt an urge to strike? Who was this stranger he had known all along? By the time Xiao Sun's lesson concluded, and it was time for the third sister, Ling Su, to take her turn, Lingzhou was utterly speechless, his worldview shattered. Chapter 31. Do you not feel any pressure? Truly, I never expected that my younger sister would be an exceptional talent. Ling Su was amused by her elder brother's bewildered expression, and she comforted him, saying, "In the past, when father was at home, he had exceedingly strict demands regarding our studies, which made us hesitant to speak up. However, mother has always been more lenient with us, stating that each person's talents differ and that in a group of 3, there must be a teacher among them. This encourages us to learn from one another, allowing us to leverage our strengths and compensate for our weaknesses. I once studied medicine with grandfather. Thus I possess some knowledge in that field which surpasses that of my brothers. Mother believes that understanding a bit about medicinal principles is quite practical, and that is why I am teaching you some fundamental herbs and medical knowledge, for you never know when it may come in handy in the future. If Brother Lingzhou has no interest, he need not feel compelled to learn. Brother, as you are preparing for the upcoming examination in spring, there is no need to squander time on this. If you wish to learn, you may do so later." That saying, in a group of 3, there must be a teacher among them, was etched into Lingzhou's heart. He found his second aunt to be truly remarkable, as her words were genuinely enlightening. To be frank, he had harbored a degree of youthful arrogance in the past, Even second uncle had consistently praised his exceptional aptitude for studies, claiming he was one of the few outstanding students in Ling County. Had it not been for the concern of fostering pride, he could have participated in the children's examination 2 years earlier. Of course, there was also the intention to temper him so that his performance in the actual examination would be even better among the brothers in the family. Only second uncle's biological son, Ling Wei, could be compared to him. However, he regarded Ling Wei, who was 3 or 4 years younger, as a younger brother in need of his care. Thus he would never entertain the notion of competition. Therefore, even though Ling Wei's academic performance was not inferior to his own, he could only feel pleased. Today, upon reflection, it is evident that not only his brothers at home, but even his 3 younger sisters possess qualities that surpass his own. At this moment, Ling Zhou experiences a blend of joy and self-reproach. As the eldest brother, he naturally wishes for his younger siblings to achieve greatness, for it is through their mutual support that the Yin family can advance further and become stronger. However, as the eldest, he finds it disheartening to realize that he falls short even in comparison to his sisters, leading to a rather complex emotional state. This unfortunate lad, although bearing the surname Gongyu, is nonetheless his own blood relative, a cousin in fact. While his second aunt praises the 3 sisters, he finds himself overlooked. Previously, he thought nothing of his younger brother's disinterest in academics and somewhat mischievous nature, believing that with their collective support, it would not matter. Yet now, seeing the capabilities of his sisters, he feels a sense of urgency for his brother's progress. "Monkey brother," he remarked, "I have been instructing them, teaching them the art of cultivation, and they seem to enjoy it. Even mother is joined in learning. Who isn't a scholar in their own right?" Monkey brother rolled his eyes. "I have been teaching them martial arts. Mother insists that physical strength is more important than academic pursuits. Without good health, everything else is futile." Ling Zhou responded, "Well, in that regard, you certainly have no equal. The great Xia dynasty values both literature and martial prowess. Perhaps this lad may indeed forge a path in martial arts. Yet, without a capable mentor to guide him, his limited knowledge of basic strength training will hardly suffice for a serious martial career. Given their family's circumstances, where could they possibly find a skilled martial instructor?" Ling Zhou feels a deep sense of concern for his younger cousin. Meanwhile, the 3 sisters, noticing their eldest brother's exasperated gaze directed toward their elder brother, could not help but exchange amused glances. The great sage cast a glance at his 3 younger sisters, and, with a swift motion, "Embrace Ling Zhou. Do not concern yourself with me. I am perfectly fine. Let us proceed, for the medicinal herbs belonging to our 3rd sister are drying in the backyard. We shall first learn to identify these herbs." Ling Su provided on-site instruction, beginning with herb identification, followed by an explanation of their pharmacological properties, basic handling techniques, and how to utilize them for various ailments. This pragmatic approach was designed so that, should one fall ill in the future and be unable to find a healer, they could manage a simple self-treatment. The teachings were remarkably adaptable, making the learning process both straightforward and comprehensible. Ling Zhou listened attentively for the better part of half an hour, finding the insights imparted by his 3rd sister to be exceedingly practical. He did not consider his scholarly pursuits to be at odds with such knowledge. The Yin family was one of agricultural learning, distinct from the lofty lineage of those who merely boast of literary heritage. From a young age, he was accustomed to assisting with household chores. After his initial education, he continued to balance work and study, as farm duties were indispensable, and the notion that one could ignore the outside world due to academic endeavors was a fanciful notion indeed. He regarded farming as entirely normal and deemed the study of herbal pharmacology equally essential. His philosophy was grounded in practicality. Every piece of knowledge available in this world was, in his eyes, valuable. Seeing the boy's earnestness in learning, Gong Yumingshi could not help but nod in approval. Humble, pragmatic, diligent, generous, and patient, yet not devoid of youthful enthusiasm, it was evident why Yin Yanwu held this child in high regard, not merely due to his status as the family's eldest grandson. Once Ling Su concluded her medical lesson, the morning session came to an end. With a hint of bewilderment, Ling Zhou quietly inquired of Gong Yu Hao, "Brother Hao, with such capable sisters, do you not feel any pressure?" "What kind of pressure do I need? I am quite strong, you know." The Monkey King cast a bewildered glance at Ling Zhou, contemplated for a moment, and then suggested, "How about you come over tomorrow half an hour earlier to learn martial arts with me?" Xiao Sun remarked that health is the foundation of revolution. Without a sound body, everything else is mere illusion. Ling Zhou felt confident in his physical condition. Furthermore, Pursuing martial arts is not something that just anyone can afford. His younger cousin trained in martial arts because he had no interest in academics but possessed a natural talent for martial arts. Additionally, Gong Yu's maternal grandfather was a physician, providing access to medicinal herbs for strengthening the body without financial burden. Their family circumstances had once been favorable, enabling his cousin to pursue martial arts, while Ling Zhou's own family could not support such endeavors. Alas, he secretly wished to learn as well. After all, what young man does not harbor dreams of chivalry? He still needed to check on his younger siblings' homework upon returning home and assist with household chores. Aware of the difficulties faced by his aunt's family, he chose not to linger for dinner. Once Ling Zhou departed, Qixun went to the room where the Monkey King resided. Nowadays, aside from the Monkey King sleeping here at night, it had also become Qixun's workshop. She did not rush to operate the spinning wheel. Instead, she focused on crafting the tables, chairs, cabinets, and Kong tables that the family urgently needed. The Monkey King unexpectedly developed an interest in woodworking, while Qixun, being still young, lacked the strength to manage it alone. Thus, the Monkey King proved to be a tremendous help. In this collaborative effort, Qixun merely needed to draft the blueprints. The ink lines, wood cutting, and assembly were all handled by the Monkey King. This arrangement made things significantly easier, and the finished products garnered admiration from Gong Yu, Mingxi, and her sisters. Primarily, the designs conceived by Qixun amalgamate the aesthetic and practical achievements of subsequent generations of furniture while incorporating classical elements, resulting in a unique style. The siblings joined forces and, within a fortnight, crafted a wardrobe featuring 4 doors and another with 6 doors. The elder brother claimed the 4-door wardrobe for himself, while their mother and 3 sisters shared the 2 6-door variants, fortunate to have a spacious room to accommodate them all. Additionally, they fashioned an imposing desk measuring 3 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, accompanied by 6 chairs, which they placed in the main hall for their scholarly pursuits. Furthermore, they constructed 2 low tables for the Kong. As for the remaining furniture, they decided to gradually supplement it in due course. Upon completion, the elder brother still felt a lingering desire for more. However, the completed furniture required lacquer and artistic embellishments, a task entrusted to their mother. Thankfully, paintbrushes and pigments had already been procured. Qixun sketched the designs, illustrating ethereal landscapes of immortal realms for her elder brother, while she and her sisters envisioned delicate cherry blossoms. Her painting skills rivaled those of her mother, yet the sketches needed refinement, necessitating her mother, Gong Yu Mingxi, to enhance the concept further. Once the artwork was completed, a coat of clear varnish would be applied, allowing it to dry for several days before it could be utilized. While awaiting the lacquer to cure, Qixun contemplated the spinning wheel, as some components were iron-made, thus not an immediate concern, which also afforded her elder brother a few days of respite. Nevertheless, he felt no need for idleness. Coincidentally, although Uncle Lu had previously secured some silver, he had yet to fully prepare for the winter, necessitating funds, and thus he invited the elder brother to venture into the mountains. Naturally, he acquiesced, intending to accompany his second brother. The elder brother felt assured that with him present, their youngest sister would have no trouble entering the mountains. Moreover, there has been no news regarding the affairs of the Red Eagle Guard these days, so there is no need for concern. The 2 younger sisters have acquired martial skills and training over the past few days, and they can hold their own against an adult. The 3rd sister has ventured into the mountains with him, alleviating any worries about home, thus she agreed to this arrangement. Once the 3 of them set off for the mountains, Ling Yu completed the embroidery for the pin bag. Initially, she had only promised to craft 1 pin bag for brother Ling Zhou. However, it would be unfair to only gift it to him while neglecting her other cousins, all of whom are pursuing their studies. Since the family is not in short supply of scraps, she decided to make 1 for each of them. Her pace of work is not rapid, and it took her over 10 days to finish. Gong Yu Mingxi, whose embroidery skills do not match those of the young girl, praised the completed work upon seeing it. Coming from a prestigious family, her standards are certainly high. Curious, Qixun inquired if the youngest sister could perform double-sided embroidery. Ling Yu cast her a sidelong glance, remarking on her lofty expectations. While she indeed knows how to do it, double-sided embroidery requires considerable effort, and she does not often engage in it, her skills being only average. If Qixun desires it, she will have to wait patiently. In her previous life, it was quite an achievement to finish a small purse in 10 days or so. In this life, her health has improved, and spending a little time each day on embroidery does not tire her, which is why she has taken it up. With elder siblings around, she is not obligated to do much, and idleness can be quite dull. However, prompted by her fourth sister's reminder, she feels a surge of inspiration. While a purse does not require double-sided embroidery, she can certainly embroider a few handkerchiefs. As winter settles in and she finds herself at home, she could also craft a screen to present to her mother. As for larger projects like a folding screen, she can always take them on when she has more leisure time in the future. With the affection of her mother and elder siblings surrounding her, she currently has no pressing worries. Since her sisters are not adept at needlework, they are unable to assist her in other matters aside from studying. Each morning, she practices martial arts, and needlework is the only skill she can contribute. However, Gong Yimingxi is not particularly concerned about such things. Their household is merely a farming family. And while sustenance is a priority, their attire need not be overly refined. She waved her hand dismissively, stating that while it is fine to engage in such activities for fun, one must be cautious not to strain their eyes. There is no need to heed your fourth sister's advice. She is akin to a monkey, incapable of producing anything of quality, no matter how intricate the task. Qixun retorted, "While you may care for your younger sister, must you resort to personal attacks?" Ling Yu stifled a laugh behind her hand. Qixun huffed with indignation and proceeded to check on the fermentation of her paper materials in the fermentation chamber. After inspecting the chamber and noting her observations, she went to feed her rabbits. Now, she had raised about 30 rabbits, and she was quite attentive to their care, eagerly awaiting the completion of her spinning wheel to shear the rabbit fur for yarn to knit sweaters. With those sweaters, the winter would be much more bearable. However, 30 rabbits were still insufficient, so her elder brother ventured into the mountains, where, aside from hunting larger game, rabbits were of utmost importance. She had originally planned to raise a few chickens, but her brother often returned from the mountains with wild game and ample eggs, sufficient for the household, thus shelving her chicken-raising plans. Meanwhile, the issue of rabbit feed had become pressing. The scant vegetables available in their home were barely enough to see them through the winter. Unfortunately, her spatial abilities remained inaccessible. With her brother and sisters away in the mountains and no household chores to occupy her time, she began to contemplate crafting mahjong tiles for her mother, as it was her mother's cherished pastime. The brewing of liquor has temporarily come to a halt, as the grains cannot be wasted. However, the creation of playing cards remains a possibility. Unfortunately, suitable materials for card making are currently elusive, but there is no shortage of fine wood, which is just right for crafting mahjong tiles. In addition to 2 tigers, there are also 2 red foxes, 2 deer, more than a dozen wild chickens, over 10 rabbits, and 6 badgers. Furthermore, Ling Su has discovered a ginseng root over 300 years old, 2 roots exceeding a century, and several roots that are 50 years or older. She has also found a large piece of reissured mushroom, along with several smaller ones. Other medicinal herbs have filled her basket to the brim. Upon observing her spacious 2-courtyard residence, Qixun felt satisfied. Chapter 33. The Inner Turmoil, a face radiating delight. Initially, Qixun believed that despite her family being composed of formidable figures, the pursuit of wealth still relied on her efforts. However, upon reflection, it became apparent that in this context, she was indeed fortunate. In later generations, the term playing the parental card became popular, yet it essentially refers to one's family background. Although she remains uncertain about her father and elder brother's circumstances, given the present situation, with her mother, second brother, third sister, and younger sister by her side, she undoubtedly stands as a prominent figure in this realm. Playing the parental card? My father has yet to reveal his hidden talents. While my mother is a luminary in the literary world, my brother is akin to a celestial being, my sister is a divine healer, and my younger sister is a fairy-like beauty. Who could I possibly fear? Wealth? It is merely a matter of time. With such illustrious family members paving the way for success, my motivation to strive has dwindled. Internally grappling with turmoil yet outwardly beaming with joy, Ling Su cheerfully remarked, "My second brother mentioned that the tiger skins should be preserved, one to honor our great-grandfather and one to be given to Uncle Lu, while another will be reserved for the patriarch of the Zhou family. 2 red fox skins are to be given to mother, while the badger skins are reserved for us sisters to fashion into capes. I shall sell the tiger bones to create medicinal liquor, and the tiger meat can also be sold first. As for the deer, we shall keep the meat for our own consumption, and the deer antlers shall be processed and sold later. The badger oil, which is rare, I will produce for our own use. The ginseng aged over 300 years and the one aged over 100 years will be kept for ourselves, as we may need them one day. I will only prepare and sell a few decades-old ginseng and smaller lingji mushrooms. With these items earmarked for sale, along with our family's savings, we will have enough to build a courtyard. What do you think, mother? Gong Yumingxi. Very well, although the children are young, they will be of great use in the future. Indeed, my fourth daughter is correct. She shall merely enjoy the filial piety of her children later on. Thus, she refrained from expressing further opinions. You may decide for yourselves. However, given the current weather, winter is fast approaching, and it may be unfeasible to construct the house now. Qixun suggested, why not lay the foundation first, order the blue bricks and tiles in advance, and have my second brother select quality timber to prepare? Then we can commence building right at the start of spring. Gong Yumingxi nodded. That sounds agreeable. The timber for the house will be a significant expense, but our second son can search in the mountains, which will save us a considerable sum. We can also craft our own furniture, further reducing costs. Therefore, we will only need to spend on blue bricks, tiles, and labor wages. With our savings and the money from selling the medicinal herbs and game, we will indeed have enough to build a spacious courtyard. Still, Gong Yumingxi harbored some concerns. The deep mountains are perilous, and my heart has been uneasy these past few days. Our family has sufficient provisions, and we have the funds for construction. There is no need to take further risks. The Monkey King remarked, where are the medicinal pouches prepared by my three younger sisters? The venomous snakes and ants cannot approach me. Even if, by some misfortune, I were to be bitten by a poisonous creature, I need not fear, for my sisters can remedy it. I am capable of dealing with large prey without danger. Did not mother mention that my sisters should take the imperial examinations? Therefore, it is wise to save some silver, lest we arrive in the capital without funds and cause you further worry. What he did not express was that, as a being of innate divinity and demonhood, even in his current mortal form, the great beasts of the mountain dared not approach him. For this reason, hunting large prey has been a source of great concern. Some creatures of spirit would flee at the mere sight of him. Had it not been for his own agility, he would have been unable to pursue these formidable beasts. It was truly a matter beyond reason. Gong Yumingxi rolled her eyes and said, what do you mean by your sisters needing to take the examinations? You must take them as well. Very well, the mountain's king would descend and become a beleaguered candidate for the imperial examinations. The Monkey King scratched his head. Understood. I am certain I shall pass. Gong Yumingxi let out a scoff, choosing not to engage in further banter with her son, and simply instructed, rest for now. I shall prepare food for you and sewer. After several days of confinement in the mountains, the child must be utterly exhausted. Qixun did not offer to assist her mother, for Lingyu, upon sighting a tiger, even one that was deceased, kept her distance, quickly following her mother into the kitchen. Qixun, however, squatted beside the tiger, observing it. Indeed, as the king of the mountains, even in death, it exuded an air of formidable authority that could instill fear. Ordinary folk would not dare to approach. Qixun had encountered tigers in the park, and although those lacked the wild majesty of their jungle counterparts, was not the creature before her a lifeless tiger? She gently caressed the tiger skin, feeling a mix of regret and joy, and sighed, indeed, it is worthy of being the king of the mountains. Then she touched the red fox fur, contemplating her mother's innate beauty, draping the red fox's collar around her neck. She mused about how exquisite it would look. If sold, this exquisite piece would fetch a handsome price. Yet such pure-colored red fox fur is exceedingly rare, hence, it would be a shame to part with it. It is far better suited for her beautiful mother as personal use. Regrettably, the red fox was not large enough, otherwise, she could have crafted a splendid cloak for her mother. The vibrant colors of the badger skin could be fashioned into exquisite vests for each of the three sisters. The monkey brother readily agreed. Meanwhile, Qixun hurried to her room to sketch the blueprints for a distiller. I will complete the design tonight. And tomorrow, I shall seek someone in the county to construct a fine apparatus for brewing wine. Once the tiger bones are processed, this equipment should be ready. Shall we go to the county together? Asked her brother. Indeed, we must also sell the tiger meat, badger meat, and wild game. What about the rabbits? There are a few with splendid fur, some pure gray and white. It would be a pity to let them go. Lingsu remarked, in the coming days, I will likely be preoccupied with preparing medicinal herbs and curing the tiger, fox, and badger skins, leaving little time for anything else. Once I find some leisure, my brother can hunt rabbits again. We won't sell them, but will instead make cured meats. The pelts can be processed, allowing us to create a few rabbit skin cloaks and quilts. While they cannot compare to mink or fox fur, they are certainly far superior to cotton clothing and bedding. Chapter 34. A life of serendipity in just a couple of months. The new year will arrive, and preparations for cured meats must commence beforehand, as the weather grows colder. Making these delicacies in advance seems prudent. Qixun spoke with a yearning for the deep mountains, due to limitations in her abilities. She now follows her siblings into the mountains merely as a hindrance, so perhaps it is best to refrain from doing so. Qixun quietly sets herself a modest goal. By the dawn of spring next year, she must attain a modest proficiency in lightness of body, thereby enabling her to roam freely in the mountains. The age-old adage of relying on the mountains for sustenance rings true. However, this sustenance necessitates the skill to procure it. Linjiang County is replete with mountains and rivers, yet the vast, nearly 300-mile expanse of deep mountains daunts all but the most audacious adventurers. Even those who dare venture and only graze the periphery, the true depths remain untouched, teeming with riches seemingly reserved by Providence for her brother, the Monkey King. As the sister of the Monkey King, Qixun cannot help but feel elated at the prospect of abundant wealth. Concerns about money are cast aside. A life of ease finally allows her to pursue her passions and ideals. The ingredients for their meal are mostly prepared in advance. Gong Yu Mingxi and Ling Yu quickly prepare dinner, and the family gathers around the heated platform, illuminated by lanterns. Ling Su remarks, though the weather has turned chilly, some of our game has already been in the mountains for 2 days. It would be prudent to process it soon to prevent spoilage. After dinner, my second brother and I will handle the game tonight. And what needs to be sold can be taken to the county town tomorrow by my second brother and Uncle Lu. Tiger meat, for instance, cannot be consumed in the town. Once the hides are removed, they should be promptly treated. Gong Yu Mingxi expresses concern. You've been in the mountains for several days. I fear you haven't had proper rest. There's no rush at this moment. You should get a good night's sleep and attend to it all tomorrow. Ling Su smiles and replies, with my second brother here, we truly haven't been overworked. We found a cave in the evening, lit a fire, and slept quite well. We are genuinely not tired. Do not worry, mother. For the Monkey King, the jungle is indeed his true home. Gong Yu Mingxi observed that her 2 children appeared to be in good spirits, and she refrained from offering too much counsel. Previously, they had hunted wild boar and made some sausages, yet now they were lacking essential spices. The wild boar meat was undeniably gamey, far inferior in taste to that of domesticated pigs. Although the flavor of the current uncastrated pigs was also quite questionable, they still had the means to purchase meat, with no objections from anyone. If only they had chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, or ingredients for sour fish and boiled fish dishes, they could create a delightful array of meals. Alas, it was a source of regret for Qixun. This child was exceedingly particular about her food, and as a result, the family's quality of life had significantly improved. In terms of culinary delights, their household was incomparable to even the wealthiest of families. It was a mystery how she possessed so many recipes in her mind. Qixun remarked, in our era, there are 8 major culinary traditions in our country alone, not to mention the countless local delicacies and snacks. With global cuisine at our fingertips, one can simply order from their phone and have it delivered, or dine out at a restaurant. For the industrious, cooking at home is also an option, as there are countless tutorials online. I have a habit of searching for recipes for dishes I enjoy. My memory is quite remarkable, so I manage to retain them all. If only we had more spices. Otherwise, we could experiment with 2 new dishes every day and never repeat ourselves for years. In this life, dining is of utmost importance. What nonsense about life and food being paramount, Gong Yu Mingxi retorted, shooting her a disapproving glance. Fine, let your brother construct that grill for you. You can tinker with it all day. Fortunately, the results of their endeavors were commendable, although she had yet to see the rumored spinning and weaving apparatus. The furniture they had crafted thus far was indeed impressive. Not only practical, but the paintings above, along with the designs, are exceedingly exquisite. Even individuals of noble lineage, such as Gong Yu Mingxi and Ling Yu, would undoubtedly commend them. However, although the matters of profit have been resolved by my second brother and third sister, Qixun believes she can contribute as well. She suggested, since Uncle Huitang is skilled in carpentry, what if I provide the designs and styles? Mother, you could assist with the paintings. Shall we collaborate with Uncle Huitang? Alternatively, we could sell the designs outright. Furthermore, the tofu business has been entrusted to Grand Uncle S family, and it would be remiss not to consider Second Uncle S side as well. Once the oven is constructed and we produce some pastries, if you find them satisfactory, I could share the recipe with Second Uncle's family. It happens to be accompanying Uncle Wu in the county, so they could open a pastry shop, which might prove more lucrative than the tofu business. What do you think, Mother? Although our family would only receive a small percentage of the tofu profits, it is a steady income stream. if she truly succeeds in making pastries and shares them with the second branch of the family. It would alleviate any concerns of favoritism and prevent any potential rifts due to financial interests. Moreover, it would provide an additional source of income, which is a win-win situation. Gong Yumeishi chuckled and replied, "You should focus on perfecting those pastries first. If they turn out well, then you may discuss it with your Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. As for the furniture, there is no rush, although Uncle Huitang is indeed family. We are still somewhat distanced." Gong Yumeishi implied that once others see our furniture and express interest, they will naturally inquire, which is preferable to us pressing the matter. After all, we are merely providing design templates. Qixun, understanding her mother's wisdom in social matters, readily agreed. In truth, the collaboration in furniture is modest, while the future partnership in the production of spinning wheels and looms holds great promise. The spinning wheel she has created far surpasses the current models, serving as a tool to enhance present productivity. Even if it does not yield immediate profits, it is certainly worthwhile to promote. She cannot, however, produce spinning wheels in large quantities solely for sale from her own home, especially considering their impending journey to the capital. Thus, collaborating with the Hall family becomes essential, as they are of the same lineage. Moreover, such a venture cannot rest solely on the shoulders of the Hall uncle's household. It must involve the entire clan, uniting their collective strength. Furthermore, with her father's status as a scholar, it is likely to deter outsiders from coveting the spinning wheel. Nevertheless, it is clear that her family cannot claim more than a mere 10% share in this business, as there will also be looms and other production tools in the future. With her father's esteemed title as a scholar, if not a geneshur, it is only reasonable that her family secures at least a 30% stake. However, since the products are yet to be completed, she has said little to her mother about this plan. After enjoying their evening meal, the family busied themselves with processing their game, working diligently until late into the night before finally finishing. The following morning, they would need to rise early to head to the county town, so they hurriedly washed up and retired for the night. Chapter 35. Shocked the next morning, the family awoke early to practice their cultivation for a while, followed by some martial training. Ling Su began preparing breakfast, while Monkey Brother busied himself packing the game they intended to sell, along with the medicinal herbs Ling Su had accumulated over the past few days. By the time they finished breakfast, dawn had just begun to break. Uncle Lu had already gone to borrow a donkey cart from the clan leader's home, and the 2 deer their family had received were slaughtered for their meat, while the antlers and other medicinal components were prepared with Ling Su's assistance, ensuring they could fetch a good price later on. In addition to the 2 deer, the wild chickens and hares he received are also meant for sale. Recently, accompanying Brother Monkey into the mountains, Uncle Lu had quite a bountiful harvest. His household now enjoys an abundance of meat and has even saved some silver. Auntie Iswa has been musing about renovating the house come spring, so that Uncle Lu may seek a match. Ling Su, concerned they might go hungry, prepared scallion pancakes, boiled 10 eggs, and filled bamboo tubes with hot water for them to take along on their journey. Gong Yumingshi instructed his son, "However, during your last 2 visits to the county, you neglected to pay your respects to your 5th uncle and aunt. If you have time today, do pay them a visit. Bring along a few wild chickens and hares for your 5th uncle, and don't forget a piece of dog badger meat and a deer leg." Brother Monkey complied, loading 3 large baskets filled with medicinal herbs and tiger and deer meat alongside a cage of wild chickens and hares onto the cart. He also arranged 2 mats of cattail grass for Uncle Lu and Qixun to sit on, before taking the reins himself. Initially, Uncle Lu was apprehensive about letting such a young lad drive, yet the ox or donkey seemed to respond remarkably well under his guidance. His driving skills surpassed even his own, so he acquiesced. While shielding Qixun from the wind, Uncle Lu chuckled and teased. "These beasts probably sense that Hauer is capable of vanquishing formidable foes. They are exceedingly well behaved." As a devoted admirer of Brother Monkey, Qixun mused to himself, "My esteemed brother is the kind of figure who can compel even the mighty bull demon king to seek the comforts of home and rely on his wife as assistance. After all, it was merely a donkey. However, these days, even a decent horse commands a price of over 100 taels of silver, akin to the luxurious vehicles at the back. Their family cannot afford such extravagance for the time being, but a donkey remains a feasible option. As for the cart, they could construct one themselves, far superior to those available for sale outside." Monkey King was indifferent. "As long as you think Mother won't object, go ahead and buy it." At this moment, she was in a state of contentment, untroubled by the affairs of her children. Whatever they wished to undertake, she had never opposed. With a wave of her little hand, Seven Seek declared, "Mother will definitely not object." so let us proceed with the purchase. Uncle Lu chuckled on the side. Well, little Sun will have to feed the donkeys every day now. With so many rabbits, isn't that enough to keep you busy? In truth, wild rabbits are not easily tamed. Otherwise, hunters like the Zhua family would not neglect raising them. After all, rabbits breed rapidly and provide a stable source of income. Seven Sikh smiled and replied, It's not troublesome at all. In our mountains, there is an abundance of wild grass. Are we really worried about keeping them alive? I even mentioned that we could share some of the rabbits we've raised with your grandmother and my aunt to help take care of them. We've also kept a few of this batch ourselves. I estimate that by next spring, we should have at least 100 or 200. Zhua Guanglu was unaware that her intention in raising rabbits was to exploit others. He assumed it was merely for meat and sale. Rabbits graze on grass. And in the countryside, grass is plentiful. If you can raise them well, it truly could be a promising livelihood. He chuckled. My mother would surely be delighted. She had tried raising wild rabbits before, but they all perished within a few days. Since it was not a market day, the journey to the town was devoid of people. As they passed through the town, they did not enter but continued directly to the county city. After leaving the town's entrance, the road to the county city ran alongside the riverbank. Seven Sikh had been taken to the county city by her parents when she was younger, and she had not felt much at the time. However, now with memories from her past life, she gazed at the riverbank and the canal, feeling deeply moved. Indeed, the Great Xia was worthy of being called a powerful super empire. In her previous life, the nation she hailed from also boasted canals. Yet their breadth was scarcely 1/5 of the one before her. The riverbanks featured wide thoroughfares that spanned a generous 10 meters, flanked by a verdant array of protective trees. In the deep autumn, the foliage displayed a rich tapestry of colors against the backdrop of a brilliant blue sky, reminiscent of a magnificent oil painting. The thoroughfare bustled with vehicles, while the waterways teemed with both large and small vessels, epitomizing the prosperity of a flourishing era. Qixun paid little heed to the various vehicles. Her gaze was firmly fixed upon the boats navigating the canal. She had encountered and studied the magnificent treasure ships of the Ming dynasty, which represented the zenith of ancient technological prowess. However, the large vessels she now beheld on the canal surpassed even the grandeur of those famed ships. She was genuinely astonished by the advanced state of shipbuilding in the Great Xia. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear to her. With such vast territories, how could the rulers maintain dominion over such an expansive nation without well-developed water and land transportation? The canal was wide, and this particular riverbank was one of the main thoroughfares of Linjiang County. Just by observing this riverbank, one could discern the general state of inland transportation in the Great Xia. The military might of the Great Xia was formidable, yet, lamentably, as far as Qixun was aware, agriculture was rather underdeveloped, and the manufacturing sector pertinent to livelihoods was quite ordinary. In comparison to the burgeoning capitalism of the Song and Ming dynasties in her previous world, it paled significantly. In terms of technological advancement, aside from the shipbuilding industry she currently witnessed, it likely fell short even of the prosperous Tang dynasty. Such a powerful empire, yet with a populace enduring mediocrity, left Qixun with a tinge of regret. Ping'an town lay merely 20 to 30 miles from the county seat. After passing through the town's entrance and ascending onto the national highway, the donkey cart moved at a leisurely pace, and within less than an hour, they arrived at the city gates. In the brief interlude while waiting to enter the city, Qixun scrutinized the formidable city wall of Linjiang County. The moat spanned over 10 meters in width, while the wall itself boasted a thickness of 20 meters and soared to a height of 30 meters, resembling a colossal monument resting upon this land. The towering rampart stood magnificently, such grandeur for merely a county seat. One could only imagine the splendor of the provincial city, the prefectural city, the grand state capital, and Shengjing City. Could this truly be the city of the empire? Even the most epic of films could scarcely capture such an imposing presence. Awash with memories of her past life, Qixun was profoundly struck by the might of this empire as she stepped outside her home for the first time. The innate fervor belonging to her military lineage surged within her, stirring her spirits. Alas, she was not a literary savant like her mother. Otherwise, she would have composed a poem to celebrate this moment, a melody to sing. This was the world in which she would spend her future. Chapter 36. Entering the city Shaosun, it's our turn. Just as Qixun was lost in thought, Monkey Brother called out, rousing her from her reverie. Following Uncle Lu and Monkey Brother, she paid the entrance fee and passed through the 20-meter gate, officially entering the city. Qixun marveled at the modest entrance fee of just 1 per person. The donkey cart cost 2-1, and the gate tax for goods was assessed based on estimated value, amounting to nearly 50 taels, though they settled for 40 taels, resulting in a fee of 41. While she remarked on the affordability of the head tax, Uncle Lu shook his head, saying, though 1 per person may seem inexpensive, our county is a vital thoroughfare for trade, frequented by merchants traveling from north to south and east to west. The volume of people and goods flowing in and out daily is immense. This gate tax is a significant source of revenue for our county, so do not underestimate it. Upon reflection, Qixun realized that they had arrived quite early. Consequently, the number of individuals departing the city was substantial, while those entering at this hour were relatively few. Within the city walls, a different scene unfolded. The broad, 10-meter-wide bluestone path along the wall was likely a wartime supply route for transporting goods and military vehicles. Thus it was devoid of pedestrians. Within this stone pathway flowed an inner-city river, approximately 5 meters wide, with the buildings of the city lining its opposite bank. After traversing the city gate and the 10-meter stone path, they stepped onto a stone bridge, which led them to the main thoroughfare of the inner city. The 4 principal avenues, extending in the cardinal directions, converged at the heart of the city, which was designed in a grid pattern. At the very center stood the county office and the administrative departments. Each of the 4 avenues served as bustling commercial streets, featuring 3-story shops that lined the thoroughfare, which spanned 10 meters in width. Thus, despite the throngs of people, the atmosphere remained orderly and unconfined. Vehicles moved in a well-organized manner to avoid any potential harm. The 3 did not ride in the donkey cart. Upon entering the city, Uncle Lu led the donkey cart, while Hogu, mindful of his mother's admonitions, held tightly onto Qixun's hand, anxious about the possibility of his spirited sister being led astray. As Qixun surveyed the orderly streets, the vibrant array of shops with their colorful awnings, and listened to the lively calls of vendors, she felt a surge of excitement. This experience was far more vivid than anything portrayed on television or in films, given that it was still morning. The city was imbued with a rich atmosphere of daily life, bustling with vitality. Consequently, the trio deliberated and resolved to sell their goods first before proceeding to Uncle Wu's residence. Uncle Lu frequently visits the county town to sell his game, catering to a loyal clientele. He first delivered 2 tiger carcasses, 2 deer, for badgers, approximately 20 chickens, and over a dozen rabbits to a grand tavern. Conventionally, tiger meat is deemed the least valuable part of the animal, and Uncle Lu initially believed he would be fortunate to receive 50 taels for the 2 tigers. To his surprise, however, the tavern's manager waved his hand grandly and offered 60 taels. The 2 deer fetched a handsome 15 taels, a notably high price for venison. Of the 6 badgers, 1 was gifted to Uncle Wu, another presented to the venerable elder, and 1 retained for personal use, leaving 3 for sale, albeit at a modest price of 1 tael per badger due to their exquisite flavor. As for the 20 chickens and 10 rabbits, such a large tavern had no shortage of poultry or rabbits. Had it not been for the tiger and deer, they likely would not have accepted the lot. Yet the offered price was quite reasonable, totaling 1.5 taels. Uncle Lu collected his rightful 16.5 taels, while Brother Monkey tucked away the 63 taels earned from selling the tiger and badger meat into his pouch and bid farewell to the manager. The manager lamented internally, wishing for the tiger's skin and bones. He noted the absence of deer antlers, fetuses, and tendons, recognizing that the venison was undoubtedly from a stag. He surmised that the hunting master likely had his own means of processing those parts. Reflecting on it, he thought to himself that this hunter had indeed come into his own, as he had previously sold whole deer, but had never brought in a tiger before. Pointing at the rare items that would be brought forth in the future, the head merchant was willing to offer a generous price. Before departing, he earnestly advised, "Dear hunter, should you come across anything of value in the future, remember me, price is no object, for rare goods shall fetch the finest prices in the city." Uncle Lu smiled in response, expressing his gratitude before making his exit. The sale of the game proceeded smoothly and did not consume much time, prompting the 3 to consider selling the medicinal herbs next. Uncle Lu, familiar with herbal shops and medical halls due to his father's long-term reliance on medicine, sought out a reputable medical hall known for its excellent reputation. He enlisted the help of an apprentice to watch over the donkey cart while he, along with Brother Monkey and Qixun, entered the establishment. Recognizing the youth of the 2 companions, Uncle Lu approached the apothecary's manager and presented a basket of well-sorted medicinal herbs, asking, "Could you kindly assess the value of these herbs? They have been expertly prepared, and if the price is right, I shall bring them to you in the future." The manager examined each herb with great care, internally acknowledging their quality. Unlike other commodities, the efficacy of medicinal herbs is profoundly influenced by their quality, and thus, meticulousness is paramount. The way these herbs were processed was genuinely commendable. The finest herbs handled by their best physicians could scarcely compare. Quality herbs are rare not merely in terms of cost, but in the preservation of their medicinal properties. For the sake of efficacy, the herbs used by the medical hall are predominantly sourced from local producers, often prepared in-house, while supplementary supplies are selectively procured from trusted merchants. Beyond their regular suppliers, they seldom purchase herbs externally, ensuring the integrity of their prescriptions. The shopkeeper, feeling quite satisfied, refrained from bargaining. These medicinal herbs are of exceptional quality and rather rare varieties. I shall offer you a fair price. I will purchase the entire basket for a total of 15 taels of silver. Should you come across similar high-quality herbs in the future, we shall gladly acquire them. You may inquire at other apothecaries, and you will find that no one offers a better price than ours. To speak candidly, these herbs you possess must have been gathered from the depths of the mountains, as they are wild and, when properly processed, possess greater efficacy than the same herbs I procure from merchants. Otherwise, I would not be able to offer such a generous price. Uncle Lu glanced at the Monkey King, who, with his keen insight, recognized the truth in the shopkeeper's words and nodded in agreement. After receiving the 15 taels of silver, the Monkey King continued to stow it away in his satchel. At this moment, Qixun inquired of the shopkeeper, "Our family originally hailed from the apricot grove. My grandfather was a court physician, and we possess ancestral medical texts, considered rare editions. Would you be interested in purchasing them?" The shopkeeper was nearly taken aback by her words. Chapter 37. The Prodigal Son. Seeing that she was merely 7 or 8 years of age, he did not take her seriously and merely cast a glance at Zhuoguanglu. Uncle Lu was equally startled by her query and quickly turned to the Monkey King. The Monkey King shot Qixun a disapproving look, thinking to himself, "Our family is not in need of silver at the moment. Why pose such a question?" In truth, Qixun was simply seeking to gauge interest. Whether they sold the texts or not was secondary. She felt it would be a waste of effort not to inquire. Moreover, she genuinely believed that medical skills and prescriptions, being arts of healing, should be disseminated widely so that more individuals within the country could learn to utilize them. If given the opportunity, she felt that her third sister, the miraculous physician, not taking on disciples would be an utter squandering of talent. After the Monkey King glared at her, he turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Indeed, I possess medical texts at home. If you are interested, I would be willing to sell them to you." The shopkeeper mused to himself that if these books were not a result of squandering wealth, they could only be considered ordinary and not particularly valuable medical classics. After all, who would sell the ancestral medical knowledge? One would expect the ancestors to intervene and rectify such folly. The Monkey King, perceiving the deeper implications of the shopkeeper's expression, could not help but roll his eyes and clarify, "These are not mere ordinary medical texts. They are indeed ancestral treasures, accumulated over generations." The shopkeeper, astonished, inquired, "Is there truly no one in your family to study medicine? Are your elders aware of your intention to sell these texts?" The Monkey King replied, "My third sister possesses extraordinary medical skills, surpassing even my grandfather, who once served in the Imperial Medical Bureau. However, she has stated that a physician's duty is to save lives and alleviate suffering. Medical classics are often the culmination of the lifelong dedication of countless predecessors. A physician, guided by compassion, should prioritize healing over personal gain or familial pride. If these texts can contribute to producing more skilled physicians in the world, it would honor our ancestors' legacy and serve the greater good of society." The shopkeeper, momentarily distracted from pondering whether the young boy's sister truly possessed remarkable medical prowess, was rendered speechless by the depth of his words. Regardless of the sister's abilities, the boy's noble demeanor and expansive mindset were indeed commendable. With a radiant smile, the charming youth confidently added, "Moreover, my sister has also remarked that even with a master's teachings, individual talent varies. Thus, the skills acquired will differ. It is not merely the possession of medical texts that leads to proficiency in the art of healing. In this world, while there are countless individuals pursuing the art of medicine, those who can truly be regarded as divine healers are exceedingly rare. Not everyone possesses the remarkable talent of my younger sister." Observing the youth's unreserved praise for his sister, the innkeeper's curiosity was piqued. He set aside the matter of the medical texts and inquired, "Is your sister's medical skill truly exceptional?" Our esteemed practitioners at the Rind Hall are considered among the finest in the county. If it is convenient, I would be grateful if your sister could visit our clinic for a discussion and exchange of knowledge with our physicians. However, despite his courteous invitation, the innkeeper harbored doubts, as the boy appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, suggesting his sister might be even younger. Mastery in medicine is not merely a product of theoretical knowledge. It requires years of accumulated experience. Thus, he found it difficult to completely trust the boy's assertions. Upon seeing the boy nod in agreement, he continued, "As for the medical texts you mentioned, without seeing them, it would be imprudent to assess their value. If they are indeed rare editions, we would certainly be interested. You mentioned your ancestor served as a court physician. We have a resident physician here who hails from the Imperial Medical Academy and may very well be acquainted with him." To his surprise, the innkeeper's expression turned to one of astonishment. Although he was not a physician himself, merely the innkeeper, he was well versed in matters pertaining to the medical community. A lineage from the Imperial Medical Academy, particularly one bearing the rare surname Gongyu, could only refer to a notable individual. The Gongyu family was quite renowned within the medical field. Regrettably, the current generation of the Gongyu clan had dwindled, and after the esteemed elder physician resigned from his position, news of him had not been heard in many years. To unexpectedly encounter a descendant of the Gongyu family today was indeed a surprise. Hence, the matter of the medical texts could not be dismissed lightly, though it is somewhat sorrowful to hear of the passing of Master Gongyu. Acquiring the medical text of the Gongyu lineage is indeed a significant stroke of fortune, if what this young man claims is true. And his sister has inherited the genuine teachings of Master Gongyu. The realm of medicine shall undoubtedly welcome another prodigy. The shopkeeper, filled with regret, remarked, "I never imagined that Master Gongyu has departed from this world. Since your sister has acquired his true legacy, her medical skills must be commendable. Should we obtain the treasured medical manuscripts of the Gongyu family, rest assured, we shall offer a price that ensures you do not suffer any loss." In truth, Qixun had merely inquired casually, yet this conversation unveiled so much, the shopkeeper genuinely took it to heart. Mimicking her brother's gesture, she scratched her head and replied, "It's not the original. It was passed down from my grandfather as a family heirloom, so it is not for sale. What we offer is a handwritten copy. If you are truly interested, you may review the content first and then negotiate a price." The shopkeeper felt as though he had stumbled upon a great treasure, his spirits soaring with delight. Very well. After discussing the medical texts, she inquired about the blacksmiths, seeking recommendations for those with exceptional craftsmanship. For the shopkeeper, being familiar with the local trades, surely had more insight than they did. The shopkeeper then introduced two establishments, providing their locations. Both are situated in the southern western district. One is near the Zhao family bridge on Jingda Street, close to the southwest gate. If you inquire about Zhao's ironworks, you will find it is an old blacksmith shop with over a century of history. Their craftsmanship is not only skillful, but also reputable in business, quite trustworthy indeed. The other is near the Yamen. Although still in the southern western district, it is adjacent to South Street. You should look into Zhu Family Lane's Zhu Family Ironworks, as it is well known. Whatever you intend to do, either of these two will suffice." The innkeeper, being quite considerate and detailed in his conversation, received a heartfelt thank you from Qixun before taking his leave. As the three exited the medical hall, they noticed that the day was drawing to a close. Qixun estimated it to be around 9 o'clock, nearing 10. Realizing there was insufficient time to visit the blacksmith shop, he decided to head to Uncle Wu's house first, planning to return to the blacksmith later in the afternoon to order the necessary components for the spinning wheel and loom. It would be rather impolite to drop by in the afternoon unannounced. As they made their way towards the southeastern district, the innkeeper, having seen them off, instructed his staff to treat the guests well before hastening back to the consultation hall. There, he encountered an elderly gentleman who, having no patience to attend to, was leisurely perusing a medical text. Approaching the old man, he inquired, "Do you know whom I just met?" The elder lifted his eyelids to glance at him, continuing to read as he replied, "Who?" displaying no interest in guessing. The innkeeper, not intending for the elder to engage in speculation, chuckled and said, "You would never guess. It was the descendants of the esteemed Gongyu, whom we have not heard from in many years." Only then did the elder shift his focus from the book. Expressing surprise, the innkeeper shook his head, saying it was a young boy and a girl of about 7 or 8 years old, who referred to Gongyu as their grandfather. It seems these children are adopted into the Gong family. However, from their words, it appears that old Master Gong has passed away. That venerable gentleman was truly remarkable in his medical skills. His departure is indeed a significant loss to our medical community. The elder did not dwell on whether the children were adopted, but upon hearing of Gong Yu's demise, he was left in a state of shock. He was of a similar age to Gong Yujin, being 4 or 5 years younger. However, Gong Yujin's medical skills surpassed his own. In the past, at the Imperial Medical Academy, Gong Yujin was his superior. Recognizing his commendable medical prowess and upright character, Gong Yujin offered him considerable guidance and support, fostering a bond akin to that of a mentor and disciple. Back then, he addressed Gong Yujin not as sir, but as master. Now, at 65 years of age, he reflected that had Gong Yujin still been alive, he would be merely 70, a ripe age for a physician, as many practitioners live beyond it. He never anticipated that. After years of separation, the news he would receive about Gong Yujin would be of his passing. A sigh escaped his lips. The older he grew, the fewer old friends remained. Residing in a small town, encounters with acquaintances had become increasingly rare. The shopkeeper then spoke of the 2 children intending to sell the family's treasured medical texts. Anger flared in the elder's face, and he could not help but exclaim, "Profligate wretches! The Gong family has been a distinguished name in the field of medicine for centuries. How lamentable it is that the descendants are so lacking that they would even consider selling their ancestral medical books. Is there truly no other recourse in times of hardship? Must they relinquish their family's legacy to outsiders?" The shopkeeper hastily interjected, "You may be mistaken. They do not appear to be in dire need of money. They originally came to sell medicinal herbs, which they have processed to an exceptionally high standard, rivaling even those that you prepare yourself." The elder was taken aback. If that is the case, then surely the Gong family must still have individuals studying medicine, capable of producing top-quality herbs. They should not lack for silver. Why then would they sell their medical texts? The shopkeeper proceeded to recount the young boy's remarks regarding the inheritance of medical knowledge. The elder was initially taken aback, then clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, the descendants of Master Gong Yu are remarkable. Such magnanimity is indeed rare in today's medical community. Who can claim to possess such qualities? We all take pride in our own medical skills, yet we fall short compared to this young lad." The shopkeeper chuckled and replied, "You seem to have misunderstood. Those words were not spoken by the young gentleman himself. Rather, he stated that they were uttered by his younger sister, who, according to him, is exceptionally skilled in medicine, rivaling even Master Gong Yu himself. I am aware that you and Master Gong Yu once served together in the same court, and I have heard you mention that Master Gong Yu was an old acquaintance of yours, which is why I have come to relay this message. Given that the young gentleman is undoubtedly still in his youth, his sister must be even younger, making such a bold claim about her medical prowess quite difficult for the elder to believe. He could not help but inquire, how old is this young gentleman? He contemplated the age of Master Gong Yu's daughter, surmising that the young man could scarcely be older than 10 or so. The elder then shot him a glare. Why inform me of this now, rather than at the time? He had not anticipated that a descendant of the Gong Yu family would appear in Linjiang County. The Gong Yu family is not from Qingzhou Prefecture, but rather from the neighboring Xingzhou. It remains uncertain when Master Gong Yu passed away, if he were interred in Linjiang County. As an old friend, it would be fitting for him to pay his respects. In his time, Master Gong Yu, known for his forthright nature, was reluctant to entangle himself in the intrigues of the imperial harem. Nevertheless, his medical expertise was among the finest in the Imperial Medical Academy, where he served as the chief physician, inevitably drawing him into political affairs, ultimately compelling him to resign for his own safety. Subsequently, communication ceased. Over the years, he did not refrain from inquiring about Master Gong Yu's whereabouts. Yet the vastness of the empire rendered him unable to receive any news of the esteemed gentleman until today. When he learned of the old friend's passing, the elder could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Observing his distress, the innkeeper promptly offered consolation at the time. "I thought that young lad would return in the future, and I was uncertain if you wished to meet him. Hence, I dared not take the liberty to decide for you. You need not grieve for Master Gong Yu. Should that young man's sister indeed inherit his legacy and acquire his medical skills, you ought to find solace in that." With a heavy sigh, the elder instructed, "Should you encounter them again, do ensure to keep them close, for I have matters to discuss. Master Gong Yu shared a bond with me akin to that of a mentor. Now that I am aware of his passing, it is only right that I pay my respects at his spirit's altar. If his descendants face misfortune, I shall, within my means, extend my assistance." The innkeeper acquiesced. The elder then recalled the matter of medicinal herbs and was eager to assess the capabilities of the descendants of the Gong family. thus accompanying the innkeeper to examine the herbs. Meanwhile, Qixun remained unaware of the unfolding events at the clinic after their departure, oblivious to the innkeeper's praises of her brother's unparalleled handsomeness. At this moment, she felt a sense of inadequacy as a devoted fan of her brother. Typically, fervent fans tend to be superficial, often fixating solely on appearances. Otherwise, they would not be deemed brain-dead fans. However, Qixun's admiration for her brother transcended mere infatuation with his looks. It was not a reflection of her shallowness. She revered her brother's indomitable spirit, his audacity to challenge the heavens, and his unwavering courage to confront injustice with resolute strength. Furthermore, having observed him for 8 years, she had long since become immune to the charm of her brother, the Monkey King. Despite his exquisitely handsome features, and among his 5 siblings, only the youngest, Lin Mei, could rival his beauty, she had never truly taken notice of her elder brother's appearance. However, nearly every passerby seemed to linger their gaze upon him for several seconds, with young women fixating the longest. This admiration was not limited to youthful maidens. Women well into their 80s and even young children stared at him intently. On one occasion, 2 young ladies were so captivated by his presence that they collided with each other and stumbled into a wall, exclaiming in surprise. During his pilgrimage to the west, the Monkey King had been the subject of countless stares and exclamations of monster, and thus had grown accustomed to the attention, remaining unfazed and composed. Yet, for Qixun, the experience was entirely different. It was the first time she recognized the astonishing beauty of her brother. Chapter 39. Encounter. While she chastised herself for being an inadequate superfan, she marveled at how her brother, in his monkey form, was the beautiful Monkey King, and as a human, he transformed into an exquisite young man. As the younger sister of such a stunning youth, Qixun stood tall amidst the admiring crowd of women, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. Dear brother, are you truly not considering finding a purple fairy to bear a multitude of little monkeys with? Qixun lamented the apparent waste of such resources. The Monkey King looked bewildered. Why is this talk of having little monkeys being brought up again? Was it not agreed that this matter would be left to our elder brother? Who is this purple fairy? He inquired. Qixun sighed and shook her head. She is the fated lover of your destiny, the one destined by heaven. Is it not enough that the heavens have decreed this for you, you arrogant one? Only you, monkey brother. What nonsense. Qixun laughed heartily. Monkey brother playfully slapped her on the back of the head, scolding. What on earth is Qixun Bao? With Uncle Lu present, Qixun refrained from enlightening him about a Chinese odyssey, instead chuckling softly and humming only you, nearly driving monkey brother to distraction. He promptly delivered another playful smack to her head, urging, could you please be quiet? Uncle Lu, oblivious to the sibling duo's light-hearted bickering, found himself entertained by the girl's whimsical singing, especially her line about taking the blame while sending someone else to their demise. How cheeky. As for Uncle Lu's understanding, Qixun chose to remain silent, for sometimes bearing the blame can be far more agonizing than facing death itself. After all, wasn't monkey brother born anew from the brink of death, leaving behind only a few disciples who continued to struggle? Fortunately, monkey brother maintained an admirable attitude, unconcerned that his younger sister derived joy from his suffering. As the siblings continued their playful banter, they heard a voice calling from the roadside, Guanglu, Hauer, Shaosun. What brings you to the county? Qixun turned in confusion, only to see a handsome and radiant youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. As she searched her memory, she finally recalled who this young man was. His name was Yin Hongyu, a clansman from their village. Despite being only 18, his seniority surpassed that of her father, who would need to address him as Tang Shu. Conversely, Qixun's generation had to refer to him as Uncle Ancestor, as he ranked 5th in their lineage, leading the younger generation to affectionately call him Little Fifth Master. Monkey brother and Qixun quickly stopped to pay their respects, saying, we have come to see you, Little Fifth Master. The Lao Wuga mentioned by Uncle Lu was indeed Qixun's 5th uncle, Yin Yonglu. Yin Hongyu was an orphan. His parents passed away when he was merely 4 or 5 years old, and without any close uncles or grandparents to rely on, he was raised collectively by his clan. However, this young gentleman possesses a spirit that is far from ordinary, exuding a certain chivalrous bravado reminiscent of wandering heroes. His academic prowess is modest at best, yet his physical strength is remarkable. After studying under Yin Father for several years, he managed to learn a few characters, and, recognizing that scholarly pursuits were not his calling, he understood the necessity of self-reliance in carving out a livelihood. Consequently, He entrusted the few acres of farmland to his relatives and set off to the city in search of opportunities at the tender age of 13. Due to his literacy, he swiftly secured a position in the county town. Known for his straightforward nature and sense of loyalty, he gradually garnered a measure of renown. After 2 years, he abandoned his initial job and took over a waterway dock in the western part of the city, recruiting a group of laborers to handle cargo for passing vessels, and also serving as a guide for merchants entering the city, effectively becoming a sort of intermediary. In just a few years, he managed to acquire a modest residence in the city and established a network of connections within the diverse social fabric of the county. Upon encountering fellow clansmen from his village, Yin Hongyu felt a surge of joy. Come. What a rare encounter. Allow me to escort you. There is no need to dine at the home of my cousin Lu Wu at noon. I shall treat you to a fine meal at a restaurant. He then inquired, how has everyone in our village been faring lately? Uncle Lu chuckled. All is well. Yin Hongyu affectionately ruffled the hair of Qixun, a girl he used to often hold in his arms, now grown to such height. You are here to sell game, I presume? But why would the family send Hauer and Xiaxuan to deliver items to cousin Lu Wu? In recent times, Gu and Uncle Lu have frequently ventured into the mountains for hunting, acquiring a substantial amount of game. This time, we too have come to sell our catch, having secured 2 deer to keep for our own consumption. Additionally, the wild chickens and rabbits hold little value. So my mother entrusted us to deliver a leg of deer along with some wild fowl and rabbits to Uncle Wu for him to savor. Yin Hongyu shares a unique bond with Yin Father. Although he is a generation older, Yin Father was his mentor, and during that period, he often dined at the Qixun household, practically raised by Yin Father as his own son. Thus, Yin Hongyu regards the Qixun siblings as both grandchildren and younger siblings. The Yin siblings are also quite close to him, having shared meals together for several years. However, after not seeing each other for an extended period, and with the impact of past memories, the Qixun siblings temporarily forgot about such an intimately connected individual. Reflecting on this now, Zhuo Guanglu still feels as though he is caught in a dream. Yin Hongyu, little Erlang possesses some martial talent, which he is aware of, but has this lad truly become formidable merely through practicing the health-preserving techniques taught by his grandfather? He himself had learned those as well. When did little Erlang become so powerful? A first-grade warrior of the Red Eagle Guard, it is inconceivable that he could single-handedly slay a fierce tiger, let alone 2. Yin Hongyu gazed at Monkey Brother with uncertainty. Is it true? Monkey Brother nodded. Just 2 tigers, is it worthy of such alarm? Who does he look down upon? Yin Hongyu. Chapter 40. This child has indeed changed remarkably. The expression on Monkey Brother's face was all too clear, leaving Yin Hongyu both amused and astonished, feeling a mix of indignation and laughter. Could it be that this child has truly undergone a transformation? Aside from him, there seems to be no one in the Lao Yin family endowed with any talent for martial arts. Oh, wait, there is myself. After Yin Hongyu moved to the city, he studied some martial techniques from the guards who worked for the previous employer. He possesses a natural strength and shows some aptitude for martial arts. However, starting his training at the age of 13 meant he missed the prime years for development. Thus, although he is considered quite skilled among the ordinary people of various backgrounds, he cannot be compared to true warriors, nor even to the genuine experts among the wandering heroes of the martial world. His abilities are at best those of a third-rate rogue. Of course, while his physical prowess offers a certain level of security in his life at the docks, his true reliance lies in his intellect. Yin Hongyu feels a twinge of regret. Had he known earlier, he would not have invested in a house. Otherwise, he would not be left with merely over 50 taels of silver. Since his living situation is not dire, Yin Hongyu refrains from broaching the subject of money again. But he cannot help but feel a sense of anxiety. Are you and Xiao Wu all right? Fortunately, they suffered no burns, only a few coughs from smoke inhalation, and a bit of fright. The shock even brought back memories from a past life. But could I share this with you? In truth, I am not at all hungry. The scallion pancakes and boiled eggs I brought remain untouched. However, Qixun's curiosity about the current delicacies led her to sample a piece of 3-colored sweet rice cake, reminiscent of those from later generations. It was delightfully sweet, soft, and tender, with a flavor that was quite exquisite. When she accompanied Xiao Wu into the pastry shop, she carefully examined the offerings, and upon hearing Xiao Wu mention that this was the finest pastry shop in Linjiang City, she learned that he had spent nearly 2 taels of silver on 8 different types of pastries, each weighing a pound. Qixun believed that with her expertise in Western desserts, opening a pastry shop in the county would undoubtedly thrive. While traditional Chinese pastries are undeniably delicious, Western confections cater more effectively to the general palate in terms of texture and flavor. The prominent position of Western sweets in the realm of Chinese desserts is not solely attributable to the early fascination of the populace with foreign cultures. As a few individuals traversed through the central thoroughfare of the county, they entered the southeastern district, turned onto the main avenue, and then onto the street leading to the county school. After passing the school and walking for a short while, they arrived at the serene Jingyin Alley, where Uncle Wu resided. This area, aside from the county school, was dotted with numerous private academies, where Uncle Wu served as a teacher in a moderately sized primary school. Due to the presence of the county school and private institutions, the residents here were predominantly scholars, rendering the neighborhood remarkably tranquil, with a much better security situation than the southern and northern western districts. Of course, the southeastern district was distinguished by its elegance, while the northeastern district was known for its wealth. The security in the northeastern district was superior to that of the southeastern district where Uncle Wu lived. Jingyin Alley was in close proximity to the county school, thus the value of the properties was considerable. Uncle Wu's family had barely managed to purchase a small courtyard 2 years prior. After exhausting the entirety of their savings and supplementing it with Uncle Wu's earnings from teaching in recent years, the courtyard comprised 3 main rooms and 3 side rooms on either side, offering ample space, albeit the yard was rather diminutive. When Uncle Wu's home was first acquired, they hosted a warm gathering for close relatives, and Qixun and her siblings accompanied their parents to the occasion. Recollections of the small courtyard enclosed by the main and side rooms lingered, estimated to be around 30 square meters, yet it boasted a rare well, which significantly increased its value by 40 taels of silver compared to similarly sized courtyards in the alley. Eventually, the 4 individuals reached the doorstep of Uncle Wu's residence. Due to the small size of the yard, the donkey was tethered to a small tree outside. Little Sun approached the door and knocked. From within, the voice of Aunt Qin inquired, "Who is it?" She was puzzled, for as a woman, no one typically sought her out, even if a neighbor were to visit. It would likely be other women who, at this hour, would have already set off for the market, and it was nearly noon. Unlike the countryside, the city had fewer unannounced visitors. At this time, both her husband and eldest son were at school, and acquaintances would not come to their home. Who could it be that was knocking? Little Sun replied from outside, "Auntie, it's me." The sweet tone immediately revealed her identity to Aunt Qin. It was her niece, Little Sun. She hurried to open the door and, upon seeing a visitor, ushered her inside. "What brings you here today? Is everything well at home?" Little Sun smiled and replied, "Everything is quite well. Second brother and Uncle Lu have come to the county town to sell game, and Mother asked us to bring you and Uncle Wu some delicacies to taste. On our way, we ran into young Master Wu and decided to come together." Meanwhile, Monkey Brother and Uncle Lu were unloading the game from the cart. Aunt Qin greeted Yin Hongyu, saying, "I haven't seen you in quite some time, young Master Wu. How have you been?" Young Master Wu responded with a hearty laugh, "What could possibly be wrong with me? I've been busy with my own affairs and Haven Tea had the time to visit. Besides, as an educated man, it's best to keep my distance from the various dealings of the world. It could tarnish my reputation." Aunt Qin quickly replied, "What you say is quite unfounded. You are the elder in our family, and we, as juniors, ought to show our respect. Who would dare to suggest otherwise?" Upon inviting everyone into the main room and preparing to brew tea, I noticed the items in the hands of Brother Monkey and Uncle Lu. Upon inquiring, I was astonished to learn that they brought deer legs, badger meat, and tiger meat. Such an array of provisions surely must exceed a few silver coins. Your mother is rather generous with her gifts. Henceforth, such offerings should be avoided. Chapter 41, Section 5, Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. Brother Monkey scratched his head, explaining, "We have 2 whole deer at home and recently hunted several more, so we lack for nothing of this sort. After hunting 2 tigers, we brought back only 10 pounds of meat. My mother mentioned that it has been a while since she has seen you and Uncle Wu, so she sent us to visit. As for the deer and tiger meat, such delicacies are rare in the local markets, and we thought it would be a treat for you and Uncle Wu." At that moment, Qin was preoccupied with ushering everyone inside and had yet to notice the 4 wild chickens and 4 wild rabbits resting in the courtyard. She chided, "If you had brought a wild chicken or rabbit, I wouldn't have said anything, but these are quite valuable. Fine, I shall accept them today, but please refrain from such lavish gifts in the future." Brother Monkey could only respond, "We did bring a few wild chickens and rabbits. They are right outside in the courtyard. Would you prefer to keep them for later, or shall I prepare them for you now? With the weather being cool, curing them for preserved flavor would also be delightful." Qin was left speechless. What could she say? Being from the county, She was well aware that not every household had access to such game. Her father was a scholar, and she and her husband, Yin Yonglu, taught in a private school. It was due to Yan's impressive demeanor that her family had consented to their union. Thus, she knew well that even in the mountainous regions, not every family savored the luxury of wild delicacies. Lacking the prowess of a hunter, one cannot hope to procure game. Even if traps are set, the wildlife on the outskirts of the mountains is scarce. Only with a stroke of good fortune might one encounter a couple of wild chickens or rabbits. Otherwise, the mountain dwellers would not find life so arduous. Indeed, this time, my nephew and niece have brought me a modest gift. I am grateful to your mother for remembering both me and your Uncle Wu. Among the sisters-in-law, Qin and Gong Yimingxi, being literate, share the most camaraderie. She has given birth to 2 sons, while her second brother's family boasts 3 lovely daughters, each more enchanting than the last, and she genuinely cherishes them. Lingza, the eldest son of Qin and Yin Yonglu, is currently studying alongside his father at a private academy. Their life is not burdensome. Her husband teaches at the academy, earning 5 taels of silver each month. She excels in embroidery, focusing on substantial pieces rather than trifles, managing to sell 2 or 3 each year, thus matching her husband's income. Over the years, her private savings have accumulated, providing a comfortable cushion for daily expenses. As a woman, she finds little to discuss with the men. After inquiring about the situation back home, Yin Hongyu took Monkey Brother and Uncle Lu to hunt chickens and rabbits. Meanwhile, Qin engaged Qixun in conversation, only to learn that her household had suffered a fire. Fortunately, her son Hao has proven to be an adept hunter, earning a considerable sum, even managing to fund the construction of a new house for Mingchun, which reassured her greatly. Qin wished to have Qixun stay in the city for a few days, but Qixun replied with a smile, stating that her mother teaches them to read every day. Having already missed a day of lessons by coming to the county, she promised to visit Aunt Wu again after the new year. Were she to have a daughter, she would certainly nurture her to become a talented woman. Qin cast him a sidelong glance. There is no fine wine or exquisite dishes at home. Let us dine at the tavern. What? Are you reluctant to spend silver on your nephew and niece? Besides, today we have Uncle Xiao present. So it is only fitting that you contribute silver as a gesture of filial piety. Yin Yolu erupted into hearty laughter. Although he was a scholar, refined in demeanor, he hailed from a humble farming family, despite his ancestors having produced a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. He could scarcely be deemed one of those scholarly types who never lift a finger. His nature was bright and straightforward, and he shared a harmonious bond with his wife. He jested with her. Is it not true, my dear? I am merely concerned that you might suddenly become miserly and fret over spending silver. Qin glared at him. When have I ever been stingy? I will not allow you to ridicule me in front of our elders and juniors. Today, we shall go to the finest tavern in the county and order the best dishes. Let us see who truly frets over expenses. Yin Hongyu waved his hand grandly. Nephew and niece, you need not worry. With me as your elder, there is no need for you to spend. Today, your Uncle Wu shall treat you all. None shall contest with me. If you feel uncomfortable, dear niece, you could make me a couple of pairs of winter cotton shoes. The ones bought outside wear out far too quickly. Everything else is manageable, but these shoes are particularly troublesome. Which month do I not ruin a few pairs? Qin readily agreed. Among the brothers, Lingza was the 6th. He held the utmost respect for his eldest brother, Lingzhou, yet his fondest admiration was reserved for his cousin Haodong, who was not part of the brotherly order as he had been adopted by the Gong family. At 9 years old, he was 3 years younger than Hongguo, yet he had always delighted in trailing closely behind his cousin Haodong. Chapter 42. The various affairs of the county town. Lingzhe remarked, well, we are all brothers in hardship. He gazed at Qixun with a hint of envy, lamenting how fortunate sisters are, spared from the grueling toil of rising before dawn to study. But, little Sin, you are already quite mischievous. If you learn martial arts from Brother Hao, what will become of you? Who would dare to marry you? Qixun retorted, your focus is indeed rather peculiar. She felt that her cousin deserved a taste of her fist for such remarks about his sister. Clearly, those who have not faced the harsh realities of society lack the ability to articulate themselves properly. With that thought, she raised her small fist and landed 2 quick punches on him. Lingzhe made a comical face and hurriedly ducked behind Monkey Brother, who promptly pulled him out, urging Qixun, quickly, soon, finish up, and then we shall go out for a fine meal. The adults paid little heed to the playful scuffle between the siblings, finding joy in the fact that after a long separation, they had not grown estranged. The group locked the door behind them and made their way to the tavern. Yin Yolu inquired about Ling Zhou's academic progress, noting that Ling Zhou's son was the eldest of their branch, possessing the greatest talent for learning among the younger generation. Only Ling Wei, the eldest son of second brother's family, could compare with him. Yin Yonlu held high hopes for Ling Zhou's success in the upcoming examination, believing that if all went well, their branch would gain yet another scholar. Although Yin Yonlu was confident in his nephew's prospects, he was somewhat taken aback by his nephew's assertion that his mother held such optimism. Your father only claimed to have a 70 to 80% chance. How can your mother be so confident? The Monkey King mused to himself, my mother is the unparalleled poetess of all time. Such a title is not bestowed upon just anyone. In her past life, her lineage and her mentors included several top scholars and grand masters. She has proclaimed it herself. So how could it be false? Her literary prowess rivals that of my father, though you may be unaware of it, since she has asserted it. My cousin Lingzhou is undoubtedly destined to become a scholar. Yin Yonlu, on the other hand, was well aware of his sister-in-law's formidable talents. He had often heard his wife extolling her virtues, yet to claim that her intellect could rival that of his most esteemed elder brother was difficult for him to accept. Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his skepticism in front of her son, opting instead for a light-hearted laugh and a change of subject. Ultimately, what mattered was that his eldest nephew was not neglecting his studies at home. When he heard his nephew mention that the eldest branch of the family had ventured into the tofu business and was thriving, he felt a surge of joy for them. It was important to note that the 3 elder cousins had produced 8 sons. The financial burden of their education and future marriages was significant, especially since the costs of education far exceeded those of marriage. With 8 sons, he found it challenging enough to manage the expenses for his 2. Moreover, if his nephew Lingzhou were to succeed in his scholarly pursuits, he would need to attend the county academy, which would incur yet another considerable expense. This thought often weighed on his mind, adding to his concerns for the oldest branch of the family. Now that there was a stable income from their business, things were looking up. As they exchanged jovial banter, the group made their way to South Avenue, where Yin Hongyu decided to treat them to a meal at the finest restaurant in the county, ZHW Lu. It was said that the main establishment of ZHW Lu was located in the city of Qingzhou, with a branch in each of the 9 counties under its jurisdiction, all flourishing in business. Although Jiwei Lu is located on South Street, nearly 20 meters northward leads to Yaqian Avenue. Those who can enter Jiwei Lu are primarily prominent figures within the county. Individuals like Yin Hongyu, who dwell at the lower echelons of society, seldom find their way inside. Today, however, in a spirit of merriment inspired by Gong Yuhao and Qixun, he chose to bring them here for an enriching experience. Despite having traversed South Avenue previously, Qixun remained in awe of the ancient thoroughfare. In her previous life, it would have been akin to a 6-lane road. Remarkably, the street is entirely paved with blue stone slabs, a monumental undertaking in an era reliant on manual labor. The cleanliness of the street is truly commendable, as is the overall safety. Upon hearing her admiration, her 5th uncle chuckled and elucidated. The street administration, responsible for maintaining the thoroughfare, employs numerous personnel, and every shop on the street is obligated to pay a maintenance fee monthly. As for security, the city patrol operates in 3 shifts daily, with each shift divided into 8 groups, each comprising 20 individuals organized into 4 patrol teams, ensuring that few dare to commit crimes in the county. In addition to the city patrol, the constables of the county's police department also conduct regular inspections. However, the constables primarily monitor the 4 main avenues in the north, south, and east-west directions, focusing on apprehending offenders, while at other times, they do not venture into the 4 districts. The county is organized around the county office, divided into 4 districts: southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest. Qixun mused that the street administration is akin to the sanitation department of her previous life, while the city patrol resembles the police station and urban management. In earlier times, urban management was indeed under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Public Security. The constables can be compared to the armed police and criminal investigation units. In her former life, the fire department was known as the Fire Suppression Unit, part of the Fire Prevention Bureau, with a fire station established every mile within each of the 4 districts. Certainly, much like the fire brigade, the emergency response team is not solely concerned with fire-related incidents. They are responsible for managing all sudden emergencies. The Great Xia Empire boasts a remarkably comprehensive system of laws and administrative management. Indeed, a mere visit to the county town has significantly broadened her understanding of this prosperous empire, surpassing her knowledge accumulated over the past 8 years. At the very least, she now catches a glimpse of one facet of the imperial landscape. This transformation is undoubtedly influenced by her evolution from a mere child to a person of adult reasoning. The group swiftly entered the Jiwei building. As it was still relatively early, despite the bustling business within, the establishment was not yet at full capacity. Yin Hongyu adeptly secured a private room on the second floor overlooking the street. Once seated, an enthusiastic waiter promptly presented them with the menu, while another staff member brought over a tray laden with hot tea and cold appetizers. Yin Hongyu handed the menu to Yin Youlu, stating, "I seldom frequent places like this. You must be a regular, fifth nephew. Today you shall order on our behalf. As for you, nephew's wife, feel free to select whatever you desire." Yin Youlu, unreserved, ordered several signature dishes and then passed the menu to the evidently curious Qixun, saying, "Little son, do choose a few items as well. Thank you for your keen eyes in spotting errors. I have made the necessary corrections. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to you Qi, who is never idle, as well as Shi 800774, the quirky priest, and several others for their generous contributions. I sincerely request your monthly votes and recommendations, as they hold great significance for my progress. Once again, heartfelt thanks to all the dear readers." Chapter 43. The Art of Combat. Qixun took the menu and began to peruse its offerings. The esteemed Jiwei Tower boasts a remarkable level of sophistication. The menu features illustrations of the dishes, each artfully rendered, igniting a sense of appetite within its patrons. The summer season mirrors the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, yet upon examining the offerings of this establishment, it becomes evident that its culinary prowess far surpasses that of the Tang era. In her previous lifetime, the culinary arts flourished significantly during the Ming and Qing dynasties. As for the ephemeral Yuan dynasty, where kitchen knives were often shared among households, it is best not to dwell on the topic of gastronomy. During the Tang and Song periods, particularly in the Tang dynasty, strict regulations prevailed, and iron cookware had yet to become commonplace. A limited variety of ingredients further contributed to the culinary landscape, which predominantly featured steaming and roasting techniques, with stir-frying being virtually non-existent. It was not until the Song dynasty that stir-frying emerged, yet it remained a luxury inaccessible to the common folk. The renowned fan tower of the Song era gained fame for its stir-fried dishes. Having never dined at Jiwei Tower, Qixun was uncertain which dishes would be delightful. Her uncle ordered the signature dish, and she selected a few that caught her eye. Once the attendant took the menu away, the adults engaged in casual conversation while Qixun, along with Monkey Brother and Lingza, leaned against the window, observing the passers-by on the street below. Although Lingza currently resided in the county town, his father seldom took him for leisurely strolls along the bustling thoroughfare, leaving him as curious as Qixun. As for Monkey Brother, having claimed to have witnessed the celestial peach banquet and tasted divine spirits, his experiences of traveling to the West rendered him unimpressed by the sights. He was merely indulging in the moment, joining his younger siblings at the window for some amusement. However, his gaze was soon drawn to a rider galloping forth, perilously close to trampling the pedestrians on the road below. In Qixuan's words, could he possibly be an accident waiting to happen? He had no time for further contemplation. With a swift leap, he vaulted from the window. Upon landing, he sprang again, reaching forth to grasp the galloping stallion by its head. The black horse let out a powerful neigh and, with bent knees, collapsed to the ground. The young gentleman atop the horse was also unceremoniously thrown to the earth, fortunately without injury. Enraged at being unseated by a mere commoner, the young lord rose and raised his whip, intent on teaching this audacious youth a lesson. However, the Monkey King would not allow the whip to strike him. With a deft motion, he intercepted the lash, further infuriating the nobleman, who pulled on the reins several times in vain. What insolence! How dare this lowly peasant obstruct me and cause my fall? Today, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Xia Kun, observing from above, was taken aback. This man's arrogance was one thing, but to direct it towards her Monkey King was another matter entirely. Ling Zhe gaped in astonishment, realizing he had been unaware of his brother's remarkable abilities, managing to subdue a galloping steed single-handedly, while also rescuing several individuals. Meanwhile, the four adults engaged in conversation were startled when they saw the Monkey King leap from the window, hurriedly rising to peer outside. Upon recognizing the scene, both Yin Youlu and young Master Wu's expressions shifted dramatically. The figure confronting the Monkey King was none other than the notorious dandy of the county, the scion of the esteemed Chui family, a prominent lineage from the northeastern district of the county. The Chui family was not merely a local aristocracy in Lingjiang County. They were a renowned noble clan throughout the entire Great Xia, with a history spanning nearly a millennium. The branch residing in Lingjiang was but a side lineage of this illustrious family, yet it was far from a group that an ordinary citizen could afford to offend, especially considering that the current head of the Lingjiang Chui family held a prestigious position as a minister of the 6th Department, ranked second in the imperial court. Otherwise, a mere branch of the Chui family would not command such fear in Lingjiang County. Yin Hongyu, who spent his days idling about the streets, was certainly aware of the most debauched son of the Chui family, a scoundrel by the name of Chui Gui. He was the second legitimate son of the Chui family. Yet he acted with utter disregard for humanity, having committed numerous acts of abduction, assault, and extortion against the common folk. Truly a disgrace to the elegance implied by his given name. Yin Honglu was also acquainted with Chui Gui, whose notorious reputation in Lingjiang County was akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Upon witnessing the situation, the two decided to turn back, unwilling to let Howard suffer any injustice. Qixun, seeing that both Min and Uncle Lu were preparing to descend, turned pale with worry and quickly interjected, "Young Master Wu. Uncle Wu, you need not intervene, simply observe. In this world, someone dared to confront her second brother, possessing a boldness surpassing even that of the King of Hell himself. Even the King of Hell found himself at a loss when her brother's name appeared on the death register. Of course, she trusted her brother would not resort to lethal violence. However, a well-deserved lesson that left the offender speechless was inevitable. Observing Uncle Wu and the young prince, Uncle Lu insisted on proceeding downstairs, prompting Qixun to say, "It would only complicate matters for you to go down now. Let us watch first. If it becomes necessary, we can act later." As she barred their passage, Yin Honglu and the others had no choice but to huddle by the window, eager to witness the unfolding events. On the street, those who realized trouble was brewing hurriedly made their escape. The few individuals who had been rescued showed commendable integrity, though fearful of Chui Gui. They expressed their gratitude to the monkey brother and promised to testify on his behalf should they encounter the authorities. Some passers-by, undeterred by the chaos, gathered around to watch. It was a rare occasion to see someone dare to confront the tyrannical Chui family, a sight that brought immense satisfaction to the onlookers. To miss such excitement would indeed be a pity. Little did they know, an even more gratifying turn of events was about to unfold. The Monkey King stood firm, clutching his whip as he faced off against Chui Gui, who unleashed a torrent of profanities. Anger surged within the Monkey King. In this world, aside from his parents, who possessed the audacity to insult him? When he released his grip, the debauched young man, taken aback by the unexpected leniency, fell onto the ground. Wincing in pain yet seething with rage, his face flushed crimson. He scrambled to his feet and lunged at the Monkey King, shouting, "You wretched commoner! How dare you obstruct me? I'll beat you to a pulp, you worthless cur." At this moment, his subordinates, now realizing the gravity of the situation, advanced to surround the Monkey King. The Monkey King's gaze turned frigid, yet a smile graced his lips. He paid little heed to the flunkies, focusing solely on the spoiled rich boy. As he deftly dodged the attacks from the lackeys, he delivered blows that left the young man howling for mercy, yet miraculously, not a single bruise marked his body. It was only when the young man begged for reprieve that the Monkey King finally relented, chuckling, "Still want to curse at me? No, no, please spare me," the young man pleaded, desperation etched on his face. The Monkey King continued to smile. "So you want to trouble me again? I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not." With a cold snort, the Monkey King remarked, "That's good to hear. Should you ever dare to inconvenience me, it would be wise for you to remain indoors, for if you so much as step outside, I shall strike you down so fiercely that even your ancestors would disown you. How audacious of you to act so brazenly before me, the great sage of Yinshan." With that, he leaned closer to Chui Gui's ear and whispered ominously, "If you ever seek to provoke me again, who knows what fate awaits you in the wilderness once you leave the city? Even if your family were to come after me in the future, I would not hesitate to eliminate your entire lineage. After all, by then, you would have already met your demise. Life is precious, one should cherish it. For we possess but a single life. Thus, tread carefully and treasure each moment." Within the depths of his heart, Chui Wei seethed with resentment, gritting his teeth. Yet, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Although he ruled over Lingjiang County with an iron fist, he was not impervious to fear. He understood well whom he could offend and whom he could not. His anger was profound, but the sinister tone of Monkey Brother nearly made him soil himself. Chapter 44. All are ruthless had it not been for the fact that this god of death donned only simple hemp garments, appearing as an ordinary commoner. He might have assumed him to be a mere lowly wretch of little consequence. Yet, here he was, suffering from a thorough beating. Chui Wei cursed internally, lamenting his own ignorance. How could he maintain a good mood while being so brutally punished? If he were to be in a foul mood, would he truly face death? Once Monkey Brother released him, he abandoned his horse, which lay on the ground, and scurried away in a panic. Monkey Brother then chuckled softly, leaping through the window into the private room. Inside the second-floor compartment, aside from Qixun, the others exchanged bewildered glances. Chui Wei, known as a detested bully in the county, had just been beaten and yet fled in such a disheveled manner. Observing his retreat, it resembled a hasty escape. There was no evidence of his nephew having inflicted any injury upon him. The most striking aspect was that he simply ran away. He actually ran away. The two understood Chui Wei's temperament well. Despite his flight, their astonishment was tinged with concern, for the Chui family was not one to be trifled with. Had it not been for the county magistrate's formidable background, a figure of integrity and strength, one might fear that the petty tyrant of the Chui family would brazenly commit acts of violence in the county. Having offended this scoundrel, trouble was surely on the horizon. Upon ascending the stairs, Brother Monkey inquired of young Master Five. Who was that young man? Young Master Five recounted Chui Gui's background, character, and misdeeds. Yet Brother Monkey was not deterred. Rather, he expressed regret, saying, "I ought to have struck him harder." Young Master Five remained contemplative. "Well, it is done now. Though I navigate the diverse strata of society, I am not intimidated by one surnamed Chui. Each has their own code, regardless of who it may be. If one genuinely offends such a person, as long as they are resolute, they can certainly extract a skin from him. Typically, one avoids ruffling the feathers of a dandy like Chui Gui simply to avert complications." With this thought, young Master Five regained his composure. Yin Yolu recognized that despite young Master Five's youth, he held considerable influence in the county. He was unconcerned for his own safety, after all. He possessed the distinction of being a scholar. The Chui family might slaughter common folk with impunity, yet they would scarcely dare to confront a scholar openly. Otherwise, the county magistrate would never allow it, and the literati of the town would certainly not stand for it. Regardless of the Chui family's arrogance, they still maintained a semblance of decorum and had not yet reached the point of unrestrained tyranny. Though the Chui scion was indeed a bully in the countryside, he would not dare to cross the county magistrate's boundaries. If the Chui family refrained from overt actions, then covertly, one must be prepared to confront any challenge that arises. Ultimately, he could not neglect his nephew. With his brother away, it was his responsibility as an uncle to assume the mantle of duty. Seeing the concern etched on the faces of his uncle and granduncle, the Monkey King reassured them, explaining, "I exercise restraint, at most. He will endure a month or so of pain. Besides, he is far too preoccupied to trouble me further. Even if he informs his family, once they consult a physician, they will undoubtedly conclude that he is merely feigning injury. For even if he were to suffer greatly, the doctor would be unable to discern any actual harm." Young Master Wu, perplexed, remained silent, while Yin Yonlu was equally astonished. A month of pain? Who could possibly endure such agony? When did my nephew acquire such extraordinary abilities? I am aware he is trained in martial arts, but isn't that merely for health preservation? Yin Yonlu, who lacked any knowledge of martial arts, found himself somewhat at ease, yet young Master Wu, Yin Hongyu, was different. Although he might currently be classified as a third-rate practitioner, his discerning eye was keen. He recalled how that young man had once single-handedly subdued a galloping steed, pressing it to the ground, rendering it unable to rise for an extended period. All while a crowd of onlookers attempted to strike him but failed to even graze his clothing. Such feats are not within the realm of ordinary individuals. After a prolonged scrutiny of his grandnephew, young Master Wu finally inquired, "How when did you acquire such prowess?" The Monkey King cleared his throat and scratched his head, responding, "Well, I've always had it. It's just that my father insisted I focus on my studies and forbade me from engaging in frivolous antics. I have even managed to bring down 2 tigers. Subduing a horse is hardly a challenge." In truth, due to his otherworldly essence, the horse was already terrified of him. Otherwise, had he not harmed the creature, it would not have remained prostrate on the ground, too frightened to rise. When he subdued the horse, he hardly exerted any force. Moreover, the reason he refrained from injuring it was simply that he could not afford to do so. "You killed 2 tigers?" Young Master Wu was left speechless, while Yin Yonlu gasped in astonishment at the revelation. The monkey brother innocently remarked, "Today, Uncle Lu and I have come to sell tiger meat." Yin Yolu exclaimed in surprise, It has only been a little over a month since we last met, and he suddenly no longer recognizes his nephew. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the young man, Yin Yonglu was momentarily speechless before exclaiming, "I have yet to taste tiger meat." The monkey brother chuckled heartily. "I have brought tiger meat today, but I have reserved only 10 pounds for you. If you enjoy it, I shall ensure to save more for Uncle Wu on my next hunt. Sister San wishes to brew tiger bone wine. Once it is ready, I will send 2 jars for Uncle Wu to sample." Tiger bone wine is indeed a prized delicacy. Yin Yonglu responded with a smile. "Then I shall eagerly await it. However, do take care not to injure yourself." Upon the mention of wine, the monkey brother recalled that he needed to purchase some for Sister San, and thus inquired with young Master Wu about reputable wineries. Young Master Wu recommended several establishments and offered to escort him to a favored winery after their meal. Soon, a waiter approached with the dishes. Noticing the monkey brother gazing in admiration, and quietly remarked, "Our manager has instructed that today's expenses for the young hero will receive a 20% discount. This pot of wine is a gift from our manager, who hopes that the young hero and all esteemed guests enjoy their meal and drink well." It was evident that the monkey brother's recent encounter with the tyrant Chui had earned him considerable goodwill. Not only did the crowd cheer for him, but even the grand restaurant extended discounts. The waiter continued, "Rest assured, esteemed guests, today's events will remain confidential. We shall not disclose the identities of those who accompanied the monkey brother, lest the Chui family seek to inquire and cause trouble in the future." Young Master Wu quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "We are thankful to the manager and the young brother." The attendant waved his hand in modesty, declaring that it was nothing extraordinary, simply a matter of course. "Today, the young hero has indeed avenged the grievances of the people of Linjiang. Rest assured. Our Zuiwei Tower is not to be trifled with. The proprietor has spoken, and inquiries from outsiders will prove futile." Once the attendant exited the private room, Yin Yonglu sighed with a smile, noting that the Chui family has truly become detested in Linjiang. Zuiwei Tower, being a business establishment, adopts this stance. Should the Chui family fail to exercise restraint, they are likely to face dire consequences in the future. In Chapter 45, titled The Great Deceiver, Qixun glanced at the expression of young Master Wu, maintaining an outward appearance of concentration on his meal, while inwardly lamenting that he had initially perceived young Master Wu as a straightforward and righteous young man, only to discover that he harbored a more ruthless side. Indeed, one must possess a certain fierceness to thrive in the chaotic environment of the waterfront docks at such a tender age of 18. As for Uncle Wu, he appeared to be a cultured and refined scholar, yet who would have thought that beneath that faade lay a bold and untroubled spirit? The family would benefit from having fewer members who hinder progress, making way for growth and prosperity. These two not only refrain from being a burden, but serve as invaluable allies, an unexpected delight. After discussing matters concerning the Chui family, the group hastily returned to their meal. In Qixun's opinion, while the dishes were quite satisfactory, they were not exceptionally remarkable. However, there were 2 fish dishes that were exquisitely tender and delicious, worthy of savoring. Yin Hongyu, being a contractor at the docks, was thoroughly familiar with the fish market. When it comes to cured fish, one must opt for larger specimens, those weighing 10 to 20 pounds. After being salted and air-dried, they are best enjoyed when sliced into generous pieces, topped with minced garlic and chopped chili, and then steamed. The aroma is simply mouth-watering. Certainly, while one might not hold out hope for chopped chili at this time, there remains a glimmer of expectation for fragrant scallions and minced garlic. As for fresh fish, whether steamed, braised, or simmered in soup, all are quite delightful. For instance, the 2 dishes of steamed fish currently being enjoyed have brought her considerable satisfaction. Qin teased her, remarking, "Ah, you certainly have an exquisite palate. Fish slice congee is one thing, but what of fish balls and sauerkraut fish? Could it be that your mother prepares the dishes of Shenyang? In this era, sauerkraut is yet to be found, and fish is predominantly steamed, boiled, or grilled, with the occasional sashimi. The preparation is not particularly intricate, and Qin, of course, was unaware of the existence of fish balls. Beside them, Monkey Brother chuckled softly. This girl is truly passionate about her food. She is a connoisseur like no other." Uncle Lu wholeheartedly agreed, for it is known that whenever the Yin family prepared a sumptuous meal, they would graciously share a portion with him as a neighbor. Thus he too has savored some delightful fare in recent days. Well, even elders have their youthful follies. Qixun was completely taken aback, for the stern and imposing figure of her father had once been a rather mischievous and introverted youth. While Qixun dared not criticize her father, it did not hinder the smile gracing her features. Qin shot a playful glare at Yin Yonglu, What nonsense are you uttering in front of the children? If your second cousin were to learn that you are spinning tales about him in their presence, you might want to tread carefully. Indeed, the second elder brother appeared exceedingly serious, yet he possessed a rather petty nature and bore grudges. Yin Yonglu rubbed his nose, sheepishly cautioning Monkey Brother and Qixun. Do not dare to report this to your father. Qixun, considering herself an honest and upright individual, nodded in agreement. I won't tell. I shall merely inquire of my father. I shall eat by myself while others can only watch and experience the delight vicariously. Yin Yonglu almost choked on her words. Though the child appeared well-behaved, it was evident that he was indeed the offspring of the second brother, possessing the same mischievous demeanor. Qixun, however, was reluctant to admit her own mischief. Upon observing her fifth uncle's expression of unspoken complexity, she curiously inquired, "Is this not a permissible question?" The response from everyone was a collective silence, as they realized her subtlety surpassed that of a mere complaint. Monkey Brother was well aware of his younger sister's nature. Her cunning intellect, if set on mischief, could outsmart even the brightest minds combined. Her machinations were intricate and devious, targeting the most unexpected avenues. Who could withstand such a force? Fortunately, the child's thoughts remained a mystery to all, as she often drifted into her own world, showing little interest in others. However, whenever she found something intriguing and decided to stir things up, it invariably led to astonishing outcomes. Monkey Brother summarized the family's current stance towards this child. Whatever she wished to pursue, they would allow her to do so, provided they refrained from interference. For any meddling could lead to unpredictable consequences. Each time she lamented that others could not comprehend the brilliance of her world. Her infuriating expression could provoke a reaction from anyone. In contrast, Lingza, another child, exhibited a far more conventional disposition. Although the culinary delights of the grand restaurant were a rare treat, he had not forgotten his brother Hal. Given Hao's heroic act of publicly confronting a scoundrel, Lingza had, after Qixun, successfully become a devoted admirer of his elder brother. Monkey Brother did not perceive martial arts as detrimental. In the grand tradition of the great Xia, both literature and martial prowess were esteemed. However, in the military, lineage held greater significance. The power of the military was inherently in the hands of the elite. And for an ordinary person to excel in martial pursuits, unless they were exceptionally gifted, it was exceedingly challenging to rise above the ordinary. Certainly, he himself does not belong to that challenging realm. Anyone who dares to suppress him will face dire consequences. When he observed his younger cousin's desire to pursue martial arts, he did not dismiss him but earnestly assessed the boy's potential. Unfortunately, the little fellow lacked the innate talent for martial arts. While he could strengthen his physique, he could not master any true skills. Shaking his head, the elder cousin, mindful of his younger relative's dignity, encouraged him gently. Focus on your studies. You possess a remarkable aptitude for learning. Why squander it on martial arts? If you excel and achieve the highest honors, with your handsome appearance, who would not envy you? Perhaps you could even become the most dashing scholar in the history of the great Xia, attracting the admiration of noble ladies in Chang'an. What merit is there in merely engaging in brawls? His words were such that one might think he had never been embroiled in a fight himself. In another corner, Qin's mother noticed her son's inattentiveness at the dining table and whispered to his elder brother, unaware that her son was enchanted by his cousin's prowess in combat and yearned to abandon his studies for the martial path. She overheard her nephew encouraging her son to study diligently, suggesting that noble ladies in Shengjing would fight over him in the future, which elicited a chuckle from her. Even with the bias of a doting mother, she had to concede that while her son was indeed more handsome than the average youth, he lacked the charm to captivate countless noble ladies of Shengjing. Yet, her son appeared to be entirely swayed by his cousin's words, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he asked his brother, "Brother Hao, do you truly believe I can excel in my studies and achieve the highest honors?" Does the boy not possess some awareness of his own capabilities? However, for several days now, Qixun has been diligently implementing the method of encouraging education. In her own words, not everyone possesses her extraordinary talent, unyielding as she may be. Ordinary individuals require ample encouragement to foster confidence. Thus, in both academic and professional pursuits, they can achieve twice the results with half the effort. This predicament has left their mother and younger sister, who are naturally confrontational, feeling stifled at home, unable to find an outlet for their spirited nature. The Monkey King, with his resilient heart, has never perceived words as particularly harmful. Having endured the incessant prattle of his master, he has indeed fortified his own heart. Yet, upon observing the bright, innocent eyes of his younger cousin filled with hope. He found it somewhat difficult to speak the unvarnished truth. Clearing his throat, the Monkey King scratched his head and said, "As long as you apply yourself diligently to your studies, there will be no issue. Young man, the key lies in diligence." With an air of inexplicable confidence, he dubbed himself the great sage equal to heaven, and in a moment of vanity, he offered a sincere suggestion. "You should also pay attention to your appearance. Have your mother purchase a few more handsome garments for you. After all, one's attire can significantly influence perception. Not everyone possesses the same charm as I do." Even when clad in coarse cloth, Qixun felt a near laugh escape her, yet fearing it might undermine her son's confidence and concerned about her nephew's potential embarrassment. She turned her head away, struggling to suppress her amusement, nearly causing herself internal distress. In contrast, Qixun remained relatively composed. After all, her Monkey King was an innate master of style, capable of conjuring up ingenious tactics, such as retrieving weapons from his ears. With a flicker of thought, she surmised that scoundrel Cui Gui would undoubtedly send someone to keep watch over him, eager to ascertain his movements. He planned to first deal with those who were tailing him before heading to Uncle Wu's home. He, after all, moved at a pace far swifter than that of Uncle Wu and his companions. Perhaps, with his nimble hands and feet, he might even arrive at Uncle Wu's residence ahead of them. The meal they had consumed amounted to a staggering 5 taels and 6 coins, a price that elicited astonishment. Ultimately, that sumptuous feast had vanished in an instant. What is more, this repast could hardly be deemed exceptional. The only dishes that pleased her palate were the 2 servings of steamed fish. Given that the waterways of Lingjiang County are extensive and renowned for their fresh catch, if the fish were poorly prepared, it would be a grave misrepresentation for this establishment, known as the Supreme Taste Pavilion, to bear such a name. The proprietor graciously offered a 20% discount and presented a pot of wine, assuring her that no information regarding the Cui family's inquiries would be divulged. The young attendant provided particularly enthusiastic service, his words sweetly spoken, and such kindness deserved reciprocation. She recalled a previous mention of selling vegetable recipes, a notion that had slipped her mind as her family's finances improved. Unlike the rotund figures typical of most innkeepers, the proprietor of the Supreme Taste Pavilion was tall and slender, exuding an air of refined elegance reminiscent of a scholar. Upon the arrival of the young lady to express her gratitude, he warmly replied, "You need not stand on ceremony. My surname is Wu. It is our honor to host esteemed guests such as yourself at the Supreme Taste Pavilion. This is merely our duty." The proprietor noticed that although the young lady was garbed in a simple linen gown, her demeanor spoke of sophistication far beyond that of a mere village girl. Despite the unassuming appearance of this group, they were undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, they would not have ventured to dine at the Supreme Taste Pavilion. Moreover, that exceptionally handsome young man, who had just bested the Cui family's son, carried himself with an ease that suggested he was no ordinary individual. Thus, even though he was conversing with a young lady, the proprietor would never underestimate her. A businessman must possess discernment, for if one cannot conceal their emotions, they will struggle to thrive in the world of commerce. Wu, the proprietor, remarked, "Those who know are here to express their gratitude. Those who do not might think you are here to tarnish the reputation of our esteemed establishment. At Jiwei Lu, we are undoubtedly the finest restaurant in the entirety of Qingzhou Prefecture. Is there anyone who leaves our doors without singing our praises? Yet here you are, a mere child of 7 or 8, critiquing our culinary offerings. Pray tell, what exquisite fare do you usually indulge in?" Though the young lady may be modestly attired, her rosy lips, white teeth, and penetrating gaze suggest a refinement that surpasses that of an ordinary household. Noticing his skepticism, Qixun refrained from further discourse. After the proprietor offered a polite remark, she accompanied her elders out of the restaurant, inwardly musing, "Had it not been for my own lack of skill, I would have prepared a couple of dishes to showcase my culinary prowess right here." She resolved to continue persuading her sister and Monkey Bro to enhance their culinary skills. Recently, Monkey Bro had shown a keen interest in cooking. Aside from his woodworking, it would be delightful to cultivate a second hobby for him. She believed that his talent in the kitchen surpassed that of her sister by a considerable margin. Once he was adequately trained, she would bring him to Jiwei Lu to display his skills, presenting you with 2 exquisite dishes, and then see if the remainder of the menu piques your interest. If it does, I shall have a monetary gain. Otherwise, it would be a pity for my mother to bask in the glory of our efforts without any acknowledgement of her genius. Throughout the journey, Qixun remained vigilant, alert for any signs of being followed. Yet, as no shadow trailed her, She surmised that Monkey Bro had taken care of any potential pursuers. Aside from her, the entire group found the midday meal delightful, thus their spirits remained high. Upon arriving at the Yin-Yang building, they indeed discovered that the Monkey King was already lounging against a small tree at the entrance, playfully engaging with a donkey. Uncle Wu and Ling Zhe still had to attend school in the afternoon, and the Qixun siblings had some items to purchase. After entering the courtyard, they prepared to harness the donkey to their cart and bid farewell. Chapter 47. Shopping. This entire bolt of soft satin is worth far more than a single deer leg. How could Qixun possibly accept it? Qin remarked with a smile. Are you still being polite with Aunt Wu? My maternal aunt's family owns a silk shop, and this is something I acquired for free, without spending any silver. One should graciously accept what elders bestow upon them. Just accept it. Did not Hao-Er mention sending your Uncle Wu a jar of tiger bone wine? Surely that jar of tiger bone wine is worth more than this bolt of fabric. After concluding her matters, she reminded the Qixun siblings to visit whenever they had the leisure. They readily agreed, then hopped onto the donkey cart to inform their uncle, aunt, and cousin that they were heading to the blacksmith shop. The Zhu family's blacksmith shop on Jujia Alley was the closest, so they made their way there first. The components Qixun required appeared to be small items, yet demanded a high level of craftsmanship. Upon examining the component blueprint, the Zhu blacksmith frowned, stating, though the items are small, they are exceedingly labor-intensive. To create something that meets the young lady's standards will require meticulous effort, and the labor costs will be considerable. Qixun smiled and replied, as long as you can produce it, you shall receive your due wages. However, should the final product not meet the standards, I shall not pay. The Zhu blacksmith's eyes widened in indignation. One may insult his appearance, but he would not tolerate any affront to his craftsmanship. Humph. I have yet to encounter anything that old Zhu cannot forge. Although these trinkets may pose a challenge, aside from that scoundrel Zhao from Zhengde Street, only I, old Zhu, possess the skill to forge them in the entirety of Linjiang County. Would I, old Zhu, ruin the items? Now, promptly pay a deposit of 500 yuan. And the remaining 3 taels of silver shall be settled upon your return to collect the items in 7 days. Should they fail to meet standards, your silver will not be accepted. My dear lady, your manner of speech leaves much to be desired. 7th Sun paid the 500 yuan and was promptly ushered out of the blacksmith's shop by the skilled craftsman, Zhu. She bore no ill will, merely calling from the entrance, you must not disclose my blueprints. Upon hearing her words, young Master Wu seized her collar and dragged her outside. Was the child intent on provoking him? The seasoned master craftsman surely possesses a code of ethics. Who would dare leak or replicate the work of another without consent? If such information were to spread, would business continue as usual? Though merchants are driven by profit, they are also the most trustworthy among groups. Young Master Wu feared that Zhu the blacksmith might emerge to give the impudent girl a sound thrashing, while she was pleased with the prospect of creating the items. Being dragged along the street by young Master Wu dulled her spirits. With a huff of protest, she was finally set down. Concerned that the schematics for the components might reveal their uses and thus compromise the designs for the spinning wheel and weaving loom, she had deliberately scattered the blueprints for the iron components of both types. At Zhu the blacksmith shop, only half of the work would be completed. The other half must be sought from the Zhao family blacksmith on Zhengde Street. However, with Zhu's assurance, she now felt little trepidation regarding the Zhao family's ability to execute these components. Soon, they arrived at Zhao's iron workshop, where Master Zhao was acquainted with the renowned figure from the West Wharf, Yin Hongyu. What brings you here today, Master Yin? He inquired with a smile. Yin Hongyu, returning the greeting, explained, my grandniece wishes to craft a few small items. Though they are not large, the craftsmanship required is quite demanding. In the entirety of Linjiang County, aside from you, Master Zhao, no one else possesses the skill to create them. Thus, I have brought the young lady to seek your assistance. He then gestured for Qixun to present the blueprints. Master Zhao examined the drawings, astonished. Without a doubt, the artistry displayed here reflects considerable expertise. Indeed, these items do require a high level of craftsmanship. Very well, I am capable of making them. As for the labor fee, given your esteemed reputation, I shall offer a fair price. Including materials, it will be 3,400 yuan. It should take approximately 6 or 7 days to complete. You may come to collect it then. This was indeed 100 yuan cheaper than what the blacksmith Zhu would charge, indicating that he had indeed honored young Master Wu. After settling the payment, Yin Hongyu led his companions towards the West Wharf, where fish and wine could be procured. The wharf was replete with taverns, facilitating transportation and serving as the finest marketplace due to the influx of merchants. However, regarding pork, Yin advised them not to purchase it in the county town, as fresh meat would be scarce in the evening, and it was not yet time for the night market. Fortunately, the purchase of wine proceeded smoothly, albeit the high prices caused some discomfort. They acquired 4 jars of wine, each weighing 10 jin, for a total expenditure of 12 taels of silver, equating to 300 won per jin. The crucial point was that, in Qixun's opinion, this wine bore little distinction from sweet rice wine. To Qixun's surprise, there were not only a dozen or so large fish weighing around 20 pounds, but also several 3-pound grass carps. And the river shrimp weighed a hefty 5 or 6 pounds. Additionally, there was an abundance of grass carp and carp. It appeared that this fishmonger had enjoyed a bountiful harvest today. Only then did Jin Hongyu relent, purchasing some snacks from a vendor at the dock for their journey before bidding farewell to the group, holding the food that little fifth master had bought for her. Qixun suddenly remembered the scallion pancakes and boiled eggs that third sister had prepared in the morning. They had not eaten on the way and had been left at Aunt Fifth's house. The crucial matter was that she had forgotten to inform Aunt Fifth. If they spoiled, it would be such a waste. In the second chapter, Qixun lamented for quite a while about the scallion pancakes and boiled eggs that third sister had made. Monkey brother, growing impatient, remarked, "We are not lacking in food at home. Is it merely a matter of abundance?" She countered, "Food should not be wasted. What if Aunt Fifth doesn't notice? Wouldn't that be a pity?" Uncle Lu shared Qixun's perspective on this matter. Those were pancakes made from fine white wheat flour, he emphasized, and they had so much oil in them. If they spoil, it would indeed be a loss. In previous years, only his father could occasionally enjoy fine grains. He and his mother had to make do with coarse food. Seeing that both his sister and Uncle Lu disregarded his words, Monkey Brother had no choice but to say, "In this weather, they want to spoil in 2 or 3 days. If they are not discovered right away, they will surely be seen eventually. Even if the pancakes harden after a couple of days, we can still fry them." Fried pancakes were a typical farmhouse dish from Qixun's ancestral home in Jiangbei. In that rural area, it is customary for the farmers to consume porridge in the morning and evening. However, the porridge is not sufficiently filling. Thus, they prepare thin pancakes from wheat flour, slicing them into delicate strips, and salt them with minced garlic and chopped scallions. During the cooking process, a spritz of salted water is added, resulting in savory and delectable fried pancakes that can serve as both a dish and a staple. It is worth mentioning that her ancestral home is the birthplace of one of the 8 major culinary traditions, renowned for its abundant delicacies. Regrettably, the flavors tend to be subtle, emphasizing the authentic taste of the ingredients themselves, which necessitates a high standard for the produce. Often, the enhancement of flavor relies heavily on rich broths. Consequently, despite its fame, it is not widely favored by the general populace beyond the locals. She has dined at various restaurants in other regions numerous times, yet none have matched the exquisite flavors of her hometown, leaving her with an enduring nostalgia. A few days ago, she asked her sisterling Su to make scallion pancakes, and in a moment of experimentation, she had her sister salt them. To her astonishment, the taste evoked memories of her hometown, nearly bringing her to tears. Perhaps it was because these were her father's favorite dish. When one yearns for their homeland and loved ones, they often seek comfort in the foods of their childhood, searching for a taste of home. Even though her family is well and good now, at that moment, she deeply missed her father. The mention of fried pancakes stirred an inexplicable sense of homesickness, casting a shadow over Qixun's spirits. Monkey Brother, thinking she was still preoccupied with those pancakes and a few eggs, rolled his eyes and shifted the conversation, saying, "Isn't it said that the town's patrol officers are quite formidable? I publicly struck someone today, and not far from the county office. Yet I have yet to see any patrol officers or constables around." This remark piqued Qixun's curiosity as well. Uncle Lu possesses some understanding of this matter. It is said that the county magistrate and the Chui family are not on amicable terms. The magistrate has been in office in Linjiang for 4 or 5 years and has issued numerous policies beneficial to the country and its people. However, these measures have encroached upon the interests of the prominent families, leading to a general disdain for the magistrate among the affluent households in the county. Among them, the Chui family and a few other notable surnames are particularly conspicuous, consistently opposing the magistrate at every turn. Therefore, when the heir of the Chui family is brutally assaulted in the streets, as long as the Chui family refrains from reporting the incident to the county office, the city patrol and constabulary will, of course, feign ignorance. Even if they witness the event, they will surely keep their distance and act as if they have seen nothing. I have witnessed such occurrences in the county before. On one occasion, the heir of another prominent family, the Leaf family, was injured by a rogue, and I distinctly observed the constabulary deliberately averting their gaze. Later, when the Leaf family's servant went to file a report, although the constabulary did not outright refuse to assist, they took a considerable time, almost an incense stick's worth, before arriving, by which time the rogue had long since fled. The common folk harbor a deep-seated resentment towards these powerful families that exploit their own kin. The reputation of the Leaf family was hardly better than that of Chui Gui. Thus the bystanders not only refrained from intervening, but also pretended to create a blockade, encircling the servant and allowing the rogue to escape unscathed. Incidents of brawling and fighting, provided there are no fatalities, are of little concern to the constabulary, no matter the severity of the injuries. Qixun. Oh, I did not expect the enforcement of the law by the county office to be so lenient. In stark contrast to Qixun's disbelief, Brother Monkey's eyes sparkled with realization. Henceforth, if I encounter individuals of ill repute among the common people, akin to Chui Gui, as long as I do not kill anyone and evade immediate capture, can I not freely unleash my wrath? The crux of the matter lies in whether one can still be hailed as a small hero after delivering a beating. The blind man, astutely perceptive, noted that her monkey brother remained as grounded as ever, connected not only to the earth, but also to the underworld. Throughout their journey to the west to obtain scriptures, it was evident that the recitation of Buddhist texts had not quelled his inherent rebelliousness and propensity for violence. Uncle Lu, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and tears, and remarked, "Do refrain from being mischievous and intentionally seeking trouble. Such oppression of the common folk cannot consistently be your lot. The county magistrate is a benevolent official, and in our Linjiang County, the people are known for their good nature throughout the entire Qingzhou prefecture. Moreover, even among the prominent families, there exist good individuals, those like Chui Gui, whose reputation is widely tarnished, are but a minority. The last time you saved a child from beneath the hooves of a horse, it was not the young master who intended harm. Following your brave act, that young master even rewarded you with 20 taels of silver for your valor. This demonstrates that despite his affluent background, his character is commendable and his upbringing exemplary. The child you rescued was also from a well-to-do family, who expressed their gratitude by offering you 20 taels of silver. Assisting the oppressed is indeed commendable, but we must not deliberately seek to inflict harm." Observing the monkey brother's indifferent expression, fearing he might take offense at his counsel, Uncle Lu continued, "Furthermore, it is highly likely that your father will achieve the prestigious title of Jinshi next spring, which would elevate your status to that of a gentry child. Henceforth, you must conduct yourself with care, ensuring you do not bring trouble upon your father. For someone of our humble origins, even after attaining success, we cannot be compared to those officials emerging from noble families. The path we tread is inherently more arduous, and exercising caution in our actions is not merely prudent but essential." To my surprise, Uncle Lu possesses such profound insight. The Monkey King felt indifferent. He wasn't idly seeking a fight, but rather believed it was only right to intervene in the injustices unfolding before him. Qixun, on the other hand, was taken aback. Perhaps she discerned the expression on her face, as Uncle Lu chuckled heartily. "I too have spent a few years studying at the village academy." The so-called village academy is, in fact, a clan school. Although Yanjiakan is predominantly inhabited by the Yin clan, there are also many from other surnames, such as the Zhou family. Another significant surname in Yanjiakan is the Lu family, whose ancestors fled here alongside the Yans during times of turmoil, eventually establishing roots and proliferating. In times of war, the two families supported one another, leading them to settle in this place. After centuries of coexistence, despite being from different surnames, they have become as close as one family, with their ancestral halls jointly honoring their ancestors. Although the clan school is jointly operated by both surnames, the children from the few families of different surnames in Yanjiakan are also allowed to attend for free, reflecting the care that the Yin and Lu families extend to their non-clan neighbors. This is one reason why even families with different surnames remain united with the Yin and Lu clans. However, the Lu family comprises less than half the number of the Yin family, which is why, despite the Lu clan elder holding considerable influence in the village, matters in Yanjiakan are predominantly led by the Yin clan. As the three of them walked and conversed, although the donkey cart was laden with many items, the bulkiness was more of a spatial concern rather than a weight issue. The load was lighter than that of the goods transported to the county town. allowing them to progress more swiftly than in the morning. However, upon reaching the town, it was already late. Fortunately, with the presence of the seasoned hunters, Monkey Brother and Uncle Lou, there was no need to fret over safety concerns. By the time the trio arrived home in their donkey cart, the sky had completely succumbed to darkness. The rural households were sparse in their evening illumination, rendering the village a vast expanse of shadow. And with the month drawing to a close, even the moon was absent from the heavens. Thankfully, their own home was aglow, the soft, flickering light spilling through the window screens, warming the hearts of those who beheld it. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the cart, the moment they halted, the door swung open. In this world, the foremost concern of parents, upon seeing their children, is invariably whether they are hungry or cold. Even if one's mother were the most renowned poetess in history, this would hold true. Seven Kun gazed at the warm smile gracing Monkey Brother's face and mused that he must truly cherish this vibrant existence, relishing the presence of his mother and sisters. Indeed, she found herself quite fond of it as well. A flicker of yearning for her father crossed her mind, even after the passing of years. And despite the chasm between realms, she pondered what kind of man her father might be in this lifetime. Seeing that the three appeared well, Gong Yumingshi felt a weight lift from her heart and reached out to assist with the unloading. Ling Su also intended to lend a hand, but Monkey Brother gently interjected, "You and your sisters need only observe. Uncle Lu and I will manage. We wouldn't want to soil your clothes." For jars of wine and several buckets of fish and shrimp were no burden for Monkey Brother and Uncle Lu, who swiftly carried everything inside. The sight of such a bounty brought immense joy to Gong Yumingshi, who had been subsisting on wild game and had not enjoyed fish or shrimp in quite some time. Monkey Brother secured the donkey in the yard, intending to return it to the clan patriarch's home early the next day, as they had arrived rather late. Securing the donkey, he also moved the cart into the courtyard. The meal was soon served, and Qixun remarked, "Mother, why have you not eaten yet?" Ling Yu shot her a glance. "It's not as if we haven't been there before." Their family had indeed attended the warm pot banquet at Uncle Wu's. However, the experience of recalling it and witnessing it firsthand felt distinctly different. It was akin to revisiting childhood memories after decades of absence, stirring a unique sentiment. At any rate, Qixun was profoundly impressed by the magnificent architecture upon her return to Linjiang City. After sharing anecdotes from the county town, neither Qixun nor Monkey Brother or Uncle Lu mentioned the incident regarding Cui Gui. After bidding farewell to Uncle Lu, Monkey Brother went to tend to the donkey with water and grass before entering the house. Addressing Mother Gong Yumingsi, Aunt Wu sent a piece of satin, intended for the sisters' New Year garments. There is also a set of cotton clothing and shoes for grandfather, which I shall deliver to him tomorrow. Upon inspecting the fabric, Gong Yumingsi nodded in approval. Indeed, it is a rare material. The vibrant color is perfect for young girls. Monkey Brother then brought forth a cloth bag and poured out the silver inside, presenting an account to his mother. The tiger meat fetched 60 taels of silver. The badger meat 3 taels, and the herbs for third sister sold for 15 taels, totaling 78 taels of silver. After purchasing wine and fish, along with the deposit for the blacksmith, we spent a total of 14 taels and 3.5 coins, leaving you with over 63 taels. Please keep it safe. Hearing that her herbs had sold for 15 taels brought Ling Su considerable joy. This price exceeded her expectations. Upon witnessing her delight, Qixun remarked, "The proprietor of Rindatang claims that Sanjia's medicinal concoctions are of exceptional quality. Henceforth, he shall procure them at today's prices whenever available." Ling Yu, observing her siblings' profitable ventures, particularly noted that even her fourth sister had established a tofu business for their granduncle. In comparison, she felt somewhat inadequate. However, Ling Su, possessing remarkable perceptiveness, immediately discerned her younger sister's melancholy and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Our little sister is the most intelligent among us. In matters of study, your brothers and sisters cannot rival you. Mother has a particular fondness for you, doesn't she? Our fifth strengths lie not in earning money but in far more significant pursuits." With this playful jest, Ling Yu's spirits lifted, and she smiled shyly. "You are right, sister. If I were to embroider some pieces, I could certainly earn a bit. Yet, our family is not in urgent need of silver. Given my time, I would prefer to embroider clothing for mother and my sisters instead." This was indeed a rather straightforward form of consolation. Qixun, overhearing, realized that Xiao Wu seemed to be feeling disheartened and continued, "Who could dispute that? I've noticed the young ladies in the city wearing embroidered garments. Fifth Aunt's family engages in silk and ready-made clothing. It is said that some embroiderers possess extraordinary skills. A single embroidered piece can fetch hundreds of taels, while the finest creations by the most skilled artisans can command prices in the several hundreds. Little 5. Your skill in Sioux embroidery is unmatched here. Your poetic talent is commendable, and even Mother praises your innate talent. Should your embroidery be of grand scale, it would indeed be classified as scholar's embroidery, a value that surpasses that of ordinary pieces. If you were to create a substantial work, producing but one a year could fetch you several hundred taels of silver, wouldn't it? Upon seeing Little 5 smile with pursed lips, she continued with enthusiasm. The crux lies in the fact that if you were to profit from your embroidery, it would be a refined pursuit, unlike second brother, third sister, and myself, who engage in hunting, foraging for medicinal herbs, and laboring as artisans. Ling Yu shot her a glance of disapproval. How can one compare in such a manner? All endeavors yield silver. Who amongst us can claim superiority? Qixun then laughed heartily. That is indeed a valid point. Whether a cat is black or white, if it catches mice, it is a good cat. Such is the wisdom of great minds. At this moment, Brother Monkey finally grasped the situation, scratching his head and saying, Little 5, you are the youngest, and Mother is the eldest, so it is only natural that we care for you both. You and Mother should simply enjoy your days with joy. Given your slender arms and legs, we do not expect much from you. How bluntly he spoke. Ling Su and Gong Yumingshi nearly covered their faces, while Qixun nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced. Ling Yu, however, huffed in response. Yet, deep down, she felt a swell of happiness, for she suddenly realized that this place was not the Duke Rong's residence. Here, Mother is truly a mother, brothers are genuine brothers, and sisters are sincere sisters. She no longer needed to uphold her pride with prickly defenses, nor did she feel the need to compare herself with others, fearing to be overshadowed or trampled into the mire. As the second brother mentioned, she simply needs to embrace joy each day, as she is the beloved daughter and cherished sister, cared for by her mother and siblings. Is that not as it should be? Aside from the Monkey King, the others have noticed a significant improvement in their health, particularly Ling Yu, who feels the change most profoundly. In her past life, she suffered from ailments from the moment she was born until her death. Now, she finally appreciates the benefits of a healthy body, which motivates her to endure the painful medicinal baths, despite the agony they bring. Only those who have faced death can truly understand the value of living in good health. The two sisters went to the kitchen to boil water, while the Monkey King, not wishing to watch his sisters toil, offered to fetch water from the well. It was then that Gong Yumingshi quietly inquired about her Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. Upon learning that they were both well, she felt relieved. The plans for the day proceeded smoothly, except for the failure to procure pork and pig intestines, particularly the small donkey, which left Qixun with a tinge of regret. After all, a trip to the town or county required borrowing a donkey cart or relying on the village's ox cart, which was rather inconvenient. She mentioned her desire to purchase a small donkey to Gong Yumingshi, who readily agreed, stating that her second brother and Uncle Lu often traveled to the county and should definitely acquire a donkey and a cart. Wild boar meat is notoriously gamey and tough. However, domestic pig meat is not particularly flavorful either. Yet, when prepared as cured meat, the toughness becomes less of an issue, as the aroma of cured meat is exquisite, and the texture of the steamed meat is exceptional, masking any toughness. As for the gaminess, the fragrant notes of cured meat can neutralize much of it, and with the right seasonings, it can surpass the taste of fresh meat. Qixun was willing to make do with this. A whole wild boar, even its liver and lungs, had been transformed into cured delicacies by her hands. The wild boar possessed little fat, and the scant amount of lard was rendered into fragrant scallion oil. At least this winter, they would not be lacking in oil. The main trunk of the tree had been meticulously collected for future construction and furniture crafting come spring. Additionally, at the request of Qixun, over half of the firewood consisted of pine. Pine not only ignites easily but also lends a delightful aroma when used for cooking rice, baking pastries, and smoking cured meats. During this period, Uncle Lu had also refrained from venturing into the mountains for hunting, focusing instead on gathering firewood for winter. It was not just their family. The entire village was preparing for the cold season. Since fifth uncle was away, Gong Yumingshi had his son assist second grandpa in gathering firewood. Recently, after her early lessons, Ling Su accompanied Monkey Brother into the mountains. While Monkey Brother sought lumber and occasionally caught small game, she searched for medicinal herbs. Their home had already prepared a considerable amount of herbs, awaiting the day they could be sold in the county town, which would undoubtedly bring in a significant income before the year end. Fortunately, her great-grandfather and grandpa's Wa had been well cared for by her herbal remedies, allowing them to rely on nourishing dishes instead of acupuncture. This enabled her to venture into the mountains daily. In the mornings, Gong Yumingshi prepared special meals for Lingzhou, closely monitoring his studies, while in the afternoons, he engaged in sewing with Lingyu or assisted Lingsu in overseeing the drying herbs and chestnuts, pine nuts, and mushrooms, occasionally perusing books. In short, the entire family was quite occupied. Consequently, the mahjong set that Qixun's mother had polished had yet to see any use. After organizing the firewood, Qixun instructed Monkey Brother to construct a simple shed of approximately 10 square meters using the sorted blue bricks, complete with a built-in oven. Chapter 51. A letter from Father Yin once the oven was constructed. She instructed Monkey Brother to erect a spacious canopy measuring approximately 70 to 80 square meters outside the woodshed. Fortunately, after the calamity that befell their ancestral home, a considerable number of blue bricks were salvaged, sufficient for the construction of the shelter. The canopy featured 3 walls made of blue bricks, while the southern side was entirely open, with an abundance of timber at hand. Monkey Brother bartered some firewood with the villagers in exchange for straw to serve as the roof. With the assistance of Uncle Lu, the structure was quickly completed. This grand shelter was primarily intended for papermaking. With the oven operational, Qixun seized the opportunity during her woodworking endeavors to commence the baking of pastries. With eggs, milk, and flour readily available, she was poised to create delightful confections. Additionally, the presence of chestnuts allowed her to prepare both chestnut cakes and roasted chestnuts. She began by roasting the chestnuts, followed by crafting the simplest of treats, cakes and bread. Naturally, Monkey Brother became her dedicated egg beater. To be candid, manually whisking egg whites was no task for an ordinary individual. Fortunately, Monkey Brother was no ordinary being, as a former deity. The egg whites he whisked were comparable to those produced by an electric mixer. The first batch of bread, however, was not perfectly executed. It collapsed slightly and lacked the desired softness. Thankfully, it was merely a trial, and the quantity was minimal, thus not a significant waste. Although Qixun deemed her attempt a failure, this was the first time her family experienced such light and fluffy pastries, and their feedback was surprisingly positive, leaving her somewhat speechless. Fortunately, with the experience gained from the first batch, her subsequent loaf of bread turned out to be satisfactory. Armed with newfound confidence, she proceeded to bake 2 batches of cakes, 2 batches of cookies, and 2 batches of chestnut cakes. In discussing the appreciation and discernment of culinary delights, aside from Qixun, one must mention Lingyu, who hails from a noble lineage. The opulence of the Rongwa mansion is beyond the imagination of the common populace. This period coincides with the zenith of culinary development in Huaxia. Qixun, inspired by the art of pastry making, eagerly joined in to assist and generously shared various recipes for delicacies. Qixun, intrigued, meticulously noted each one, intending to gradually experiment with them in the future. It is worth noting that many gastronomes in later generations have attempted to recreate the culinary masterpieces from Dream of the Red Chamber, yet most merely capture the superficial form. Seizing such a rare opportunity, Qixun was determined not to let it slip away. However, she found herself at a loss with recipes beyond pastries, prompting her to enlist Ling Su's aid. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, having completed the construction of a greenhouse, joined in the merriment out of sheer boredom. Qixun was once again astonished by the Monkey King's culinary prowess. She perceived that her elder brother, the great sage, possessed an almost mystical talent. As the rebellious Monkey King from the heavenly realm was making remarkably steadfast strides along the path to becoming a culinary deity, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The crux of the matter is that the Monkey King harbors a genuine passion for the culinary arts. Even the medicinal dishes crafted by Ling Su, when prepared by him, would possess superior efficacy compared to those made by Ling Su, the esteemed healer. Particularly notable was his knife skills. His precision was impeccable, as if he had never needed practice. Gong Yumingshi found it delightful, exclaiming that if they were to open an eatery, it could very well become the finest establishment in Shenjing Chaoge City. The Monkey King remarked that during his previous life on the journey to the west, he had subsisted on wild fruits and never imagined that the earthly realm could offer such exquisite flavors. The once prominent culinary genius, who was momentarily delayed on the path to enlightenment, has begun to rise once more, much to the delight of his family. Their fortunes are surely on the upswing. The younger siblings, Xiao Ba, Xiao Jiu, and Xiao Shi, pass by the home of Qixun daily while tending to the cattle, and Ling Su consistently brings them treats, quickly becoming their favorite sister. Unbeknownst to her, Qixun, engrossed in her carpentry, remains oblivious to the fact that her status in the hearts of her younger brothers is waning. Once her weaving and spinning wheels take shape, the family receives the first letter from Yin father and elder brother. In the midst of their bustling household, the mother and children had nearly forgotten the two men. Upon receiving the letter from the errand runner, Ling Su graciously offered him 20 won as a token of appreciation and treated him to tea and snacks to warm him on this frigid day. As he had journeyed 10 miles from town, although he was not solely delivering their correspondence, it would be remiss to let him return empty-handed. After enjoying the tea and taking a bag of snacks for the road, the runner took his leave. Fortunately, the postal system in the Great Xia is well developed, with a dedicated postal office under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Transport, allowing common folk to send letters and parcels with a modest fee, albeit not without expense. Nevertheless, the letters and packages sent through the postal office are deemed safer and more expedient than those delivered by private courier services, which, despite their efficiency, are often selected for certain special items. Upon opening the letter and observing the elegant script within, Gong Yumingshi raised an eyebrow. The strokes were far more vigorous and powerful than those of Yin Yangwu. Having been skilled in the appraisal of calligraphy and paintings in a previous life, Gong Yumingshi could immediately sense the commanding presence emanating from the writing, as if it were a palpable force. The script remains the same as that commonly utilized by Yin Yangwu, yet the vigor within the strokes is incomparable. In just a span of 2 months, it is implausible for Yin Zhongwu's calligraphy to have undergone such a profound transformation. Considering the circumstances of the mother and her children at home, Gong Yumingxi is nearly certain that her husband in this lifetime is either a different man or, much like her 5 children, has recalled memories from a past life. However, observing this particular handwriting, it is evident that this contemporary husband, the father of her children, was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual in his previous existence. The assertiveness evident in the strokes could not be replicated by an average person. The letter contained no additional content, merely recounting the experiences of father and son during their journey, detailing their current whereabouts, and inquiring about the well-being of the elders and the behavior of the children. Gong Yumingxi swiftly read through the letter and then passed it to her children. After they finished reading, she sent the monkey brother to inform the old patriarch of their safety. Meanwhile, far away in Tianzi City, the Yin father and son had only just settled into an inn. Beyond Tianzi City, a further 200 miles north, lies the city of Shengjing Chaoga. Chapter 52. My great Qin, it has been over a month since the father and son experienced that inexplicable dream of their past lives. Upon awakening that day, they exchanged glances, quickly discovering a sense of familiarity in each other's expressions and eyes. This familiarity extended not only to their expressions but also to their appearances, which bore little difference from their previous lives. In his past incarnation, Yin Yangwu was the inaugural emperor who opened up new territories. He recognized his merits and faults alongside the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, claiming the title of first emperor, having unified the 6 states. Yet he met his demise in the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to the affairs that transpired after his demise. Upon the sudden awakening of his memories as an emperor, he discovered that he was currently traversing the path of the imperial examination, a revelation that stirred a tumult of emotions within him, almost beyond articulation. Meanwhile, Ling Wei gazed at his father, his heart a mixture of joy, sorrow, and indignation, prompting him to inadvertently voice a question. Your Majesty, why did you decree my death? The first emperor responded, I departed so abruptly that I had no time to decree your death. Moreover, you are the chosen heir, entrusted with the vast realm of Qin after my passing. Was I so idle as to condemn you? Even in death, you would not be my companion in burial. After all, I still possess numerous figurines to attend to. At this moment, the first emperor remained unaware that some of his cherished figurines had already begun to fade. Ling Wei recounted how, in a previous life, he had received an imperial edict from Shangjuan, detailing the transgressions of both himself and the esteemed General Meng Tian, which commanded them to take their own lives. Despite his father's formidable presence and high expectations, which did not preclude his genuine concern for his son, Ling Wei found himself unable to continue his insolence in the face of the emperor from his memories. Although he had blurted out the most sincere cry from his heart just before his previous demise, he now approached the echoes of the past with utmost reverence. The first emperor, however, was incensed by his son's account, responding with a bitter laugh. So, upon receiving the edict, you truly committed suicide? Even when Meng Tian advised you that the edict might be a ruse, urging you to seek clarification, you chose not to listen. Are you so certain that I, devoid of compassion, would disregard our father-son bond, personally decreeing the death of my firstborn, whom I have nurtured for 30 years? Have you never contemplated the possibility that it might be a false edict? Who would dare to present a false decree before His Majesty? Ling Wei's voice trembled. The gaze of the first emperor was piercing, compelling Ling Wei to lower his head once more. What if I were already deceased? If I were to perish, there would indeed be those who would dare. Your Majesty, Ling Wei's heart shattered. To him, the emperor was not merely his father. He was a divine being, the embodiment of the entire Qin dynasty. Who could fathom the notion of a deity meeting their demise? Before your death, did you not consider that if it were a false edict, it would signify my untimely fate? If I were to encounter such a fate, you too would perish. What then would become of the Qin? Now, I beseech you to illuminate the fate of my Qin. This empire was forged through generations of our Qin people's toil and sacrifice, built upon the lifeblood of countless valiant sons of Qin. If you were to die, what would become of the Qin? Pray tell, who besides you could inherit the legacy of Qin? Who could safeguard the foundations of our great empire? Ling Wei. At this moment, Ling Wei was engulfed by both fear and astonishment, utterly daunted by the ramifications of his father's inquiries. The emperor was not merely his progenitor. He was the deity in Ling Wei's eyes. When commanded to die, the very thought of rebellion was unfathomable. No, it would be inaccurate to claim he harbored no thoughts of resistance. Rather, he was acutely aware of his father's profound disappointment in him. Furthermore, he had been exiled to Shangjuan in the wake of the emperor's wrath. Upon receiving the imperial decree, his despair and fury had obliterated all rational thought, leading him to ask Ming Tian, if a father commands his son to take his own life, what further consultation is necessary? He was simply disheartened by his father's disillusionment with him and by his own failure as a son to meet his father's expectations. For a son, no matter how others may laud him for his fortitude, benevolence, and farsightedness, it matters not if he cannot earn the satisfaction of his father, the sovereign of the Qin Empire. In such a case, whether in his role as a son or as the heir to the empire, he is unequivocally a failure. Yet, these sentiments remain unspoken between them. Despite the past having become mere history, he finds himself unable to voice his feelings in this present life. The first emperor gazed upon his son, who bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face. Had this been a previous life, the first emperor would have been enraged by such tears from Qixun. Yet now, he reflects on the tragic fate that befell his son at the hands of treacherous individuals. Though filled with disappointment, his heart aches profoundly. My great Qin, he laments. Surely it is that despicable slave Zhao Gao who has orchestrated this calamity. Nevertheless, no amount of fury can alter the present reality. This is no longer his Qin. The first emperor inhaled deeply, resigned. Alas, you and I, father and son, are no longer. I am no longer the master of the Qin Empire, and you, my son, are no longer the foremost son of Qin. Ling Wei, upon hearing his father's unfinished words, felt a deep pain in his heart. His father, once the sovereign of the empire, is now merely a commoner. Even should he achieve the status of a scholar and take on an official position, he would remain subordinate to others. How could this be? This is the first emperor, the deity of all Qin people. Who has ever witnessed a god stoop to a lesser status? Your Majesty. Ling Wei wept once more. The first emperor's words to his son were not mere platitudes. He was a formidable figure who had risen from despair, the primal sovereign of heaven and earth. How could he, due to his current circumstances, relinquish the will to live? He even questioned whether their present plight was somehow intertwined with his pursuit of immortality. Upon such reflection, an inexplicable sentiment arose within His Majesty the First Emperor. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, he resolved to accept his fate, to live another life. After all, is far superior to succumbing to death and relinquishing all matters. The heart of the Ancestor Dragon possesses immense strength. Chapter 53. Is living truly so bad? The first emperor understood well that, under any circumstances, one's identity, status, and power should never be relinquished. A person must always grasp what they possess and strive for greater heights. For once one surrenders, they lose everything from the very beginning. Recalling the events of his past life, he had reprimanded his son, only to witness the profound sorrow etched upon his child's face. Although angered, he could not entirely shed his paternal instincts. Casting aside the mantle of emperor, he found himself imbued with a gentler heart. While it is true that he lacked such compassion in his previous life, he now bore 30 years of memories. As he gazed upon his son, his expression softened gradually. Alas, This child ultimately suffered due to his own demise. Although the decree was not his own, the mere sight of it rendered his son compliant. Even if it meant facing death, a poignant reminder of the sorrow shared by all formidable fathers. Despite his disappointment, he was strangely moved by the profound affection his son harbored for him as a father, an emotion that transcended mere reverence. Ultimately, he took the time to explain the rationale behind his son's exile to the upper commandery, a matter that had remained an enigma to his son until his final breath. Emperor Qin spoke with rare tenderness. Meng Tian commands the most elite army of the Qin, while Meng Yi remains close to the inner court as a prominent minister. I have sent you to the commandery to foster a closer bond with the Meng brothers. At this time, remnants of the six states are stirring chaos. You, stationed in Shanjuan with the finest troops of the Qin, hold the means to quell disturbances even if Xianyang were to fall into disorder. Aside from myself, there exists no force that could sway your influence. Had you understood even a fragment of my intentions, you would not have resorted to self-destruction over a mere decree. You oppose my actions of burning books and burying scholars. Do you truly believe I am devoid of compassion? Have I not offered them opportunities? Otherwise, why would I have engaged Confucian scholars as mentors? My actions against them stem from their words, which began to undermine the very foundations of the empire. I am not a narrow-minded ruler. In the early days of governance, I welcomed diverse opinions. Yet for such a vast empire to find stability, strict laws must be enforced. It is not that I do not wish for the empire to flourish, nor am I unaware of the validity in your suggestions. Rather, the timing is simply not right. The circumstances of the empire do not permit me such leniency. What I require is time, and so does the Qin. Alas, time does not wait for me. At this juncture, a deep sense of regret permeated the emperor's tone. Ling Wei felt a profound shock within. It dawned upon him that this was the true reason behind his father's fury and the decision to assign him to Shanjuan. He had never considered his father's concerns for the future of the empire. He had failed to grasp that his father's intention in sending him to Shanjuan was to ensure that he would be better equipped to inherit the empire in the future. In the realm of past lives, an unresolved obsession dissipated in an instant, leaving Ling Wei enveloped in profound shame, feeling utterly unworthy to face her father. After a moment of silence, the first emperor spoke. There is no need to call me Father Emperor any longer. Simply use the previous address. Your current name, Wei, embodies the essence of flourishing and aligns with your previous life as designation. Although traditionally, a man may only take a courtesy name upon reaching maturity, a father's bestowal of such a name can be granted prematurely. Henceforth, you shall be known as Fusu. Yes, father, Fusu replied, contemplating before inquiring. Shall we continue our journey to the capital? This question implied whether they would proceed with the imperial examination. The first emperor chuckled softly. Of course, we must go. Reflecting on his memories from this life, the first emperor recognized the vastness of the great Xia Empire, far surpassing that of his Qin, and the sophistication of its governance, which was beyond compare to his own. Yet, this was not surprising. Had he not met his demise, the Qin would have undoubtedly flourished to rival the current great Xia. Even after his death, had Fusu ascended the throne smoothly, with his exceptional talent, he would have certainly matched the greatness of the present great Xia. It was a pity, though, that he was unaware of the fate that befell the Qin after his passing. However, contemplating such matters was futile now. The priority lay in living well in this life, worthy of the identity he once held as the founding emperor of an era. To be reborn is a gift. Even a fool would not choose to end their life prematurely. Is living not a blessing? Yet, Fusu felt a pang of sorrow for his father. After all, he was the first emperor, far surpassing in dignity the founding emperor of the Great Xia. Before the era of the Great Xia, the empire had already achieved unification, and the vast lands of the Great Xia were merely an inheritance from the preceding dynasties. Although there had been some expansion in terms of merit, the founding emperor of the Great Xia was far inferior to his father. The first emperor gently patted his son's head. The sight of his youthful son once again filled him with inexplicable joy, easing the anger that had previously consumed him. He bore no regrets about missing his son's growth, for he had never been one to dwell on paternal affection. However, allowing his son, who had perished in sorrow, to know that he had not decreed his death might serve as a form of comfort and compensation. Yet, upon learning that his son had taken his own life, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down once more. My Qin, he lamented, enough of this. Do not dwell excessively on such matters, regardless of the circumstances. As a noble son of the great Qin, you must forge ahead with unwavering resolve. You are still young and shall encounter many opportunities in the future. Yet, remember this, you must not repeat the mistakes of your past life. Even if fate compels you towards demise, you must possess the courage to defy it. Stand tall and live with indomitable spirit. That is the essence of my Qixun, the legacy of my lineage. The son vowed to heed his father's teachings. The two of them packed their belongings and departed from the inn, continuing their journey northward. Along the way, the first emperor observed the customs, governance, and infrastructure of the great Xia, contemplating various aspects of the realm. He increasingly felt that this second chance at life, although he had become an ordinary scion of a bureaucratic family and a scholar, was quite favorable. After all, this was a world where cultivation was possible, and for one who had once been devoted to the pursuit of immortality, it was indeed a welcoming place. Indeed, the discovery of the existence of cultivators within the memory of this empire brought great surprise to His Majesty, the first emperor. The Isle of Penglai is exceedingly distant, a place he did not behold in his previous life. However, the cultivation system of the Great Xia is undeniably real. Furthermore, even if he cannot attain immortality in this life, who is to say that he cannot live again, perhaps with memories intact? Who can ascertain whether the very act of living anew constitutes a form of immortality? Who knows if, despite the inability to cultivate in this lifetime, he might not be able to in the next? Officials of the Great Xia need not prostrate themselves before the emperor. A mere bow will suffice. Moreover, passing the imperial examination is a convenient means to elevate one's status. Thus, the examination must be undertaken. Upon contemplating the imperial examination, the first emperor realized its remarkable value. After a month-long journey, the father and son duo were nearing Shengjing when they suddenly remembered they had not reassured their family of their safety. The impact of recalling their past lives weighed heavily on them, and although they appeared calm on the surface, their minds were clearly occupied with numerous thoughts, to the extent that they completely overlooked the fact that a family awaited their news. Second update, Chapter 54, A Pragmatic Inquiry. The first emperor. Indeed, his son did not mention it, and he had entirely forgotten that there were a wife and children at home. Well, in his previous life, he did not actually have a wife, did he? Concubines and favored ladies do not equate to a proper spouse. After all, he had not even established an empress. As for Fusu, despite his noble maternal lineage, he remained merely a son of a concubine. Of course, even if he had a wife, the first emperor was not the type to inform her of his whereabouts when he ventured out. However, this life is indeed different. After all, he has been a devoted husband and father for over a decade, and maintaining that persona is essential. His wife and children are undeniably his own beloved family, are they not? As for entirely forgetting his wife and children, such a notion would never be revealed before his son. Casting a calm glance at his eldest son, who reminded him to write to their family, the emperor nodded with authority, instructing his son to prepare ink and paper to compose a brief letter assuring their safety. Now that the father and son had arrived at the city of Tianza, which guarded the imperial capital, in just a couple of days they would reach the capital, Chang'an, and settle down completely. Fusu inquired of the emperor, "Father, how much silver do we have left?" This was indeed a practical and pressing question. Reflecting on the time when they possessed an entire empire, he now found himself with merely 100 taels of silver in his pocket. The emperor replied, "During our journey, our transportation expenses amounted to just over 20 taels, while our provisions consumed around 30 taels. Of the 150 taels brought along, less than 100 remain. However, the capital is not like the outside world. Expenses would undoubtedly be considerable. Furthermore, his father-in-law had left the capital in haste years ago and had a 2-courtyard residence that remained unsold, with an old servant overseeing it. Due to the sudden departure of the master, the servant dared not take any liberties and had not rented it out. Subsequently, Gong Yumingshi wished to preserve the original state of the house, and being in the countryside, he did not require much silver, merely instructing the old servant to guard it. Thus the residence remained vacant. Fortunately, before their arrival in the capital, his wife had already sent word to the old servant in the city, indicating that the father and son would visit after their arrival. This was also the reason why the two of them, with just over 100 taels of silver, felt emboldened to embark on their journey of thousands of miles toward the capital, to ensure his success in the imperial examinations. Zulong exerted himself with the same fervor he had once devoted to perusing countless bamboo slips each day in his previous life. The rise and fall of history, the transition of dynasties, the shifting sentiments of the populace, and the transformation of landscapes began as a pursuit of scholarly achievement. only to culminate in a fervent imperial ambition that consumed him entirely. Fortunately, his son proved to be a dutiful offspring, diligently studying while also providing careful care for his father. More importantly, the son finally remembered to remind his father that he ought to write a letter to his wife and children. Although he had never been particularly concerned about the women in his harem, the principal wife held a unique significance, even for an emperor like him. Otherwise, he would not have neglected to establish a consort in his previous life. Emperor Shi Huang struggled to recall the faces of the beauties in his harem, finding himself embarrassingly unable to conjure even a single clear visage. He pondered who among the women of the Xianyang palace bore any resemblance to his current wife, Lady Gong. In their previous lives, the father and son shared little warmth or affection, yet in this life, they exhibited an uncanny understanding of one another. While Emperor Shi Huang was preoccupied with thoughts of the empire, it was rare for him to contemplate the matter of his principal wife. Meanwhile, his son also considered their shared lineage, wondering about their mother and the younger siblings. Crucially, there remained the unresolved issue of which of his treacherous brothers had contributed to his demise. To be candid, he had never been particularly close to those siblings in his past life. "Father," his son inquired, "do you think mother and our brothers and sisters might share a bond like the one between us?" Emperor Shi Huang remained composed. Although many women in his harem had suffered at his hands, if his current principal wife were among them, so be it. What of it? Moreover, it is unlikely that his wife and children share the same fate as he and Fusu. He is disinclined to dwell on such matters. It is better to immerse oneself in the pursuit of knowledge rather than fret over the uncertainties of life. Fusu, too, only recalled this possibility when a fleeting thought crossed his mind. After receiving a reprimand from his father, Fusu shook his head with a smile, reflecting upon the memories of their past lives. How rare it is for family to reunite in this lifetime. As for the bond between him and his father, it is likely a testament to his father's merits and his own obsessions, all summoned by the heavens, resulting in such fortuitous events. Meanwhile, in Yinjia village, a few mothers and children gathered after dinner, playing mahjong while discussing the affairs of the father and son. Well, the mahjong that Qixun prepared for her poetic and wine-loving mother has finally found its purpose. Gong Yumingshi remarked, "Your father, like us, must be reminiscing about his past life. Though the handwriting in the letter remains familiar, the vigor and style are incomparable. Just from that single character, it is evident that your father was no ordinary person in his previous life." 8 dots. Haha. Indeed, I was just about to declare 8 dots. Right, 3 strips, replied Qixun, sitting below Gong Yumingshi, as she played a 3 strips tile. That is correct. Not to mention you, mother, but what about us 4 siblings? Is our father someone just anyone can aspire to be? Third update, chapter 55. After all, is living not a good thing? What Gong Yumingshi did not express is that she has genuinely experienced life in this incarnation. Having been married to Yin Yangwu for over a decade, their bond has been harmonious. Yet, now that her husband is changed, none can ascertain whether it is for better or worse, can they? If circumstances improve, it would be a blessing for the entire family. However, should they take a turn for the worse, she still has a substantial part of her life ahead of her. Wouldn't that be troublesome? 7 did not seem to mind. Regardless of the outcome, my elder brother, the great sage, is here. Gong Yumingshi shot her a glance. But your great sage brother is also his son. The great sage was contemplating his lack of success at mahjong. He had never won a hand, with either his mother or little Sun claiming victory instead. Both he and his third sister had lost a considerable amount of pocket money. Should he resort to trickery? Upon hearing his name mentioned by his mother and little Sun, the great sage reassured, "Mother, you need not worry about this. Should our father prove incapable, and you find it untenable to remain with him, it would be no great matter to part ways. You have us. We've already declared that you should focus solely on enjoying life. When a woman resolves to be fierce, a man's role diminishes significantly. In his previous life, his elder brother, the Bull Demon King, despite being a formidable figure, was subjected to domestic abuse daily, leaving him embarrassed even when seeking to borrow a fan. Of course, his mother in this life, though both beautiful and spirited, would not stoop to such cruelty towards his father. Yet, there was no cause for fear, was there? Upon hearing this, Gong Yumingshi felt greatly reassured. As long as her son and daughter remained, whether or not her husband stayed was not a matter worth fretting over. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Emperor Qin Shi Huang, sitting in a carriage, was blissfully unaware that his wife and children were already devising plans for a potential separation should he falter. Gongyu Mingxi's sole concern was her eldest son. Husbands could be replaced, but not sons. Given the current circumstances, it seemed highly likely that her eldest son was just as they were. Upon hearing the matter of divorce, Qixun remarked with a touch of reassurance, "Mother, fret not about father. My elder brother, the great sage, is right. If it comes to that, we shall part ways. You possess both beauty and wisdom, and we shall undoubtedly accumulate wealth in abundance. With your grace and affluence, you can confidently embrace the life of a single aristocrat. Should boredom strike, you may indulge in the company of several charming young men, strong, handsome, valiant, gentle, refined, cultured, alluring, or even delicate in disposition. The choices are plentiful, tailored to your preference. What is the fuss about? We shall engage in fleeting encounters, devoid of emotional entanglements." At this moment, the oblivious Yin Shaosong remained unaware that her father was none other than His Majesty, the first emperor of the dragon ancestors. Otherwise, she would never have dared to propose such a candid suggestion to her mother. After all, isn't life itself a treasure? Meanwhile, her family, blissfully ignorant, expressed curiosity. Charming young men? Such a variety exists? They had been unaware of the abundance of games sold at home. Young fellows indeed. Gongyu Mingxi could only exclaim in astonishment. The three siblings stood by, equally taken aback alongside their mother, as Qixun contemplated which card to play. She spoke without lifting her gaze. "In my previous life, I reached the age of 30 without experiencing my first love. My uncle brought forth all the young and handsome artists from his entertainment company for me to choose from at my leisure." "And what happened then?" Lingyu inquired. Her lips pursed in curiosity. "Regrettably," Qixun sighed, "I was too occupied and had no time to spare. Otherwise, a romance would have been quite delightful. Ha ha." "I jest." Monkey Brother pondered. Should we indeed engage in such a venture? After glancing at the meager coins before him, the Monkey King felt a compelling urge to cheat. Yet, was he truly the kind of person who would resort to such dishonesty? As a dutiful son who surrendered all his earnings to his mother, he decided to preserve his scant pocket money by relinquishing his seat to Lin Mei Mei. "Little Five, it's your turn to play." Lin Mei Mei, unfazed by her elder brother's diversionary tactics, eagerly took her place. The game of mahjong was undeniably intriguing. However, merely spectating without participating rendered it rather dull. Brimming with confidence, Lin Mei Mei thought to herself, "Is it a fallacy to believe that my mother always wins in gambling?" Ling Su stifled a laugh. Her own coins had dwindled significantly. Yet, to claim victory over Shaosun through sheer skill seemed implausible unless Shaosun intentionally allowed them to win. She had observed that the hands their mother declared were predominantly cards deliberately offered by Shaosun. Of course, Shaosun exhibited an unusual patience when it came to Little Five, doting on her and ensuring her success. Ling Su pondered that Shaosun would never aim to win money from their mother, and with her own coins reduced to a pitiful few, it was likely that Shaosun would allow Little Five to win while losing her own money in the process. Indeed, after a complete round, Shaosun purposely let Little Five win twice, once while she was the dealer and once while Ling Su was. Ling Su gazed at her remaining 2 coins. Insufficient for another round. Was she to borrow money? Gongyu Mingxi pushed the cards aside. "Let's call it a night. Su-Er's funds are nearly depleted, and borrowing for gambling is hardly a wise habit. Besides, the hour is late, and you must rise early tomorrow. Your morning lessons cannot be neglected. If anyone dares to neglect their studies, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you. If this continues, just like when Shaosun let Xiao off easy, I fear I may not be able to safeguard the money I've rightfully earned." Ling Yu remarked, "I have only just won a few rounds, and you are already ready to overturn the table? Can we not enjoy this game together? I have yet to satisfy my craving. Regarding gambling addiction, it is something to be entirely avoided." Qixun advised earnestly, "One must not become addicted to anything. We should merely play mahjong for leisure." Sister Lin expressed her disdain. "When you busily toil over your blueprints and carpentry, you remain oblivious even when the sky falls, neglecting food and sleep. Is that not an addiction?" Qixun retorted. "That is called focus. I am hopelessly devoted to my craft. All right, enough jesting. Let us all wash up and retire for the night. I have made my decision." At this moment, it was only around 10 o'clock in the evening, which for Qixun, who often conducted experiments day and night in her past life, was hardly late. After the family completed their evening routines, they rose at the 3rd watch to begin their training. An hour later, as dawn approached, Brother Desheng led the family in martial arts practice. He had improved the Hu family's knife technique and lightness skill that Ling Su had brought out, and he also specifically adjusted the accompanying breathing techniques, making them significantly superior to the original methods. Qixun's lightness skill had progressed remarkably in these past days. She believed that in a short while, she might accompany her monkey brother and third sister into the mountains for adventures. Chapter 56. Isn't learning a delightful pursuit? Qixun was exceedingly eager about the prospect of venturing into the mountains. In the vast and remote mountains that stretch for hundreds of miles lies a natural treasure trove. The reason she need not exhaust her mind in pursuit of wealth, but rather indulge in her passions, is due to this very repository of riches. For her capable elder brothers and sisters, it serves as an inexhaustible source of fortune. Thus, she yearns to explore it herself. However, with a multitude of tasks at hand, and her recent progress in martial arts merely the beginning of her journey, venturing into the mountains must be postponed for now. While her spinning wheel is ready, it remains untested. She intends to spin some yarn in the coming days to identify areas for improvement. After refining the spinning wheel, she will turn her attention to the loom, and once these tasks are completed, it will be nearly time to embark on papermaking. Moreover, as the weather grows increasingly cold, her family, who practices martial arts every morning and sweats profusely, requires daily changes of clothes. Currently, it is her third sister who manages the laundry. And although the well water remains warm in winter and cool in summer, it still numbs the hands. She plans to create a manual washing machine. Additionally, the daily ritual of bathing and heating water poses a significant inconvenience, prompting her to consider constructing a solar water heater. While the manual washing machine seems manageable, sourcing heat-conductive materials for the water heater presents a considerable challenge. Qixun has devised a systematic plan to enhance her family's quality of life, which must be realized step by step. Of course, her foremost desire is to improve their living environment, although the earthen and thatched house is quite adequate. Providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, she believes there is always room for enhancement. The dilemma lies in the winter, when the windows are closed. It becomes unbearably cold. Yet, when they are shut, the visibility within the room diminishes significantly, hampering her work and adversely affecting the scholarly pursuits of her mother and Xiao Wu. Additionally, her third sister, who engages in the art of medicine, requires a sunlit warm room during the winter months. There is a fervent hope for the swift realization of glass freedom. Yinjiao village is indeed a delightful place. Although it is primarily led by the Yin and Lu surnames, the community is united, with harmonious neighborly relations. The village, comprising around 100 households, supports one another, and their lives are relatively better than those in other villages within the same town. However, in Qixuan's eyes, this quality of life pales in comparison to the era she has known, where the nation had achieved poverty alleviation decades earlier, with every household enjoying a moderately prosperous existence. Human existence is fundamentally anchored in three essential needs: sustenance, clothing, and shelter. Ensuring these three aspects is paramount for individuals to pursue higher aspirations. Qixuan recognizes that, while she currently lacks the capacity to instigate broader changes, she is capable of creating opportunities for her kin and fellow villagers to enhance their lives. By improving productivity, establishing avenues for wealth creation, and upgrading infrastructure, the quality of life for the villagers can naturally be elevated. Once these foundational improvements are achieved, she can then turn her attention towards enhancing the educational levels of her kin and villagers. As their knowledge expands, so too will their perspectives and capabilities, opening up a multitude of possibilities. She is a scientist, yet she is also a soldier nurtured under the tenets of socialism, with an intrinsic love for her country that transcends time and space, remaining indelibly woven into her very being. Within the bounds of her abilities, she harbors a steadfast desire to contribute to her kin, the land she inhabits, and the people who dwell upon it. On this particular day, Qixun remarkably refrained from entering the bedroom occupied by her elder brother, Monkey, after breakfast. The main room served as a tutoring space for her cousin, making it also unavailable to her. Thus, she retreated to the Kong, where she moved a small table, spread out some paper, ground ink, and picked up her brush to compose her work plan for the winter. After a morning of diligent writing and revisions, she finally transcribed the finalized document and set it aside. She was not in a hurry to adjust the spinning wheel, for none of her family members, apart from herself, possessed the skill to operate it. Although she had some knowledge, she would require the assistance of a seasoned spinner to properly assess the wheel's functionality before embarking on any modifications. She considered sending Monkey to their granduncle's house to help out, thus enabling her to request Aunt C's assistance with the spinning wheel. However, Monkey had been preoccupied with tasks in the mountains lately. After completing her plan, during lunch, Qixun inquired of her brother, "Dear brother, Will you be heading into the mountains in the next few days? Those willing to help are truly good brothers. Enveloped in his passion for craftsmanship, Monkey's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he asked her what she was planning to create. He found the act of crafting to be quite fascinating, especially since he had some free time on his hands. Qixun responded with a feigned smile, but spoke with genuine sincerity. Could you assist at granduncle's house with making tofu? Monkey scratched his head. Aren't they too busy? I haven't heard anything from elder cousin. After all, Lingzhou came to their house for lessons every day. I wish to invite Aunt C over in the next few days to help me adjust the spinning wheel. But their tofu business has been flourishing, requiring more and more tofu each day. Surely, they must be quite occupied. I find it rather awkward to request her assistance. If only you, my second brother, could lend a hand, I would not hesitate to approach Aunt C. Would I? The great sage believes he is capable of anything. However, he fears that if he does not offer help with carpentry, he will be compelled by his mother to tackle family assignments instead. Currently, she is determined to ensure they gain admission to prestigious universities, and the Monkey King feels an immense pressure. It is indeed a pleasant prospect to assist at great-uncle's house. Yet before he readily agrees, the Monkey King wishes to discuss certain conditions. Son, your arithmetic exams are becoming increasingly challenging. During these days of assistance, kindly refrain from assigning me any tests. Qixun retorts with a cold huff. This matter requires my mother's consent. I have yet to provide you with the meticulously selected exam questions from the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation series. Ling Tai Fong Xiyuan Mountain was once the pinnacle of the immortal realm, was it not? Are you truly afraid of completing your homework? Second brother, summon the determination you once possessed to traverse mountains and rivers, crossing the eastern sea and heading straight to the western Nyohuzhou in pursuit of knowledge. Is not studying a delightful endeavor? Well, it certainly is. The Monkey King rolls his eyes. Chapter 57. Indeed, negotiating with Sun is futile, the more one discusses, the deeper the pit one digs. In those days, Flower and Fruit Mountain was no longer sufficient for his aspirations. The Monkey King felt the need to acquire further skills. Unfortunately, Dongxing Yinzhou is a realm dominated by demons, and when it comes to the pursuit of knowledge, humanity excels far beyond. Thus, he bids farewell to his monkey companions and his few sworn brothers, embarking on a long journey to the western Nyohuzhou. Upon arriving at Ling Tai Fong Xiyuan Mountain, in Sun's words, this place can be deemed one of the foremost academies in the 4 provinces of that era. Of course, he humbly believes he does not deserve to be associated with such a prestigious institution given his inherent demonic nature. As a being of innate divinity and demonic prowess, his capacity for learning is beyond question. Not long after, he graduated. To put it more elegantly, one might say he achieved academic success. Less charitably, he was cast out. In truth, the Monkey King felt that there were numerous skills yet to be mastered. This left him in a state of helplessness. However, it was said to be his destiny, a decree of fate. The Monkey King scoffed at this notion. Was he born and nurtured solely to exist as a unique being, relegated to serving as a tool for others? While many were lost in their dreams, no one bothered to ask him if he consented to such a fate. Alas, little Sun was teaching him mathematics, and as the lessons progressed, the assignments became increasingly complex, unlike those assigned to his siblings, Sanmei and Wumei. The Monkey King felt targeted by his beloved sister, Sun. After all, they were siblings. How could there be such disparity in treatment? Although the depth of the material posed no significant challenge to him, without any pressing urgency, the Monkey King preferred a more leisurely approach to his studies. The crux of the matter was that this form of learning did not visibly enhance his abilities, severely dampening his motivation. He believed little Sun should ease his burdens. The Monkey King thought, wait, are we delving deeper into physics as well? It seemed futile to negotiate with little Sun. The more he tried, the worse it became. Resolutely, he announced his departure. I am off to assist granduncle. Gong Yumingxi, following closely behind, called out, Hey-er, when you go to work, at least change into a simple hemp tunic. Very well, it seems even a mother can be overly frugal after earning so much silver. She cannot bear to part with a single garment. He had intended to remain home today, helping little Sun with some handicrafts, and thus, the vain Monkey King had donned his new satin attire. However, the bold Demon King would rather endure blows than heed his wife's counsel. Yet, he dared not disregard his mother's words, for the repercussions were far more severe than mere beatings. His mother would recite the golden hoop spell upon him. In the afternoon, there were no arduous tasks at hand. The most laborious part of tofu making lies in grinding the soybeans and hanging the soy milk, which are activities reserved for the midnight hours. After successfully hanging the soy milk, it is boiled and then pressed into tofu, just in time for dawn when it can be sold. However, the latter part of the night is also dedicated to cultivation, led by the Monkey King, along with his family. Following their practice, they must also engage in martial training and attend morning lessons, rendering it impractical to assist in the early hours. As for the task of sorting soybeans, he lacked the patience for such minutiae. After contemplating, the Monkey King decided to undertake a more straightforward labor. He filled the water in the soaking basin to the brim and then proceeded to chop firewood. With swift strokes of the axe, the wood split as if measured with a ruler, neatly stacked in a pleasing arrangement. His elder cousin Ling Zhou and second cousin Ling Qi, who were originally meant to chop wood, could only assist him, struggling to keep pace with his speed. Ling Zhou inquired, "Brother Hao, what brings you here to lend a hand today?" The Monkey King replied indignantly, "Sun asked me to come. She said she wanted Aunt C's help in adjusting the spinning wheel and loom she made. My mother and sisters are not very skilled in spinning and weaving." Seeing the displeasure on his face, Ling Zhou chuckled. "Well, you could simply convey that to Aunt C. There is no need for you to exchange labor. Such strenuous tasks are hardly suited for her. Aunt C primarily stays at home to spin yarn and weave fabric, as the household's taxes largely depend on the cloth she produces. Thus, she was never involved in the tofu making process. Recently, due to Mother and Aunt San's preoccupation with tofu making, Aunt C has taken on the daily chore of laundry. Upon hearing that Aunt C has to wash clothes for a household of nearly 20 people each day, Monkey Brother pondered the enormity of the task. Even in cold weather, while not everyone changes clothes daily, the laborious work leaves one drenched in sweat, necessitating a change of attire. He remarked, "Xiaoxuan is concerned for Mother and Sister San, fearing their hands might suffer frostbite from the arduous task. She mentioned wanting to create a laundry machine. Once it's completed, she'll send one to your household, making it easier for you all." Ling Zhou, who visits their home daily, was well aware that Xiaoxuan had been experimenting with woodworking. However, he was unaware that she was crafting a spinning wheel and a loom, as the finished products bore little resemblance to their current forms. He found himself puzzled about their purpose until Xiaoxuan, in a rather secretive manner, insisted on keeping it confidential for the time being. At this point, Ling Zhou had grown quite unflappable. With Xiaoxuan's intelligence, he no longer found himself astonished by her endeavors. Yet, he couldn't help but harbor doubts. How could she, without the ability to spin or weave, and without a spinning wheel or loom at home, possibly create such things? His skepticism lingered. Are they truly a spinning wheel and a loom? They appeared quite different from the ones he knew. Could they even be functional? Monkey Brother raised an eyebrow. Doubt not anything, but never questioned Xiaoxuan's intellect. She is a prodigious genius with an IQ of 201. While the Monkey King, attained the pinnacle of cultivation to shatter the void, my sister Xiaoxuan, as a mere mortal, is a leading scientist involved in the design and manufacture of spacecraft. Ah, indeed, does science make the path of cultivation twice as effective? If only he had a spaceship back then, he could have fled with the children without all that effort. The Monkey King felt a twinge of sympathy. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhou promptly fell silent. Indeed, one must remember that he, Yin Ling Shou, was once an arrogant young man. Yet he had recently been humbled by the younger siblings of his second uncle. Among them, the most impressive was little Sun. Her intellect was truly extraordinary. The complex mathematical problems that stumped him were effortlessly solved by her. She even taught him various rapid calculation methods and formulas, which left him in awe after he tried them out. Now, when he attempts to solve previously insurmountable problems, the answers come to him with ease. Imagining facing such challenges in examinations, while others grapple with confusion, he could instantaneously write down the solutions, feeling a surge of intellectual superiority. Chapter 58. They simply do not enjoy showing off, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction from his intellectual advantage. Ling Zhou wholeheartedly agreed with his brother Hao. Indeed, whatever little Sun decides to undertake, she is bound to succeed. If she truly invents a washing machine, my mother and aunts will be overjoyed. Just think of how much trouble it would save. The Monkey King, who had developed several hobbies thanks to his sister, and felt quite talented in various aspects beyond mere cultivation, expressed pride in little Sun. She will definitely succeed. The honest and somewhat reserved youth, Ling Qi, voiced his curiosity. Is there really a machine that can wash clothes? After expressing his query, he expanded on his dreams. Oh, how wonderful it would be to have a machine that helps with cooking, one that assists in farming, and another that fetches and boils water. Monkey King. Youngster, you possess quite the imagination. Is it not true that everyone has such thoughts? Qixun mentioned that in her past life, during an era where tasks such as cooking, washing, farming, harvesting, and cleaning were all performed by machines, people traveled by car and even soared through the skies in airplanes. Though in the celestial realm, these tasks can be accomplished with a mere flick of a finger by the deities. It is important to remember that in Qixun's previous existence, she was but a mortal. The Monkey King patted his second cousin's shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. One must hold on to dreams. Who knows, they may one day come to fruition? Ling Qi. I was merely speaking casually. Do you truly believe such wonders exist in this world? If such marvels were to materialize, would life not be more leisurely than that of the immortals? True immortal Monkey King. In truth, immortals are not as carefree as you might think. Ling Qi's face then broke into a smile. If Qixun could indeed invent a washing machine, I would gladly assist her in selling it. I am certain it would yield great profits. The Monkey King found it curious that his second cousin, typically a man of few words, was unusually talkative today. In contrast to their distinguished eldest cousin, this second cousin was rather unnoticed when silent, appearing quite unassuming and honest. Among their kin, he was the least remarkable in appearance, embodying a simplicity that was almost endearing. Although they both shared a disdain for academic pursuits in the past, the Monkey King, prior to awakening his memories, had been quite the troublemaker, clever in his own right, whereas Ling Qi, who was rather average in all aspects, was a world apart. Thus, despite their mutual aversion to studying, the two brothers found little common ground to connect over. The two individuals seldom engage in play together. Even the closest of cousins do not share an intimate familiarity. Ling Zhou, observing the surprise on his face, chuckled and explained, ever since we ventured into the tofu business, this lad has been incessantly eager to open a shop in town. Our family, aside from my father who serves as a bookkeeper, comprises either farmers or scholars. We have never produced a merchant. I wonder from whom this boy has inherited such an extraordinary interest in commerce. Ling Qi and his elder brother Ling Zhou are siblings, born of the same mother, yet their personalities diverge starkly. One is exceptionally talented while the other remains almost invisible, quietly engaged in all endeavors. He appears exceedingly simple-minded. Yet R&T merchants typically shrewd and versatile. However, everyone possesses their unique inclinations. Monkey Brother remarked that if he wishes to pursue it, he should proceed without hesitation. Once Qixun has crafted the machine, you can entrust the business to your second brother. Though skeptical about Qixun's ability to create a washing machine, Ling Qi's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Brother Hao, do you truly believe in me? If Qixun manages to create it, will it be handed over to me? Monkey Brother assured him with confidence, absolutely. However, given Qixun's disposition, once she constructs one, she may not be inclined to continue laboring over it. If you genuinely aspire to engage in this business, you should consult Uncle Hu. If he is unavailable, you might seek assistance from our cousin Ling Feng. I have heard from Qixun that Ling Feng's carpentry skills are quite proficient, but Uncle Hu has set high standards, thus he has yet to take on any work. Ling Qi eagerly replied, all right, I shall await the finished product from Qixun. Upon seeing it, I will approach brother Ling Feng. Ling Zhou rolled his eyes at the side, pondering how these two young lads were so fervently engaged in conversation despite the matter still being in its infancy. However, seeing his usually reticent younger brother display such exuberance, illuminating his entire demeanor, Ling Zhou felt reluctant to dampen his spirit. He deftly shifted the topic. This firewood is sufficient to last us for half a month. There's no need to chop anymore. Howdy. Didn't you mention discussing the adjustment of the spinning wheel with Aunt C? Allow me to escort you to her. Ling Qi set aside his axe and tools, while the monkey brother accompanied Ling Zhou to find Aunt C, who was weaving cloth. Upon hearing their purpose, Aunt C chuckled, oh, my dear child. It's hardly a difficult matter. You need merely voice your needs. There's no need to come all this way to assist me. Very well. As the day is drawing to a close, I shall refrain from going today. If it is not urgent, I will come by tomorrow afternoon after finishing my morning tasks. The monkey brother expressed his gratitude and bid farewell to the elder. Just as he was about to exit, grandmother hurried after him, handing him a basket. Inside are the leftover soybean curds from yesterday, made into savory bean curd snacks to add flavor for you, as well as some red beans, which were exchanged for tofu. Your sisters are making desserts, and these red beans would be perfect for filling. Grandmother smiled warmly. The monkey brother handed the basket to Main Yang, saying, Grandmother has sent us savory bean curd snacks and a few pounds of red beans for our dessert filling. He then inquired, Did you speak with Aunt C? Is she willing to come and assist? Indeed, she will come by tomorrow afternoon. Originally, Monkey Brother aspired to become the head chef in the kitchen, but upon encountering Xiao Sun, he took his sister aside to converse. Xiao Sun, you would never guess that our second cousin, with his temperament, actually has a penchant for business. He even mentioned that once you complete the washing machine, he would like to sell it. Do you think this contraption can actually be sold? In truth, Qixun had never paid much attention to their second cousin before, as he was rather unremarkable among their relatives and tended to be reticent, making it difficult for anyone to notice him. However, Qixun sensed that their second cousin possessed an inner brilliance. Despite his quiet demeanor, he handled tasks with remarkable steadiness. When entrusted with responsibilities, he would execute them flawlessly, albeit without seeking the limelight. He excelled in matters that piqued his interest, and even those that did not capture his enthusiasm were accomplished with proficiency. In her previous life, Qixun had encountered a prominent figure in the industry while accompanying her uncle. He appeared to be an exceedingly unassuming individual, yet he had elevated his field to world-class standards. Esteemed global enterprises were compelled to heed his expertise, as they relied on materials produced by his company. Adhering to the industry standards he established, this man was particularly patriotic, renowned throughout the nation of Huaxia as a distinguished entrepreneur, leaving a profound impression on Qixun. Chapter 59. Forgetting that he was under maternal guidance, Qixun believed that individuals with aspirations deserved respect, as long as their interests did not harm society or others. Family members should offer support. Moreover, commercial endeavors play a crucial role in maintaining the orderly development of society. Despite the unwelcoming climate for merchants in this era, those who manage to achieve success in business should not be underestimated. The expansion of capital, when kept within a beneficial scope, constitutes good capital, if it can be sold. And since Lingqi enjoys engaging in commerce, it is simply prudent to entrust the endeavor to him. After all, her primary interest lies in enhancing and elevating technological standards. She is not particularly adept at generating social value from her creations. If someone can assist her in this regard, she would certainly welcome their contribution. Who would not appreciate reaping the rewards? Furthermore, she is the one who creates value, rather than merely profiting without effort. Crucially, her cousin is an ally. In a society where familial regulations often supersede national laws, blood relations form a natural alliance. As long as the other party possesses good character, they are worthy of trust, as their interests align. In her family, including her father and elder brother, there seems to be no one truly passionate about business. While her second brother and third sister have amassed considerable wealth, their methods of earning money resemble those of Qixun and are fundamentally disconnected from the essence of commerce. In later times, marketing is regarded as a profound discipline, and effective management and strategic planning are prerequisites for the success of any business venture. Given her reluctance or potential ineptitude in this domain, it would be wise to delegate the responsibility to those who are willing and capable. Qixun embraces this perspective, recognizing that assigning suitable tasks to the appropriate individuals is the essence of resource optimization. For someone focused on technology, engaging in business would merely be a source of unnecessary strain. Why impose such burdens upon oneself? The mother and Xiao would diligently uphold the demeanor of accomplished women, contributing to the cultural endeavors of humanity, adding a few resplendent pearls to the galaxy of culture. This is indeed a great fortune for mankind and embodies their life's value. Sister San's mission as a divine healer lies in her ability to save lives. As for Ergo, his propensity to resort to force at the slightest provocation and engage in the treacherous games of the commercial sphere is rather perplexing. Qixun harbors concerns about her elder brother venturing into business. Should he encounter commercial fraud, it could certainly lead to dire consequences. Once I have adjusted and transformed the spinning wheel and weaving loom, I shall proceed to create washing machines. If they sell well, our family will have a new source of income. At this juncture, Qixun inquired of her brother, how much silver do we currently possess? The monkey brother calculated, approximately 400 taels, perhaps. The medical book you transcribed remains unsold, and we have accumulated a significant amount of medicinal herbs, including many ginsengs under a century old that are yet to be sold. The ones over a century are kept for ourselves. Among the medicinal herbs, the most valuable at present are the relished mushrooms and ginseng. Sister San suggested that we visit the county town before the year end to sell what we have no intention of keeping. We should be able to acquire around 300 to 400 taels from that venture. Upon hearing this, Qixun contemplated that, excluding the expenses incurred in the capital, This sum would suffice for her family to live comfortably, provided they refrained from extravagance. Fortunately, only the mother and Xiao Wu indulge in finer things. While Ergo is somewhat vain, requiring some silver for materials in his crafting endeavors. Sister San, a virtuous soul who earns without spending, ensures that silver is no longer a concern. Qixun expressed, Ergo, may I order some tools and purchase materials? The Monkey King shook his head and replied, You should ask Mother. 7. Feeling a tad guilty, managed a faint smile, then I shall inquire with her. It is worth noting that she had once fervently vowed to take charge of the family's financial affairs. However, thus far, apart from the tofu she had made, which might yield some profit in the future, she had earned not a single coin and ironically, had become the greatest expense within the household. Thankfully, Mother is a kind soul, and her siblings are equally good-hearted. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to bring this up. She plans to embroider a large screen as a gift for her parents once their new home is completed, along with some pouches and handkerchiefs for the family. If time permits, she also intends to craft embroidered garments for her mother, sister, and second brother. Throughout the years, regardless of the past or present, Gong Yumingshi has never turned down her children's reasonable requests. In a few days, when you all have some free time, let us take a trip to the county town. Initially, I had intended to procure the New Year's goods before our visit, but we can always make another trip before the festivities. After all, the family has acquired a donkey. Although the cart for little Sun has yet to be constructed, they can borrow a flatbed cart. As long as it can carry passengers, that suffices. Given their current rural status, there is truly no need for ostentation. The only downside is that the official road to the county town runs alongside the canal, where the winds are fierce and the air is cold. Traveling in an open cart would subject the children to some discomfort. However, since all of her children, including herself, are engaged in physical training and martial arts, their health is quite robust, and they are not overly concerned about enduring a day of chilly winds. Gong Yumingshi herself yearns to venture out as well. Over a decade ago, her journey from the capital to Yinjiao village was the only long trip she has made in her lifetime. The prospect of going out brings her joy. Mother, when shall we set off? After dinner, Ling Yu followed Ling Su to tidy up the dishes. While Qixun whispered to her brother, What if we encounter that fellow Cui Gue? Her brother snorted lightly. What is there to fear? Even if we do meet him, both you and Suo can take care of yourselves, and Mother and Little Five have me to protect them. Qixun replied softly. Do you think Mother would scold you if she found out you were causing trouble outside? Her brother retorted. Forget that I am no longer the wild monkey born of heaven and earth. I am now someone with a mother to look after me. Chapter 60. The heart of a fierce tiger indeed. This was a sweet dilemma. Her brother scratched his head, while Qixun observed him with quiet amusement. For someone like her brother, who could not be restrained by heaven and earth, it seemed that the only thing capable of tempering his brilliance was the sentiment of love. Yet, Qixun understood that this bond, stemming from blood, meant that neither their mother nor her sisters would ever seek to confine his inherent nature through his natural affection for them. Instead, they would strive to clear any obstacles in his path. Do not fret, dear brother, for you are the great sage who aspires to stand equal with the heavens. Has Mother ever scolded you? Even though the Cui family holds a prestigious position in the Great Xia, considering their family values and our mother's background and vision, how could she possibly regard the Cui clan with any esteem? You do good and save lives. You have committed no wrongdoing. Even if Mother were to find out, she would only praise you, saying, My son has done well. Moreover, neither Mother nor we sisters are the sort to compromise our principles out of fear of retaliation. We are not afraid of the Cui family. In terms of martial prowess, you are here. In terms of cunning strategy, we have third sister. And when it comes to reasoning, we have Mother and Little Five. The Cui family, a prestigious lineage, values reputation and face. And even if the Cui family of Linjiang remains indifferent, the main house of the Cui clan in the capital shall not overlook it. Reputation and face are the essence of a century-old family like the COS. Should my mother compose a poem or a song, or pen an essay, it would be sufficient to tarnish the Cui family's name for eternity. At this juncture, a hint of ferocity graced the otherwise tranquil countenance of Qixun, should they attempt to suppress us with their power. Tempted by profit. If I were to be ruthless, merely offering the technique of forging high-quality steel would be enough to uproot the Cui family. Moreover, I could forge the most exquisite and lethal weapons of our time, which are the nation's treasures. The technique of forging high-quality steel? It surpasses even the finest iron currently known in durability and sharpness, capable of creating weapons of unparalleled quality that our current craftsmanship cannot compare to. Beyond weaponry, it possesses a myriad of broader applications. I could even manufacture rudimentary firearms and cannons. What are mere thousands or tens of thousands of foes, when a single cannon strike could reduce them to mere ashes? Brother Monkey observes that, despite Qixun's apparent obsession with woodworking, seemingly indifferent to all else and appearing harmless, when she becomes ruthless, she transforms into a formidable weapon. Brother Monkey declares, "Dear sister, it seems your prowess surpasses all. You often say that no matter how skilled one is, they fear the kitchen knife. Yet, your knife is exceedingly formidable. Could this be what you refer to as a dimensional strike?" Brother Monkey, are you still shy? I find that hard to believe. Observing Brother Monkey's expression of profound complexity, Qixun felt compelled to defend herself. Striving to portray herself as a pure-hearted maiden, I was born under the red banner and nurtured in the new society as an exemplary youth. How could I possibly harm the innocent? What I just said was merely a jest. As a soldier, my mission and responsibility lie in safeguarding my homeland. The Monkey King scoffed softly. With his keen insight, he could easily discern the deceptive facade that this girl projected. Deep down, she was a fierce individual with the heart of a tiger. The teachings she received in her past life, her identity as a soldier, and her steadfast sense of duty and belief had tightly restrained the wild beast within her. It is no wonder that, despite her diligent practice of lightness skills, she held a particular fondness for the modified sword techniques he had taught her. The sword, as the king of weapons, reigned supreme. This seemingly innocent and adorable girl was, at her core, a domineering force. Her rebellious spirit mirrored his own. In that moment, the Monkey King realized why he cherished the third sister and doted on the fifth, yet found the fourth sister, Qixun, most to his liking. At their essence, they were kindred spirits. The Monkey King affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. "Just be a happy craftsman. I, your monkey brother, will handle everything else." Sun rolled her eyes. "Craftsman? I engage in scientific research. I transform scientific achievements into productive forces. Such a lofty endeavor, and you reduce it to something so mundane? As my elder brother, you ought to respect my career." Sun, what are you two murmuring about? Suddenly, Main Yang interjected, though she was not particularly concerned about the answer. "Once Su'er and Xiao Wu finish tidying up the kitchen, we shall play mahjong. Reading and writing in the evening strains the eyes. After a long day of toil, one ought to indulge in rest and seek out activities that the entire family can enjoy together, for quality parent-child time is essential." The Monkey King, with a woeful expression, found himself in a dire predicament. His pockets were emptier than his face, devoid of even a single coin. Presently, among his family, only he and his sister Sammei were the most impoverished despite being the primary earners, while Xiaoxuan was slightly better off. In contrast, their mother and Xiaowu were the wealthiest. To add to his woes, he had already advanced his allowance for the upcoming year, having lost it all to his mother and Xiaowu. The great Monkey King, once a formidable figure, never envisaged a day when he would be troubled by his destitution. Thus, he pondered whether to resort to cheating. "Mother," he scratched his head, "I have even lost my allowance for next year to you. I can no longer accompany you for mahjong." Xiaoqin, observing from the sidelines, clucked her tongue. Fully unaware that her brother's financial ruin stemmed from her own propensity to allow their mother and Lin Mimi to win during their games, she was indeed the root cause of his plight. The Monkey King was nearly exasperated by her feigned sympathy. "Gong Yuming," she remarked, "but there is still the latter half of the year to draw from, is there not?" The Monkey King replied with a resigned silence. The evening mahjong session proceeded as scheduled, although Xiaoqin was barred from participating due to the vehement objections of her brother and sister. Xiaoqin, ever the contrarian, chimed in gambling, one loses 9 out of 10 times. "Gong Yuming," she retorted, "as far as betting is concerned, I have never encountered defeat. Gambling is simply gambling. Why elaborate further on betting?" Xiaoqin recognized her mother as an intellectual, adept at employing a filter of sorts. The following day, Aunt C indeed arrived to lend a hand, accompanied by her cousin Lingqi. In the afternoon, there were not many matters to attend to. Yesterday, Brother Monkey had once again assisted in chopping firewood and filled the water tank, allowing him the leisure to visit. His primary intention was to examine the spinning wheel and loom crafted by his little cousin, to ascertain whether the young girl could truly create a washing machine. Qixun found it puzzling that upon hearing Brother Monkey mention the washing machine, his second cousin could envision its commercial potential, yet remained oblivious to the greater utility of the spinning wheel and loom. Lingqi chuckled. stating that the washing machine merely offered women a bit of ease in their daily chores, whereas the spinning wheel and loom were of a different nature. Such items were not easily sold. Qixun couldn't help but glance at his second cousin with newfound seriousness. This cousin was indeed a person of true inner talent. Upon learning about the comparative advancements of the spinning wheel and loom against contemporary textile machinery, he discerned the profound value of the textile machines Qixun was creating. Understanding that such an endeavor was beyond the grasp of a mere youth like himself, and thus he had no thoughts of pursuing it. Self-aware and self-disciplined. Possessing a spirit of diligence, he embodied a wisdom that appeared naive. Qixun felt assured that regardless of the path he chose, her second cousin would ultimately emerge as a successful individual. She stood on her toes, stretched her arms, and patted Ling Qi's shoulder with utmost seriousness, declaring, "Brother Ling Qi, you are destined to become an exceptionally successful merchant." Was she truly encouraging him earnestly? Ling Qi found himself in a state of bemusement. After all, being a merchant was not a status worthy of great pride. Qixun vehemently disagreed, asserting, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants are the pillars of the nation. There is no distinction of nobility or baseness among them. All are good citizens, and even the court does not have explicit laws to delineate such disparities. Dear Ling Qi, since you have chosen commerce as your aspiration, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. Ultimately, no one is inherently superior to another. It is merely a matter of differing roles within society. In every profession, excellence can be found. A person who reaches the pinnacle in any field is deserving of admiration and respect. I hope that one day, when the people of Daxia mention Linjiang's Yin Lingqi, they will do so with admiration and reverence. At that moment, I could proudly declare, Yin Lingqi of Linjiang. He is my elder brother. Lingqi felt a surge of passion upon hearing these words. The Yin family has upheld a tradition of cultivating both agriculture and scholarship for generations, with their elders hoping for notable achievements in education. However, he has always been drawn to commerce. This inclination has long filled him with a sense of shame, as he felt he was falling short of his elders' earnest expectations, which made him hesitant to voice his aspirations. Recently, as the family embarked on a tofu business, he found the courage to express a slight desire to pursue commerce in the future. Of course, he did not dare to speak directly to the elders. He merely hinted at his ambitions to his elder brother, Ling Zhou, while suggesting to the elders his wish to open a small shop in town. Fortunately, the elders responded by saying that the time for such endeavors had not yet arrived, without outright opposition. This gave him a glimmer of hope. Today, after listening to Xiaoxuan's words, his conviction has only strengthened. He believes in his potential to excel, even if he cannot guarantee becoming the most esteemed merchant. He has never harbored such lofty ambitions. Nevertheless, he is determined to diligently pursue his goals, even if he cannot make Xiaoxuan proud of him as a cousin. He hopes to at least honor his own efforts. The encouragement and support from his younger sister Xiaoxuan, even her willingness to entrust him with the business, deeply moved him. Although the washing machine had yet to make an appearance, he had already resolved to earn money for Xiao's son. Should he succeed, he would take it upon himself to provide her dowry in the future. Qixun was utterly oblivious to her second cousin's thoughts regarding her dowry. After offering her cousin some encouragement, she hurriedly took her fourth aunt to the workspace she had set up, separated from Monkey G's bedroom, to fine-tune the spinning wheel. If they could successfully adjust it, they would be able to spin rabbit fur. The weather was growing increasingly frigid, and wearing a sweater beneath her cotton coat would at least mitigate the suffering when venturing outdoors, wouldn't it? Qixun had had more than enough of these days where warmth relied solely on shivering. Her family was relatively fortunate, as they had silk cotton jackets to wear outside and could warm the Kong at night, with silk cotton quilts to cover themselves. In contrast, a significant portion of the village's households had to rely on poorly insulating materials such as cattail fluff, cotton, and straw to survive the winter. Were it not for the fact that Yin family village lay at the foot of the mountain, with an abundance of firewood, and that many families had accumulated some hides over the years, the winter would likely prove deadly for many. To her knowledge, numerous regions experienced fatalities among the elderly and children due to the cold each year. Qixun truly hoped her space would unlock soon, not for any other reason, but to access seeds for agricultural plants, particularly cotton seeds. When the time came, she would fervently promote cotton cultivation. Not only would this initiative save countless impoverished lives during the winter, but cotton also served as a military resource, with myriad applications. Fourth Aunt C, skilled in textile work, listened attentively as Qixun explained the use of the spinning wheel, and then took the finely spun yarn she had prepared to begin her task. At first, she was not well versed in the use of the spinning wheel, but gradually, it became second nature to her, and her speed increased significantly. Whenever she encountered any difficulties, she promptly communicated them to Qixun, who took note of each concern, contemplating how to make improvements. Before long, she completed a roll of yarn and paused to express her admiration. This spinning wheel is indeed exceptional. The speed at which it spins is approximately 4 to 5 times that of the wheel I typically use. If I were to employ such a wheel regularly, I could amass quite a fortune from spinning alone over the course of a year. Should your weaving machine match the efficiency of this spinning wheel, I, as a woman, could contribute an additional 10 to 20 taels of silver to my household annually. Moreover, it is not merely the speed that impresses. The quality of the spun thread is markedly superior, with no interruptions in the fiber along the way. Xiaoxuan, you have truly crafted a remarkable spinning wheel. It was evident that Xi desired this spinning wheel, especially since her sister-in-law, Gong Yushi, had no need for it, and her young nieces had not learned to spin. With this in mind, Xi proposed, "How about this? I shall take advantage of your generosity. I will exchange 30 taels of silver for the spinning wheel. What do you say?" Qixun had invested several taels in iron components, and the wood was selected from the finest materials, which was worth a few taels as well. Factoring in labor costs, the total expenditure was less than 10 taels, so 30 taels would certainly yield a profit. However, in terms of market value, 30 taels was indeed a reasonable price. With a smile, Qixun agreed. But she added a condition. My original intention in crafting this spinning wheel was to spin rabbit fur yarn. Yet no one in my family possesses the skill to produce quality thread. Therefore, I will need to trouble you, fourth aunt, for assistance in this matter. Chapter 62. The joy of showcasing children. Xi's heart was filled with thoughts as she considered that the old spinning wheel could fetch nearly 10 taels of silver. With an additional 20 taels of her own, she could manage it without feeling guilty for taking advantage. Once she earned some silver, she would buy her niece a fine garment. Now that her little niece had put forth a request, how could she possibly refuse? She promptly replied, "What could be the harm? However, I have never spun rabbit fur before, so I must first give it a try. Everything requires a process." Qixun nodded. "We can take our time. If we can manage to spin it, I will teach you, fourth aunt, how to knit a woolen sweater, light and warm to wear. Who knows? We might even make some money from it. Knitting sweaters is quite simple. Our mothers and aunts can do it whenever they have some leisure time. In the rural household, opportunities to earn money were rather scarce." Upon hearing this, Xi's spirits lifted. Once the spinning wheel is adjusted, Qixun, please instruct me on how to spin this rabbit fur, and I will strive to produce fine yarn as quickly as possible. But where shall we obtain the rabbit fur? Didn't we distribute over 10 rabbits from Aunt's side previously? Grandma from the left family also received more than 10. Our home has nearly 50 now. And after nurturing them for this time, their fur has become increasingly glossy. We can shear them every couple of days. And I will ask my third sister to help treat the fur with herbs. Once dried, I will deliver it to you, fourth aunt." Xi smiled and replied, "Wonderful. Then let us try the loom you crafted." The loom presented no significant issues. After testing it, Qixun decided to sell the loom to Xi for 30 taels of silver, as no one in her family needed it, and it would only gather dust otherwise. "You can repay my mother later when you start earning money. After all, our family isn't in immediate need of silver. You no longer wish to keep this machine, and I am currently unable to sell it, leaving it to gather dust in vain." After some contemplation, Xi decided to sell the old loom and spinning wheel. The loom, being somewhat more expensive, could fetch over 20 taels when combined with the spinning wheel. She would initially add 10 taels of her own to pay for the spinning wheel, deferring the payment for the loom. Fortunately, the income from their tofu business had started to flow in, and now with the acquisition of a superior spinning wheel and loom, the output would be at least 4 times greater than her previous production. After deducting taxes, the remainder for personal use and the surplus for sale would enable her to settle the debt within a year. With this thought, Xi felt a renewed sense of hope for their future. At the very least, she would be able to cover the expenses for her children as study supplies. Qixun was diligently working on modifying the spinning wheel and loom, while Monkey Brother assisted nearby, and Ling Qi, unable to tear himself away, watched attentively. The prospect of Qixun potentially crafting a washing machine filled Ling Qi with excitement. Gong Yumingshi understood that his fourth daughter was the type to immerse herself in her work, oblivious to the world outside. He took Xi aside for a casual chat on the Kong. Naturally, She extolled the virtues of the spinning wheel and loom created by Qixun, although she felt a twinge of embarrassment, saying, "I feel quite ashamed to have benefited from my own niece." When the girls eventually marry, she would generously contribute to their dowries. Gong Yumingshi laughed heartily on the surface, but internally he felt a profound sense of despair. None of his children seemed inclined toward marriage, and the prospect of contributing to the dowries seemed increasingly remote. The matter of continuing the family line, it appeared, could only rest upon the shoulders of the eldest son. Why speak of such matters among family? No matter how splendid those two machines may be, they hold no utility for us. You are well aware of my clumsiness. Weaving and spinning are beyond my capabilities. The third daughter is pursuing medicine. The fourth is preoccupied with her woodworking endeavors, and the fifth, aside from dabbling in art, can only manage some embroidery. You have spent a fortune on those machines. It would be a shame if their efforts were in vain, and one can only imagine the joy they would feel. Sister-in-law, your words bring me delight. If our three daughters were not exceptional, then indeed, there would be no fine young women in the entirety of Lingjiang County. It is your remarkable character that has given rise to such talented daughters. Alas, I have only birthed two rascals. Were I to possess your gifts, and have produced such admirable daughters, I would wake from dreams filled with laughter. Our three daughters are truly capable. Suer's medical skills have earned great praise from the old master. After just a few needles, his health improved significantly. Yua is undeniably clever and, though I may seem biased, I cannot help but feel immense joy when I look at her. As for Xiaosun, despite her mischievous nature, her creativity knows no bounds. At such a tender age, she crafted such an excellent spinning wheel and loom. Just imagine how remarkable she will be as she matures. Gumingshi waved his hand, cautioning against excessive praise for the little ones. While Suer and Yuer may be deserving of commendation, if Xiaosun were to hear such flattery, it would only lead to more mischief in the future. Having guided Ling Shou for so long, Gumingshi held his nephew in high regard. He nodded in agreement, saying that the old master's assessment was accurate. Ling Zhou's future is bright, and next year he will surely excel as a scholar. In just a year, he will only be 17, so there is no rush regarding marriage. With a little more effort, perhaps in the autumn of the year after next, he might find his name inscribed on the prestigious list. What sort of matrimonial prospects could possibly await a youth in his teens? Upon hearing this, Mrs. C clapped her hands in delight. Precisely. She turned to her sister-in-law. Is it truly possible for Ling Zhou to achieve success? The child is still quite young. A lad of merely a decade or so. What haste is there to court the examiners? While early acclaim is indeed commendable, entering officialdom too soon may not be prudent. If circumstances permit, Gong Yumingshi believes it would be more beneficial for Ling Zhou to join his own children in the capital, preparing for examinations at the Imperial Academy and the Guozijian, which might better serve his future prospects. However, it is not the right time to broach this subject with Mrs. C. Nonetheless, she understood the implication. Her nephew has a significant chance of becoming a successful candidate, and this fills her with joy. Though not her own son, he is still her cherished nephew, and as they have not yet divided their household, should he attain academic honors, his status would undoubtedly elevate upon his future endeavors. Gong Yumingshi found the domestic banter and the mutual showcasing of children rather amusing, a novel experience that left him inexplicably satisfied. In Chapter 63, titled The Powerful Logistics Team, Mrs. C graciously accepted the offerings meant to honor the esteemed patriarch. These young lads have certainly enjoyed their share of the old man's bounty, and our Suer's culinary skills have increasingly flourished. I wonder which distinguished young man will be fortunate enough to marry her in the future. Ling Su smiled coyly. Gong Yumingshi remarked, it is often said that the world does not favor the birth of daughters. They are raised in lavish affection, only to be given away to another family, which feels like a dagger to a mother's heart. I shall keep her with me for a few more years. If a worthy suitor cannot be found, she shall remain unwed. Mrs. C sighed. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. After bidding farewell to the C family, the evening was drawing near. Gong Yumingshi inquired of Ling Su, "What would you like for dinner?" "I shall prepare it at once." "And where is Xiaowu?" At that moment, Ling Yu was assisting in the backyard with the collection of medicinal herbs. In her past life, she had endured prolonged illness. Yet the estate's backyard had not afforded her the opportunity to become a skilled healer. Those who suffer from chronic ailments are acutely aware of the significance of good health. With a gifted sister in medicine in this life, she was determined to learn diligently. Among her studies, Ling Su's lessons in medicine were where she exhibited the utmost fervor. Even if she lacked her sister's innate talent for the healing arts, Acquiring knowledge would empower her to address minor ailments independently in the future. Ling Su noticed her younger sister's keen interest in medicine, coupled with her astute nature, which inspired her to teach with great dedication. Indeed, Ling Yu was making commendable progress. Within just over a month, she had memorized the properties of the herbs she had encountered and the remedies they could compose. Not only had she mastered the song of decoction, but she had also retained a considerable number of prescriptions from 1,000 gold prescriptions. Ling Su believed that even if her younger sister's medical skills never quite matched her own, they would certainly not be too far apart. At the very least, she would surpass the average court physician. After the family had dined together, Gong Yumingshi broached the subject of the spinning wheel and loom, inquiring about Qixun's plans. Qixun replied, "With Air Ge's assistance, we should have it repaired within the next couple of days." While the spinning wheel and loom are indeed valuable, promoting them externally is no simple task. It would be prudent to wait until father achieves success in the imperial examinations, without an official position to lend us support. Given our family's modest foundation, even if this venture proves viable, we shall encounter numerous challenges. Gong Yumingshi nodded in agreement, saying, "Patience is the key to success. There is no need to rush in these coming months. We only hope that your father will excel, which would alleviate many burdens." In truth, Qixun couldn't help but feel a deep sympathy for the farmers of the Great Xia. Without efficient agricultural tools, the yield per acre of grain remains exceedingly low. The annual output of a single acre barely suffices to meet one person's consumption for a year, and the entire process of planting and harvesting relies solely on manual labor. In favorable weather conditions, the results may be satisfactory, but should inclement weather disrupt harvest time, all the labor invested throughout the year could be rendered futile. This concern is further compounded by the threats of pests and drought. Should either occur, the harvest could be entirely lost. Although my family does not cultivate the land directly, we have leased 20 acres of fertile fields to my great-uncle and second-uncle, and during the busy farming season, we must also lend a hand. Qixun is acutely aware of the arduous nature of farming. Even amidst the picturesque scenery of the mountain village, thoughts of agricultural toil weigh heavily on her heart. There are numerous endeavors outlined in her plan, yet aside from perfecting the washing machine and seeking an appropriate site for glass production within the mountains, the enhancement of agricultural tools stands as her foremost priority. As for the water heater, due to material limitations, that will have to wait until a later time. Agriculture is the foundation of the nation. Although no one in the family possesses farming skills, they all grasp this principle. Qixun's initiative to innovate farming tools receives unwavering support from Gong Yumingshi. Whatever you need, just let us know. While we may not be able to assist in other ways, we can certainly ensure your well-being. Of course, your studies must not be neglected either. Ling Su and Ling Yu both nodded in agreement, with Ling Yu adding, "If you truly manage to improve the farming tools, I shall embroider for you the most exquisite dress." Ling Su chimed in, "Whatever you wish to eat, just tell me." Monkey Brother stated, "You need only provide the blueprints. I will handle the carpentry work." At this moment, Qixun truly feels grateful that her entire family possesses the memories of their previous lives. No one dismisses her endeavors as mere childish antics. Instead, they wholeheartedly support her and attend to all logistical needs. Most importantly, due to their past experiences, her family possesses a broad perspective and an open-mindedness that allows her to pursue her ambitions without a trace of hesitation. Were she in another household, for the sake of self-preservation, she might have to live in a state of restraint at her tender age. Her only minor concern now is the possibility that her father and elder brother, who are far away in the capital, might not share the same path as her and the family. If that were the case, it could prove somewhat troublesome. Although with the presence of Monkey Brother, they possess a significant source of confidence, who wishes to invite trouble when they can live a harmonious life. One can only hope that even if her father and brother have retained memories from their past lives, they remain steadfast in their values. Ideally, they should not diverge from their previous selves. At the very least, they ought to maintain the same disposition they had before regaining their memories. After thoroughly refining the spinning wheel and weaving machine, Qixun delivered it to Aunt C. Meanwhile, she and Monkey Brother busily worked on the washing machine. Her second cousin, Ling Qi, would come by to lend a hand whenever he had the time after learning about her initiative. Simultaneously, her third sister Ling Su and Lin Mei Mei, while organizing medicinal herbs, also processed a batch of rabbit fur, which they dried and presented to Aunt C. After 2 days of experimentation, Aunt C successfully spun the first batch of rabbit wool yarn as per Qixun's specifications. Feeling the soft, pristine yarn in her hands. Qixun was filled with joy. This meant they could create sweaters, trousers, scarves, and gloves. And see, this yarn is spun excellently. How much more yarn can we produce from the remaining rabbit fur? The spun yarn amounted to only 3 to 4 tails, while the leftover could yield approximately 8 jean more. There is scarcely enough for one person in the household. Moreover, when one possesses something valuable, it is only right to first show filial piety to the elder. Chapter 64. The idea is quite clear. Fortunately, after a season of nourishment, the winter is not excessively prolonged, and the rabbits in the mountains remain relatively plump, their fur likely in fine condition. The families collectively tend to 70 or 80 rabbits. Although they breed rapidly, by the spring of next year, there should be at least 200 or 300. However, there is an immediate need for rabbit fur, making hunting in the mountains a more convenient option. In contrast to idling at home, the monkey prefers venturing into the hills. After all, tending to a little one poses no challenge for him. All right, when shall we assemble and test the washing machine? All parts are ready, Qixun replied. We shall assemble it tomorrow. If it proves functional, we can venture into the mountains the day after. This expedition serves 2 purposes, hunting rabbits and, more crucially, exploring the depths of the mountain range to locate a suitable site for glass production. Though construction may not commence immediately, it is prudent to be prepared. Additionally, there is a need to seek out raw materials for glassmaking. It remains uncertain whether suitable quartz, silica, feldspar, and limestone can be found within these mountains. If such materials are discovered, it would greatly simplify matters. Qixun has assessed the geological conditions here and finds it quite plausible to locate some of the necessary resources. Should that not be the case, she would have to ask the monkey to accompany her to procure them from outside, utilizing his spatial abilities to surreptitiously bring them into the mountains. The following day, after the morning lessons, Qixun enlisted the monkey to assist in assembling the washing machine. Once completed, they moved it to the well's edge for a trial run, and the results were promising, requiring no rework. Mainyang has ceased to attend the small classes for Ling Zhou, gathering around in curiosity. Upon seeing the freshly washed clothes, she remarked with a smile, "At last. This winter can be endured with a bit more comfort. While the well water remains warm in winter and cool in summer, it still numbs one's hands." She felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter and wished to take over the laundry duties, but Ling Su, being exceedingly sensible, would not allow her mother to interfere. This morning, during the time she was supposed to be teaching Ling Zhou, Ling Su had already washed all the clothes. The rudimentary washing machine that Qixun employed was foot-operated, making the task quite effortless. Observing that everyone was quite fond of it, Qixun felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Currently, this device can only wash, it cannot spin dry. When I have the time, I shall devise a version that can, thus alleviating the worry of damp clothes even on rainy days. Ling Qi was aware that the machine was to be assembled today, and after completing his morning chores, he hurried over. Upon seeing the finished product, he was filled with joy, as this marked the inception of his dream. "Sun, since it's functional, may I go to the Hall of the Bo family for assistance in crafting it?" Qixun replied with a smile, "Of course you may. However, it is not yet entirely complete. It requires an additional layer of anti-corrosive coating. Since we are short on time for treated wood, let us use tung oil for now. With this protective layer, the machine's lifespan will be extended." Filled with excitement, Ling Qi dashed off to the Yan Yonghui household. Upon hearing of the washing machine's capabilities, Yan Yonghui immediately recognized its potential for profit and promptly brought along his younger son, Ling Feng, to Qixun's home. Upon seeing the creation, he could not help but acknowledge his niece's ingenuity. As an experienced carpenter, he had never contemplated crafting such an invention after years of woodworking. However, this was not what astonished him the most. Rather, it was the identity of the craftsman behind the creation of this washing machine. Observe the craftsmanship. Its quality rivals that of his own esteemed skills honed over many years. At this moment, the Monkey King felt a swell of pride. The design was conceived by Xiao Sun, yet it was he who brought it to fruition. Uncle Hui Tang praised him with a smile, exclaiming, "A skilled artisan never faces starvation, regardless of the time. Were it not for your father's scholarly pursuits and aspirations for your future in education, young Erlang, you could thrive solely as a carpenter and still establish a prosperous household. Your cousin Ling Feng pales in comparison. Despite years of learning, his skills remain mediocre at best, and he cannot hold a candle to your father." Ling Feng interjected. "Brother Hao is a scholar, and naturally, his intellect surpasses that of my son. Yet, Is my son not commendable in his own right, father? At my age, few surpass me in carpentry. The apprentices of Master have similar ages, yet their abilities do not match mine. Master has declared that I am ready to start my own work, but you maintain high expectations, preventing me from taking on projects, leaving me only to assist you. Uncle Huitang shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, why not compare yourself to those who excel? What success can come from measuring yourself against those who lag behind? Your brother Hao is still 4 or 5 years your junior. The scholarly Monkey King scratched his head, recalling, just a few days ago, Shaosun praised brother Lingfeng, saying his craftsmanship was commendable. If you are busy, Uncle Huitang, perhaps Ling Qi could enlist brother Lingfeng to assist him. Yin Yonghui, filled with enthusiasm at the prospect of creating a washing machine, chuckled heartily. Just the other day, I completed a batch of furniture for someone. These days, I find myself with some leisure time. The opportunity to venture into the washing machine business is promising. Not only can we embark on this venture, but we can also expand our operations. We must seize this opportunity, for in the future, others will surely replicate our efforts, and by then, the profits may dwindle. Of course, this contraption will always find its demand, allowing us to earn a decent wage and establish a long-term business. Xiaoqin was convinced that she had not misjudged her cousin. He was indeed a natural entrepreneur, as evidenced by his clear sales strategy. Even Yin Yonghui nodded in agreement. You, young man, may be quiet, but your mind is sharp. This idea is commendable, and I believe it can succeed. Lingxi, scratching his head with a bashful smile, added, Uncle, it's wonderful that you are willing to engage in this. However, the design belongs to Xiaoqin. Does this arrangement seem agreeable to you? We shall consider this business as Xiaoqin's share of the investment. You and your 2 cousins will handle the crafting, while I will rent a shop in the county to sell our product. After deducting costs and Xiaoqin's share, the remaining profits will be divided, 40% for you and your family and 30% for me. How does that sound? Given that Uncle Huitang would provide the craftsmanship and materials while Lingxi would cover the initial investment for the shop and handle sales, it was a fair distribution. After all, this venture was initiated by Lingxi. To put it plainly, had he not approached them, they could have hired a carpenter themselves, albeit with greater risk involved. As for Xiaoqin's share, Uncle Huitang deemed it just, considering it was her idea that brought the washing machine to fruition. Let us proceed as you suggest, he concluded. Chapter 65. She is a person of dignity. Since the plan is to stockpile finished products, the demand for timber cannot be underestimated. Once completed, they cannot be sold immediately. Setting aside labor costs, the expenditure on purchasing wood cannot be trivial. The initial investment is somewhat substantial, which causes Yin Yong to feel a tinge of worry. He truly may not be able to produce such a sum of silver. Nevertheless, he holds great optimism for the laundry machine business. Thus, even if it poses a challenge, he must devise a strategy. He cannot abandon this promising venture simply due to a lack of funds. Ling Feng, perceiving his father's silence, initially assumed that Yin Yong was contemplating whether to proceed with the business. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the issue lay in the inability to procure sufficient capital for raw materials. Ling Feng then suggested, Father, Qi Di mentioned the need to stockpile a large quantity of goods. The shortage of silver for timber is not the primary concern. Rather, the real issue is that, with just the 3 of us, yourself, elder brother, and I, we will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Even if we sacrifice our sleeping hours, we could hardly manage to produce 2 machines a day. In my opinion, it would be wise to enlist the help of Master Uncle. At worst, we could share our 40% profit with him. He can contribute both silver and manpower, and we can proportionally distribute our share of the earnings based on his contribution. If it were anyone else, I would not suggest this, but you trust Master Uncle's character, do you not? Furthermore, over time, skilled carpenters will inevitably replicate our designs. Even if Master Uncle were to betray your trust, we would not suffer irreparably. Yin Yong considered this and agreed. Indeed, Master Brother is a good man. In their early years of apprenticeship, Master Brother had provided him with considerable support. Over the years, when faced with substantial projects, he often invited Yin Yong to collaborate. Yin Yong gazed at his son with a sense of gratification. Though your skills may not rival those of your elder brother, there exists one realm in which you surpass him, your ability to think critically and make decisions. He continued, this evening, I shall venture into town to consult your Master Uncle. Ling Zhou, eager to interject, said, Father, let us not rush. While we hold great esteem for your Master Uncle's character and trust in his assistance, it is imperative to remember that although our family possesses a 40% stake in this venture, it ultimately belongs to Qixun. Since she has entrusted the management to Qi, we must communicate our intentions with him and secure his consent. In partnerships, mutual respect is paramount. All parties must be in agreement before proceeding. Otherwise, the enterprise is unlikely to thrive. Yin Yong shot a disapproving glance at his son. Do you think I am unaware of these nuances? Fear not, for that Qi lad is astute. He understands that relying solely on our trifecta will not suffice in stockpiling goods. We will undoubtedly require additional hands. Yet, your point is well taken. Therefore, while we enlist your master uncle's collaboration, the primary components of the washing machine must remain under our direct control. Our trio alone shall handle these essential parts. Thus, even if someone were to replicate our design in the future, the source of the leak would not trace back to us. It is not a matter of distrust towards your master uncle, as you rightly noted, with Qixun and Lingqi involved. We must conduct our affairs with utmost diligence to instill confidence in others. Once they perceive us as reliable, they will think of us when opportunities arise. Even in the realm of business, one should not engage solely in trivial transactions. Father, you truly possess remarkable insight. Such thoughts elude me. Yin Yong let out a hum, saying, if you could foresee everything, I would have released you into the world long ago. The specifics of their father-son discussions were unknown to Qixun, who was currently inquiring of Lingqi, brother Lingqi. If you wish to rent a shop in the county, it must require a considerable sum of silver, wouldn't it? Is there enough available at home? Moreover, even if the funds could be procured, would the elders truly dare to entrust you with such a substantial amount? Lingqi scratched his head, troubled by the matter of finances. The family had only recently ventured into the tofu business, providing a slight increase in liquidity. However, he had pondered the laundry machine venture for several days, meticulously documenting potential issues from various angles. It was evident that his second cousin had thoroughly considered all aspects of this enterprise. The sooner they commenced production, the earlier they could sell and generate profits, enabling her to distribute earnings promptly. She was determined to elevate her family's living standards, yet, recently, she had been relying on her siblings. And she was a person of dignity, after all. Yet, would it not be too narrow to open a shop solely for selling washing machines? The primary clientele for washing machines consists of women, and historically, wealthy and leisurely women, along with children, have always been the most lucrative customers. Qixun pondered. Should she perhaps develop some children's toys as well? Furthermore, she ought to advise her third sister to explore the creation of cosmetics, as this could yield far greater profits than selling medicinal herbs. Furthermore, should they succeed in developing finished pills for some common ailments, it would indeed assist the impoverished populace suffering from these diseases. Naturally, if one wishes to aid others, the price must be kept exceedingly low. However, even at a minimal cost, there remains potential for profit, thus benefiting one's own household as well. Moreover, this endeavor would contribute to the accumulation of virtue. Although she has a second cousin to assist in running a shop and a family friend to help with production, both the cosmetics and the medicinal pills require her own hands for formulation. Additionally, she must seek reliable shops for both cosmetics and medicines. For now, she can only offer a gentle reminder to her third sister. Qixun recalls her previous visit to Ren Tang, which left a favorable impression. As for the pills, they could be submitted to Ren Tang for efficacy assessment and subsequently sold through their channels. Once the market is established, future concerns would be alleviated. In the time and space Qixun inhabited in her past life, many government-subsidized medicinal products primarily utilized ancient formulas, of which her third sister is likely aware. It is essential to discuss this with her. Perhaps driven by intuition, Qixun has always felt that performing good deeds and accumulating merit holds significant importance for their family. She notes this matter for future reference. Lingqi has already taken on the task of selling washing machines, and he is reluctant to trouble Qixun further over financial matters. As he contemplates declining her offer, Qixun interjects, time and goodwill are, in essence, costs. We are family, Lingqi, rather than seeking assistance from others. It would be more prudent to borrow funds from our household. Chapter 66. The childishness of a genius. Lingqi did not feel particularly embarrassed about borrowing money from his uncle's family. Rather, he thought, little son, your family has just suffered a disaster and will need to build a new house next spring. Uncle has nearly taken all the family's savings to the capital. Even though recently, brother Hao earned some silver from hunting, you still need to get by. I cannot simply take your money. Qixun chuckled. You underestimate my elder brother. He has sold game for 200 or 300 taels of silver. My third sister has been foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains. They are relatively rare and well prepared for sale, thus fetching a considerable price. This adds to our income. Therefore, even after setting aside funds for next spring's construction, my mother still has some silver left. While it may not suffice to purchase a shop, we certainly have enough for rent. After all, leaving money idle does not yield any profit. It would be wiser to lend it to you so that it can generate returns. Lingxi felt quite embarrassed, sensing that he had taken considerable advantage of little Sun. His face flushed at her words, and he hurriedly waved his hand. How could that be? Of course, he intended to repay any borrowed funds, and he had confidence in his ability to earn money through business. Qixun grinned. That's good to hear. I thought Lingxi might not wish to return the silver. It was then that Lingxi realized little Sun was teasing him, and he shot her an exasperated glare. Encouraging him, she said, "You should just ask my mother for the silver. Rest assured, she will definitely lend it to you. Would you like me to assist by speaking to her?" Lingxi felt too shy to let little Sun approach her mother on his behalf, so he replied, "I will speak to Aunt myself." When Gong Yumingxi first encountered the child who approached her with a flushed face, stammering about borrowing silver, she could not help but chuckle. If you intend to mischief with the money, of course, your aunt would refuse. However, if it pertains to a serious matter, why should you hesitate to speak to your own aunt? I have set aside funds for constructing a house in the coming spring, and there are approximately 200 taels of silver available for your use. You may come to collect it whenever you wish. If you are in urgent need, I can have your aunt provide it to you right away. Lingxi quickly waved his hands, insisting, No, I will first head to the county town tomorrow morning to inquire with young Master Xiao Wu about the rental prices of shops. Once I have located a suitable storefront, I can retrieve the funds from my second aunt without delay. After sending Lingxi off, Qixun hurried to find her third sister, Lingsu, who was tending to medicinal herbs behind the house. She shared her thoughts on creating rouge and powder, as well as compounding medicinal pills. Lingsu laughed. I hadn't considered the idea of rouge and powder, but it's certainly feasible. As for the finished medicinal pills, I have recently prepared a batch for our own use. You have reminded me. Very well, I shall make some more when I have the time. Even if they do not sell, keeping them on hand for ourselves is worthwhile. After all, who in this village does not experience discomfort from time to time? They will surely be useful later on. Qixun advised, the medicinal pills are primarily for the common folk. We should strive to use ordinary herbs to ensure the efficacy while keeping costs low and prices reasonable. As long as we do not incur losses, it is acceptable if we do not make a profit. We can also create pills from rare herbs, selling them at a higher price to affluent families. As long as they are effective, wealthy households are not overly concerned about the expense. Our aim should be to earn from the pockets of the powerful and the aristocratic. Moreover, the rouge and powder are indeed the most lucrative. Sister San, you must keep this in mind. Furthermore, in her previous life, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the study of medicine, delving into pulse diagnoses and medicinal prescriptions. Although the medical texts she perused contained numerous formulas for rouge and powder, she had never personally engaged in their preparation. Lingsu affectionately tousled Xiao Sun's hair and chuckled. All right, I understand, dear sister. Starting tomorrow, I shall begin my exploration of rouge and powder. Our family is not lacking in silver at present. We simply need to save for future expenses in the capital, so there is no need to fret excessively. Well, perhaps after being an elder sister for so many years, Lingsu unconsciously treated Xiao Si and Xiao Wu as children, despite the fact that she had only lived a little over 10 years in her past life, making her younger than Xiao Si. Qixun couldn't help but roll her eyes. In this life, having become a child of around 8 or 9 years, she wondered if it was due to her physical state, as she sometimes felt quite juvenile, her emotions becoming significantly more vibrant. Had she not been like this in her previous life? Confused, she scratched her head. If her uncle from her past life were to know of her musings, he would undoubtedly scoff, saying, as if you were not juvenile in your previous life. Even if you are a prodigy, it cannot alter the essence of your childishness. Due to his niece, Uncle Yin believed that all geniuses, in essence, are pure, straightforward, innocent, and immature, although each genius exhibits their own unique form of immaturity. It is merely the brilliance of their genius that casts a filter so strong that the ordinary populace is unable to perceive their youthful follies. First, I shall produce the draft. I can attend to other matters once the essential tasks are completed. She was occupied with crafting samples, while the others were busy dealing with the washing machine situation, leaving no time for further endeavors. Early the next morning, Qixun and her brother had originally planned to skip class and venture into the mountains. However, The arrival of bricks and tiles disrupted their plans, as her brother, being the only male at home, had to welcome the delivery. These materials were ordered previously through Uncle Air to prepare for the construction of a new residence next spring. Yin Family Village, being a large community, had no shortage of strong laborers to assist. In such matters, one must heed the wisdom of the elders. As for the timber, they had a considerable stock at home, and with Qixun sketching the designs and her brother executing the tasks, the necessity of hiring a carpenter remained uncertain. In pursuit of building a residence that would endure for centuries, Gong Yu Mingxi had instructed her brother to procure a substantial amount of glutinous rice from the county, to be used in the construction process. As long as the quality of the bricks was satisfactory, the structure could last not just a century, but several centuries. The Great Wall, constructed under the reign of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, stands resilient even after thousands of years, a testament to the prowess of ancient builders. The foresight to stockpile glutinous rice well in advance stemmed from the anticipation of rising grain prices in the spring, a time when the harvest would be scarce. Entering the courtyard, the main structure comprised 5 spacious rooms, complemented by 2 side wings, each containing 3 rooms, amounting to a total of 11 rooms. The entire compound featured 22 rooms, in addition to the courtyard walls and Qixun's workshop at the back. The quantity of bricks and tiles required was substantial, and with her brother, Uncle Lu, and several young brothers from the Yin family assisting, along with workers from the brick kiln, they labored until sunset to complete the arrangements. It is worth noting that in the entire village, only 5 or 6 households boasted houses made of blue bricks and large tiles. In Yanjiakan, one of the wealthiest villages in Ping'an town, there were numerous idle onlookers drawn to the scene. The villagers exhibited a remarkable sense of unity. Despite their purpose being mere entertainment, the able-bodied among them readily lent a hand. Currently, their abode comprised merely 3 thatched cottages, hardly offering a place to sit, making it inconvenient to host guests for a meal. Ling Su enlisted the help of Qixun and Lin Mei Mei to prepare a substantial quantity of red bean paste-filled beef tongue pastries and pork-filled huanqiao pastries. Each helper received 2 pastries as tokens of gratitude, a gesture far more delightful than a simple meal. The 3 Yin sisters observed their kin, many of whom were related to them, shivering in tattered clothing amidst the winter chill. Though only 4 pastries were in hand, they clutched them delicately, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, while their hearts were heavy with emotion. Ling Su affectionately patted Qixun's head, saying, "Little son, you are right. While we may not be able to do much, with your talent, we can strive to improve the lives of our relatives and villagers." She added, "When you begin to innovate agricultural tools, I promise to ensure you are well-fed and well-rested every day." Lin Mei Mei pondered beside them. Merely improving tools is insufficient. If only we could enhance the seeds as well, though regrettably, we have never farmed before. Qixun clapped her hands in excitement, declaring, "I consider myself a semi-expert in agriculture. In my previous life, there was a particularly remarkable elder who single-handedly sustained a significant portion of our nation's population, which numbers in the billions. He achieved this through the enhancement of grain varieties. This esteemed elder is revered by the people as the contemporary Shinnon." Ling Su, having traversed a significant portion of the country in her past life, possessed insights far beyond the confines of the backyard, unlike Lin Mimi. Upon hearing Qixun's words, a look of reverence graced her face. Indeed, it is comparable to the achievements of Shinnon, a venerable sage worthy of universal admiration. However, how shall we enhance the quality of these grains? Little son, you claim to be half an agronomist. You must have some knowledge on this matter, do you not? Qixun nodded. Yet this endeavor is no mere trifling task. It necessitates continuous experimentation, and it may take years before we see any results. Lin Mimi responded, "Fear not. As long as we are on the right path, what is there to worry about in taking a few detours? Ultimately, success will be ours, will it not? Fourth sister, should you endeavor to improve the grain, I shall assist you. After all, aside from studying, embroidering, and occasionally learning medicine from third sister while helping to concoct medicinal herbs, she had little else to occupy her time." Qixun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded Lin Mimi, nodding fervently. "Excellent. Little 5, you have made this promise." The essence of Lin Mimi was that of an immortal maiden, a true embodiment of botanical nature. Her second brother had even remarked upon her innate wood spirit constitution. Who in the world could be better suited for farming than she? Lin Mimi was taken aback by the fervor in Qixun's gaze and deeply questioned whether she had unwittingly leaped into a pit of her fourth sister's making. Qixun grasped Lin Mimi's hand with enthusiasm. Come, allow me to impart to you the fundamental knowledge of agriculture. If one desires a bountiful harvest, it hinges upon several key factors. First, fertile soil. Second, quality seeds. And third, favorable weather conditions. The third point relies entirely on the whims of fate. Our current technological capabilities cannot alter this reality. However, the richness of the soil and the quality of the seeds are aspects within our control. Ling Su observed her younger sister being helplessly whisked away, and she could only smile wryly before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. While the other clansmen could not stay for the meal, her few cousins and Uncle Lu would indeed remain for supper. As she pondered what to prepare for the evening, Monkey Brother approached. Third sister, Mother said to invite our cousins and Uncle Lu to dine with us tonight. Have you decided on the dishes? I propose a barbecue. Weren't you brewing some fruit wine a few days ago? It would be perfect to serve them that. The household was not lacking in meat. There were deer legs, and the fresh meat stored by Monkey Brother in his space was plentiful. When it came to barbecuing, cured meats could not compete with fresh cuts. Grilled meat, glazed with honey or fruit jam, wrapped in tender leaves of the large white radish, would be utterly delectable. The key advantage was that it spared their mother and Sue from excessive labor. During the barbecue, the brothers could take part in the preparations, adding to the merriment. Monkey Brother was pleased with his idea. Ling Su considered it for a moment before smiling and nodding in agreement. I will heed second brother's suggestion. We still have 2 jars of the strong liquor brewed by Sun left. We can open one and take a flask to liven things up. Those 2 jars of wine were specifically set aside by Qixun for their mother. However, the liquor was quite potent, and 1 jar could yield 3 flasks. So taking 1 flask would not be significant. Upon hearing there would be wine, Monkey Brother leaped with joy, then hesitated, pondering whether their mother would scold them for drinking. He cautiously leaned towards Ling Su and whispered, "Will Mother disapprove?" Ling Su chuckled, "They're all my mother's relatives. Uncle Lu is not an outsider. Why not let her join us for a drink?" Her mother had always been easygoing, and the young brothers were already in their teens. What was there to fear about enjoying a few drinks at home? Monkey King felt quite delighted, remarking, "Ah, third sister, you truly understand Mother." However, he was certain that his mother would never approve of him playing mahjong now, especially with his brothers. What if gambling altered their temperaments? Who would bear the blame then? Playing with the old man was a different matter altogether, but even then, he would only face losses, wouldn't he? Though he was tough and resilient, he could not disregard his pride as the great sage. There existed a kind of beating one could not resist, and that was the beating from his mother. Monkey King felt a deep sense of regret. With a heavy sigh, he made his way to the kitchen, secretly retrieving some fresh meat from his space to offer Ling Su. "Do you need my help?" he inquired. Ling Su gently pushed him out of the kitchen, saying, "Go attend to our cousins. I can prepare the ingredients shortly. By the way, second brother, please get the barbecue grill and charcoal ready." Chapter 68 Was the younger sister placing too much confidence in him? Upon hearing that they would have barbecue and drinks that evening, the cousins couldn't contain their youthful exuberance, erupting into laughter and cheers. Even the howling cold wind outside could not dampen their spirits. Indeed, the entertainment for rural youths was scarce. Besides fishing and occasionally venturing into the mountains for a bit of adventure and sustenance, there were not many delights in life. Gatherings for feasting and merriment were rare, occurring mostly during weddings and funerals. This time, not only were Cousin Da and Cousin Air present, but also Cousin San and Cousin Si. One of them, the son of Uncle San, was a year older than Monkey Brother, while the other, the son of Uncle Si, was merely a few months younger. These 2 young lads, despite being merely in their teens, already exhibited a certain maturity akin to that of adults. Gong Yamingxi observed them frolicking outside and hurriedly went to fetch the barbecue grill and charcoal that Qixun had specially ordered from the blacksmith. Disregarding the soot that would stain their clothes, and simply remarked, "It's dry and flammable. Be cautious when you light the fire." Having recently experienced a fire at home, she pondered how they could endure yet another calamity. Monkey Brother called out to his mother, "We shall roast in the courtyard. With me here, you need not worry, Mother." Gong Yamingxi quickly suggested, "Why not move to the shed?" In the backyard, 2 sheds had been constructed. One housed firewood and a donkey, while the other, made of discarded bricks, was designated for paper making and currently stood empty. The shed, with 3 sides shielded from the wind, was preferable to the open courtyard exposed to the chilly breeze. Concerned that these boys might play recklessly and become unwell from the sweat and subsequent wind, Gong Yamingxi thought it better to prevent any illness, despite having a divine doctor at home. Monkey Brother agreed, realizing that his cousins were not as robust as he, and decisively instructed his cousins to relocate the barbecue grill and charcoal to the shed in the backyard. Ling Su, handling the ingredients with remarkable speed, had already prepared some pork belly and venison, seasoned to perfection, and brought them over, saying, "Second brother, you and the cousins can start grilling the meat. I will slice some more and wash a few vegetables." Qixun passionately shared her knowledge of agronomy with Ling Yu for quite some time. Upon hearing that her brothers had commenced work in the backyard, she eagerly pulled Ling Yu along. Discovering only some meat and a few simple seasonings, she dashed into the house to retrieve a jar of honey and 2 types of fruit preserves, apple and cherry. Additionally, she enlisted Monkey Brother to fetch some fruit wine and white liquor. Meanwhile, she joined Ling Su in the kitchen to assist with the preparation of ingredients. Ling Su was busy handling chicken wings and drumsticks, which were saved from previous meals for roasting. "There's not much here, Xiaoqin. You needn't lend a hand, just indulge in the feast. I'll have everything ready shortly." Qixun longed for the crisp and tender lettuce. "Sister, you carry on. I shall gather some chestnuts and pine nuts to roast in the oven." The siblings enjoyed their time together, chatting and snacking as they peeled chestnuts and pine nuts to pass the time when the meat became monotonous. Ling Su chuckled, "Go ahead. I'll prepare a pot of sweet rice wine soup shortly." Qixun clapped her hands in delight. "That sounds wonderful. A warm bowl of it will be simply divine." They all participated, finding joy in the act of cooking together, regardless of the outcome or whether the grilled items bore the essence of cumin and chili. Despite the simplicity of the ingredients, everyone relished the experience. Gong Yumingshi strictly regulated the white liquor, allowing only their eldest cousin, Ling Zhou, and Uncle Lu to sample it. The other siblings could only enjoy the fruit wine. Yet, this alone brought immense joy to the younger brothers. In truth, the alcohol available in the market today was not significantly stronger than the fruit wine brewed by Ling Su. For these young lads, being able to partake in the fruit wine made them feel as though they were treated as adults in the home of their second aunt, which brought them even greater happiness than the act of drinking itself. Young individuals are often eager to grow up, yet when adulthood finally arrives, they find themselves reminiscing about their youthful days. Perhaps many years from now, as they reflect upon this night, they will regard it as one of the rare evenings illuminated by starlight amidst their modest youth. A few of them mention plans for a New Year's outing. Lingqi, having tasted fruit wine for the first time, feels a flush on his cheeks despite the beverage's low alcohol content. Why not take advantage of the new year to procure some goods and explore the county town together? After starting a tofu business, the family commissioned Uncle Halls to construct 2 carts for timely deliveries. However, it remains uncertain whether the ox cart will be available amidst the busy pre-New Year deliveries. If necessary, they could always check with Grandpa Zuchong or Grandpa Lu to see if their donkey cart could be borrowed for a day. Ling Yu interjects with a complaint. "Didn't we say we'd go to the county town a while ago? I've been waiting for ages." However, with the second brother and fourth sister planning to venture into the mountains, they would have to postpone for a few more days. Upon hearing his younger sister's desire to visit the county town, Monkey immediately declares, "Then we shall go tomorrow." For his twin sister, Qixun is ever obliging. A slight delay in their mountain expedition wouldn't hinder their plans. "Very well, let us go tomorrow. However, Mother must accompany us, Ling Zhou. You will have to take a day or 2 off from your studies." The family's focus is on their eldest cousin's imperial examination, which has become the most significant matter at home. Ling Zhou smiles and reassures them, "You may go without worry. What is a day or 2 of delay? If I were to fail due to this brief interlude, it would not reflect on you, but rather on my own lack of diligence. In the span of these 2 days, I have taken the opportunity to consolidate and refine the knowledge I previously acquired." Ling Zhou chuckled, wondering if the young lady had too much faith in him. Chapter 69. The arrival of the cultivators. Although he did not doubt his capability to pass the examination, and had indeed fantasized about achieving the title of top scholar, he recognized that such aspirations were mere dreams shared by all candidates, rather than a genuine belief in his own prowess. Even his second aunt merely suggested that he had a chance of ranking well, without raising the expectation of attaining the top position. While engaged in casual conversation with his siblings, there was no need for excessive modesty, Ling Zhou jested. Lingqi had originally planned to venture to the county town today to seek assistance from young Master Wu in finding a shop. However, he was delayed by helping his second aunt with some brick moving. Upon hearing from Brother Monkey that they would be heading to the county town tomorrow, he remarked, "I shall accompany you and Brother Hal. It would be one thing if it were just you and second aunt going to the county. But with Xiao Sun and the others in tow, How could you possibly manage alone? My presence will provide some oversight. After all, even though Brother Hao was a young man, Ling Qi remained somewhat apprehensive as an older brother, despite Hao's martial prowess. Brother Monkey thought to himself, among my 3 younger sisters, the youngest is manageable, but the third sister could easily overpower 8 of you. Although Xiao Sun may not be as formidable as the third sister, she can certainly hold her own against an adult male. At that time, who knows who will be looking after whom? Moreover, with me, the great sage, present, who would dare to bully my mother or sisters? I would surely send them into the Grand Canal to meet the Dragon King. Although he was not particularly familiar with the martial force system of the Great Xia, having witnessed the prowess of the Red Eagle Guards, he surmised that those individuals should rank as first-tier warriors. Despite having only awakened his memories for a mere 2 months, he felt confident that the first-tier warriors of the Red Eagle Guards would likely be no match for him with a single punch. His desire to venture into the mountains stemmed not only from a longing for freedom, but also from the more abundant spiritual energy found in the depths of the mountains compared to the outside world. He paid little heed to the so-called experts in martial arts within the Great Xia, as they did not operate on the same level of martial prowess. As for the Red Eagle Guards, Blue Wolf Guards, and Summer Dragon Guards, they were seldom encountered outside. Should he happen upon them, it would be fortuitous. As he was eager to witness the martial capabilities of these elite guards, his interest in the Great Xia's training system was piqued, perhaps fueled by the aspirations of his mother for him to attend a prestigious institution, serving as the sole motivation for him to aspire to enroll in a top-tier academy. Given the stringent control over cultivation in the Great Xia, only by gaining admission to the Royal Academy or the Guozi Academy could he hope to engage with it. While he was contemplating the intricacies of the Great Xia's cultivation system, he suddenly heard a voice from outside. Is there anyone at home? The main road of the village was not far from his home, and passers-by were common. Despite hearing the commotion, he had paid it no mind until this call made his expression darken. He turned to his third sister, Ling Su, and instructed, take care of mother and our sister, and keep an eye on our cousins. I shall go see what it is. Ling Su's expression shifted as well, and she nodded to her elder brother. Do not worry. Although she had made somewhat faster progress in her cultivation compared to her mother and younger siblings, it was merely a result of spending more time in the deep mountains, thus acquiring the basics of the breathing technique more swiftly. She had yet to attain the true ability to draw spirit into her body, and naturally, she could not be compared to her second brother. However, her martial prowess was exceptional, and she too sensed the unusual presence of individuals passing outside. Noticing her brother's peculiar expression, she deduced that the outsiders were likely not ordinary folk. With her second brother by her side, she felt reassured. Should danger arise, she would fiercely protect her mother and sisters, even at the cost of her own life. If she were to face overwhelming odds, she still possessed poison as a weapon. It was worth noting that her master was renowned as the king of poisonous hands, while he was skilled in medicine. Her true expertise lay in the art of concocting and utilizing poison. Ling Zhou, being more familiar with her, sensed something amiss and, standing beside Ling Su, whispered with concern. What is it? Ling Su smiled and replied, It's nothing. Brother, keep an eye out. Do not let them leave the shelter. Ling Zhou felt a pang of anxiety, but nodded, understood. Meanwhile, Gong Yumingshi was engaged in conversation with Uncle Lu regarding the number of hands needed for constructing the Ming Spring residence, oblivious to the unusual demeanor of his third daughter and eldest nephew. However, Qixun and Ling Yu were acutely aware of their elder sister's calm, yet attentive observation of the commotion in the front courtyard. Qixun, brimming with confidence in her monkey brother, paid little heed to the situation outside, and Ling Yu felt similarly. After exchanging a glance with their elder sister, they resumed their game of flying flower commands with their cousins. Upon reaching the front courtyard, Monkey Brother beheld 2 figures standing outside the wooden gate, their postures as steadfast as pine trees, their energies contained. They were warriors, even stronger than the Red Hawk Guard he had encountered previously. The unique aura they exuded bore a striking resemblance to that of his dear Xiao Sun. Xiaoxuan once mentioned that she hails from a military family, where the discipline of standing, sitting, and lying down was instilled in her from a young age, eventually becoming an ingrained habit that is impossible to alter. It is evident that these 2 formidable warriors are likely of the Imperial Guard lineage, though it remains unclear whether they belong to the Red Eagle Guard or the Green Wolf Guard. According to Mainyan's account, the Summer Dragon Guard does not feature ordinary warriors. Even if they did, it is improbable for them to appear in a place like Linjiang County. The strongest among the Red Eagle Guard ranks only as second-tier warriors. While these two evidently surpassed the Red Eagle warriors encountered previously by a significant margin, likely being at least third-tier warriors, Monk surmised that they must belong to the Green Wolf Guard. However, the appearance of both the Red Eagle and Green Wolf Guards in a quaint village like Yinjia Village within just a few days is rather intriguing. Raising an eyebrow, Monk inquired, "What brings you esteemed gentlemen here?" The two, upon noticing a youth with an appearance akin to a fair maiden, recognized his demeanor as anything but ordinary for a rural boy. The younger warrior stepped forward and bowed courteously. "We apologize for the sudden intrusion, young sir. We are in haste and have yet to procure supplies in town. We wish to purchase some provisions from your esteemed household, if you would be so kind." Seeing that the young warrior, despite his stern expression, spoke with a measure of politeness, Monk Ji's demeanor softened somewhat. Given the prowess of these two, it was implausible that they could not ascertain the situation in the backyard, which likely accounted for their approach in search of food. Their household was not lacking in provisions, so selling some would be no trouble. Monk Gu, unafraid of confrontation but also wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. However, we only have some pastries and roasted meat for cooked food. As for raw provisions, we have rice, flour, cured meats, some chestnuts from the mountains, and a variety of dried fruits. Would you care for any?" The young warrior observed that although the boy spoke in a cold tone and with succinct words, his introduction was nonetheless quite detailed, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes. With their impressive skills, it was simple for them to hunt for game. However, they longed for a proper meal. Passing through this area, they caught a whiff of the enticing aromas wafting from the backyard, and their hunger compelled them to inquire, "Might we share some delicacies and roasted meat?" With a smile, the young warrior tossed a silver ingot worth 5 taels into the air. The monkey brother caught it deftly, his spirits lifted by the prospect of earning silver. Since his pocket money had nearly dwindled to nothing, he had come to appreciate the significance of wealth. Although he seemed to have little use for silver aside from losing at mahjong, as the saying goes, a penny can thwart even a hero. Having money in one's pocket certainly brings a sense of ease. "Please wait a moment," he called, turning to retreat into the backyard. He packaged 2 portions of the roasted meat, fetched 10 pieces of pastries, and also included a portion of roasted chestnuts. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed these items insufficient to merit 5 taels and decided to add a jug of fine liquor, carrying it back to the 2 gentlemen in the front yard. Though the meat held little value, the liquor was worth a fortune. They were fortunate indeed, as he had just unsealed a barrel that day. "Consider this a gift," he declared. Both men were practitioners, and worldly silver was of no concern to them. To be frank, they had all sampled the exquisite wines of the great Xia, at least the renowned ones. Even from a distance, they could already sense the rich aroma of the liquor, knowing it to be a rare and exceptional vintage. A smile of delight involuntarily spread across the young warrior's face. As one traverses the path of solitude, with exquisite wine to savor, naturally, one finds great virtue. Those of such cultivation cannot be easily intoxicated, nor can they be delayed from their important affairs. The middle-aged warrior, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired, "Might there be any medicinal remedies for external wounds at your residence? If so, we wish to purchase some." In truth, the Monkey King had sensed the scent of blood earlier, emanating from the middle-aged warrior. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the injury was not particularly severe, yet it was not trivial either. The Monkey King raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the man's keen perception, likely having detected the aroma of medicinal herbs, thus deducing that a healer resided there. "Indeed, we possess the finest remedies available, effective in staunching bleeding and promoting wound healing. However, do note that they do not come at a modest price." He had recognized that these 2 individuals were not short of silver. Furthermore, the golden wound balm crafted by his sister was undeniably superior to any conventional external wound treatments, as it was formulated with relatively precious ingredients reserved for personal use. He claimed it to be an exceptional remedy, and he was not misleading them. The middle-aged warrior, upon hearing this, did not press further but instead produced a silver note from his bosom, valued at 100 taels. "Is this sufficient? Truly, a man of wealth." In comparison, the younger warrior seemed rather miserly, prompting a disdainful glance from the Monkey King. The younger warrior retorted silently, rolling his eyes. How could the price of ordinary food possibly compare to that of medicine? The middle-aged warrior could not help but chuckle at the scene, finding amusement in encountering such an interesting youth in this remote village. His previously heavy heart, burdened by the troubles of his errand, inexplicably lightened. In addition to remedies for external wounds, if you have any medications useful for our journey, we would be interested in purchasing those as well. If there exists an antidote, that would be splendid. Regardless of the cost, we shall procure it. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King felt an increasing fondness for the generous middle-aged warrior. What is it that you require? Apart from the antidote, what other medicinal effects do you seek? Please specify. As long as I possess the necessary herbs at home, I can prepare them for you on the spot. Ah, indeed, the medicines from Sister San are valuable. Just for a single gold wound ointment, they offered 100 taels. If I could market a few more items, might I not earn several hundred taels? The warrior is truly affluent. The Monkey King secretly plotted to make a significant profit. He must borrow silver from his second cousin, while also setting aside funds for constructing a residence, leaving little surplus. Although Sister San could sell another batch of herbs next year, life for mortals demands money at every turn, does it not? Who could ever claim to have too much wealth? Furthermore, he must save for future expenses in the capital. Their mother places immense importance on the siblings' education, thus, they must earn funds for travel and living expenses to the capital. Is it not said that the sisters must be nurtured delicately? More silver must be earned. He was confident in his ability to succeed in the examinations. Should he fail, it would merely reflect poorly on the institutions. As for his sisters, if he can succeed, surely all three of them can as well. It is rare to encounter such a generous patron today. Once this opportunity passes, it may not present itself again. The Monkey King felt that the jug of wine he had just shared was truly not given in vain. These two are indeed benevolent souls. The young warrior gazed at the Monkey King in astonishment. This young gentleman is quite handsome, yet is he not a tad boastful? Even the imperial physicians of the Great Xia, who serve His Majesty, would not dare to claim they can procure any medicine required. The middle-aged warrior, however, remained noncommittal and inquired, "What medicines can you provide at home?" The two warriors responded, "Surely your family must run a pharmacy? The selection of remedies here surpasses even that of the Imperial Medical Hall." At this point, even the middle-aged warrior felt that although the youth possessed a handsome visage, his character lacked sincerity. Unperturbed by their skepticism, the young man tilted his head, furrowing his brow, and asked, "What exactly do you require?" "My home does not stock ready-made medicines, but I can prepare them for you on the spot. Rest assured, it won't take long." Though the two men were formidable, he felt confident in his ability to manage them and harbored no fear of their ill intentions. If they did indeed harbor malicious thoughts, it would provide a legitimate opportunity to rob them. After all, everything was for the sake of silver. The two warriors, perceiving the impatience on the youth's face, exchanged glances of exasperation. They thought, "You weave your deceitful tales so effortlessly, and yet we have not exposed you. How dare you show such impatience?" Nevertheless, they decided to enter and have a look, determined to teach this young lad a lesson should he attempt to deceive them with counterfeit remedies. The middle-aged warrior smiled in agreement. The young man opened the wooden gate and welcomed them into the courtyard, adopting the refined manner of speech he had learned from his mother and younger sister, saying, "My humble abode is quite modest. I hope you will not take offense. Would you kindly follow me to the back courtyard? We can enjoy some warm refreshments together." Having entered, the two men agreed to proceed to the rear. They had overheard the lively laughter coming from the back and were curious to see what sort of household could produce such an outstanding and boastful young man. Upon seeing the young man leading two unfamiliar men into the back courtyard, the others present displayed expressions of surprise, though Ling Su breathed a sigh of relief. The second brother's ability to bring these two individuals over indicates that, at least in his eyes, they are not deemed dangerous. Little did she realize that it was not their lack of peril that mattered. Rather, her brother was simply blinded by the prospect of wealth, believing he had encountered a lucrative opportunity ripe for exploitation. The Monkey King greeted them with enthusiasm. "Please, take a seat, esteemed guests. Should you require any medicine, simply inform my third sister. All our remedies are crafted by her. My sister is a miraculous healer. I assure you, encountering our family is indeed your stroke of good fortune." The onlookers were taken aback, especially the four cousins from the Yin family. They knew of their third sister's medical studies, but when had she attained the title of miraculous healer? As for the two warriors, they exchanged glances, one of whom remarked, "This young girl appears to be merely 12 or 13 years old, undeniably elegant and striking, yet to call her a miraculous healer is rather excessive. If she is indeed a miraculous healer, what would that mean for the seasoned physicians in the Imperial Medical Institution?" Princess Mingxi cast a sidelong glance at her son. pondering why Hao was so inclined to boast about Suo to strangers. Ling Su, with a calm demeanor, glanced at the two men, noticing that one bore a significant injury. Understanding her brother's intentions, she could not help but chuckle inwardly. Ever since her brother's allowance had dwindled, he had suddenly developed a fervent interest in monetary matters. It seemed he was keen on having her treat the middle-aged man, hoping to earn a tidy sum in medical fees. Chapter 71. Masters among the common folk, however. It must be said that, having once traversed the world as a healer, external injuries were indeed her forte. Recently, she had heard from Shaosun about the surgical procedures of the future, where weapon-inflicted wounds could be sutured, promoting rapid healing as long as care was taken to prevent infection. At home, there happens to be strong liquor available for its anti-inflammatory properties, complemented by medicinal herbs for internal consumption, making treatment rather uncomplicated. In fact, even without suturing the wound, she could employ the technique of sealing acupoints with golden needles to promote healing. However, this method is rather cumbersome and necessitates several applications of the needles. Clearly, these two individuals are merely passing through, and it is improbable that they will remain here to recuperate. Thus, suturing the wound appears to be the more suitable option. As for the internal injuries and the poison within him, they present little challenge for her. Ling Su, unaware that her second brother merely wishes to sell some medicine, mistakenly believes he desires her to treat him. She smiles and nods at the middle-aged warrior, inquiring, "May I take your pulse?" Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, allowing for a mutual verification that enhances the understanding of the patient's condition, thereby preventing misdiagnosis. The middle-aged warrior, taken aback, perceives the young lady's serious demeanor as anything but playful. Could it be that this girl, merely 12 or 13 years of age, is indeed a healer? The aroma of the herbs within the shop indicates numerous rare medicinal substances, leading him to assume that the adults present were the medical practitioners. Yet, upon closer inspection, it is this young girl who possesses the knowledge. After all, the only two adults in the room, a woman appearing to be in her 20s and a young man around the same age, remain silent. He finds it hard to believe that this young girl possesses exceptional medical skills, but her earnestness makes it difficult for him to decline. After a moment's reflection, he is further surprised. They arrived as two, yet the young girl only offers to take his pulse. Does she discern that he is injured? In truth, with his level of cultivation, most ordinary healers would be unable to detect his ailments. This young girl, despite her tender age, exhibits remarkable discernment. The middle-aged warrior, having come to a realization, smiled calmly and said, "Then I must trouble you, young lady." Ling Zhou, being the eldest among the brothers and well-versed in the ways of the world, thought to himself that given Hao's character, he would not bring someone to treat the third sister without a valid reason. Thus, it was best to entertain them properly, and he quickly moved a stool for the two to sit. Once Ling Su and the other had settled in and cleansed their hands, she took the middle-aged warrior's pulse. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand and softly remarked, "The injuries to your internal organs and the poison you've suffered from are not particularly troublesome. I can administer acupuncture once to clear the stagnation in your internal organs, and with 3 days of herbal medicine, you shall certainly recover. The poison, while somewhat peculiar, is also manageable. I shall prepare some detoxification pills, and after a week, the residual toxins will be eliminated." Curiously, the external injuries, which appear the least severe, are actually a bit more complicated. If you are not in a hurry to depart, I can use golden needles to seal the wounds, and they shall heal in 6 or 7 days. However, if you must hasten your journey, you will need to apply strong liquor to reduce inflammation, stitch the wounds, and take pills to clear heat and detoxify. As long as you refrain from tearing the stitched wounds, you shall be well in a few days. The young lady, having taken his pulse for but a moment, articulated the symptoms of his condition with remarkable clarity. He could not dismiss her words as mere nonsense. In truth, he understood that this young girl, despite her tender age, was likely a skilled healer. Why did she deem the external injuries the most troublesome? Ling Su replied with composure, "For you, the injuries to your internal organs may heal naturally, as will the external ones. However, the poison you have endured, even for someone with your robust constitution, is the most challenging to expel. Yet for me, it is the simplest task, as long as the prescribed medicine is appropriate. As for injuries to the internal organs, once the stagnant blood has been cleared, it suffices to nourish the body with herbal decoctions. My mention of the complications arising from external wounds is due to the considerable nature of your injury, without the assistance of suturing techniques. It is all too easy to sustain a secondary injury, leading to recurrent tearing. Such a scenario would prolong your healing process, unless you can afford to rest, which, as it appears, you are reluctant to do. The middle-aged warrior nodded with a smile, saying, "In that case, I must trouble you, young lady, to treat my ailment. I shall certainly reward you handsomely." At this moment, the spirit monkey perked up, as he had initially intended to sell medicinal herbs. But now he realized that Sister San was actually going to provide treatment. This could potentially yield even greater profit. Alas, it would indeed be quite troublesome, and he felt a twinge of sympathy for Sister San. Administering acupuncture requires a well-lit space and is not conducive to public observation. Ling Su smiled and suggested, "Why not partake in a light supper first? There is no urgency regarding the treatment." The middle-aged warrior nodded with a smile, replying, "Thus, I must trouble you all." The three cousins of the Yin family, aside from Ling Zhou, looked on in astonishment. How could Sister San possess such remarkable skills? Gong Yumingshi remained remarkably composed. After all, her family was extraordinary. Her third daughter was a miraculous healer. What was so surprising about treating someone? Once the two warriors had their fill, Ling Su asked the spirit monkey to accompany her to the main hall to attend to the patient, while the others refrained from interrupting her medical practice and remained in the tent to engage in casual conversation. Upon entering the main hall, the middle-aged warrior surveyed his surroundings, thinking to himself that, despite the humble appearance of this abode, its interior was unexpectedly sophisticated. On the grand table, measuring 3 meters in length, were placed ink, brushes, paper, and books, alongside a painting that remained unfinished. Elegantly designed chairs flanked either side of the table. Adorning the walls were 2 pieces of calligraphy and painting. Although he was a warrior, his noble lineage endowed him with a discerning eye. Upon inspecting the signatures, he realized they did not belong to the masters he recognized. Yet both the script and the artwork exhibited the caliber of esteemed artists. The middle-aged warrior inquired with curiosity, "Might I ask who created these exquisite pieces?" He was momentarily stunned, recalling the young woman he had seen earlier in the shed. If she was indeed the mother of the youth, she must be nearing 30. Yet she appeared no older than her early 20s, possessing both striking beauty and poise. Being a young woman, it was inappropriate for him, a stranger, to gaze too intently. But in a fleeting glance during their exchange of pleasantries, he discerned the woman's restrained elegance, distinctly unlike that of an ordinary countrywoman. Little did he expect that this rural lady not only bore an air of grace, but also excelled in calligraphy and painting, a rarity indeed. In comparison, the so-called talented women of the capital seemed almost laughable. The middle-aged warrior could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, her literary and artistic prowess was unparalleled in contemporary society. He felt a twinge of shame for not having heard her name before. It is often said that true masters reside among the common folk, and today, he found himself a believer in that adage. As he reflected on this, the middle-aged warrior smiled apologetically. "I have yet to inquire. May I know your esteemed surname, young sir?" "I am Xing." With the courtesy named Bujiang, he replied, gesturing to the young warrior behind him. "This is my nephew, Xing Ruoxia." While Brother Monkey paid little heed to their surname, Ling Su cast a glance at the two. The Xing surname was indeed a national one, and it was uncommon to encounter members of the Xing clan. In the realm of the Great Xia, those bearing the surname Xin are either of royal lineage or bestowed with noble titles, embodying wealth and privilege. The two individuals of this surname, being warriors, undoubtedly possess an extraordinary status. However, Ling Su remained indifferent. To her, they were merely her patients and their family members. Xin Bujiang smiled and bowed once more, addressing them as young Master Gongyu, young Miss Gongyu. Ling Su replied with a smile, "My surname is Yin," without elaborating on why the siblings bore different family names. Both Xin Bujiang and Xin Ruoxiao were momentarily taken aback. Although the youth before them was strikingly handsome, far surpassing the young lady in appearance, the similarities in their features were unmistakable. Furthermore, they both referred to the young woman as mother, leading one to conclude they were indeed siblings. Noticing their confusion, Monkey Brother, recognizing their significance, kindly offered an explanation. "I follow my mother's surname." Such a revelation was perplexing. It was rather unusual for a son to take his mother's surname while the daughter retained her father's. Curiosity was piqued. Could it be that the male head of the family was a son-in-law? If so, it would not be entirely surprising. Yet, considering the poise of that remarkable woman, it was somewhat lamentable to think she had to recruit a husband. Nevertheless, it was their own affair and ultimately of no concern to him, as neither Xian Bujiang nor his nephew displayed any signs of disturbance. The unfortunate emperor of the capital was still engrossed in the study of the history, governance, military organization, legal statutes, administrative divisions, and the geography and customs of the great Xia Empire, blissfully unaware of his own status as a son-in-law. Ling Su instructed Xian Bujiang to remove his clothing, causing him a moment of embarrassment. However, upon recalling that this young lady was not merely a girl but also a healer, he complied, unveiling the horrifying scars of his wounds. Ling Su furrowed her brows, pondering the identity of this individual. A mere mortal would have succumbed to excessive blood loss from such a grievous wound. Logically, as a practitioner, even with a severe laceration, his innate healing abilities would surpass that of ordinary folk. Yet, he was afflicted with poison, rendering him unable to wield his powers, forcing him to suppress the toxins through his cultivation. Fortunately, the physical constitution of a practitioner is remarkably robust, and the wound was gradually mending, appearing significantly improved compared to the moment of injury. Initially, she intended to treat his internal injuries first, but upon examining the wound, she decided it prudent to suture it first, to prevent further tearing which would complicate matters and cause him additional suffering. Second brother, please fetch Xiao Wu and bring me the sutures I prepared, along with a flask of strong liquor and a roll of gauze. As she spoke, she opened her medicinal cabinet to gather the necessary herbs, instructing Xiao Sun to begin brewing 2 separate concoctions, as she would require them shortly. She was aware of the precise temperature and duration needed for the brewing process. While Monkey Brother went to find Xiao Sun and Lin Mei, Ling Su lit several lamps to brighten the space. She then retrieved her medical kit, opening the needle pouch to sterilize a golden needle before applying it to seal the acupoints. Using the strong liquor to cleanse the wound and suture, it will be exceedingly painful. I will first administer the needle to seal the acupoints, thus alleviating the pain. Once the wound is sutured, I shall treat your internal injuries. You two shall likely need to remain at my abode for the night. By dawn, I will prepare the necessary medicines for further treatment and form them into pills for your convenience. There is no need for formality. You may simply settle the cost of the medicinal supplies. Xian Bujiang couldn't help but smile. This young girl was indeed quite fond of silver, much like her elder brother. He could easily discern that the handsome youth was fervently recommending the medicine, eager to welcome him into the courtyard, primarily for the sake of profit. Curiosity piqued within him. This gifted female protagonist possessed remarkable talents, and the young girl ought to be skilled in the healing arts as well. The striking youth before him appeared extraordinary. One would wonder why they resided in such a humble thatched cottage. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding the youth's surname, Gongyu, a rather uncommon name. Many years prior, the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau bore the surname Gongyu. He pondered whether there was any connection between the household and the imperial physician. Xian Ruoxia, being young and unaware of the esteemed name of Gongyu Jin, was nonetheless astonished to learn that this mountain village girl was, in fact, a disciple of the former chief physician. Xian Bujiang, however, was lost in thought, a melancholic expression crossing his face as he sighed softly, lamenting the loss of yet another great talent from the world of medicine. What he did not voice was that the chief physician had resigned from his post due to circumstances involving him. A significant debt of gratitude lingered in his heart. The intricacies of fate were indeed remarkable. Who would have imagined he would encounter a descendant of the chief physician in this remote village, and receive the gift of healing once more? It seemed that the young woman he had just met must be the chief physician's daughter. To be candid, although he had initially held a glimmer of hope regarding the girl's medical prowess, he did not expect much. It was merely an experiment. Now, however, he found himself genuinely believing in the young girl's ability to heal him and purge the lingering toxins from his body. As for his connection to the chief physician, Xian Bujiang chose not to elaborate. Knowing too much was not always a blessing. Ling Su was never one to engage in excessive conversation. Her words to this individual were purely in accordance with medical advice. She did not respond to Xian Bujiang's remarks, but focused intently on removing the needle before proceeding to insert it. By the time Monkey Brother returned with the medical box containing the catgut and gauze scissors, along with some strong liquor, Ling Su had already extracted the needle. The catgut and gauze had been properly prepared. After threading the needle with the catgut, she treated the wound with the liquor before commencing the suturing process. Xian Bujiang, fortunately, showed no signs of discoloration and felt no pain after the acupuncture points were sealed. However, Xian Ruoxiao looked utterly astonished. The so-called suturing technique was, indeed, simply sewing with needle and thread. If the young girl were not the disciple of the esteemed imperial physician Gong Yu, and a legitimate healer, Xian Ruoxiao might have almost exclaimed about heresy. Chapter 73. Am I not entitled to boast about my child? Stealing a glance at her uncle, who appeared calm and indifferent, Xian Ruoxiao made a concerted effort not to intervene as the young girl proceeded to pierce his skin with the needle. Although Ling Su was not skilled in embroidery, she excelled in sewing and mending. After skillfully closing the wound, she cut the thread and inspected the neat and beautiful stitches, nodding in satisfaction. Once the suturing was complete, she washed her hands again and retrieved a golden needle to treat Xian Bujian's internal injuries. Aside from her expertise in poison techniques, her greatest skill lay in acupuncture. Unfortunately, having only resumed her martial arts training for 2 months, her internal energy was still limited. Yet, in the span of a tea ceremony, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and nose. Second brother, pass me the cloth. Monkey brother hurriedly handed her a clean towel, asking, is everything all right? Ling Su shook her head, took a cloth, wiped the sweat from her brow with one hand while steadily manipulating the needles with the other. By the time she had finished inserting all the needles, she was drenched in sweat and felt utterly spent, supported by Monkey brother as she settled onto a chair. After a brief moment to recover, she sipped a cup of warm water that Monkey brother had poured for her and said, remove the needles in a quarter of an hour. If there is any dark blood expelled in the meantime, do not be alarmed. It is merely a sign that the stagnant blood is being expelled. I will freshen up and change my clothes. Until I return, no one is to touch these golden needles. Concerned for his sister, Monkey brother quickly reassured her, sister, you just focus on resting. I will keep watch here. Even if the emperor himself were to come, I would not allow anyone to disturb this. After all, they awaited the successful treatment of the patient to collect their fee. It was imperative that sister's efforts were not in vain. With the assurance of her second brother, Ling Su felt at ease and headed to the kitchen, asking Xiao Sun to help boil some water. She wished to cleanse the sweat from her body and change into fresh garments. In the depths of winter, being soaked in sweat with clothes clinging to her skin was truly uncomfortable. If she did not change, the cold wind would not only make her feel miserable, but also be detrimental to her health. Gong Yumingshi was worried, but refrained from entering the main hall. At the moment, she was in the kitchen overseeing the medicinal furnace. Seeing Ling Su enter with a pale face startled her. What happened? Ling Su comforted her, mother. I am fine. I am just a bit fatigued and have worked up a sweat. I wish to boil some hot water to wash up and change my clothes. Additionally, I did not have the charcoal burning while I was needling. Now that I have completed the procedure, even if the patient is a warrior unafraid of the cold, being bare-chested in the dead of winter is nonetheless harmful to the body. Xiao Sun, please light 2 basins of charcoal and ask our cousins to help carry them in. Qixun promptly got up to summon help from the courtyard. Ling Zhou and Ling Qi came over to assist, bringing 2 basins of charcoal. After drying themselves and changing their clothes, Gong Yumingshi served a cup of warm water and a plate of pastries, saying, Xiao Wu prepared this honey water for you. Drink some first. Would you like to have a couple of pastries? The exertion had indeed left Ling Su quite famished. After sipping the honey water, she took a pastry, bit into it, and smiled. Xiao Wu has become increasingly thoughtful. Seeing her complexion improve significantly, Gong Yumingshi felt relieved and smiled in return. Although each of you possesses your own merits, when it comes to thoughtfulness, none can compare to my sewer. Lin Mimi, concerned for her third sister, was about to check in on her when she overheard this and feigned indignation, exclaiming, Mother, how can you say such things? Aren't you afraid we will feel hurt? Just yesterday, you claimed I was the most considerate. It seems you have secretly praised us for being the most thoughtful, haven't you? Gong Yumingshi laughed and chided, Indeed, I have spoken highly of you behind your backs. What of it? As a mother, is it not my privilege to extol my children? Is it not to bring you joy? Lin Mimi could no longer suppress her laughter. So, it turns out, Mother was not merely trying to make us happy, but rather to tease us. If you continue to speak this way, we shall no longer believe you. Gong Yumingshi chuckled, believe it or not. I shall continue to speak as I please. Ling Su, listening from the side, found herself amused, thinking that her 2 talented sisters had become increasingly down to earth. It was then that Gong Yumingshi quietly asked Ling Su, that person is actually a warrior? Ling Su nodded, do not worry, mother. Since my second brother brought him here for me to treat, he must have some understanding of the matter. I perceive that the 2 individuals do not appear to be malevolent. As for me, my sole duty is to heal others. They are only responsible for the payment of medical fees, and the rest bears no relevance. Gong Yumingxi contemplated the extraordinary nature of her own children, each of whom is far from ordinary, and thus she eased her mind. Very well, if you believe you can treat him, then proceed. When a patient is before you. As a healer, there exists no rationale for inaction if healing is within reach. The saying a physician's heart is one of compassion is not merely a platitude. Her third daughter is resolute in her desire to become a healer, possessing remarkable medical skills. It would weigh heavily on Gong Yumingxi's conscience to prevent her from practicing. However, this implies that patients will encompass all ages and genders, and a healer cannot be selective about whom to treat, lest her daughter forsake the prospect of marriage altogether. They may choose to live as they wish. After Ling Su enjoyed some refreshments and rinsed her mouth, Gong Yumingxi tidied the dishes and returned to the kitchen. After a brief respite, Ling Su felt rejuvenated and proceeded to the main hall to retrieve the needles. With deft hands, she dressed Qixun Bujiang's wound, saying, "I shall prepare the medicine shortly. You must cleanse the wound daily with the medicinal decoction I provide. In approximately 5 to 6 days, the wound should heal." The sutures employed are made from sheep intestine, capable of self-dissolving, thus eliminating the need for removal. The medicinal wash will also aid in the healing process. Although internal injuries are no longer a significant concern, they require care and recuperation. I shall prescribe additional medicine. Would you prefer to brew it yourselves? Or shall I prepare it in pill form? The efficacy of the pills may be slightly inferior to that of the decoction, yet they are more convenient for consumption. As for the toxins within, I will also formulate them into pills to be taken once daily, after a fortnight. I can assure you that the remaining toxins will be eradicated. Let us proceed with the pills then. Qixun Bujian made a decision. Being often away from home and spending nights in the wilderness, preparing medicine was quite a challenge. Even if the efficacy of the pills was somewhat diminished, it was still preferable to waiting a few extra days to recover rather than enduring the arduous process of concocting medicine. Furthermore, with only himself and his nephew present, who among them possessed the skill to prepare medicine? Ling Su was unsurprised by his choice. She nodded and candidly stated, "The consultation fee is waived, but please do pay for the medicine. Common remedies for external injuries are not overly expensive, yet the potions for internal injuries and detoxification rely on exceedingly precious ingredients. Thus, it is quite normal for the prices to be steep, particularly for detoxification elixirs. Only with the presence of Monkey could she procure such rare materials from the mountains. Others, even with a prescription, would find it immensely difficult to acquire the necessary ingredients." Chapter 74. The Bald Monkey. Do not underestimate the detoxification elixir. While it may serve primarily to neutralize toxins, its value in the market is immeasurable. In truth, the remedy itself is one matter. But what is truly priceless is her acupuncture technique. Ling Su believed that by not charging a consultation fee and only requesting payment for the medicine, her pricing was exceedingly reasonable. Qixun Bujian refrained from mentioning the 100 taels of silver he had previously given to the young man. He was discerning enough to recognize the considerable cost of the young girl's needlework. However, since she did not bring it up and only collected payment for the medicine, he deemed that 100 taels as her consultation fee. "Thank you, Miss Yen. However, we would also like to request some hemostatic powder, remedies against insects and ants, detoxification potions for a variety of toxins, as well as treatments for dysentery and ailments caused by wind heat and wind cold. Might you be able to prepare these for us?" The items he mentioned were conveniently available at his home, although in limited quantities, having been prepared by Ling Su for personal use. However, medicine possesses an expiration date. "How much do you require?" "I happen to have a stockpile of medicinal herbs at home, which I initially intended to sell to the medical hall before the new year. Now, utilizing some for compounding medicine proves far more profitable than selling them outright." Qixun Bujiang chuckled. "Let's go with 50 portions of each. It would be prudent to have more of the hemostatic powder, and I shall accept whatever quantity Miss Yen can prepare." Ling Su pondered briefly before stating the prices. "For the hemostatic flour, I can prepare 100 portions for 200 taels of silver. The insect repellent is less expensive, 50 portions for 10 taels. The detoxification herbs are rare and thus pricier, 50 portions for 500 taels. As for the remedies for dysentery and wind-cold ailments, 50 portions each will total 150 taels. Rest assured, the efficacy of my preparations will be unparalleled, certainly not inferior to those of the Imperial Hospital." To be candid, while Ling Su charged standard fees for other medicines, the value of these particular remedies warranted such a price. In truth, she offered the detoxification potion at a discount. In the marketplace, a single dose could command upwards of 100 taels, yet she was now requesting only 10 taels. This leniency stemmed from her empathy towards Qixun Bujiang's earlier lament regarding her grandfather's passing. The total for all the medicines amounted to 860 taels, plus the 120 taels required for Qixun Bujiang's injury treatment, culminating in 980 taels. Qixun Bujiang instructed Qixun Ruoxia, please provide Miss Yin with 10 notes of 100 taels each. Although Ling Su maintained a composed exterior, her heart brimmed with joy had she merely sold the herbs. Her stock, excluding ginseng and lingzhi, would have fetched only 200 or 300 taels. Yet, with her prescriptions, the cost of the utilized herbs represented merely a fraction of her accumulated stock. The value had instantly multiplied tenfold and more. Indeed, Xiaosun's suggestion to transform it into pills for sale proved to be astute. Regarding the additional 20 taels of silver, Ling Su accepted it with equanimity. For when all was said and done, the cost of the medicine aside, simply enlisting the aid of such a miraculous healer was worth a fortune. With this 1,000 taels of silver, the family's financial situation became significantly more comfortable. Even with the journey to the capital, money was no longer a pressing concern. After all, they possessed a residence in the city, eliminating accommodation expenses. Moreover, her siblings were not venturing to the capital without the prospect of earning money. Ling Su contemplated that with this windfall, the remaining funds from selling medicinal herbs before the new year could be allocated to her mother and siblings for clothing, jewelry, and essential supplies. Additionally, every year before the new year, families in the village with surplus would contribute some silver and goods to the clan for communal use, which served to support the elderly, the sick, and the less fortunate within the family. In previous years, their own contributions had been among the highest, surpassed only by the clan leaders of the Yin and Lu families, and this year would be no exception. Moreover, she could show greater filial piety towards the old patriarch. Quality writing materials could also be procured. In high spirits, Ling Su accepted the banknotes and called for Monkey Brother. Upon hearing that she had received 1,000 taels, he recalled that he had already received 100 taels from her. He smiled and graciously declined the return of the banknotes, saying it could be considered a consultation fee for his younger sister. Monkey Brother thought to himself that although his third sister was exempt from the fee, she insisted on paying, so it was only right to accept it. Moreover, given her exceptional medical skills, it was not an exaggeration to refer to her as a master of the art. What was wrong with accepting 100 taels for her services? This gentleman surnamed Qixun had truly received a remarkable bargain. Monkey Brother harbored an inexplicable confidence in his sister's medical prowess. After a moment of elation, the Monkey King suddenly sensed something amiss. If all of this were to be ground into pills and sold, wouldn't it fetch several thousand taels? Could this be what Xiaosun meant when she said that technology is the foremost productive force? Indeed, trafficking in raw materials seems to lack promise. He earned merely a few dozen taels from selling tiger meat, yet the value of tiger bones skyrocketed once third sister infused them into medicinal wine. Third sister had no intention of selling. Such treasures were naturally meant to be kept within the family. When it comes to tiger bone wine, one can never have too much. The Monkey King scratched his head, pondering whether he should adopt a more earnest approach to learning. Besides being adept at fighting, one ought to possess some practical skills for survival. He resolved to inquire with Xiaosun about what skills would suit him best. Suddenly, it dawned on him that acquiring a specialized skill was indeed essential. He settled the Qixun uncle and nephew in his room and served them the brewed medicine for Qixun Bujiang before seeking out his dear little sister, Xiaosun. What do you think I should learn? Qixi, caught off guard, replied, As third sister was preparing medicine that evening, Qixi was assisting in cleaning the medicinal furnace. The Monkey King lowered his voice. Third sister's medicine sold for 1,000 taels, and with the 100 taels that the Qixun family previously gave me as consultation fees, that totals 1,100 taels. I've reflected on this. I've toiled for months hunting and barely earned a few hundred taels. Meanwhile, third sister merely processed those herbs and crafted a few pills, effortlessly earning over 1,000 taels in a single night. Is this what you refer to as technology being the primary productive force? I believe it is indeed necessary to acquire a specialized skill. The alchemical and crafting techniques of the Supreme Elder are unparalleled in the celestial realm, which is why he holds a transcendent status there. Qixun, oh dear. My elder brother, you truly possess an enterprise-level understanding, don't you? Indeed. The question is, have you toiled diligently? Just ask the farmers in our village if they concur. Qixun couldn't help but chuckle as she gave her monkey brother a thumbs up. It seems that money is indeed a perpetual motivator. Even her monkey brother is striving to improve himself under the influence of financial incentives. Once our mother learns of this, she will surely be delighted. Her most disinterested son in academics now has prospects at a double first-class university. Clearing her throat, Qixun adopted a serious demeanor. Being a carpenter is quite promising. Didn't Uncle Hu say that skilled artisans never starve, even in lean years? However, even for craftsmen, achieving the level of a master like Liu Ban requires an acquisition of diverse knowledge. Foundational knowledge in mathematics, physics, mechanics, and engineering is essential. Her monkey brother, balding, lamented, "Is being a carpenter truly so complicated?" Chapter 75. Successful persuasion. Her brother regarded his little sister with skepticism. "Little son, are you not trying to deceive me? That would be truly unjust." Qixun shot her brother an accusatory glance. "Are we not dear siblings anymore? I would never deceive you, my esteemed elder brother. In our flowered land, you may have countless admirers. Perhaps I cannot compare, but in the great Xiao, I am undoubtedly your most devoted supporter." Feeling somewhat guilty under his sister's gaze, her monkey brother coughed and explained, "But Uncle Hu has never made much money from carpentry. So, is it possible that carpentry lacks financial prospects?" With a dismissive snort of discontent, Qixun proceeded to elucidate to Brother Monkey. Although Master Huitong possesses commendable skills, he merely crafts ordinary furniture, a craft of minimal technical complexity. He is but a carpenter, and any skilled artisan can produce similar works. Brother Air, ponder once more. Aunt C, without a moment's hesitation, offered 60 taels to acquire the spinning wheel loom I created. Upon learning the purpose of the washing machine, Ling Qi eagerly sought to venture into this business, even going so far as to request a loan from our mother. After observing the washing machine, Master Huitong was willing to temporarily set aside his furniture endeavors to invest his resources and labor into the production of washing machines. It is evident that innovation, built upon a foundation of technology, significantly enhances the added value of the products produced. Thus, technological innovation holds paramount importance. Therefore, while Master Huitong may earn merely the carpenter's wage, we have the potential to reap the rewards of innovation. Undeniably, the value of innovation surpasses that of carpentry itself. Brother Monkey nodded, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning. Qixun pressed on, "Let us further discuss innovation. Even if your brainstorming is fervent and your ideas are splendid, without the support of technology, they remain mere illusions, like flowers in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water, purely fanciful and devoid of feasibility. However, when you possess the requisite technology, the probability of realizing your creative ideas becomes tangible. Mastery in a particular field bestows upon you a degree of rationality and viability for various extensions of thought within that domain, thereby establishing a solid foundation for execution. For instance, when it comes to a spinning wheel, I must first comprehend its purpose and operational principles. Subsequently, I need to acquire knowledge of mechanics, physics, and mathematics. Once I have mastered these theoretical foundations, I must also understand the varying hardness and durability of different types of wood, as well as their deformation under various temperatures, including ambient, high, and low conditions, along with the anticipated lifespan of the material selected. Only then can I effectively modify the spinning wheel to enhance its operational efficiency." Aunt C invested 40 taels, not merely to purchase a few pieces of wood and metal components, but rather to acquire the production outcomes and profits derived from its efficiency. "Monkey, I'm losing my hair." Thus, a firm grasp of foundational knowledge is essential before deciding which direction to specialize in and delve deeper into more advanced studies, correct? Qixun nodded in agreement. "Hence, my previous nation upheld 9 years of compulsory education, and in recent years, I have been advocating for 12 years of mandatory schooling. Prior to high school, the focus is on fundamental subjects, and even in university, the first year revolves around foundational courses of the chosen major. Without a solid foundation, one cannot erect towering edifices. Dear brother, channel the spirit of your scholarly prowess from Ling Tai, Fong, Cun Mountain." Qixun has tirelessly endeavored to guide her elder brother towards becoming a sage in the realm of cultivation. She is not laboring in vain. Her elder brother is, indeed, a prodigy in the monkey kingdom. How long has he been studying mathematics? He has already grasped high school concepts, and now he is effortlessly tackling physics and chemistry, even though his attitude towards learning is less than enthusiastic. Cultivating monkey into a scientist, so that he may have companions on this journey, so that my path is not solitary, Is not that the greatest joy in life? Gazing into his younger sister's eager eyes, the Monkey King felt a pang of guilt at the thought of refusing to study, as if he were committing a transgression. Moreover, considering the success of his little friend, he made a final resolution. So, if I become a carpenter, I can earn money? Seven Seek rolled her eyes in response. Why not ask Master Lu Ban if he can make a profit? The Monkey King secretly mused, if I were to master carpentry, what is Lu Ban compared to me? One day, I shall surpass him. As the great sage, I shall not be outdone by anyone in my endeavors. Were Seven Seek to discover that her brother was lost in self-admiration, she would surely retort, Great sage, you are already on par with the heavens. Who could ever rival you? This blend of encouragement and inspiration, or rather, persuasion, propelled the great sage into a fervent pursuit of knowledge, rendering him unstoppable. Following this, Seven Seek, initially delighted, began to feel a twinge of worry. For the newly enlightened great sage had become a living embodiment of 100,000 questions, compelling her to diligently expand her own knowledge base and venture into uncharted territories, matching her brother's strides. Thus, she unwittingly transformed herself into a legend from another realm. Little did Seven Seek know that in successfully persuading her brother to study, she had inadvertently dug a pit for herself, with only the young Hadi among them. The household was otherwise filled with women, and despite Hadi's prowess, he was still but 12 or 13 and not yet of age. They had resigned themselves to sleepless nights. Being young, a single night of wakefulness posed little concern. In the West Wing, Hadi's chamber housed 2 seekers of medical aid, while the aunts and sisters occupied the East Wing, finding solace only in the common room. Although the Monkey King felt it was unnecessary, he could not refuse his cousin's good intentions and agreed. They chose not to sleep, knowing that their mother would certainly not retire to rest either. Moreover, while her medical skills were lacking, she was well versed in medicinal herbs, having been exposed to them since childhood and having studied under her grandfather, making her more knowledgeable than the siblings. After tidying up, Ling Zhou and Uncle Lu stayed to tend the fire, while the Monkey King went to the west room to check on Xian Bujiang, who was reclining on the bed, intently reading a book by the light. Xian Ruoxiat, on the other hand, was bored, poking at the charcoal in the brazier. The Monkey King leaned in and asked Xian Ruoxiat, what rank of warrior are you? Surprised, Xian Ruoxiat looked at him. How did you know I am a warrior? Generally, even if people sensed they were not ordinary, they would merely assume they possessed some advanced martial arts skills. This was a different concept from that of a warrior. The Monkey King smirked lightly. My third sister is a divine physician and has personally taken your uncle's pulse. Would she not be able to discern that you are cultivators? Since he was aware, Xian Ruoxiao had no intention of concealing it. While few in the common folk knew of cultivators, it was not a secret within the circles of the powerful. Third rank. A heartfelt thank you to Qin Yu, Sure, Walking Tea Tree, and book friend 202-1090-31718-4494 for their generous rewards. Additionally, special thanks to those who subscribed and cast their monthly votes and recommendations. There will be another update at 10:20. Chapter 76. This lad is quite boastful yet reasonable. Only third rank? The Monkey King felt a tinge of regret. He had wished to spar with a cultivator, but third rank felt somewhat lacking. His situation is unlike that of an ordinary practitioner. Before the awakening of his memory, his soul was already autonomously transforming his body. Not only did his mother benefit from this, but so did his elder brother and third sister, who experienced intrinsic enhancements due to sharing the womb with him. Furthermore, the improvements his elder brother and third sister underwent were innate, yielding even greater benefits than those received by their mother. In the future, as they successfully embark upon the path of cultivation, they are destined to surpass ordinary individuals, possessing talents that far exceed the so-called heavenly gifts of others. As for himself, after the awakening of his soul, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, restoring his powers in merely 2 months. Though his cultivation system diverges from that of practitioners in the Great Xia, he perceives third-tier warriors as rather weak, almost trivial. However, his intent is not to engage in competition, but rather to gain insight into the current cultivation framework of the Great Xia. Xian Ruoxiao found herself somewhat taken aback by his dismissive remark regarding third-tier warriors. Who does he look down upon? At merely 20 years of age, having reached the third tier, he undoubtedly deserves to be called a genius in cultivation. Yet, in the mouth of this village youth, it was reduced to mere third tier, as if his achievement of reaching the third tier at 20 were something to be ashamed of. Such a statement from this young man would likely provoke all practitioners in the cultivation realm to feel the urge to confront him. How audacious. Xian Ruoxia shot a disgruntled glance at Monkey Brother, thinking that if it weren't for this young man's sister having recently treated her uncle's injuries, and the fact that he was an ordinary mortal, she would certainly make him pay for such insolence. Such a handsome visage wasted on a person so avaricious and with a sharp tongue. Monkey Brother, oblivious to her disdainful glance, eagerly suggested. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Xian Ruoxia responded. Are you mad, or am I? Are you aware that as an unrefined mortal, I could easily obliterate you with a single strike? This brash youth, fully cognizant of my status as a third-tier warrior, dares to propose a sparring match with me. Is he so fearless that he underestimates the gravity of his situation, or does he presume that his familial connections will spare him from my wrath? This lad is indeed insufferably audacious. Xing Ruoxia, a paragon in the capital and within the realm of cultivation, finds himself utterly vexed in this remote village by a mere child. Yet, despite his blatant insolence, as a cultivator of considerable stature, he is bound by a code that forbids him from striking against an ordinary mortal. His pride simply does not permit such an affront. Brother Monkey, puzzled by Xing Ruoxia's incredulous gaze, wonders what the fuss is about. Is it merely a request for a friendly exchange? We are acquaintances, after all, and I have merely benefited from your financial patronage. I have no intention of causing you harm, so why the incredulous stare? While I am aware of my striking handsomeness, your prolonged gaze, as a grown man, seems a tad excessive. Brother Monkey, ever impulsive, unleashed a powerful punch. Xing Ruoxia, quick to react, sidestepped the blow. Yet the force of Monkey's strike swept past him, causing his garments to flutter in the wake of the wind. Xing Ruoxia's expression shifted dramatically. This youth, even he and his uncle had misjudged him. It is worth noting that his fourth uncle has reached the pinnacle of mastery. Despite the absence of any discernible aura of a cultivator emanating from him, that seemingly effortless punch carried an overwhelming might. Were it not for Xing Ruoxia's heightened senses and reflexes, far superior to those of an ordinary practitioner, he might have found himself unable to evade it. If it were to truly strike him, Xian Ruoxia knew that even with his third-tier warrior's physical strength, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Xian Ruoxia gazed in astonishment at the exceptionally handsome, yet composed village youth before him, who smiled cheerfully. For the first time, she truly regarded him. At merely 20 years of age, he had already achieved the status of a top-tier genius in the eyes of others, while this lad was only 12 or 13. Yet he had compelled her to exert 80% of her strength merely to evade the force of his casual punch. How had he cultivated to such a degree? Had her years of effort been in vain? No wonder this boy, upon learning of her third-tier status, had simply remarked, only a third tier. Indeed, his audacity held a kernel of truth. Xian Ruoxia was taken aback, while Xian Bujian's expression also shifted, his eyes sharp as lightning as they darted towards Monkey Brother. As a peak master, he was on the verge of becoming a grandmaster. In the presence of a practitioner, he should have sensed something amiss. Yet this boy emitted not a trace of true spiritual energy, not even he could detect anything. Yet, the boy's prowess was undeniably formidable. How did he achieve this? Either he possessed techniques or treasures that concealed his cultivation aura, or his cultivation surpassed that of his master level. However, given that the lad was only 12 or 13, even if he had started cultivating from the womb, he could not have surpassed the master level in such a short time. Thus, we can rule out that possibility. It must be either due to his techniques or the possession of a treasure that conceals his aura. XNBG harbored no malice towards the YN family. The young lady of the YN family had offered him medical assistance. Even though he had compensated her with silver, it nonetheless left him indebted to the YN family in a sense. Coupled with his prior connections to the Ji courtyard, XNBG felt no covetousness towards the potential martial arts or treasures that this young man might possess. On the contrary, he experienced a sense of delight akin to discovering a rare and exquisite talent. In his heart, Hug grumbled, questioning why this individual referred to him as she OHO. It sounded as if they shared an intimacy. Yet their relationship was merely a transaction involving 1,100 taels of pure silver. Regrettably, despite being of only the third rank, Hug had already sensed the aura of this young man. After their brief exchange of blows, he realized that he was indeed no match for him. Of course, it was merely a single exchange. Though he had only exerted 30% of his current strength, the young man had evaded with apparent ease, clearly not having fought with his full capability. Should they engage in a more serious contest, forcing the young man to reveal all his prowess? Hug would be able to discern the strength levels within the martial artist cultivation system. If only he could obtain a martial arts manual. Hug was already practicing the most superior techniques from the celestial realm. He was not particularly interested in adopting the martial artist's methods. Yet understanding them would be essential. By assimilating the strengths of various schools, he could undoubtedly enhance his own path of cultivation. Moreover, it would be inconceivable for a world's cultivation methods to lack merit. Their premier techniques must, at the very least, be recognized by the heavenly principles of this realm, making them presumably better suited to the cultivation environment of this world. Chapter 77. In any case, death is not an option without a thorough understanding of the current cultivation system and the techniques of this world. It would be exceedingly challenging to discern the obstacles he faced on his path of training, as well as how to surmount them. Therefore, the Monkey King harbored a keen interest in the martial arts training methods of the Great Xia. After all, he would not have contemplated enrolling in two academies merely for the sake of opportunity to engage with the contemporary practices of cultivation in Great Xia. Today, however, an opportunity presented itself before him that he would not let slip away. Now that the elder of this young man had spoken, there was no evading the challenge. He could only engage him in combat. With his uncle having made the call, Qixun Ruoxia could not refuse. His expression bore a trace of gravity. For that previous punch had undeniably contained profound strength. Only through first-hand experience could one truly appreciate its formidable force. However, if that punch was indeed the young man's strongest, Qixun Ruoxia felt confident in his ability to prevail, as he had only exerted about 70 to 80% of his strength. Although evading had not been overly effortless, he had not felt excessively pressured either. Yet, he was acutely aware that this young man had likely not exerted his full capabilities, making victory a rather challenging endeavor. Qixun Ruoxia, a seasoned contender, had never been defeated in matches against peers of his level. He could not fathom falling to a mere villager today. Despite the young man's peculiarities, he possessed the confidence to triumph. The burgeoning fighting spirit in Qixun Ruoxia's eyes brought a measure of satisfaction to Qixun Bujian. His nephew's fearless disposition in the face of adversaries was commendable, however. The blend of self-assuredness and disdain for his opponent that flickered in his nephew's gaze caused Qixun Bujian to shake his head in disapproval. The youth, still lacking in experience, remains unaware that there exist realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals. This lad fails to consider that even one such as I, his uncle, has been deceived by those of seemingly lesser stature. Regardless of his tender age or humble origins in a mountain village, he is certainly not an inconsequential character. As for the outcome, Qixun Bujian already possesses an inkling of what is to come. His instruction to Qixun Ruoxia to engage in a contest was, in truth, a desire to ascertain the true strength of this young man from the Gonyu family. Moreover, it serves to temper his nephew's arrogance, ensuring that he remains grounded and awake to reality, for only then can he traverse the path of cultivation further. The two of them, of course, could not spar within the confines of a room where space is limited. Qixun Ruoxia suggested, "Shall we find a secluded spot?" Eager for a vigorous bout. He acknowledged that the noise would undoubtedly be considerable. Although this small courtyard is somewhat distant from the village, it is not entirely devoid of neighbors, and there are indeed others present within the premises. However, Monkey Brother deemed it unnecessary, for he could not truly unleash his full potential in a fight. Should he choose to do so, even as a third-tier warrior, this lad would not withstand the force of a single punch from him, regardless of his past life's prowess. Thus, the courtyard would suffice. Qixun Ruoxia furrowed his brow, surveying the meager thatched cottage comprising 3 rooms, pondering that if the structure were to suffer damage and collapse, this boy would undoubtedly lament. Yet, considering the lad's avaricious nature, should he inadvertently ruin the house, he could merely compensate with a few coins. However, this raises the question of where he and his uncle would reside that night. Though accustomed to the hardships of the wilderness due to his noble lineage and warrior status, he could endure such conditions. Yet, his fourth uncle required proper rest and recuperation, did he not? Upon reflection, it seems rather peculiar that my uncle, despite his injuries, has managed to arrive these past few days. Is it possible that he has suddenly become delicate today? At most, he might endure a bit more suffering. After all, he is a master at the pinnacle of his realm and certainly cannot perish. This young man does not even care about his own family's abode, so why should I, a mere traveler seeking shelter, be concerned? If Qixun Bujian were to learn that his own nephew harbored such thoughts, he would likely be compelled to strike him. Monkey Brother, Noticing Xian Ruoxiao frowning at his dwelling, recognized the boy's line of thought. He scoffed inwardly, for his family relied on this house to survive until spring. Would he allow anyone to destroy the home that sheltered his family of 5 during the winter? What absurdity! Should you dare to deliberately damage my family's home? Leaving my mother and sisters without a roof over their heads, although I would prevent you from achieving that goal, I would not hesitate to make you regret it. Were it not for your uncle's injuries and the inappropriateness of engaging in combat, I would have no interest in confronting you. Of course, Monkey Brother currently felt that the elder Xian, whose surname is Xian, possesses an unknown level of cultivation, but it is undeniably formidable. Engaging him in combat. With his current strength, he believed he could prevail, albeit not without difficulty. There would be no need to hold back. It would be far more exhilarating to fight freely. A tinge of regret lingered. Oh well, it seems I shall have to endure with young Xian for the time being. He has no inclination to take advantage of the injured. Unbeknownst to Xian Ruoxia, as he furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the thatched cottage. He was already dubbed young Xian, while his uncle had become elder Xian. Yet, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. How strange. Although it is winter and the mountain air is indeed cold at night, it should not be to the extent that it chills a cultivator like himself. Xenru 11 shook his head, suppressing the tumult of his thoughts, and observed that Monkey King was adamant about sparring in the courtyard. He refrained from further conversation. For the thatched cottage was not his own. He performed an ancient ritual of invitation. Please. In that moment, Xenru Shi's demeanor transformed dramatically. After returning the gesture, both combatants sprang into action almost simultaneously. Having chosen to engage, Xenru 11 committed himself fully to the bout. His fourth uncle often remarked that even a lion employs all its strength when hunting a rabbit. Thus, in past encounters, he had never held back, regardless of the disparity in their realms. Although today's contest was merely a trial and not a life-or-death struggle, he would not pull his punches, save for lethal techniques. Neither participant wielded weapons. Monkey King deemed it unnecessary, for even in his former life, his renowned weapon was merely a stick. In this life, he had not contemplated the use of any weapon, for given his current circumstances, acquiring a formidable one was unfeasible. Xenru 11, on the other hand, felt that as this was merely a contest and not a fight to the death, he did not require a weapon to enhance his prowess, especially since he excelled in close combat techniques. Xenru 11 unleashed his full potential while Monkey King sought merely to gauge the effectiveness of his own techniques in the offensive power of his third-tier cultivation. He opted to receive attacks rather than initiate them, and as they exchanged blows, despite Monkey King's deliberate restraint, their movements attracted the attention of Qixun and others bustling in the kitchen. Xinbjing also rose from his bed and stood in the courtyard. Observing the duel, Jing Ymngx, taken aback by the unexpected clash of her son, turned to Xinbjing, inquiring about the situation. With a polite smile, Xinbjing reassured her, saying, "The two young men are merely sparring. There is no cause for concern, my lady." Due to suspicions that Gong Yimingshi was inviting a son-in-law into their home, he must now assume the role of the head of the household. Out of respect, Xian Bujiang addressed her as lady. Gong Yimingshi sighed in relief, grateful that it was not a physical altercation. As for martial arts competitions, let them commence. Her son was akin to a celestial being, impervious to defeat. The charming mother held an inexplicable confidence in her son. Chapter 78. Is it fatal to refrain from bragging? To the untrained eye, it appeared merely as a spectacle, while those with expertise discerned the underlying intricacies. The two combatants engaged in a dynamic exchange, their movements exuding vigor and elegance. Gong Yimingshi, along with Qixun and Lin Mimi, watched with rapt enthusiasm. However, Lingsu could perceive that, despite the faade of a balanced contest between Gu and Xian Ruoxia, the reality was that Gu remained comfortably in control, while Xian Ruoxia was clearly under significant duress, having exerted nearly all of his strength. After a few more exchanges, Monkey Brother successfully countered Xian Ruoxia's moves. Leaping aside and gesturing, "No more fighting." Xian Ruoxia felt an overwhelming sense of frustration during this match. Every technique he attempted was thwarted, leaving him unable to find an opportunity to break through. Meanwhile, his opponent appeared utterly at ease. This marked the first time in his cultivation journey that he had faced such a setback, the disparity in their abilities creating a suffocating sense of powerlessness. Initially, he had believed that the boy's punch must have drawn upon the bulk of his strength, only to realize that it was merely a tentative strike, likely not even a third of his true prowess. It was laughable that he had thought that by giving it his all, he could emerge victorious. Yet, this boy was so young. How had he cultivated to such a level? Possessing exceptional talent, the finest resources, and the best mentor, he had never faced defeat in his journey of cultivation. Yet, he found himself vanquished by a mere village youth, who was astonishingly 7 or 8 years his junior. It dawned upon him why his uncle had insisted on this contest with the boy. Indeed, his uncle was right. There are always those beyond oneself, realms beyond realms, and hidden talents amidst the mountains and fields. His past arrogance, his lofty pride, now felt utterly ludicrous. Xing Ruoxia, despite his defeat, held on to his dignity and did not seek to cast blame. With a hint of embarrassment, he clasped his fists in respect towards Monkey Brother and admitted, "I have lost." Monkey Brother, smiling amiably, replied, "It's an honor." Recognizing the ingrained pride within the youth, Monkey Brother felt a surge of goodwill as he offered words of consolation. "You are already formidable. Aside from myself, few warriors of your rank could best you. There is no need for you to compare yourself to me. It is I who would be taking advantage." Xing Ruoxia retorted, "I acknowledge your prowess, but must you boast so? Is this truly your idea of consolation?" Monkey Brother responded, "I apologize. I merely speak the truth." Qixun stifled a laugh at the side, having grown accustomed to Monkey Brother's narcissism. The crux lay in the fact that he genuinely believed he was not exaggerating, which was rather exasperating. The others, unlike Qixun, were rendered speechless. Xing Bujian observed his nephew's demeanor with a mixture of helplessness and distraction, yet he did not appear dejected. He nodded, thinking that perhaps his nephew still possessed some redeeming qualities. Do not become overly entangled in transient victories or defeats. It is in the midst of failure that one truly comprehends the nuances of gain and loss. In this contest, even if he were to lose, the insights he garnered would far surpass the significance of a mere defeat. Xian Bujian consoled his nephew with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Not bad." Xian Ruohua thought to himself, "So, my fourth uncle anticipated his loss." He resigned himself to the outcome. It was his first failure in life, and it would be etched in his memory. Although profound, it was not sufficient to undermine his spirit. He was not so fragile. Nonetheless, a twinge of disappointment lingered within him. In summary, a bittersweet sensation. When he eventually gains admission to the Imperial Academy or the Royal College, he must find a way to acquire specific martial arts techniques, for even if he cannot utilize them, they may prove beneficial for his mother and sisters. The Monkey King stroked his chin, secretly devising plans. Were it not for the prohibition against casually disseminating techniques, and were he not unfamiliar with the Xian family, he would have inquired about the martial arts of these two individuals. In a good mood, he found Xian Ruohua increasingly agreeable and kindly added, "Your physique appears rather feeble. Do warriors not prioritize the enhancement of their own bodies?" Xian Ruohua was taken aback. "How dare you say I am physically weak when I am a distinguished third-rank warrior? That is excessive." After a moment of irritation, he began to contemplate that perhaps this young man was not merely speaking thoughtlessly. However, it is true that practitioners seldom focus on strengthening their own bodies. The infusion of true spirit into the body, integrating it into the meridians and the dantian, inherently serves to fortify one's physical form. This is precisely why the bodies of cultivators vastly surpass those of ordinary mortals. As one's cultivation progresses, the body undergoes a continuous metamorphosis. It is said that those who transcend the realm of Grand Masters and enter the martial venerable stage achieve a state of true transcendence. Liberating themselves from the constraints of mortal flesh and blood, they gain the ability to harness the power of heaven and earth, enjoying lifespans of at least 5 centuries. Conversely, those below the master rank, particularly those of the first to third tier, may wield power that far exceeds that of commoners. Yet they remain bound by the limitations of mortal lifespan, merely enjoying a slightly extended longevity. This extended lifespan, however, is simply a result of superior physical constitution, still confined within the boundaries of mortal longevity. After all, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to reach the limits of their lifespan due to physical constraints. Therefore, a third-tier warrior, regardless of how well they care for their body or whether it bears any hidden injuries, would generally not exceed the age of 120 or 30. Masters typically live to around 200 years, while Grand Masters may live a tad longer, yet seldom surpass 300 years. Due to the natural transformation brought about by true spiritual energy, no cultivator consciously seeks to enhance their physique. Yet, this young man dares to lament the weakness of his body. Xian Ruohua finds herself somewhat speechless. Have you truly enhanced your body intentionally? Could it be that this young man's cultivation aura is so well concealed that they completely overlook his status as a practitioner, which might somehow relate to his body's enhancement? But how could one intentionally strengthen their physique? Through techniques or rare treasures? Regardless, the methods of cultivation are a closely guarded secret. Whether one employs techniques or rare resources is not to be inquired. Naturally, the Monkey King has never deliberately enhanced his body. In his previous life, he was born of the Chaos Stone, possessing an inherently robust physique. Although he now inhabits the body of a mortal, his spirit is subtly transforming the strength of his body in a gradual manner. This aspect sets him apart from other practitioners. In his previous life, he traversed the path of achieving sanctity through the physical form, honing his own body. Whether it be he or the formidable Erlangsheng Yangjian, they both cultivate the same techniques. Absent the support of divine artifacts, in terms of combat prowess, he and Erlangsheng undoubtedly stand as the pinnacle of existence within the celestial realm, unrivaled beneath the sanctified. Thus, even in the celestial domain, the cultivation of the physical body remains a paramount practice. The majority of demon clans, owing to their innate physical advantages, predominantly engage in body cultivation as well. However, the methods of the demon race are not particularly suited for the human race, and they also face numerous congenital limitations. The third sister has consistently employed medicinal concoctions to enhance the health of their family, which in essence serves to fortify the body. Presently, the family has yet to genuinely embark on the path of cultivation, making the use of mundane remedies quite appropriate. The Monkey King envisions that once his mother and sisters officially invite the spirit into their bodies, he will teach them the self-cultivation technique of the 9 transformations of profound arts and the heart method of the great celestial decision. He also possesses the finest spells, including the renowned 72 transformations and the somersault cloud. Little Sun has always coveted the somersault cloud. As for his self-created monkey fist and staff techniques, they may not necessarily suit them. Those who wish to practice may do so. Little Sun has a penchant for swordsmanship, and the Hu family's blade he previously assisted in refining is quite commendable, ranking among the finest sword techniques in the mortal realm. In the future, Little Sun can further improve based on her own circumstances. Nevertheless, the techniques he cultivates, whether they be methods or spells, are not to be disseminated. His family, bound by blood, shares a karmic connection, while outsiders do not. In response to Xin Roashia's inquiry, the Monkey King could only nod. The method I practice focuses on the cultivation of the physical body. I am not well versed in the cultivation techniques of the Great Xia, so I cannot comment extensively. However, regardless of the cultivation system, the physical body serves as the foundation. If the body is weak, akin to an unstable foundation of a grand edifice, the flaws may not be immediately apparent, yet as one ascends to greater heights in their cultivation journey, the strength of the body will directly influence the extent to which one can progress further and higher. The Monkey King shook his head, not entirely. Celestial materials and elixirs also possess the ability to enhance the physical form. Even in the celestial realm, only a select few, such as myself and Erlangsheng, have traversed the path of physical sanctification. The majority still rely on celestial treasures and elixirs to bolster their bodies. Even for me, born with innate strength, celestial materials and elixirs are advantageous. Initially, I consumed a substantial amount of the 9 Revolutions golden elixir from the Supreme Lord Laozi and underwent refinement in an alchemical furnace, resulting in an unexpected transformation into a golden lotus of the fire seed, inadvertently granting me the ability of the fire-eyed golden vision, along with the remarkable resilience against weapons. These weapons are, of course, not mere earthly arms but celestial armaments, rendering my physical form nearly indestructible. However, such fortuitous circumstances are rare and cannot be generalized or deemed universally applicable. Xian Bujian, listening intently, furrowed his brow. Cultivators of the Great Xia place greater emphasis on combat prowess, often overlooking auxiliary cultivation methods, not due to a lack of appreciation, but rather due to a deficiency in heritage. It is said that other continents possess auxiliary cultivators skilled in alchemy, talisman crafting, and weapon refinement. Yet, for cultivators of the Great Xia, self-improvement is a challenging endeavor, often requiring slow and arduous effort, with little room for shortcuts. Indeed, the practitioners of the Great Xia rely heavily on the gradual refinement of their skills through arduous cultivation, resulting in a combat prowess that surpasses their counterparts from other continents. Even at the same level, although their cultivation progress may be slow, their foundation is remarkably solid, which could be considered a form of physical enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, Qixun Bujian spoke softly. Practitioners from other continents often employ medicinal pills to assist in their cultivation. However, when compared at the same level, the practitioners of Great Xia are undeniably more formidable. While they may lag in speed of cultivation, it is strength that we, as practitioners of Great Xia, prioritize over swiftness. Young Lord Gongyu, what leads you to believe that utilizing medicinal pills can enhance one's physique? Are not these pills intended solely for the improvement of cultivation? Monkey raised an eyebrow. Indeed, medicinal pills serve as aids in cultivation, yet enhancing one's magical prowess is merely one aspect of their utility. Naturally, pills that bolster physical strength are far rarer and more precious. The same applies to heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Furthermore, such pills and treasures are not always available for use. Their efficacy depends on individual circumstances. Everything requires moderation. Nonetheless, whether it be pills or talismans, they are external substances. Your emphasis on self-cultivation is commendable. After explaining, Monkey grew more intrigued by the implications of Qixun Bujian's words. Apart from our continent of Great Xia, are there indeed other continents? Do we engage in exchanges with them? If possible, I would very much like to explore them in the future. At this moment, Qixun Bujian found himself increasingly intrigued by this family. The young gentleman from the Gongyu clan, despite his tender age, exhibited a remarkable understanding of various concepts, particularly those that diverged from the established philosophies of the cultivation world. His assertions, though unconventional, bore a profound sense of reason. It remained uncertain whether the young ladies of this household, along with their mother, Lady Gongyu, possessed any cultivation abilities, as Qixun could not discern such traits. However, the young gentleman and the healer maiden were undeniably extraordinary. The mother's calligraphy and paintings were commendable, reflecting exceptional talent. And the two younger girls likely possessed their own remarkable qualities. Furthermore, the absence of the male head of the household raised questions about his whereabouts, whether he had departed from this world or was merely engaged elsewhere. In any case, this family was indeed peculiar. A mere impulsive decision to procure some food had unexpectedly led to the discovery of such an intriguing household. After reflecting on the Monkey King's exposition on cultivation, Qixun Bujian realized that the young gentleman's extensive knowledge was a result of their acquaintance and his relatively amicable demeanor. With a smile, Qixun remarked, "There are 4 other continents beyond ours. The continent we inhabit, the Great Xia, lies to the east and was historically known as the Eastern Divine Land. Due to the severance of communication with the other 4 continents, it is seldom referred to as Divine Land today. Thousands of years ago, there was a vibrant exchange among the 5 continents, but following a cataclysmic upheaval, their interactions were curtailed. Only the martial saints could traverse between them, albeit at great peril. Gradually, the 5 continents evolved into distinct realms, with scant information exchanged among them. Yet, it is worth noting that some information does indeed circulate, albeit confined to a select few. Although the Monkey King yearned to explore the world in the future, he was aware that only those who had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess had the opportunity to do so. His current cultivation was insufficient, so he decided to traverse the vast expanse of the Divine Continent before contemplating other pursuits. Imagining the leisurely days ahead, traveling with beautiful maidens and his sisters, filled him with a delightful sense of anticipation. Qixun Bujian continued, "The young lord possesses extraordinary abilities, and your sister's medical skills are exceptional. While I am unaware of the talents of your 2 younger sisters, they appear to be remarkably gifted, unlike ordinary maidens. With such talents among siblings, why not journey to the capital to take the imperial examinations or enroll in the National Academy?" The Monkey King, ever candid, replied, "Wasn't it due to our previous impoverishment? Once I save enough silver, I shall go." The Qixun family, astonished, found themselves at a loss for words. They had anticipated various reasons for their seclusion, yet it turned out to be a matter of sheer poverty. The question lingered, how had such a family managed to live in such dire straits? The Qixun family felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. No wonder this brother and sister duo often mentioned money. It was not that they were particularly fond of wealth, but rather that they were struggling. It became evident that the Qixun uncles had unwittingly become the sheep being sheared by this duo. Nevertheless, they dismissed the trivialities of worldly wealth. After all, they had not truly suffered a loss. The medicinal herbs they purchased, though their efficacy remained to be seen, seemed to be genuine and trustworthy, as the siblings appeared to be honest individuals. Furthermore, after consuming the medicine, the Monkey King could genuinely feel its remarkable effects. Qixun Bujian refrained from using money to belittle them, while Qixun Ruashia, being young, regarded it as a budding friendship. A glance from his fourth uncle conveyed understanding instantaneously. Chapter 80. Networking? I comprehend. With a smile, Xian Ruoxia addressed Monkey King. One must fight to truly know one another. Gong Yuhua, I have firmly decided to befriend you. Both my fourth uncle and I hail from the capital. Should you and your sisters ever find yourselves in need while in the capital, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Monkey King expressed his gratitude with a smile. The little demons of the celestial realm are often bound by their connections, which had hindered his journey to the west, depriving him of a satisfying confrontation. In the world of humanity, connections are paramount. He understood this well. The unique surnames of these two individuals, coupled with their residence in the capital and their graceful manner of spending money, left no room for doubt regarding their wealth and status. While his younger sister wished to acquire some glass to enhance their living conditions, she had to be discreet, for the allure of great profit could easily stir envy. Though he was unafraid, he was not alone. For the sake of a comfortable life for his family, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles. Cultivating a good relationship with someone like the Xian family, with its evident benefits, was a wise choice. As for the potential risks that might arise, Monkey King remained unfazed. One cannot expect to gain without offering something in return. There are no free lunches in this world. Xian Ruoxia had initially presumed that this wild young man would possess a degree of pride, likely preferring solitude over mingling with people of their ilk. Yet, he was surprisingly prompt and sincere in his gratitude, almost as if to convey that he would seek assistance in times of trouble. Xian Ruoxia found herself momentarily speechless. Gong Yimingxi, observing from the side, found the situation amusing. Recently, she had come to understand her son's character. If one were to claim he was oblivious to the subtleties of human relationships, he comprehended them more profoundly than anyone else. When confronted with situations, he often struck straight to the heart of the matter. Conversely, if one were to assert that he was well-versed, his whimsical speech and actions rendered him utterly unpredictable, making it impossible to gauge his true intentions. Expecting him to react in the manner one desires is simply out of the question. However, one cannot precisely identify where his reaction was amiss. After a brief silence, Xian Ruoxia smiled and introduced himself. I am the second son of the Yenzhou prince's residence in the capital, named Xian, courtesy name Ruoxia. This is my fourth uncle, Xian Wei, courtesy name Bujiang. Should you seek me at the Yenzhou prince's residence, simply mention our surname and state that you are an acquaintance from Lingjiang County. If I am not present, you may also inquire for my fourth uncle at the Yuang residence, for he is the current Yuang. Both he and his uncle valued Gong Yuhai's remarkable cultivation, thus harboring no ulterior motives towards him. Nevertheless, befriending such an extraordinary youth in the realms of cultivation could only be beneficial, even if it led to further exchanges in their practices. The Yin family, comprising a mother and her children, were taken aback by Xian Ruoxia's candor. Although they had considered the significance of the two individual status, they had not anticipated that one was a prince and the other a legitimate son of the Yenzhou prince's residence, true members of the royal lineage. Gong Yimingxi and the sisters Ling Su and Ling Yu displayed expressions of astonishment, their demeanor becoming notably more serious. In contrast, Monkey Brother and Qixun remained remarkably composed, both showing little reverence for royal authority. However, Gong Yimingxi still paid his respects, and the four siblings, along with the onlookers Ling Zhou and Uncle Lu, followed suit. We pay our respects to the Yuang and the young prince. Xian Bujiang waved his hand with a smile. No need for formalities. My uncle and I happened to pass through this area and were fortunate to receive the lady's healing. We apologize for causing any inconvenience. The young lady must not be so overly polite. Monkey Brother mused to himself that, despite the young man's inherent arrogance, should he gain his recognition and perceive a sense of equality in their friendship, he possessed a certain carefree and unrestrained spirit typical of a warrior. His character was, in fact, rather commendable. Monkey Brother readily acquiesced. Greetings, Brother Xian. Xian Ruoxia felt a sense of delight upon being addressed as brother. Within the royal family, he had numerous brothers, both by blood and by association, numbering not less than 100, though this count only considered the immediate legitimate heirs. Yet, aside from his biological elder brother, the bonds with these siblings were far from intimate. Very few could genuinely coexist in harmony. The atmosphere was rife with competition. Had it not been for external influences keeping them in check, the rivalry might have escalated into lethal confrontations. Distinguished by his exceptional aptitude for cultivation, Xian Ruoxia embarked on his training at the tender age of 6, ultimately evolving into a formidable warrior. However, The stringent regulations of the royal household dictated that practitioners of martial arts could not ascend to the throne, with an elder brother already designated as the crown prince. Qixun Ruoxia found himself devoid of any conflict of interest with his siblings. His prodigious talent set him apart, making him a coveted figure sought after by various factions. As for other brothers possessing similar cultivation potential, it was presumed they would harbor competitive grievances over resources. Alas, Qixun Ruoxia's unparalleled aptitude rendered him a focal point for the royal family's nurturing efforts. Mere ambition from others could not rival his status. His fourth uncle, also a practitioner, naturally forfeited any claim to the throne, yet both shared the distinction of being geniuses, thus fostering a connection rich in shared interests. Despite their differing maternal lines, the fourth uncle had no aspirations of vying for the throne, and the king was rather pleased with the camaraderie between his son and the uncle. It is noteworthy that the Duke of Yu's fiefdom encompassed the expansive region of Yuzhou. While he lacked the qualification for succession, he wielded substantial authority. Moreover, as a practitioner, he had entered the Grand Master realm a decade prior, and given his exceptional talent and insight, the attainment of the Grand Master realm was within reach. With significant prospects of ascending to the martial sovereign realm, the emperor's grandfather chose not to grant him a fief, opting instead to keep him in the capital. Both of them held nominal positions in the Summer Dragon Guard, and their current outing was in response to a task assigned by the guard. It was unlikely they would be present otherwise. Unfortunately, matters did not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Of course, if it were a trivial matter, their uncle-nephew duo would not have been troubled, thus the lack of ease was somewhat expected. Observing the composed demeanor of his uncle, the fourth prince, Qixun Ruoxia understood that his uncle must have already devised contingency plans, allowing him to remain calm as well. Otherwise, he would hardly have had the inclination to venture into a rustic village to procure provisions. To his surprise, however, he encountered an unexpected delight in the form of the intriguing youth, Gong Yuhao. A true genius often recognizes and appreciates the brilliance in another. Gong Yuhao articulated that cultivators must fortify their own bodies, a sentiment that resonated deeply with Qixun Ruoxia's uncle. Although Gong Yuhao spoke of techniques, elixirs, and rare materials, the specifics remained elusive. While the imperial power could be summoned to seek out precious resources, the precise methods to enhance physical strength remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps through further discourse with Gong Yuhao, solutions might emerge. However, as Qixun Bujiang perused the pages of a book, he stumbled upon two blueprints tucked within its leaves. Chapter 81. The Problem Grows. Seeking subscriptions and monthly tickets, Brother Monkey needed assistance with refining spiritual medicine, leaving him no time to attend to Qixun Ruoxia. As Qixun Ruoxia contemplated checking the main hall to see if he could be of help, Qixun Bujiang called him back. "Ruoxia, please summon Xiao Hao. I have something to discuss." As Qixun Ruoxia observed the solemn demeanor of her fourth uncle, she refrained from further inquiries and proceeded to the main hall to find the busy Ho Ge. "Brother Hao, my fourth uncle wishes to speak with you. He likely has something to discuss." Gong Yuming gestured to Ho Ge. "You may go. We shall manage here." Only then did Ho Ge abandon the medicinal herbs in his hands and follow Qixun Ruoxia into the west room. Qixun Bujiang, without indulging in superfluous words, pointed to the two blueprints in his hand and inquired, "Little Hao, from whence did these two drawings originate?" The paper was new, evidently sketched by Xiao Sun during moments of leisure, perhaps set aside as he found no immediate use for them, merely tucked within a book. Xiao Sun often drew sketches whenever inspiration struck, and no one at home paid it much mind, given the absence of idle visitors. Seeing the gravity in Qixun Bujiang's inquiry, Ho Ge pondered for a moment and decided against concealment, recognizing no necessity for it. "It should be a drawing by my fourth sister, but what of it? Is there an issue?" The issue was indeed significant. One of the drawings depicted a plow, which, while differing from the agricultural plows of the current Great Xia, still revealed its fundamental purpose and demonstrated capabilities far superior to those of existing models. The other, however, illustrated a powerful crossbow. Although Qixun Bujiang could not fully comprehend the intricacies of the plow, as a master of martial arts, he recognized the potential might of the crossbow depicted in the blueprint. If it were to be manufactured, its power would be formidable. A connoisseur appreciates the subtleties. Merely envisioning it made Qixun Bujiang quite exhilarated. Among the elite forces of Great Xia, none possessed a crossbow of such devastating capability. Most crucially, this was not a single-shot crossbow. Through mechanical leverage, it could fire multiple bolts without requiring great strength, thus demanding little from its user. If such a thing were to spread, falling into the hands of foreign nations or certain clandestine forces within the Great Xia, it would indeed be catastrophic. Various thoughts surged through Xian Bujian's mind, but he could only utter a single line in response, momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Your fourth sister painted this? Monkey nodded in affirmation. This artwork is on new paper, clearly created not long ago. Only my fourth sister spends her days painting such things. As Monkey spoke, he took a look at the sketch in Xian Bujian's hand. Ah, this is a plow. No mistake there, it's indeed painted by Qixun. She mentioned that our people toil too hard in the fields and need to improve their farming tools. This is the plow she intends to forge. And this is a crossbow, right? What does Qixun need to draw such a thing for? Monkey scratched his head, puzzled. Isn't her favorite weapon the saber? When did she take an interest in crossbows? Xian Bujian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. To think that such a powerful repeating crossbow could be the creation of a mere girl of 18 or 19 years was astonishing enough. But this fellow had the audacity to refer to it as this thing? Does he not realize that if this were to be presented to the military, even the Xia Dragon Guard would go mad over it? Such a repeating crossbow, provided the materials are of sufficient quality, would prove lethal even against a third-grade warrior. Indeed, against a master, if enough of these were unleashed, even they would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Xian Bujian glared fiercely at Monkey, who was left bewildered by the intense stare. Why are you glaring at me? After a moment, Xian Bujian calmed his nearly explosive emotions and continued. Is this truly the work of your sister? Where has she encountered such a formidable crossbow? Monkey snorted dismissively. Who do you think I look down upon? Since Qixun has drawn this, it must be something that does not exist in the present Xia. Where else could she have encountered it? Perhaps in her previous life. The things Qixun illustrates are undoubtedly products of her imagination. Why would she draw things she has already seen? Xian Bujian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing such words. What nonsense is this? What does it mean to draw things she has seen? Her own thoughts? She is merely an 8 or 9-year-old girl. If she has seen it, how could she possibly depict such a formidable crossbow? To conjure such an image from thin air, one would need some foundation of imagination, wouldn't they? Observing Xian Bujian's utterly bewildered expression, the Monkey King rolled his eyes. My Qixun is indeed clever. Is it truly so astonishing simply because it's a crossbow? Oh, by the way, I am now brothers with Xian Ruoxia. You are a prince, as Xian Ruoxia's royal uncle. That makes you my royal uncle as well, doesn't it? We have a lucrative business venture. Would you care to participate? Xian Bujian ground his teeth. Indeed. Only this brat could provoke such a reaction from a dignified prince and a peak realm master in 30 years. Ignoring the boy's proposition about business, he inquired, is this design truly conceived and drawn by your sister herself? Has it been seen elsewhere? Has anyone else laid eyes on this draft? The Monkey King was still considering his sister's plans for glass. If a prince were involved, there would be no fear of rivals encroaching on their enterprise. Qixun incessantly spoke of wanting to build a glass house, wishing to replace all the windows with glass, making it far more comfortable to read, write, and paint in winter. They could even cultivate winter vegetables in a greenhouse. One must never let their words go to waste. After all, Xian Bujian pondered. Never mind. Why should I squabble with this young lad? Business is far more significant than this trivial matter. After all, he is not my son. Had he been my own, I would have surely chastised him. At merely a decade old, can he not adhere to a proper path? Of course, at present, I have no son and my only daughter is but 3 years old, still unsteady on her feet. Monkey Brother fancies himself quite the upstanding individual. Is he not discussing a legitimate matter? According to Qixun, glass serves myriad purposes. With adequate craftsmanship, it is indispensable in both civilian and military applications. Xian Ruohua listened with amusement, but dared not laugh. He cast a glance at Monkey Brother, cautioning him to tread lightly. You should be careful. My Uncle Wang's temperament is not as amiable as it may seem. His elegance is merely a fade, not only as younger generations, but even those princely lords of the 9 provinces harbor a certain fear of him. Among our brothers, I alone dare to engage him in conversation, and that is only when he is in a good mood. Monkey Brother, oblivious to Xian Ruohua's subtle warning, was about to further promote his glass business when Xian Bujian interjected, Could you summon your sister? I wish to confer with her. Xian Ruohua raised an eyebrow in surprise. Uncle Wang had chosen the term confer. He understood all too well the significance of a strong bow within the military. Uncle Wang's use of the term indicated his belief in Gong Yuhao's assertions. What sort of siblings were they, indeed? Chapter 82, First. Allow my esteemed father to experience a sense of existence. Xin Ruoxiao mused that this young man not only possessed greater cultivation than himself, but the young lady who tended to his Uncle Wang's injuries was also remarkably skilled in the healing arts. She managed to concoct an antidote for a bizarre and potent poison that even his uncle, a pinnacle master, could only suppress with his true spirit. Through mere observation and inquiry, she was able to formulate a remedy. Now, another sister had arrived, capable of designing a repeating crossbow. And what about that other beautiful girl? Resembling a celestial child? What special qualities did she possess? Seeing that the others were reluctant to discuss business matters, Monkey Brother felt a sense of helplessness. The glass trade must continue. If only His Majesty the Emperor in the distant capital were aware of this situation, he would surely be incensed. Brandishing his authority and chastising this prodigal son with a heavy hand. Unbeknownst to him, Monkey Brother, blissfully ignorant of his own extravagance, went off in search of his younger sister. Upon hearing about the crossbow, Qixun smacked her forehead in realization, how careless of her. Such a device was not something one could easily reveal to others. In the military, a powerful repeating crossbow, unprecedented in this era, was not to be trifled with. What was her intention in drawing such a thing? Was it a rebellion? Fortunately, her family was merely a humble village of farmers, with a lineage that was above reproach. Surely, she would not be silenced for this? Qixun shuddered slightly, shook her head, and proceeded to the west room. I have met His Royal Highness, the King of you. Xian Bujian softened his previously stern expression, revealing a warm smile, and gestured toward the chair where Xin Ruoxiao had been seated. Please, young lady, sit and speak. Qixun composed herself and took her seat, finally saying, Is your Highness inquiring about the repeating crossbow depicted in the sketch? This is my artwork, unseen by others, and if it weren't for the prince's fortuitous discovery, even my family would remain oblivious to it. Xian Bujian chuckled, saying, Your elder brother just addressed me as Uncle Wang, so you may as well do the same. Qixun was taken aback to learn that her brother was indeed such a resourceful figure, adept at cultivating connections. After a moment of surprise, she chose to emulate her brother's amiable demeanor, sweetly calling out Uncle Wang. Without waiting for this newly minted uncle to inquire further, she candidly explained with childlike innocence, Is this important? My second brother and Uncle Zhua from the neighboring family often venture into the mountains to hunt. I find that Uncle's bow and arrows lack sufficient power to confront ferocious beasts, and given the multitude of such creatures in these deep mountains, their expeditions are perilously risky. Hence, I envisioned constructing a more powerful bow and arrow. However, a bow with greater strength demands substantial arm strength. My second brother is still young, and Uncle Zhua, being an ordinary hunter without martial training, is unable to wield it. After much contemplation, I devised a repeating crossbow that possesses formidable power, yet requires minimal effort to operate. Upon reaching this point, she mimicked her brother's characteristic gesture, scratching her head in distress. However, after I sketched it, I discarded the drawing because the materials required to produce such a powerful crossbow are exceedingly demanding. I visited the blacksmith shop in the county and found it unattainable. Thus, this draft is merely a waste of no practical use. If you fancy it, Uncle Wang, I shall gladly gift it to you. The siblings shared the same sentiment. If you like it, it is yours. Little did they realize the true value of such an invention. However, Xian Bujian remarked, This crossbow is of great utility in the military. Even the powerful crossbows of the Great Xia army pale in comparison to the repeating crossbow you have sketched. Its value is immense. Qixun's face lit up with delight. Really? That's wonderful. Yet, her expression shifted to one of solemnity as she declared, My father often advises us that safeguarding our homeland is a duty for all. If he were to learn that the crossbow I have designed could serve as a vital instrument for national defense, he would surely be pleased. Father, though I am uncertain of your current state, whether you are merely regaining memories of a past life, or if you have traversed through time, or if you are still the father we once knew, an opportunity lies before us. The Prince of Yu is indeed a royal with substantial power. Yet he will not directly engage in the struggle for succession, making it exceedingly reassuring to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Let me first foster goodwill towards you. Your Majesty, thank you so much. Xian Bujian was taken aback by the young girl's initial childlike innocence, only for her to pivot and articulate such profound sentiments. Safeguarding our homeland is a duty for all. As a member of the royal family and a prince, he could not help but feel a sense of fondness for one who spoke such words. A father capable of imparting such wisdom and raising children of such caliber must surely be extraordinary. It was regrettable that he had never had the chance to meet him. He had previously wondered why he had not encountered the head of this household, but now that the young girl had mentioned her father, Qixun Bujian casually inquired, "Your father possesses such insight. He must indeed be a man of great merit. Might I ask where he currently resides?" Qixun, with an air of pride, proclaimed, "My father is truly remarkable. He is a scholar and is currently journeying to the capital with my elder brother to take the imperial examination. I am certain he will achieve the highest honor." Such boasts were made without consideration of whether her father would indeed succeed. If he were to fail, it would be he who bore the embarrassment, not them. Emperor Shi Huang, blissfully unaware, was preoccupied with understanding the customs and practices of the Daxia kingdom while seeking knowledge of their cultivation methods. Little did he know that his own son was not only a genuine immortal but also a prominent figure in the celestial realm. Qixun Bujian chuckled softly as he observed the young girl, realizing that despite her remarkable intelligence, she was still but a child. "Your father will surely attain great success. May I inquire about your father's name?" It became apparent that the young lady's father was not a son-in-law by marriage. Instead, he had simply adopted a younger son and a daughter to continue the Yu family lineage. The Gongyu clan, having lost its direct bloodline, found it customary to adopt a grandson with a blood connection to carry on their legacy, a practice not uncommon among many families in the realm. In Chapter 83, I quietly observed the innocent facade of the young girl. Being so young, she could only negotiate with those elders who held the authority. However, the significance of the matter still needed to be addressed. Qixun nodded. "All right, I shall certainly refrain from drawing in the future. I desire nothing much. But since our family is rather impoverished, it would be splendid if Uncle Wang could contribute some silver." Qixun Bujian remarked. "This family is quite the bunch of materialists." Qixun Bujian, caught between laughter and tears, waved his hand and said, "All right, you may go about your business. If your esteemed mother finds some leisure, could she perhaps join me for a conversation?" Qx Nguyen sprang to her feet with enthusiasm. "If she has the time, I shall go invite my mother right away." However, Hug interjected from the side, "Little Xn, remember the glass trait. If you have a benefactor, you should seize the opportunity. They have already bestowed upon you the crossbow. Such a substantial advantage should not be taken lightly. This glass business is a rare opportunity." A spark of realization lit up Qxn's eyes. Indeed, she had been fretting about how to produce the glass, and now, behold, the opportunity had presented itself. "My Hug is indeed wise." Qxn promptly halted her advance and turned to Xnb Jing, "Uncle Wang, I can create a substance more transparent than both crystal and glaze, which I shall name glass, so clear that it appears to be nothing at all. It can replace window paper, serve as curtain walls, and even construct warm houses. When installed in windows, sunlight will stream into the room, rendering it exceptionally bright with high visibility. Thus, one can comfortably read or write by the window in winter without straining their eyes. Furthermore, it possesses heat-retaining properties. If utilized to cover warm houses, one could cultivate vegetables in winter, alleviating any concerns about a lack of fresh produce during the cold months. Additionally, it can be fashioned into bottles, bowls, and cups, serving purposes equivalent to porcelain, and can also be crafted into mirrors of clarity as if one were gazing upon a living person. It can even be transformed into a telescope, allowing one to observe distant objects as if they were right in front of them. I initially intended to create it for my own home, but my mother advised against it, deeming it too valuable and potentially inviting misfortune. Uncle Wang, may I use it for my own household? I have provided the technology to create this item. Since my mother claims it holds significant value, you may sell it. Once everyone possesses it, our household will be free from fear of calamity. However, when you sell the glass, could you share a portion of the profits with my family?" At this point, a hint of shyness appeared on her face, perfectly in tune with the conversation. Her innocent words were endearing, yet their implications were profound. Qixun Bujian, a dignified prince and master of his craft, felt he had uttered fewer words in his lifetime than he had today. The young girl was quite adept at feigning innocence. He disregarded the slight embarrassment on Qixuan's face, imagining the glass she spoke of and recognizing its staggering worth. As a martial arts master and a military man, he understood that the mere ability to create long-range visual devices could be invaluable in warfare. Once it hit the market, it was likely that the wealthy elite of the Great Xia Kingdom would compete fiercely for it. This was not merely a business venture. It was as if heaven itself were bestowing wealth upon him. Yet, such a treasure could not rest solely in his hands. Despite being a prince, it would not be appropriate for him to claim it alone. This matter should be handled by the royal court. Nonetheless, the benefits due to the young girl must not be overlooked. He recognized her brilliance, whether it was creating a plow out of empathy for the farmers, inventing a crossbow due to concern for her brother in the mountains, or devising a transparent and practical material to brighten their home and provide vegetables in winter. Her intellect was worth 1,000 soldiers. Such a person should never be taken for granted. It was merely a matter of some profit. As for using force to exert control over others, Qixun Bujian had never considered it. That was not his style. Relationships based on mutual benefit were the most solid foundation. Moreover, just observing the brother of this young girl reveals the urgency of the situation. He is an exceedingly perilous youth, one to be befriended rather than coerced. This discerning ability to assess character he possesses is commendable. Qixun Bujian chuckled softly. This business can indeed flourish. You provide the technology, and I shall grant you a share. Does the young lady find this insufficient? Qixun shook her head, as she only intended to offer her expertise and technique, showing little interest in other matters. This venture was proposed by her elder brother, and naturally, she must consult him. She had her own affairs to attend to. I do not know, she replied with utmost sincerity. Ask my second brother, do you think it's inadequate? How much can one earn from a share? Her elder brother silently rolled his eyes, recognizing her feigned ignorance. Clearly, among the family, she possessed the keenest intellect. He too shook his head, his expression one of innocence. I am unsure. Best to inquire with mother. It was true that he had initiated the business, but the complexities involved were rather tedious. Why burden himself with such trivialities when he could be dedicating his time to learning? After all, he aspired to be a scholarly paragon in the realm of cultivation. Besides, was it not true that mother and the third sister were there to manage affairs? He had discerned that within the family, the true decision-maker was indeed the third sister, as her reliability was unmatched. His role was simply to safeguard his family members, while mother and Xiao Wu indulged in the pleasures of life. As for Xiao Sun, she could pursue her whims as she pleased. In this household, the third sister was undeniably the most dependable. At that moment, he felt that his versatile third sister was the very hope for the family's well-being, akin to a brick that could be moved wherever needed. Unbeknownst to the spirited Ling Su, her second brother was intent on overwhelming her, as she diligently focused on concocting medicinal formulas. The siblings were elated to have struck a business deal. However, upon discussing the particulars, they swiftly retreated to the main room to seek their mother's presence. Mother, Uncle Yuang wishes to speak with you, they announced. Gong Yimingxi was taken aback, her mind racing with questions. In the open-minded society of the great Xia, the esteemed status of Yuang was undeniable, yet what could he possibly want with a married woman such as herself? Noticing her children averted their gaze, fixated on the ground and walls, she discerned that they were indeed embroiling her in their affairs. Ah, little did they know she was not easily fooled. Gong Yimingxi chuckled softly, suspecting that this matter was intertwined with the earlier discussion regarding Xiao Sun. Those matters, stemming from Xiao Sun's endeavors, were far from trivial. As she composed herself, her demeanor turned serious. Her previous life had instilled in her a keen awareness of political affairs, and she understood that what lay ahead was of great significance. Her second son and fourth daughter exhibited a lack of reverence towards imperial authority, overestimating their own capabilities and intellect, which rendered their actions rather reckless. Yet, she could not allow her children to be placed in jeopardy. Noticing the sudden change in their mother's expression, Monkey Brother felt uneasy and suggested, "How about we let third sister accompany you, mother?" Upon hearing this, Qixun thought to herself that Monkey Brother was indeed clever, knowing that if they were to engage in scheming, third sister was the ultimate strategist. Qixun immediately chimed in, "Yes, third sister, you should accompany mother." Given the dynamics between a lone man and woman, it was prudent to have someone present during their conversation. Ling Su, observing her second brother and Xiao Sun, quickly grasped that something significant was afoot. With a shift in her thoughts, she realized the reason behind their mother's grave countenance. Setting aside her medicinal herbs, she turned to Gong Yimingxi and declared, "I will accompany you, mother." The second brother, overly proud and unafraid, while the carefree Xiao Sun, with her whimsical thoughts, hardly concerned herself with the world's intricacies. The family had grown accustomed to her eccentricities, allowing her to act as she pleased. Xiao Wu, perceptive yet delicate, proved to be unreliable. Ling Su felt weary. It seemed she must shoulder the burden of responsibilities. Chapter 84. A difficult situation for the monkey. Seeking subscription, Gong Yimingxi gently patted her third daughter's shoulder, acknowledging the trials her children faced with such siblings. Once the two entered the West Room, Ling Yu turned to her siblings with a knowing gesture. "Have you caused more trouble for mother and third sister again?" Come help gather the herbs. Otherwise, who knows how long we will be occupied. We can manage, but we cannot allow Mother to endure a sleepless night as well. Brother Ling Zhou is here to assist us. After Ling Qi arrived, he was assigned to watch over the charcoal fire in the shed behind the courtyard, while Ling Zhou lent a hand in the main hall. Ling Zhou chuckled. Once Aunt finishes her business, let her rest. With us siblings around, we will surely manage to prepare the herbs throughout the night. Brother Monkey ruffled Ling Yu's hair playfully. Hey, Xiao Wu, why so chatty? I am not merely fooling around. I am thinking of how to earn some money for our family. Once we reach the capital, you will have plenty to spend. In her previous life, the Duke of Rome's residence had encountered numerous troubles due to money, and she was not oblivious to the significance of wealth. At that time, lacking any income beyond her monthly allowance and without parental support, she had endured countless glares and covert schemes from others, unable to reward the many servants in the garden. Did she truly lack money? How did the Grandview Garden come to be? As the esteemed daughter of a noble family, she bore the weight of generations of wealth upon her shoulders. Prior to her father's passing, he held the most lucrative position in the Jiangnan region. Could it be possible that she lacked silver? Yet, her very life was at the mercy of others, let alone her finances. Qixun glanced at her hands. Having just gathered herbs, and pondered whether she needed to wash them again, having touched nothing else. The pampered Qixun cast a disdainful look at Monkey. Such poor hygiene. Monkey, taken aback, retorted, what do you expect from a mere monkey? Is it really too much to ask? Poor Monkey found himself compelled by his younger sisters to wash his hands. Ling Zhou, watching the scene unfold, struggled to suppress his laughter. Day after day, it was amusing to witness the sisters bicker, while the lone boy, Hao Di, appeared quite capable outside but was utterly powerless against his sisters, resulting in a comical situation. When Qixun noticed Ling Zhou's stifled laughter, she shot him a disapproving glance. Ling Zhou, you're being quite unkind. Yet, Qixun was easily amused and soon found joy in the moment. The barbecue was delightful, though grilling it herself proved cumbersome. Her mind often wandered, and she would inadvertently char the food. Having someone else do the work while she enjoyed the fruits of their labor was a splendid arrangement. The conversation in the West Room flowed seamlessly, with Ling Su stepping out midway to prepare a pot of fruit tea. Xian Bujin took a sip, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The fruit tea contained a hint of genuine spiritual essence. Considering the Dongza mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, and beyond lay the rarely traversed Eastern Sea, it was entirely plausible that hidden within the mountains were places of spiritual significance, yielding rare fruits. Gong Yuhao, being at least at the pinnacle of a third-grade warrior, could, with caution, venture into the deeper mountains. Thus, it would not be astonishing for the household to possess some dried spiritual fruits. Regarding the matter of Qixun delivering the crossbow design to Prince Yu, Gong Yumingshi had no objections. Such an item is too sensitive to be held privately. Once it was discovered, the most prudent course of action was to expedite its delivery. Fortunately, Prince Yu harbored no ulterior motives, rather. He sought to protect his daughter by concealing the origin of the design, for which she should feel grateful. Furthermore, he graciously offered additional benefits. When the Yin siblings arrived in the capital for their studies, they would not only present 1,000 taels of gold, but also a grand residence comprising 3 courtyards, conveniently located near the academies, in a city where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Such a property would be valued at no less than 10,000 taels of silver, and it is essential to note that ordinary individuals, even with silver in hand, would find it impossible to acquire such a dwelling. As for the glass business, Xian Bujian candidly expressed that the immense profits, if held privately, could lead to complications he preferred to avoid. Rather than managing these affairs himself, he deemed it wiser to entrust them to the inner court, allowing the royal family to oversee production and operations, with Qixun receiving a share of the profits. Should any young ladies of the residence possess similar remarkable skills in the future and feel that the noble household is ill-suited to manage such endeavors, they may follow this precedent. The specifics of profit sharing can be negotiated later. Gong Yumingshi readily agreed, recognizing that their sole responsibility would be to provide the necessary expertise, alleviating any future complications. However, given the substantial profits associated with glass production, even a mere 10% would amount to a significant fortune. The prince's considerations were indeed thorough, and thus they would proceed accordingly. Nonetheless, the quality of the final product could not be rushed. Meticulous experimentation would be required. The prince would need to recruit skilled artisans for the kiln, as training novices from scratch would be a considerable waste of time. Xi and Bujian had already taken this into account and responded with a smile, agreeing to the plan. Although glass certainly holds great profit, what he values even more is the crossbow. After a moment of contemplation, Xi and Bujian spoke. I just overheard the young lady mention that this crossbow demands exceptionally high-quality materials, which cannot be resolved immediately. However, since she is aware of the required materials, she must possess a solution. The forging techniques of the Great Xia Armory's construction department represent the pinnacle of craftsmanship in Shenzhou. This crossbow, being her design, is best understood by her. I hope the young lady can elaborate on the specific materials needed and the level of craftsmanship required for the forging. If she could provide the technical expertise, that would be even better. Gong Yumingshi, upon hearing this, found herself momentarily speechless. Being well acquainted with her own family affairs, she thought the prince's expectations were rather excessive, considering that Xiaoqin was merely an 8-year-old girl. Nonetheless, since the crossbow had already been presented, there was no reason to decline. Gong Yumingshi could only respond. This child often thinks in various directions, and even we in the family are unsure of her thought process. Regarding what your highness has mentioned, we must consult her. Before Qixun could pick up a few pieces of medicine, she was called back in again. What business do I have now? Upon hearing the discussion about the materials required for the crossbow, Qixun could not help but inwardly lament, this is just inviting trouble for myself. Why did I carelessly tuck the blueprint in the book? This meant she would have to send out the method for forging high-quality steel once more. Wouldn't that be a bit too audacious? She was unaware of the current state of forging in the Great Xia Armory and simply stated her own requirement. It must be made of high-quality steel. Xi and Bujian thought to himself. They were not particularly in a hurry to leave, but since the other party had not invited them to stay, it would be inappropriate for him to bring it up. Chapter 85. Finally acknowledging my assistance having uttered these words, Qixun swiftly took her leave. Fortunately, the requisite information, particularly the data, was firmly lodged in her mind, allowing her to write with remarkable speed. She promptly compiled a list detailing the conditions necessary for kiln construction and the raw materials needed for glass production, which she then presented to Xi and Bujian. Regarding the profit sharing from the glass venture, isn't Uncle Wang supposed to provide me with a contract? After all, camaraderie is one thing, but business is another, she mused. Xi and Bujian found her earnestness amusing. The little one, with her serious demeanor, was utterly charming and delightful. Surely, his own daughter would not fall short in comparison. Yet, while his daughter was indeed clever, he could not help but doubt whether she could rival the intellect of the girl before him. However, in terms of adorability, she would surely not be outshone by this enchanting young lady. Qixun was nearly taken aback, exclaiming, "What do you mean my father signed a contract?" I remained utterly oblivious to his circumstances. Should he undergo a transformation and no longer be the father we cherished, absconding with our funds, who would I turn to? The losses would be substantial. Alas, her youth rendered her incapable of entering into contracts. Nevertheless, she could not outright refuse the notion of having her father sign. Thus, she sought the support of her mother. Gong Yumingshi let out a soft snort, contemplating the predicament her daughter faced, realizing she had finally come to seek her assistance. Yet, she felt no concern for Yin Fengqi's character. A person capable of crafting such grand and vigorous calligraphy possessed a spirit that surpassed the ordinary. Even with memories from a past life, he remained fundamentally the same, unlikely to exploit her daughter's goodwill. Regardless of any other memories he may possess, he remains, first and foremost, Yin Fengqi. His daughter is still his own flesh and blood. While he may be able to sign contracts, it does not warrant a sudden trip to the capital. Moreover, with a male head of the family present, it would be inappropriate for the female head to intervene. After all, this is not her dowry. Though she is indeed the biological mother of the daughter, Yin Fengqi is equally the girl's biological father, is he not? Gong Yumingxi disregarded her fourth daughter's plea for assistance and replied to Xi and Bujiang, "Let it be as His Highness suggests." Qixun, "Very well. As a woman of wisdom, if she believes it is feasible, then it is indeed acceptable. After all, with Brother Monkey around, there is no risk of suffering loss. If father remains the same as he once was, merely with an additional lifetime of memories, then they are indeed a family. However, should he be an individual of inferior character due to his time travel, well, she now bears the surname Gongyu. Regardless of familial ties, they are no longer kin. And she shall instruct Brother Monkey to handle him. Furthermore, this is her possession. She can certainly present even better offerings. Driven by self-interest, she fears not the overseers of the Great Xia's inner court, nor will she relinquish that contract, continuing to have silver delivered to her. Having reached this understanding, Qixun swiftly regained her composure. After discussing matters, it was determined that the patient required rest, and Gong Yimingxi, along with the previously silent Ling Su, took their leave. Xi and Ruoxia settled his uncle down and joined the lively atmosphere in the main hall. Once the medicine was prepared, she would need to venture into the kitchen to concoct pill forms. The young lads no longer required assistance and went to the back shed to grill some late-night snacks. In the meantime, fearing the greasy food would not sit well with them in the middle of the night, Ling Su also prepared a digestive soup to send over. Qixun and Lin Mimi assisted Sanjia. One monitored the cooking time while the other meticulously sorted and stored the refined medicinal pills. Gong Yimingxi, unable to find rest, chose not to sleep, yet the three sisters were so engrossed in their tasks that her help was unnecessary. Thus, she settled beside them with a book, indulging in her own leisure. Their industrious efforts continued until the first light of dawn, at which point they had successfully produced all the medicinal pills. Among the sisters, Lin Mimi possessed the frailest constitution. However, apart from a hint of fatigue, her complexion appeared relatively healthy. She was quite content with her current state of health. As her second brother had remarked, she was endowed with the innate with spirit physique, inherently brimming with vitality. After diligent practice, she could harness this innate energy, leading to an ever-improving aptitude. For someone who in her past life could not withstand the wind, consume raw or cold foods, express anger, experience emotional fluctuations, or engage in excessive movement, merely walking would leave her breathless. This was indeed a profound blessing. After a sleepless night, aside from a bit of weariness, Lin Mimi felt elated. She stubbornly declined her fourth sister's suggestion to rest and eagerly assisted her third sister in preparing breakfast. Given that morning lessons were rendered impossible, especially with outsiders present, Hogu went off to his granduncle's house. Ling Su, concerned for Lin Mimi, insisted she take a break and enjoy herself outside. Meanwhile, their mother, empathetic towards her third daughter, helped Ling Su with breakfast preparations. With nothing left for her to do, Qixun seized her large wooden sword and ventured into the courtyard to practice her swordsmanship. Qixun was a diligent scholar, committed to any endeavor she pursued. Hence, for the past 2 months, she had trained relentlessly, dedicating half an hour each day, rain or shine, to mastering her techniques. With Ho Ji's guidance, her swordsmanship had developed into something quite commendable. XN 11 spent a sleepless night, and XNBG rose as well. After their morning routines, the two stepped outside to witness QXN practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard. As they observed, their expressions grew solemn. The technique was undeniably exquisite. Although the young girl was still in her youth and lacked true spiritual energy, her movements displayed a grand and audacious flair, brimming with an indescribable ferocity that starkly contrasted with her previously cheerful and innocent demeanor. While her technique still bore a hint of immaturity, the sword, as the sovereign of weapons, found its essence deeply understood by her. Should she become a warrior with enough experience, she might one day sweep through her adversaries with unparalleled prowess. Many sword-wielding fighters fail to grasp the nuances of sword intent, yet this young girl, who had not yet formally trained, was already hinting at its emergence within the gusts of her blade. XNBG mused inwardly that she was indeed a girl with the heart of a fierce tiger. The swordplay she employed seemed to have an origin unknown to him, and within the entire realm of cultivation in D11, it could be regarded as top tier. Intrigued by her family, he contemplated sending someone to investigate. However, he soon reconsidered. Sending spies would inevitably attract attention, and he had no desire to expose the YN family to the scrutiny of the capital's elite, especially in light of the recent emergence of the crossbow. That would only bring them harm. His impression of the YN family was quite favorable, beyond his positive sentiments. What mattered most was that both Jing Yho and the two young girls had revealed their worth to him. They must be allowed to grow, rather than meet an untimely demise. At such a tender age, possessing such extraordinary talents is indeed a rare gift. A prodigious blessing for the empire, something that is both fortunate and elusive. I sincerely hope that these children, upon reaching maturity, can truly become the backbone that safeguards the empire. The siblings are all remarkably exceptional. I can only imagine that the eldest son, who has gone to the capital with their father, is equally impressive. The Yin family must have accumulated generations of good fortune to be bestowed with such remarkable children. To be candid, at this moment, Xian Bujian feels a pang of envy for the yet unseen Yin Fengqi. What kind of father must he have to nurture such extraordinary children? Little does he know that this matter is not primarily linked to Yan's father. The children possess an innate understanding. Indeed, Even His Majesty, the first emperor, shares this exceptional trait. After their morning meal, the Xian uncle and nephew prepared to take their leave. While Xian Bujian remained composed, Xian Ruoxiao felt a tinge of reluctance. Having enjoyed an engaging conversation with the Yin siblings the previous night, from a young age, he had felt a sense of alienation from his brothers due to his prodigious talents. It was a rare occasion to encounter peers who were also gifted and with whom he could cultivate a friendship devoid of conflict over interests. For the first time in his life, he experienced a profound sense of mutual admiration. Although they were slightly younger than he, were not the Yin siblings exceptionally astute for their years? Xian Bujian glanced at the exquisite calligraphy and paintings adorning the hall of the Yin residence, and, summoning his courage, made a request. The characters and paintings here are of exceptional caliber, and I am truly delighted by them. Might I be so bold as to request a piece of your esteemed brushwork? If Madame Gong Yushi were merely an ordinary woman, he certainly would not have dared to impose upon her artistry. However, the artistic works of Gong Yu are truly esteemed. One cannot say that even the most revered scholars of contemporary literature would surpass the elegance of her calligraphy and paintings. She is indeed a cultured individual, and in a moment of enthusiasm, she boldly ventured to speak. Frankly, no one would view such a master of calligraphy and painting through the lens of mundane standards. Her talent has long transcended the confines of conventional expectations. With such prowess, the world would undoubtedly exclaim in admiration for Mr. Gong Yu. Previously, she referred to herself as a lady, and indeed, this title carries more respect than terms like madam, acknowledging the status of women. Yet, Gong Yu Mingxi was taken aback when this Prince of Yu addressed himself as Mr. The term Mr. is not a title that just anyone can bear. With great grace, he requested a piece of her work, and naturally, she could not refuse. After all, one must consider the future. For this generous individual is expected to provide her family with a residence and a substantial sum of gold upon their arrival in the capital. Gong Yu Mingxi smiled and agreed. Meanwhile, Ling Yu cleverly fetched the writing tools. She was relieved that her second brother and third sister had earned enough silver to procure high-quality ink and paper for their mother. Otherwise, regardless of her mother's artistic prowess, without proper materials, it would fail to reflect her mother's esteemed status as a master, rendering her works underappreciated. Assisting her mother with the ink and paper has always been Ling Yu's privilege. After preparing the ink, she pondered that despite the prince's noble rank, it might be his identity as a cultivator that he values even more. Gong Yu Mingxi took up her brush, and with fluid strokes, a piece of art came to life. At that moment, she exuded confidence and poise, her demeanor radiant, akin to the brilliance of countless stars, making it difficult for anyone to gaze directly upon her. Where is the once cheerful young lady of your? Now, she exudes an aura of grandeur that leaves one in awe. The heavens blend with the misty waves, while the stars seem to swirl in a dance of countless sails. It feels as though my dreamlike spirit has returned to the Emperor's domain, where I hear celestial whispers inquiring about my destination. I lament the long road as dusk approaches. And though I strive to compose poetry, my verses yield only startling lines. The gale rises as the majestic rock takes flight. Let the winds rest. For my humble vessel is destined to drift towards the immortal mountains. Since the great Xia has no legends of the three mountains of Palai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, Lord Gong Yu Mingxi has aptly transformed them into immortal peaks. Xian Bujian murmurs lightly, and Lord Gong Yu Mingxi smiles, saying, "This is merely a whimsical creation born from a dream of yesteryears. I beg your pardon for any amusement it may cause your highness." Duke Yu, with a serious demeanor, responds, "Sir, your words are mistaken. The imagery within this piece is fantastical, its essence ethereal yet vast and magnificent. Upon reading it, one cannot help but feel an expansive, resplendent spirit that is rarely encountered in the world. Not to mention your calligraphy, which is both elegant and free-spirited, deserving of the title of a true master. It is indeed a fortunate encounter to possess your treasured work on this journey. I truly do not deserve such high praise from your highness." Gong Yu Mingxi humbly acknowledges this, signing with the two characters, Ian. Once the ink has dried, Ling Yu carefully rolls it up and stores it in a fragrant cedar tube designed for preserving artworks, gifting it to Xian Bujian. Xian Bujian cherishes this token as he adds it to his belongings, glancing at Ling Yu with a smile and inquiring, "I observe that both your son and daughters possess extraordinary talents, and your youngest daughter appears exceptionally gifted as well. Pray tell, what is her area of expertise?" Xian Bujian realizes that despite the delicate appearance of the youngest daughter, her talents are indeed remarkable. If the Gong family can boast that she may surpass her predecessors, then this child is surely a prodigy. Alas, why do all the geniuses seem to congregate in her family? Why hasn't one found its way to my own home? Xin Bujiang cast a disdainful glance at Xin Ruoxia. This young man used to appear rather commendable, yet when compared to others, one realizes the stark difference. Such comparisons evoke disappointment, heartache, and distress. However, this prince is not so forlorn as to weep. Xin Ruoxia was bewildered by his uncle's contemptuous gaze, wondering what had provoked such disdain. Ever since your injury, I have diligently attended to your needs, serving you with utmost devotion. Even your own son could not be more considerate. Of course, my uncle has no son. He has but one daughter, merely 3 years of age, who is incapable of serving you. I have not complained of weariness. Yet you remain unsatisfied. Should I cease my service when you are away on official business? Xin Ruoxiao expressed his disappointment at his uncle's lack of empathy. The bond of familial affection between uncle and nephew seemed precarious, ready to capsize at any moment. Xin Bujiang, indifferent to his nephew's grievances, felt a profound regret. Why was there no son? If only there were a son of suitable age. Marrying any of the young ladies from the Yin family would surely be a fortune. Once more, Xin Bujiang regarded his nephew with disdain. He was simply too old. Not a fitting match. Why couldn't this young man have been born a few years later? Why rush into this world? Though he may be older, he is only 7 or 8 years senior to the young lady Ling Su, which is not an insurmountable gap. With some effort, could there be a glimmer of hope? Might there still be a chance for redemption? Yet, what had this young man been doing all night? Engaging in idle chatter with Gong Yuho, perhaps discussing frivolities? 2 young men, talking the night away, seemingly bored to tears? Uncle and nephew departed, taking with them the provisions generously provided by the Yin family. As he stepped outside, Xin Bujian let out a cold snort, tossing aside his sleeves and striding ahead, no longer willing to engage with his nephew. Chapter 87. Finally not foolish enough at home. One found his nephew utterly disappointing, while the other deemed Uncle Wang excessively unreasonable. Thus, neither acknowledged the other. Xin Ruoxiao paused momentarily before realizing the situation. He had initially thought, were we not entrusted with a covert mission? Although the task had not been accomplished and their presence had been discovered, leading to Uncle Wang's injury and the failure of their assignment, revealing their whereabouts would render the mission utterly ineffective. Upon reflection, he recognized the wisdom of experience. This disclosure had inevitably drawn attention to their uncle-nephew duo. Moreover, their lives rested upon the shoulders of the entire Jizhou, and should either of them err even slightly, the repercussions would extend to the prince of the greater Jizhou, along with his officials, whose heads would hardly be spared from the fallout. The prince would undoubtedly face dire consequences, and it was likely that the officials of Jizhou would not escape unscathed either. Jizhou belonged to the greater Jizhou, specifically Qingzhou. Where the Qingzhou prince Uncle Wang's strategy was sufficiently cunning. The Qingzhou prince had once desired the demise of the fourth uncle. Yet now he would be fervently seeking to protect him. Should any misfortune befall Uncle Wang within his dominion, the Qingzhou prince might very well find his throne in jeopardy. After all, the fourth uncle was the treasured favorite of the imperial grandfather, a royal gem destined to become a future martial sovereign or even a martial saint. He would serve as a steadfast pillar for the empire in the centuries to come. The imperial grandfather would certainly ensure the safety of the fourth uncle. What a grand display! He relished it. Xin Ruoxiao's grandmother was the Empress Su of the Xia dynasty, and his father, the Prince of Yin, was of legitimate birth. Though not the eldest, however, his chances of being named the next Xia emperor were quite substantial. However, the Summer Emperor has yet to appoint a crown prince, which leaves the princes of the 9 great states, aside from the fourth uncle, with a possibility of ascension. The fourth uncle holds a unique position within the royal family, making him a desirable ally for the princes. After all, securing the support of a potential future martial sovereign or even a martial saint would significantly enhance their chances of succession, not to mention the security it provides. The cost of such an alliance is minimal, considering they all share royal blood. The distinction of who ascends is of little consequence to the fourth uncle, as they are all brothers at heart. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that his own maternal grandmother, the Empress Dowager of the Great Summer, and the fourth uncle's mother are first cousins, leading all the royal princes to believe that the fourth uncle is more inclined towards his father, Prince Yin. This, however, is something that could be contested, as the royal family ultimately prioritizes interests. Yet, the predicament arises from the fact that he demonstrated cultivation aptitude comparable to that of the fourth uncle at the tender age of 5 or 6. thus providing his father with substantial leverage. As long as his father does not exhibit incompetence or make egregious decisions, his chances of succession stand at a formidable 80%. Moreover, the fourth uncle holds him in high regard, frequently taking him under his wing for guidance. This dynamic forces the other princes to feign alliances with the fourth uncle while secretly harboring ill intentions towards both him and the fourth uncle. Reflecting on this, Qixun Ruoxiao harbors suspicions that the fourth uncle's decision to bring him along might be a strategic maneuver, positioning them both as bait. Nevertheless, being bait is not a concern, especially with the fourth uncle by his side. Qixun Bujiang scoffs, relieved that he hasn't descended into foolishness. Qixun Ruoxiao retorts, "Fourth uncle, you often praise me. What has changed today? I am indeed clever. Am I not the embodiment of grace and charm? Can one still aspire to be a paragon of royal excellence? Like an exemplary uncle-nephew duo?" Qixun Bujian mockingly retorts, "Did you reach the pinnacle of the third rank at the tender age of 12? Or did you master extraordinary medical skills by then? Perhaps you could craft divine crossbows at 8 or 9. If nothing else, could you at least compose a few exquisite poems? What have you truly accomplished to possess such confidence, allowing you to utter those flattering words about your own brilliance?" He pauses. "Isn't that something you often praise me for?" It seems that the fourth prince, feeling somewhat disgruntled, has drawn comparisons between himself and the Yin siblings. Yet, are they not all prodigies in their own right? It is merely that their talents manifest in different realms. Qixun Ruoxiao perceives a hint of envy in his uncle's tone. "Well, why don't you have a remarkable son of your own then? One cannot blame him for the gifts bestowed by nature," he muses, convinced that he himself has put forth considerable effort in his pursuits. Qixun Bujian, uninterested in further banter with his nephew, inquires, "What do you think of the third daughter of the Yin family, Ling Su? She is quite impressive." Qixun Ruoxiao replies, "The young lady speaks little, yet her medical skills are truly exceptional. Her eyes radiate a captivating brilliance. Despite her youth, she possesses a serene demeanor. Alas, my own sisters are a different story, prone to foolish merriment and incessant comparisons. They are rather vexing and lack charm. However, Gongyu Shaoxuan is quite delightful. Moreover, the youngest sister resembles a fairy from a painting, a sight that is truly pleasing to behold. Gongyu Hao is fortunate to be her brother. All of us brothers cannot compare to his sisters." Qixun Bujian casts a sideways glance at him. "And what is your opinion?" Qixun Ruoxiao hastily shakes his head. "I have nothing to say. Uncle Wang, how many years remain until Ling Su reaches the age of maturity? She is truly wonderful, yet in my eyes, she remains merely a little sister. Upon your mention, I cannot shake off this uncomfortable sensation enveloping me. Moreover, Gong Yuhao is my brother, and Ling Su is his biological sister, having shared a womb for 10 months. Naturally, I regard her as a sister as well. Please do not recklessly arrange a marriage for me. If I were to entertain such thoughts, how could I continue to be brothers with Gong Yuhao? I am not that kind of person. This young man is already 20 yet remains perplexed by matters of the heart. It is often said that youth is enamored by beauty. Who among us has not cherished a few young ladies in our youth? I too once had a girl I admired. Yet, this lad has always dismissed the young ladies of the capital. TSK. Could it be that his cultivation has rendered him foolish? Qixun Bujian cast a peculiar glance at his nephew. Qixun Ruoxiao, feeling scrutinized, bristled. What now? Qixun Bujian snorted, ignoring him. Still, he felt a twinge of regret. The young ladies of the Yin family are truly delightful. It is unfortunate that, aside from Qixun Ruoxiao, none from the royal family are worthy of them. Chapter 88. Disappointment. Qixun Bujian believed the Yin family to be far from the sort who would seek to cling to wealth and power. Of course, he would not regard those who do. Alas, there will come a day when this young man will rue his choices. The uncle and nephew made their way straight to Jizhou Prefecture. Meanwhile, at the Yin residence, Ling Su and Monkey Brother presented the silver to their mother. The exchange of 1,100 taels of silver was executed with alacrity. But when Monkey Brother offered his 5 taels earned from selling food, he hesitated, contemplating whether to ask his mother for some pocket money. The sensation of having empty pockets is truly disheartening. Gong Yumingxi shook her head and chuckled softly. What is my foolish child thinking? Am I truly such a miserly mother? Upon hearing this, Monkey Brother beamed with delight, grinning widely as he leaped to find his little sister, Xiaosun. Xiaosun, mother has given us 5 taels of silver as pocket money. Oh? Qixun also perked up, immediately scrambling off the bed. 5 taels of silver can purchase quite a lot. What does second brother wish to buy? Shall we go to the county town tomorrow? Monkey Brother pondered this question. Scratching his head, and realized he had no particular items he wished to acquire. Then what was the purpose of the silver? He decided he would no longer deliberately let water flow away. Although having silver seemed rather useless, possessing it in his pocket provided a sense of security, did it not? Qixun had mentioned that men should save a little private money. Qixun, on the other hand, considered her own desires and found herself lacking in things to buy as well. The joy of receiving unexpected pocket money quickly dwindled. Alas, although they were not wealthy beyond compare, it felt as though they had already entered a realm of prosperity and spirit. To them, silver was merely a number. With their daily needs met at home, and no lack of clothing, there truly seemed to be no practical use for the silver. Qixun scratched her head in distress. Should we buy jewelry for mother, third sister, and Lin's sister? However, when it came to clothing and accessories, even the finest items would not be attainable with such a meager sum. Just as she began to perceive silver as merely a number, she suddenly felt it was insufficient. Oh, life is truly complicated. Monkey brother, oblivious to the cost of jewelry and garments, immediately nodded upon hearing her words. Did they not say one should wear new clothes for the new year? Then let us buy them. Qixun sighed, but 5 taels of silver is not enough. Monkey brother, 5 taels of silver can indeed purchase quite a multitude of items. Yet, the silver in her grasp suddenly lost its allure. Her monkey brother, with his resplendent beauty, was wasting his charm by neglecting proper attire. Speaking of which, dear second brother, the golden armor from your previous life was exceptionally dashing and invigorating. Alas, only those of military standing may don such armor. If only we could devise a way to replicate that style. However, would such an endeavor not be excessively extravagant in terms of gold expenditure? The battle armor of Monkey Brother was a gift from the Dragon King of the East Sea, intended to curry favor. Competing in wealth with the Dragon King is a challenge I sincerely cannot undertake. Let us set that notion aside for now. Of course, Monkey Brother's phoenix wings and purple gold crown are already quite fashionable and striking, perfectly complementing his identity as the great sage, equal to heaven. As for those so-called lotus silk shoes, Seven Seek did not give them much thought. No, she must design 2 sets of everyday attire for her monkey brother, ensuring that her esteemed sibling dazzles with magnificence each day. Second brother, let us secretly amass a bit more silver. I shall personally design 2 sets of garments for you, from the inside out, from head to toe, guaranteeing that you will become the most handsome in the great Xia Empire. What do you think? Monkey brother instantly perked up. Really? Of course. Great sage, you are the beautiful Monkey King. You must remain at the pinnacle of attractiveness throughout your life. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to mother for having birthed such a handsome son. Perhaps Monkey Brother considers Qixun to be his kindred spirit, for she certainly knows how to flatter. How delightful. However, within this scheme lies a conundrum. Monkey Brother inquired of Seven Seek, if mother discovers we are secretly earning money, will you take the blame or shall I? Seven Seek regarded her great sage brother with an expression of reproach. Does that even need asking? Naturally. You shall take the fall. You can handle it. However, the Monkey King felt that he should not indulge solely in his own success. He decided to design 2 sets for his mother, his younger sister, and himself, believing that he could earn enough money to ensure they could purchase materials and jewelry. Qixun nodded and suggested, why not prepare 2 sets for father and elder brother as well? She nearly forgot about their father and elder brother, as she had only thought of them when she wanted to remind Uncle Yuang of her father's presence. Though her father's soul might have changed, and he could even be possessed by another, his body remained that of their dear father. After 1 letter, he seemed to have forgotten them entirely. If it weren't for the past 8 or 9 years when he was a good father, she would have preferred not to bother with him at all. Yet, there are always more solutions than problems. With money, nothing is insurmountable. Isn't there an embroidery shop in Aunt Wu's family? They could simply enlist the help of their embroiderer. After their whispered conversation, Qixun took a nap. Gong Yumingxi and Ling Sulingyu finished tidying up the house and also came to rest. During the day, they needed to keep the door open. The Monkey King, having not slept the entire night, remained unaffected and busied himself with woodworking in the west room. He aimed to produce more, intending to share it with his clan later. Recently, he had been assisting with carpentry, and he had long since learned to read the blueprints. So he took up his tools and got to work. By the time Qixun and the others awoke, it was already midday. In addition to his woodworking, the Monkey King had also prepared lunch. After the meal, Qixun discovered that her beloved elder brother had nearly completed the framework for a moldboard plow. As for the iron ray components, they would need to be custom-made at the blacksmith shop. Qixun felt a tinge of disappointment that Yuang had not given due importance to the moldboard plow. Chapter 89. Is it not worth striving from scratch? If there were the backing of the court, the dissemination of agricultural tools would undoubtedly progress at a swifter pace. Moreover, the extensive promotion of such innovative farming implements would certainly be accompanied by favorable terms for the populace from various administrative offices. Thus, as the common people benefit, the court would enhance production efficiency, allowing for the reclamation of more wasteland. Even if each independent family cultivates merely an additional fraction of land, the resultant increase in grain production across such a vast empire would be remarkably substantial. For centuries, the Great Xia has maintained stringent control over the encroachment of land by the aristocracy. The land owned by the affluent is primarily bestowed by the court. Any discovery of illegal land appropriation by the powerful could lead to severe consequences, including death, or at the very least, the loss of official titles and property. The severity of Great Xia's laws is comparable to the illustrious Qin dynasty of yore. Under such stringent land policies, unless faced with catastrophic natural disasters and ineffective local governance, large-scale migrations of destitute populations are rare. The citizens of each province tend to live in relative peace, which forms the bedrock of the empire's strength. Regrettably, while they may find stability, they do not necessarily find joy in their labor. The low productivity renders agriculture a formidable challenge. The lives of farmers are indeed arduous. Even in the mountainous regions, where one might scavenge during years of calamity, the villagers of Yinjia seldom succumb to starvation, yet households with surplus grain are few. Reflecting on a past life, the farmers of Huahua not only enjoyed exemption from agricultural taxes, but the state also provided various subsidies to ensure arable land for cultivators. Aside from a few minuscule plots unsuitable for mechanized farming, the fields dedicated to grain production were almost entirely cultivated using machinery, while families grew their own vegetables for consumption in small home gardens. As Qixun reminisced about her ancestral home, a quaint rural villa adorned with pristine white walls and gray tiles, she pondered the possibility that one day, the common folk of the Great Xia might lead such a life. How cherished this world would be. Yet, the dream seemed so distant, almost unattainable. Nevertheless, should one not strive from the very beginning? Qixun felt an incessant urge to take action. Thus, when she contemplated agricultural tools, a sense of urgency enveloped her. She was acutely aware that her modest improvements to certain implements might not yield significant change. The true enhancement of the populace's livelihood stemmed from top-down policies conducive to the welfare of the people, policies beyond her influence. All she could do was what was within her capacity. This is why she felt disheartened by the disregard for the plow with a moldboard by the king of Yu. She discerned that Great Xia's emphasis on agricultural production undeniably paled in comparison to its focus on military matters. The ruling authorities recognized that agriculture is the foundation of the nation. Otherwise, they would not impose stringent land enclosure policies. However, the court merely sought to regulate through decrees and laws, attempting to exert control from the upper echelons, while failing to implement concrete measures to enhance productivity and increase grain yields. In truth, she had completely misjudged Xian Bujian. He was not a sheltered prince, oblivious to the outside world and solely accustomed to royal luxury. He certainly recognized the merits of the new plow. However, being entrenched in military affairs, he lacked the ability to reach into civil governance. The promotion of a new type of plow, whether perceived as trivial or monumental, was indeed a significant matter. For individuals of their status, any agricultural concern was never a triviality. The reason he refrained from mentioning it was that he understood that since Qixun intended to create such an apparatus, it would undoubtedly be tested in Yinjia village. If it proved effective, it would naturally disseminate to the surrounding areas. As long as the local county magistrate possessed a modicum of intelligence, he would not overlook such an opportunity to enhance his political achievements. From what he knew, the magistrate of Linjiang was no fool. He was Li Xingzhan, the youngest scion of the Li family from the Duke of Qi's estate in the capital, who had garnered some reputation since childhood as a man of both talent and action. Having passed the imperial examination in his early 20s, he spent 3 years in the Hanlin Academy and then circulated through the 6 ministries before being released for practical experience. Once he achieved some political accomplishments, it would be inevitable for him to ascend to at least the rank of a third-grade civil official. He had already served over 3 years in Linjiang, managing the county quite well. If he continued for another 3 years without faltering in his achievements, a promotion would be forthcoming. As the son of the Duke of Qi, with the support of his family, should he present substantial accomplishments, he might well rise to the position of a 5th-grade administrative head of a prefecture. Such upward mobility, skipping 1 or 2 ranks, was not uncommon for someone of his noble lineage. given the almost fortuitous opportunity to enhance his political standing. Xian Bujian had no doubt that Li Xingjian would seize it. Therefore, he chose not to mention the new plow. Did you not say that agricultural matters are of utmost importance and that a good plow could be immensely beneficial? Thus, upon seeing the design, I took it upon myself to create one during my leisure. With readily available timber, crafting it according to your specifications is quite straightforward. After a bit of sanding tomorrow, it will be ready for installation. However, the iron rake you indicated will need to be custom ordered from the county town. Upon reflection, the Monkey King felt a tinge of regret. Had he known earlier that he could have charmed the old Taishang Laojun and learned some skills in alchemy and artifact crafting, he would not have had to constantly run to the blacksmith's shop for everything. However, recalling the numerous 9-turn golden elixirs he had pilfered, the Monkey King doubted he could have easily swayed the old sage. Qixun comforted him, saying, "Do not worry, if second brother truly wishes to learn. Although I am not proficient in crafting, I do possess some knowledge of certain forging techniques. When the opportunity arises, we shall experiment ourselves." With the task of crafting a plow in mind, the Monkey King focused on his work while Qixun fetched paper and brush from the west room to begin sketching a threshing machine. As he worked, the Monkey King reminded her, "Didn't we say we would construct a cart? If you have the time, you should draft the blueprints first. I am eager to complete it soon, and it must be painted before the new year, as we need it ready to use." "Very well. I shall draw it out today." When it came to the donkey cart, their mode of transportation, it was essential to design it to appear understated yet be lavishly equipped within. For a comfortable ride, proper shock absorption was imperative, which brought to her mind the necessity of incorporating springs. Despite their seemingly simple and curvaceous form, springs demanded a high level of material and craftsmanship, a feat that the current forging techniques might not be able to achieve. She hoped that the skilled masters at the 2 blacksmith shops they frequented would prove capable. On a winter afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, the Yin family busied themselves with their respective tasks. Qixun and the Monkey King remained in the west room, while Ling Su prepared medicine in the main hall. After earning a considerable sum of 1,100 taels from the Xian family, Ling Su felt that Qixun's suggestion of attempting to make medicinal pills was indeed worth exploring. However, some medicinal ingredients required for certain prescriptions are exceedingly rare, and if one were to sell them to the common folk, the cost would be prohibitively high. Thus, it becomes necessary to substitute them with more readily available herbs that possess similar properties. She could only proceed with trial concoctions, and should they prove effective, she could then finalize the prescription. It would indeed be a lamentable fate if those resplendent cultures were not passed down through the ages, even if the esteemed sages of antiquity never existed in this temporal realm. In Chapter 90, she hopes that this time, things will not be too tedious. Gong Yamingxi believes that if she could present the classical texts and poetry to the people of Daxia, it would surely be a fortunate event for them. She would never stoop to the disgrace of proclaiming these literary treasures as her own. Instead, she has resolved to compile her book under a pseudonym, crafting a facade to make it appear as a long-lost ancient manuscript. The act of forgery for someone who has spent the better part of her life engaging with antiquities, as evidenced by her continuation of the records of metal and stone, is a task of remarkable simplicity. Qixun became intrigued. The culture of the post-Song dynasty also harbors its own brilliance, as exemplified by the Yuan dynasty's Chu poetry. One such piece, Autumn Thoughts, evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. Withered vines, old trees, and crows at dusk, a small bridge over flowing water by a dwelling, the ancient path. A lean horse in the cold west wind. As the setting sun descends, the heartbroken wanderer roams the ends of the earth. It stirs deep emotions, leaving one with a bittersweet ache, vividly conjuring the desolate landscape of late autumn and early winter. The Qing dynasty also produced a poet of noble descent named Nalen Rongrua, whose family once enjoyed great prominence, but subsequently fell from grace. One of his poignant verses, "If life were only as it was at first sight, why lament the autumn wind that weeps for the painted fan? Hearts once familiar can easily change." Yet it is said that the hearts of old acquaintances are prone to transformation, resonates with countless future generations, invoking feelings of melancholy and reflection. While song lyrics undoubtedly shine as the most brilliant jewels in the river of history, only Tang poetry can stand in comparison. Yet Yuanchu possesses its unique charm as well. Upon regaining my senses, all that remained was a sigh. Qixun remarked. The beauty of poetry lies in its ability to evoke empathy. However, I am particularly fond of grand and unrestrained verses. One of our nation's founding figures once penned a poem titled Qin Yuan Spring. In my opinion, among the historical poetry that has endured. This particular piece, Qixun Spring, Snow, stands unparalleled in its majestic imagery. Princess Mingxi suppressed her initial melancholy and replied with a smile, "Recite it for me, if you will." The northern country's splendor, 1,000 miles encased in ice, 10,000 miles cloaked in snow. Gazing at the expanse of the Great Wall, only desolation remains. The mighty river flows, yet loses its tumultuous roar. Mountains dance like silver serpents, the plains resemble waxen elephants, yearning to challenge the heavens in height. On a clear day, behold the landscape adorned in red and white, exceptionally enchanting. Such beauty in our land, it captivates countless heroes to bow low in admiration. Alas, Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu, though formidable, fall short in literary grace. Tang Zong and Song Zhu, slightly less in charm. An era's pride, Genghis Khan, knew only the bow and the great eagle. All is past, the illustrious figures of yore. We must now look to the present. Upon hearing the recitation, Mingxi contemplated the immense strength of character required to compose such verses. The imagery is magnificent, the momentum grand. The entire poem exudes a sense of majesty and power. Such a lofty spirit is not commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. Historically, founding emperors have seldom openly revealed their ambitions, yet this great figure, as described by Qixun, did so with unabashed candor, expressing profound sentiments. It reflects an extraordinary confidence in both the era he inhabited and his contemporaries, enabling him to stand from a historical vantage point, gazing down upon the founding emperors of the past, boldly proclaiming that the past is but a memory, and true greatness is to be found in the present. Indeed, based on Qixun's description of her previous time, this great figure is undoubtedly deserving of such recognition. He indeed led the charismatic figures of his era, crafting a splendid and aspirational new world. Emperor Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, establishing a legacy of great unification for future generations, while this heir guided the extraordinary talents of his time to forge an even stronger and more glorious world. The remarkable achievements of the outstanding talents of that era may not be replicated by those who follow, yet they are undoubtedly unparalleled by any predecessors. Qixun genuinely admires this individual's poetry, particularly the line that resonates. The majestic barrier is indeed as solid as iron. Now, with renewed steps, I strive forward once more. The inherent confidence and boldness within these verses, along with their resolute spirit, evoke a sense of exhilarating freedom upon reading. Although discussing poetry in the presence of a master like my mother might seem presumptuous, what is there to be embarrassed about regarding one's own mother? Moreover, it is merely a conversation about the poets and verses one cherishes. Each individual possesses distinct tastes. Some favor subtlety, while others prefer a more unrestrained style. With some embracing both, Gong Yimingxi has developed a keen interest in this great poet's works, knowing that her 4th daughter possesses an exceptional memory. Since she appreciates these poems, she must have read them, and thus, she encouraged her to transcribe them when time allows. Naturally, Qixun agreed. She possesses the complete collection of his literary works, though regrettably, she cannot access it at present. Qixun feels that once she formally embodies her spirit and embarks on her cultivation journey, the space will become accessible. With a smile, she remarked, "Rather than having me transcribe it, it would be better to have Xiaowu organize it. In matters of poetry, I cannot hold a candle to her. She is a science student after all." Gong Yimingxi concurred with this thought. Although the temporal and spatial context of Xiaowu's life diverges somewhat from the historical accounts of later generations, the overarching narrative remains analogous. Even during the Song dynasty, after her demise, there were numerous renowned poets, one of whom she had heard Xiaowu mention was Xian Qiji. This individual excelled in military affairs, governance, poetry, and even personal martial skills. Quickly passing the matter on to Lin Mimi, Qixun hastily made her escape. While it was one thing to indulge in poetic musings occasionally, discussing poetry with one's mother was an entirely different ordeal, one that could drive one to despair. She resolved to return to her humble craft as a skilled artisan. She had yet to complete the foundational teaching curriculum she intended to compile. Ling Zhou, her brother, remarked that should the curriculum come to fruition, its incorporation into the clan school would be of utmost importance, even if the clan school were not utilized. Every member of their lineage aspiring to education would be required to study it. Nonetheless, Qixun harbored a strong desire to see these foundational courses introduced within the clan school. Thanks to the clan school, many in Yinjia village could read. Yet among the families with scholarly titles, only Yin father, Yin Foqi, and their uncle, a scholar, held any distinction. This circumstance heightened the family's regard for their eldest cousin's county examination. should another scholar emerge, and if he were to subsequently attain the rank of Jinshi. The Yin family could transition from a lineage of farming and learning to one that could be considered a distinguished literary family. After all, having 3 members distinguished by scholarly titles was indeed a rarity, save for a few historically renowned families. Due to her mother's leisure pursuits involving the compilation of a book attributed to an anonymous author, Ling Yu was summoned to assist in organizing the materials. Fortunately, Ling Su was merely experimenting with herbal prescriptions at present, requiring no assistance. Each family member was engaged with their own tasks. The following day, the siblings arranged to travel to the county town. As they were numerous, Ling Qi borrowed an ox cart from the clan leader specifically for their journey, and the 5 cousins set off together towards the county town. Gong Yumingxi initially hesitated to join them in their journey to the county town due to her book compilation endeavors, choosing instead to remain at home. Throughout her life, Ling Yu had ventured into the county town only once or twice, and her outings were infrequent, as she curiously gazed at the scenery along the way. Regrettably, with the onset of winter, the fallen leaves and biting winds rendered the landscape bleak and unremarkable. Qixun felt that her brother was indeed a curious being. Hoping this time they would not encounter another reckless rider, for such a misfortune would be utterly unfortunate. Fortunately, upon entering the town, they encountered no significant incidents. Ling Qi brought some bean products for their Uncle Wu, along with dried goods from their great-uncle's family in the mountains. The Qixun siblings contributed cured meats, game, sausages, homemade snacks, a jar of tiger bone wine, and a jar of pickled vegetables, as they had promised to deliver these to Uncle Wu previously. Ling Qi intended to seek assistance from Xiao Wuya in finding a shop, so they prepared a portion of the game, snacks, and bean products for him. Even though he rarely dined at home and often ate out, these provisions would serve well as gifts. Navigating the streets, he understood the importance of maintaining social connections. The items they brought were genuine and of high quality, making them respectable gifts. Additionally, Qixun remembered the favor owed to the people of Jiwei-Lu, and this time she planned to send a few recipes as well. Her brother had mastered several dishes, including a refreshing pickled fish soup, a hearty braised dried tofu, a delicate ping-ai tofu soup, and a renowned Huaiyang dish, the lion's head meatballs. The first dish served as an appetizing soup, appealing to a wide range of palates, while the second and third were lightly flavored yet delicious, perfectly promoting their tofu business. The final dish, a celebrated Huaiyang specialty, demanded a high level of skill in knife work and ingredient preparation. The 4 recipes delivered by Qixun were thoughtfully considered. If the pickled fish soup could be successfully launched, it would pave the way for the sale of pickled vegetables. The baikai is one of the few winter storage vegetables, thus, whenever there is available land, farmers tend to cultivate it, relying on it to sustain themselves through the winter. Should the restaurant feature this pickled fish soup, it would be beneficial to organize the local women to prepare some pickled vegetables for sale, creating a long-term livelihood. While it may not yield substantial wealth, it could certainly earn a few coins to supplement household expenses. Moreover, the braised dried tofu and pingxiao tofu aim to establish a reputable name for their own bean products while simultaneously developing a stable sales channel. As for the lion's head meatballs, they require pork. As the tofu business flourishes, the necessity to raise more pigs inevitably arises. The elder uncle is contemplating whether to encourage the villagers to rear a few pigs as well, even if it's just 1 or 2 per household. They could offer their own soy pulp on credit, with the understanding that the payment would be settled once the pigs are sold. This arrangement would not only provide the clansmen with an additional source of income but also alleviate the burden of pig farming, as the soy pulp would find a purpose rather than being wasted. In fact, this soy pulp is also quite nutritious and can be consumed by humans. However, the quantity is excessive. It's impractical to consume it daily. Occasionally preparing soy pulp pancakes is acceptable, but daily consumption would be unbearable. This isn't a year of famine where one has no other food options, abstaining would lead to starvation. Once the village has hundreds of pigs, even if one is slaughtered each day to supply the restaurant, the demand would be manageable, preventing a situation where a year or more of effort yields no returns. As long as the pork produced in our village possesses exceptional quality, there is no need to fear the discerning palates of the nearby restaurants. If necessary, we can always transform it into cured meats and sausages for sale elsewhere. My great-uncle even approached the clan leader regarding this matter. Upon reflection, the leader deemed it a beneficial endeavor. However, since the Yin family has always been in alliance with the Lu family, the pig-raising initiative could not solely favor the Yin clan without consulting the Lu side as well. The Lu family, upon learning that they could defer payment for the pig feed, agreed to contribute daily by gathering pig fodder, supplemented with rice husks and wheat bran. Aside from the labor involved and the cost of capturing piglets, there was little additional expense incurred. The clan head of the Liu family readily consented. Of course, this confidence stemmed from the assurances given by Brother Monkey when he spoke of the exquisite tenderness of the pork from castrated pigs, claiming he had methods to ensure the meat would sell. It was this conviction that empowered my great-uncle to approach the Liu family leader for discussions. Brother Monkey was indeed assured in his statement regarding the sale of the pork. Is not braised pork delightful? What about sweet and sour ribs, marinated bones, sauerkraut with shredded pork, lion's head meatballs, exquisite pork dumplings, braised pig's head, pepper salt trotters, yellow beans stewed with pig's feet, stuffed sausages, 9-turn intestines, stir-fried pork, steamed pork, and an entire pig can yield hundreds of delectable dishes. These recipes were meticulously compiled by Qixun and Wu, several of which he has endeavored to prepare himself. The flavors were indeed commendable, particularly the braised pig's head and the red braised pork, which were absolutely delightful. Who would have thought that a mere monkey would one day revel in the absence of meat? Brother Monkey confessed that he himself had not anticipated this. To be frank, the majority of the dishes from the Taste Pavilion cannot compare to the exquisite flavors of those prepared from the recipes provided by Qixun and Wu. The Monkey King, doubting his culinary prowess, decided to present his recipes to the esteemed master of the restaurant, hoping to sway his heart with the dishes he prepared. A few companions resolved to first visit Uncle Wu, delivering some gifts before seeking out young Master Wu, with 5 taels of silver nestled in his pocket. The Monkey King felt a surge of confidence, believing that treating his cousin and sisters to a meal at Jiwei Tower was entirely feasible. After all, this sum would not suffice to procure the items they had planned for. Keeping it would serve no purpose. The Monkey King and Qixun secretly entertained thoughts of earning some silver on the side. Thus he resolved to spend this 5 taels today. The prospect of covertly earning more silver in a few days, and possibly setting aside a little for himself without Qixun's knowledge, left the Monkey King completely at ease. Upon arriving at Uncle Wu's residence, Aunt Qixun promptly welcomed the 5 siblings into the courtyard. They unloaded the goods from the ox cart, with Lingqi explaining, "These are homemade bean products, suitable for the current chilly weather, and can be stored for leisurely enjoyment. Additionally, there are mountain goods sent by Uncle Air and Aunt Air. Furthermore, Aunt Air requested that Howdy and the others bring some preserved meats from their home, alongside treats made by our third sister, a jar of tiger bone wine, and a jar of pickled vegetables. Please direct me on where to place these, and I shall organize them accordingly." Last time Qixun and Heyer visited, they brought a considerable amount, and now they have contributed even more. Has life in our hometown improved so much? Lingqi chuckled. Traveling by ox cart is not tiring at all. We still need to make a trip to the dock to find young Master Wu. So we must tidy up quickly and won't be staying for lunch. Aunt Qixun poured tea for the group and offered snacks. As her husband and son often studied late into the night, keeping a stock of treats on hand, perfectly suited to entertain their nieces and nephews, Ling Su interjected, "We can simply enjoy a cup of tea, and we need not trouble herself with snacks. My mother also asked us to bring some homemade treats for Aunt Wu, which are no less delightful than those from a pastry shop." As she spoke, she produced the confections. "Aunt Wu, do sample these and tell us how they taste." As her niece, Qixun was not overly polite. She took a few of the delicacies Ling Su offered, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she praised them enthusiastically. Ling Su chuckled. "These pastries are quite simple to make. My mother even suggested that if Aunt Wu has no other business in the county, perhaps she might consider opening a pastry shop. If you find this idea appealing, we can provide you with the recipe." Chapter 92. Seeking advice from Qixun. Qixun's sister-in-law hails from a family of merchants, and she herself possesses a prosperous dowry shop. Although the Qixun family is traditionally scholarly and would typically refrain from marrying into merchant families, Qixun's sister-in-law was so enamored with Qixun's elder brother that she would have him at any cost. Enjoying great favor in her natal family, she invested considerable effort to secure this union, not only by enlisting many to advocate on her behalf, but also by promising 2 storefronts on South Main Street as her dowry. Initially, the Qixun family did not agree, but eventually, Qixun's sister-in-law boldly approached Qixun's elder brother herself. Perhaps it was a case of the woman pursuing the man through a thin veil, but ultimately, she successfully won his heart. Having been immersed in business acumen from a young age, Qixun's sister-in-law proved to be quite astute in trade. Within a few years of their marriage, what began as a modest 2-store operation expanded to 4. Qixun and her sister-in-law maintained a cordial relationship, and having heard much about the intricacies of commerce, Qixun found herself intrigued and eager to try her hand at business. Unfortunately, she struggled to identify a suitable venture. At this moment, upon hearing Ling Su's suggestion, she felt a surge of excitement. With 2 scholars in her household who often studied late into the night, she had developed the habit of purchasing snacks for them as a midnight repast. She had sampled most of the delicacies available in the county town, and found that the pastries crafted by Ling Su surpassed those from the local shops in both flavor and quality. This indeed presented a promising business opportunity. The key aspect was that these pastries possessed unique flavors and styles, distinguishing them from those of other confectionaries, thus alleviating any concerns about competition. However, if only a few varieties were available, while they might suffice for casual sales, they would not be adequate for establishing a shop. Expressing her concerns, Qixun voiced her apprehensions. To which Ling Yu interjected, "Aunt Wu need not worry. Over the past few days, our third sister has experimented with numerous pastries, amounting to at least 20 or 30 different kinds. The ones brought for Aunt Wu to taste are merely a selection among them, with even more delectable options available. Should we decide to open a shop, we need not fear its success, as we can always devise new flavors in the future. If Aunt Wu intends to establish a shop, we will gladly share the recipes of any successful pastries we create." Qixun felt reassured. Are their flavors truly comparable? The Duke of Ronggua's household was extravagantly lavish. A single dish of eggplant could accompany over 10 chickens, requiring extensive preparation. Regardless, during the matriarch's time, at least in terms of food, no one dared to be stingy with Lin Mei Mei. She had indulged in countless exquisite delicacies. However, due to her frail constitution, she could merely savor the essence of even the finest offerings, leading her palate to become increasingly discerning. If Ling Su claimed to have tasted and found it delightful, then it surely could not be lacking in quality. Qixun is a straightforward individual. Upon hearing this, she immediately declared, "Very well, I shall open a pastry shop. I shall not take your recipe for free. I will truly purchase it with silver. To be honest, these recipes are beyond my financial reach. Instead, let us consider a partnership, granting your family 50% of the profits. What do you think?" Her family would merely provide the recipes without further involvement. Ling Su responded, "At most, we can agree to 30%. All matters pertaining to the business must rest solely upon Aunt Wu's shoulders, as we cannot manage those responsibilities. You will also need to rent a shop, which will also fall to Aunt Wu. Any profit exceeding 30% would mean we are unfairly benefiting from your efforts. To be candid, merely providing a recipe is akin to a technical investment. 30% is indeed quite generous." Qixun contemplated this arrangement. It is customary for those who provide recipes to receive a third of the profits, and this collaborative model is not uncommon. However, having a recipe without guidance is futile. While her culinary skills are commendable, she has never crafted such intricate pastries before. Once her nephews and nieces departed, the thought of the pastry business ignited a fervor within her. After all, even a talented individual must eat. Who would ever complain about having too much silver? She carefully wrapped a portion of the pastries sent by her nephews and nieces and set off to visit her elder sister-in-law. Seeking her sister-in-law's advice regarding this business venture seemed prudent. Moreover, her sister-in-law is well acquainted with the marketplace, and if she wished to find a suitable shop, she would rely on her sister-in-law's assistance. When Qixun's sister-in-law learned that her sister-in-law was coming to visit, she was puzzled, having only seen her 2 days prior. Fearing there might be something amiss, she hurried to greet her. Upon their meeting, noticing that Qixun's expression was pleasant, Sister Qixun let out a sigh of relief and jested. "We just saw each other the day before yesterday, and now you already yearn for my company? What brings you here with gifts?" As she spoke, she took Qixun's hand and led her towards the back courtyard. Qixun replied with a smile, "I have a matter to discuss with you today, but first, once we settle inside, please indulge in the pastries I brought for you, and then I shall reveal my request." Sister Qixun chuckled, teasing, as sisters-in-law, "We may speak freely about our matters. There is no need to go through the trouble of offering me treats to soften my resolve. They say that one who accepts gifts is beholden to the giver. Fret not, for I am not that sort. Once I partake, I shall see how you manage after that." Qixun delighted in her sister-in-law's candidness and charming humor. She playfully retorted, "Let us see how you feel after tasting them." The two entered the back courtyard, settling in the flower hall. Qixun entrusted the box of pastries to her sister-in-law's maid, instructing her to fetch a plate for presentation. Once the maid arranged everything and returned, Qixun gestured toward the pastries, saying, "Do savor and tell me how they taste." Sister Qixun glanced at the delicacies and laughed. "What splendid pastries! Without even tasting them, their exquisite designs compel one to take a bite immediately. They also emit a sweet fragrance, I presume their flavor must be delightful. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths to present them to me." As she spoke, she pinched a piece to taste, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are soft, sweet, and fragrant. Where did you procure these? I have never encountered such pastries in the market. This shop will surely thrive in business henceforth." Upon hearing this, Qixun felt a wave of joy. Sister-in-law possesses an unparalleled acumen in business, as she herself has acknowledged. Indeed, the venture into the confectionery trade has proven to be quite fruitful. Chapter 93. Seeking Medical Assistance. These delicacies are not procured from outside, but rather sent by the child of my husband's second cousin, claiming they are homemade. Sister-in-law, I have been contemplating establishing a business for some time, yet have struggled to find a suitable opportunity. Do you believe there is potential in the confectionery trade? Upon hearing this, Qixun's sister-in-law expressed her astonishment. Isn't your second cousin an educated man? He previously achieved the status of a jiren, a figure well known throughout Linjiang County. Who among the prominent families does not recognize him? Your elder brother holds him in high regard. Are they truly considering venturing into business? Wasn't it said that your second cousin went to the capital for the spring examination? I heard from your elder brother that he is quite likely to succeed. I had no idea that his family possessed such culinary skills. Qixun responded, Do scholars not engage in commerce? Your brother-in-law is also a learned man. Yet I too aspire to earn some silver. It is precisely the scholars who require funds. Without capital, how can one pursue education? Whenever I contemplate the expenses your brother-in-law and nephew will incur in their quest for the degrees of jiren and jinshi, I become anxious about finances. Ink, paper, brushes, and inkstones, each one is quite costly. Qixun's sister-in-law shot her a glare. If you find yourself in need of silver, do not hesitate to speak to either me or your brother. We would never deprive you. Indeed, sister-in-law is astute. I was just about to inquire if you knew of any suitable shops to sell confections. Qixun felt that her sister-in-law was truly clever, having accurately guessed her intentions. Regarding the recipes, Qixun thought it unnecessary to withhold information. They are willing to provide me with not only these few types of confections but also a dozen more. Claiming that their flavors are on par with those sent, I expressed that I would not request anything without merit. Should the shop commence operations, I would offer them a 30% profit share, and in return, they would provide me with any new recipes in the future. Sister Qixun nodded, acknowledging that the Yin family's values were commendable, and the cousins maintained a strong unity. It was precisely the character of the brother-in-law that had impressed her father-in-law, leading to the union with his daughter. Over the years, the families had enjoyed a pleasant relationship. If the brother-in-law's second cousin were to succeed in the imperial examinations, their social standing would elevate significantly. Not only was it a duty for a close family member to lend assistance, but considering the brother-in-law's siblings' promising future, it was undoubtedly wise to foster goodwill at this juncture. Sister Qixun concurred, stating that a 30% profit share was quite reasonable, ensuring that no party would suffer loss. As for locating a shop, what does your sister-in-law think? After some contemplation, Sister Qixun remarked that it was unnecessary to search for a storefront on the bustling thoroughfares, as the rents were exorbitantly high and vacancies exceedingly rare. Even if one were fortuitous enough to find a place, it would likely be beyond our reach. The area we reside in, the Southern East District, is a favored locale for scholars. To be frank, there are not many among the literati who are truly impoverished. Every family with scholarly aspirations possesses some means. If they lacked financial resources, they would hardly be able to afford an education, would they? These delicacies are elegant yet subtle, perfectly aligning with the refined taste of the scholarly community. The crux of the matter is that they are exceptionally flavorful. It would be prudent to seek a shop near the county school, catering specifically to the needs of teachers and students. The clientele would be cultured and courteous, making the business significantly easier to manage. Additionally, as the brother-in-law himself is an educated man, establishing such a refined pastry shop would attract the admiration of the scholarly crowd, dispelling any notions of base commercialism and instead garnering praise for its sophistication. In summary, while it may be a business endeavor, it shall be pursued with dignity. Qixun had never considered engaging in the business of bookselling. Her initial thoughts were merely aligned with those of the pastry shops lining the streets. However, after listening to her sister-in-law's insightful words, she experienced a profound revelation. Indeed, seeking counsel from one's elder sister-in-law is invariably wise. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have realized that there are indeed nuances to running a business. Qixun's sister-in-law chuckled. Flattery will get you nowhere. These pastries are a sign of respect towards me, and thus I shall keep them. As for opening a shop, there is no rush. Recently, I have asked someone to inquire about suitable premises near the county school. Then, Qin's sister-in-law imparted her wisdom on how to successfully operate a shop. And Qin nodded in agreement, realizing the value of professional advice. It felt as though her business acumen had been significantly enhanced. If she were to embark on this venture, she would undoubtedly need to seek further guidance from her sister-in-law. Concerned, Qin's sister-in-law added, "My niece from my maternal family's second brother is not in good health and has been suffering from illness for some time. It is particularly challenging to find a physician for young ladies with certain ailments. How skilled is your husband's niece in medicine? If she is competent, could she perhaps lend assistance?" Qin recalled that it was indeed her third niece who had successfully treated the old gentleman's leg. As her in-laws had previously communicated to her husband that the third niece possessed exceptional medical skills, Sister Qin pondered for a moment before offering a wry smile. "My poor niece is to be wed after the new year. If her condition remains unresolved, it could jeopardize her marriage, an event of utmost significance for a young lady. Perhaps you could inquire whether she would be willing to seek help. Even if the girl consents, the ability to cure her ultimately rests with fate. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to explore this option. At least it might bring some solace to my heart." Upon discerning her sister-in-law's intentions, Qin recognized that whether or not assistance could be rendered, she would not bear any resentment for not aiding her or for her niece's condition remaining unhealed. Sister-in-law had always treated her kindly, and she had no desire to offend her. However, she could not take it upon herself to make decisions for Lingsu. "I will make the inquiry," she said. "As you know, my second brother is a scholar, and having his daughter seek treatment as a physician may not reflect well in the eyes of society. Thus, I am hesitant to strongly encourage my niece to accept." Sister Qin understood her sister-in-law's predicament, chuckling softly. Whether it succeeds or not, it would only take a moment to ask. The reality was, her niece's illness was intertwined with future progeny, making it inappropriate to seek a physician openly. They had previously consulted healers discreetly, yet to no avail. The family was now in a state of genuine urgency, and this could be considered a desperate attempt to find a remedy. Honestly, it is difficult for outsiders to believe that a mere 12 or 13-year-old girl could possess exceptional medical skills. However, Sister Qin was aware that her sister-in-law's brother-in-law's wife hailed from a renowned lineage of healers, a family celebrated for their medical expertise throughout generations. The father of that second sister-in-law was once a renowned physician, a fact he kept remarkably discreet, never divulging it to outsiders. Had she not been the beloved sister-in-law of her younger sibling, this detail might have remained unknown. The younger sister mentioned that her brother-in-law's 3 nieces had studied under that esteemed physician, and she had faith in their medical prowess. This belief stemmed from her character. As she was not one to exaggerate or speak frivolously, her words were always measured. When she remarked that the niece possessed commendable skills, one could safely interpret it as significantly impressive. Qin, the elder sister-in-law, harbored hopes that the young lady would accept the offer, for it would grant her unfortunate niece a glimmer of hope in life. Otherwise, even should her health be restored, the prospects of offspring would be bleak. Who would dare to marry into such uncertainty? Even if a marriage were to flourish, the inability to bear children would cast a shadow over their lives. Qin prepared water for the two to wash up and cheerfully remarked, "Lingqi and the 4 children from the second brother's family have come to the county today, bringing us a generous assortment of goods. There are tofu, dried tofu, and bean sprouts from uncle's family, as well as mountain delicacies sent by our parents. The second sister-in-law also had the children bring us a delightful array, including cured meats, sausages, and tiger bone wine. These pastries are all made by the third niece, and I must say, they are exquisite, far surpassing the finest treats from our county's confectionery. You both must try them." Upon hearing that her siblings had arrived, Lingza was filled with joy. "Mother, where are they?" she exclaimed, eagerly reaching for a pastry to taste. As she savored it, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Delicious, truly delicious. Father, you must try it as well. Did the third sister make this? Her skills are truly remarkable. Indeed, if you find it so delectable, indulge yourself. There's plenty set aside for you, and once your mother masters the art, I shall prepare it for you daily." After washing his hands, Yin Yonglu saw his son praising the food fervently, and he too took a piece and bit into it, nodding in agreement. Indeed delightful. He decided to sample a few more dishes. He then inquired of Qin, "The children have arrived, yet you did not prepare a meal? Where are they?" Lingza, munching away, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, where are my elder brother and sister, as well as my younger sister Xiaosun and sister Yura? Mother, why did you not set aside some food? It has been ages since I last saw my siblings." He pondered, feeling that studying with his father was quite exhausting. When he had studied with his second uncle at home, it had been so much more comfortable. With brothers and younger siblings for company, once their studies were complete, their uncle would not restrict them, allowing them to play freely each day. Now, in the county town, with his father overseeing him, he hardly dared to take a break. Although he was surrounded by his parents, which constituted a home, Yin family village was where he had grown up, his true roots. Qixun cast a stern glance at the father and son, as if I were the kind of person who would neglect my nephews and nieces. How could I not prepare food? They mentioned having business to attend to and went to the dock to find Uncle Xiaowu. Once you finish washing up, hurry and eat. Do not indulge in too many snacks, lest you spoil your appetite for the meal. After the meal, Qixun shared her thoughts about opening a pastry shop with Yin Yolu, who was quite supportive. You have always desired to open a shop. Since the opportunity has presented itself, you should pursue it. After all these years of marriage, I have not provided you with a better life. I owe you that much. Qixun playfully reproached him. What are you saying? I am living quite well. My husband is considerate, my son obedient, my in-laws kind, and my sisters-in-law close. How many women in this world have a life better than mine? I am merely interested in venturing into business, seeking to earn a little more. This way, my husband can enjoy a more relaxed life. We have 2 sons. The elder currently resides with his parents, while the younger is still under the care of my in-laws. Eventually, I intend to bring him closer to us. The expenses of our son's education will undoubtedly be considerable in the future, so it is prudent to save more money now, to avoid the burden of borrowing when the time comes. Furthermore, if my husband and I can increase our earnings, it will also ease the worries of my in-laws, who are growing older. It is unreasonable to expect them to toil in the fields for the rest of their lives after a lifetime of hard work. Having discussed the matter of business, I shared with Qixun the intention of my sister-in-law to seek Ling Su's assistance for a medical issue. I did not respond directly but mentioned I would inquire. Although my second brother may attain an official position in the future, it is not ideal for our family's daughter to be involved in treating illnesses. Yet, I privately consider that while Ling Su is indeed a young woman, it would be a great pity for her medical skills to remain unacknowledged. Why should a woman's endeavors be met with disdain? Is there any sense in that? Is there wrongdoing in healing and saving lives? Moreover, if Ling Su lacks a passion or talent for medicine, she would not excel in it. Since she possesses both enthusiasm and aptitude, it would be regrettable for her abilities to go to waste. She might even find joy in treating others. Should she wish to pursue this path, I must express that no ill thoughts should arise simply because my niece is engaged in medical practice. Yin Yonglu chuckled softly. Where are your thoughts wandering? Do you truly believe I am that type of person? You should know me better. I do not entertain such antiquated notions. If my niece has a passion for medicine, then let her pursue it. As farmers, why should we concern ourselves with superficial accolades? As you have eloquently stated, the act of healing and saving lives, along with cultivating virtue and good deeds, is never misguided. There exists no rationale against such noble pursuits. Indeed, if my brother and sister-in-law were truly opposed to Su'er studying medicine, they would not have encouraged her education in the first place. Now that she has learned, it would be unreasonable to restrain her from practicing. If you encounter Su'er, simply inquire with her. Should anyone speak ill of her behind her back due to this, rest assured that as her elders, her siblings will certainly protect her. Upon hearing these words, Qixun smiled. As for sending gifts, we have often received generous offerings from my elder brother and sister-in-law in the past. Whenever they acquire something good, they always remember to share a portion with us. You need not discuss such matters with me. You may decide as you see fit. Qixun chuckled, finding solace in her life, knowing that whatever she wished to say or do, her husband had never opposed. While the couple shared their heartfelt thoughts, the group of Qixun ventured to the blacksmith shop to order plows and harrows. They then sought out young Master Wu to enlist his assistance in finding a shop. Young Master Wu, ever accommodating, sent someone to inquire about available rental properties. Upon learning that several young nieces wished to explore the county town, he personally led them to the bustling streets. Though the West Dock is lively, it is rather crowded. If you wish to shop, you ought to visit the 4th Avenue Main Street. The South Street boasts the most shops, offering a variety of goods, including cosmetics, fabrics, and trinkets that young ladies might fancy. Perhaps you would prefer to explore South Street instead? The choice of shops was of little consequence to Monkey Brother, however. He intended to treat everyone to a meal at Jiwei Lu and promote its menu. He inquired of the 3 sisters, shall we head to South Street? Jiwei Lu was indeed located on South Street. After perusing South Street, they would dine at Jiwei Lu and perhaps continue their exploration of the other primary thoroughfares, East and North 3rd Streets. Jiwei Lu was conveniently situated near the intersection of the four main avenues, adjacent to the county office, making it accessible from any direction. Ling Su and the other two had no objections, and thus the group set off towards South Street. Qixun and Monkey Brother harbored a desire to earn a little extra money to purchase new outfits for their family in preparation for the new year. They planned to browse jewelry and silk shops, hoping to find something appealing. After visiting several establishments, they began to estimate how much they would need to spend on materials once they earned some money. Upon encountering a bookstore, Ling Yu expressed her wish to enter and see if there were any interesting books available for purchase. She had nearly worn out the books at home. Although her second brother and fourth sister had bought her a few, she preferred to choose for herself, hoping to discover a beloved title. Monkey Brother, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of his limited funds, pondering, "I only have 5 taels of silver. This sum is barely sufficient to procure a few books. If the little sister wishes to buy one, I may find myself without enough for our meal, which is quite distressing." Sensing his unease, Ling Su whispered reassuringly, "Second brother, do not worry. Mother provided me with silver before we came, 2 notes of 10 taels each, totaling 20 taels, along with some small change and 201. That should suffice for our expenses." Relieved, Monkey Brother exhaled. It was a rare occasion for the little sister to visit the county town, and he felt it essential to ensure she could purchase whatever she desired, lest he appear inept in his role as her brother and let her down. Monkey King expressed his approval with a thumbs up, remarking that among them, the third sister was the most dependable. Ling Su smiled in response, attributing the thoughtful arrangement to their mother. Qixun, however, paid no heed to the whispered exchanges between her second brother and third sister. Her attention was captivated by the extensive array of books in the shop. It was quite spacious and boasted a considerable collection. The incident involving Prince Xin and his nephew served as a reminder for her to deepen her understanding of the political landscape of the Great Xia, particularly its legal framework. She pondered whether the shop might offer any legal texts. She was also interested in geographical accounts and travelogues that detailed local customs, all of which fell within her realm of curiosity. She approached a shop assistant to inquire about the location of the books she sought, and he graciously pointed her in the right direction, encouraging her to search for them herself. She soon ventured off on her own. Meanwhile, Ling Yu noticed her second brother and third sister engaged in hushed conversation. Upon catching the drift of their discourse, she stifled a smile. Each month, their mother provided them with a modest allowance of 500 wen, which was quite a sum in the countryside, where many able-bodied individuals struggle to earn such an amount. In the past, her third and fourth uncles earned merely 20 to 30 wen per day doing temporary work, and such opportunities were not consistently available. During her time at the Rongwu Gongfu, she received a monthly stipend, yet that meager silver often barely sufficed for tipping servants. When the new year approached, they intended to share their earnings. Although she initially contemplated mentioning her own silver, she refrained after her third sister mentioned their mother's generosity. Observing her fourth sister seeking out books, she too busied herself in search of her desired reading material. Ling Su, however, was particularly drawn to medical literature. Yet even in such a vast bookstore, relevant medical texts were scarce. Those available were mostly popular remedies, offering little substantive value. She could not help but recall the words of Sun regarding the dissemination of medical knowledge. Yet, the tumult within her was deeply concealed, leaving outsiders with the impression of a quiet, composed young lady, unskilled in the art of conversation, possessing a delicate grace. Her master taught her the art of healing and the essence of being, yet he never imparted the notion that as a successor of a divine healer, she should utilize her skills to benefit the multitude. Therefore, when Sun suggested that if given the opportunity, she ought to pass on her medical expertise, she did not ponder long. If Sun deemed it necessary, then she would not hesitate to comply. Her thoughts were simply that in this lifetime, blessed with such a wonderful family and siblings to share her days with, she would live her life to the fullest. She would lend her skills to those in need. But she would never force the notion that her knowledge must be utilized or inherited. Even in her master's lifetime, he had never insisted that she propagate the medical teachings of the Medicine King Valley. However, amidst a vast bookstore filled with thousands of volumes, the scarcity of respectable medical texts was somewhat disheartening to her. At the very least, the world she once aspired to live in contained revered medical classics such as the Huangdi Neijing and Qianjin Fang, from which countless future practitioners have benefited. She herself was among those fortunate individuals. Her name even derived from these medical texts. With her mother compiling a collection of writings, Ling Yu assisting her, and Sun developing foundational educational materials, she wondered if she too should contribute in some manner. Perhaps she could transcribe her master's lifelong dedication, the Medicine King divine text, as a tribute to him, to accumulate merit in his name. Surely, her master would have supported such an endeavor if he were alive. For who would not wish to pass down the fruits of a lifetime of toil and skill? Otherwise, the master would not have taken her as a disciple. However, her senior brothers and sisters have disappointed the master to such an extent that he destroyed portions of the toxic scriptures within the divine text of the Medicine King before him. Although the divine text was bequeathed to her, the master did not instruct her to pass it down. Yet, she understood that if the master had no intention of bequeathing it, why would he have left the divine text behind? Thus, she resolved to continue the legacy of the master's lifelong efforts, even if the world had transformed into something unrecognizable. Chapter 96. Strength alone cannot yield wealth. Ling Su's circumstances were quite unlike those of anyone in her family. If there were to be a semblance of similarity, it would be with her second brother. The second brother, a natural-born stone monkey, roamed the wilderness before he took on a master, living solely in communion with nature and devoid of human moral complexities. His perception of the world was guided solely by his own inclinations. Even after he became a disciple at Lingtai Mountain, the teachings imparted by Patriarch Bodhi focused solely on the arts of cultivation, ostensibly avoiding the intricacies of human affairs. In contrast, her master, a figure of the martial world, imparted to her the ways of that realm, which diverged from the conventional values held by ordinary people. Her mother and Ling Yu were steeped in traditional Confucian education, while Xiao Sun's family background inherently bestowed upon her a sense of patriotic sentiment and responsibility. Especially within her mother and Xiao Sun dwelled a profound sense of righteousness. Ling Su contemplated that her mother's nonchalance and Xiao Sun's boundless imagination were, in essence, expressions of their individuality when detached from matters of great significance. However, when it came to responsibilities, such individuals were most likely to find themselves shackled by their own volition, not through external coercion, but by their own willing hearts. In comparison, she and her second brother possess a profound sense of freedom, never feeling that the world could ever impose restraints upon their true selves. Even though her second brother once bore the weight of a golden hoop spell, it could not confine him. Her master imparted to her the virtues of kindness and compassion. It also taught her that such virtues should never compel her to undertake anything against her will. Everything she does stems solely from her own volition. It must be so. In this life, she willingly embraces the ties of family as her own cherished bonds. These connections do not burden her. Rather, they instill in her a sense of grounding, allowing her to tread more firmly with each step she takes in her lifetime. She has come to understand the profound experience of the sentiment that home is wherever her heart finds peace. Since Xiao Sun believes that the world ought to be a better place and has tirelessly endeavored towards this aim, she feels that a more beautiful life will bring her greater happiness and joy. Hence, let this world be transformed for the better. As Xiao Sun articulates, the goals we set, the outcomes we aspire to, and the achievements we yearn for in life, when realized through diligent effort, culminate in an indescribable sense of joy and fulfillment. Perhaps one day, she too shall experience such a sense of accomplishment. She will strive alongside her siblings until that moment arrives, for it is then that Ling Su will truly discover what she has longed to pursue in this life, nay, perhaps even across 2 lifetimes. The disappointment of not finding the right book has vanished entirely. Since it cannot be found or does not exist, she shall create it herself. Ling Su showed no interest in other books. The bookshop was bustling with people and concerned about the 2 younger sisters causing a commotion. She set aside the book in her hands. Noticing her elder brother also searching for something of interest without success, she said to Monkey Brother, "Elder brother, please keep an eye on Xiao Sun while I tend to Xiao Wu, lest they accidentally bump into someone." Monkey Brother thought to himself that Xiao Sun was quite adept in her agility and that a mere ordinary person would hardly be able to catch her. However, recalling their mother's admonition to safeguard the sisters, he considered the potential risks that could arise. As there was nothing appealing in the bookstore, he reluctantly agreed. Despite being a child of the streets, Xiao had an innate fondness for the literary world, and upon seeing the shelves brimming with books, she could not help but reach out to peruse them. Ling Qi discovered a book that piqued his interest and began to flip through its pages. At last, Xiao Sun stumbled upon a complete set of the Great Xia Legal Code, comprising 24 volumes. Upon glancing at the price, her heart sank as it amounted to 60 taels of silver, averaging 2.5 taels per volume. Shachi sighed. People with pockets cleaner than their faces cannot afford such luxuries. Observing the disheartened expression on Xiao Sun's face, coupled with her unmistakable desire to purchase the set, Monkey Brother pulled out the volume to check the price. He then fell silent, feeling the meager 5 taels of silver in his pocket. Monkey Brother was struck by the harsh reality of their financial constraints. His beloved Qixun was a scholar at heart. How could such a brilliant sister, a prodigy of learning, one day find herself distressed over the inability to afford books? It was simply unfathomable. How could this world harbor such malice towards the impoverished? If Qixun were aware of her brother's sentiments, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "The myriad realms and heavens are all filled with malice towards the impoverished." How else could she hold such fervent affection for her former homeland? At least that nation has consistently strived to ensure that even the most destitute citizens can lead a life of dignity and joy. With a unified resolve, the people stand as one. For the umpteenth time, her brother resolved to earn more money and to diligently pursue the path of technical expertise. Relying solely on brute force would yield no riches. Such endeavors fail to reflect the true worth of his genius. Ever since Qixun had boasted of her scholarly prowess, her brother began to believe himself a scholar as well, convinced he was no less capable than the likes of her. Would an additional 6 taels elevate him to the heavens? Qixun, puzzled, inquired, wouldn't it be more impressive to claim 600 taels? Bragging, after all, hinges upon audacity and the declaration of seemingly unattainable feats. Her brother shot her a glare. Am I, the great sage, the sort to engage in baseless exaggeration? I am a man of integrity. I speak and act with purpose. Qixun lamented for the tigers in the mountains, for they were likely to face misfortune once more. It is said that when her brother first emerged from Flower Fruit Mountain, the first formidable demon he vanquished was indeed a tiger spirit. His iconic appearance, aside from the golden battle armor, featured that initial little tiger skin skirt. Perhaps next time she could craft a winter robe adorned with tiger stripes for her beloved brother, the great sage? Alas, in the end, it seems she must bring calamity upon those adorable tigers. Fortunately, in this world, tigers are not protected species. Otherwise, her brother would surely find himself imprisoned for life. As she pondered, Qixun stroked her chin, contemplating what means, aside from her brother's hunting, might quietly yield some silver. The prodigious scholar racked her brain, yet, regrettably, she lacked the acumen for commerce and could not arrive at a solution. Never mind, perhaps inspiration would strike her later. In any case, as she could not afford it, she decided not to dwell on it further. She soon sought out books on the geography and customs of the Great Xia, and indeed, she discovered 2 remarkable volumes, one pertaining to the geography of the Great Xia and the other to its diverse customs, both being travelogues. Upon perusing them, she soon found the authors to possess considerable literary flair, wit, and humor, while their narratives vividly transported the reader into the scenes described. The price was quite reasonable, totaling merely 2 taels of silver. After all, it was just 2 taels, so she decided to purchase them. She was aware that aside from the 5 taels of silver, the Monkey King had no other funds, thus sparing her elder brother's pride. Chapter 97. I sell keys. I ask you, are you worthy? Lingsu nodded. Yes. I will select these 2 volumes. Shall I not look further? Lingsu paid the silver, and upon seeing she had made her selections, Xiao Wu Yi and Ling Qi also set aside their books and exited together. However, no sooner had they stepped outside than they encountered a group of elegantly dressed young noblemen who were about to enter the bookshop. Noticing Qixun and her companions, several of the dapper young men cast their gazes upon them. One of them, snapping his folding fan, scrutinized Ling Yu closely and suddenly remarked to his companions with a chuckle, "This little girl is quite charming. I wish to purchase her. She shall attend to the tea and water from now on. What sum of silver do you think is appropriate?" Qixun thought to herself, "Oh dear. She merely stated that the Monkey King is an accident-prone fellow. Could this be one of those unique, passive skills that protagonists inherently possess? Previously, I felt fortunate that today was calm, devoid of any raucous horseplay. Yet, unexpectedly, I was confronted with this absurdity. 7. With a heart full of sorrow, gazed at the fool who wished to purchase her younger sister. Truly, one does not seek death in such a reckless manner. Could he not see her elder brother's piercing glare fixed upon him? Alas, it seemed that all present were equally foolish. The others erupted in laughter, dismissing the girl as merely a delicate creature from a small town, unworthy of serving the esteemed young master Qixun with tea or water. To them, she was fit only to be a foot servant. Such a foot servant, they argued, did not warrant the expenditure of silver. They could simply take her away, as her family would hardly dare to demand her return. To serve young master as a warming companion was a blessing for her entire family. They might even express their gratitude, perhaps even prostrating themselves before him. Among them, one audacious individual, emboldened by the words of the richly garbed young master, actually approached to seize Lingyu. She nimbly sidestepped, gliding away effortlessly by several paces. The would-be captor was caught off guard, and before he could react, Lingsu retaliated with a swift kick, propelling him 10 meters away. Seven swiftly closed the distance, mercilessly stomping on the face of the fallen man until blood covered his visage. The elder brother felt a surge of indignation. He had been outpaced by his sisters, an occurrence most unacceptable. He unleashed his fury upon the one who had first spoken, a blur of motion that none could perceive. In the blink of an eye, the opulent young master Xin found himself sprawled on the ground, struck down with a resounding slap. To covet my sister, have your ancestors' graves begun to emit foul smoke? Is it the audacity bestowed upon you by those smoke-emitting forebears? With such an unseemly appearance, how dare you entertain such lofty thoughts? Behold, even if you were the Jade Emperor himself, today you shall know that my sister, of mine, the great sage Yin, is beyond the reach of the likes of you. You unsightly cur. All onlookers were utterly astonished by the quartet of siblings. The fifth master mused to himself, remarkable lad, full of spirit, knowing to protect his sister. Little Sun and Miss Su are equally impressive. However, these youngsters are far too prone to stirring up trouble. As their grandfather, it is incumbent upon me to bear the responsibility, though my frail shoulders may not withstand the burden. Yet, withstand it he must. The words uttered by those scoundrels warranted nothing less than crippling. To have my granddaughter serve as your foot-washing maid? And to think you dared attempt to seize her outright? I, a mere purveyor of keys, question your worthiness. A fierce resolve dawned upon the fifth master's countenance. Lingqi was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, good heavens, I knew how was formidable. But no one informed me that his sisters were equally so. Those maneuvers just now, are they within the realm of ordinary mortals? Not to compare with how. But even against his sisters, he suddenly recognized the essence of his own worthlessness. Yet, no matter how capable his sisters may be, they remain his sisters, and he, as their elder brother, must stand before them in defense. Lingqi promptly positioned himself before Lingyu, shielding her from view. Lingyu chuckled softly, no need for concern. Brother Lingqi, they cannot take me. Second brother will teach them a lesson, even if they are not beaten to the point of death or disability. They shall not escape unscathed. And with a touch of subtlety, a dose of poison from third sister would render death a welcome escape. So long as they do not offend the great Xia Emperor himself, Lingyu believes that there remains a place for her family within the great Xia. After all, the Prince Yu and his nephew have just received favors from fourth sister. The mere existence of the forging technology summary pinned by the fourth sister does not guarantee a complete resolution to the issue at hand. The advantages of high-quality steel and powerful crossbows are evident. Who would dare to jeopardize the fourth sister's safety? Moreover, it is inconceivable that the Prince of Yu could overlook her intellect, which is worth 1,000 troops. The treasures she can offer extend far beyond mere steel and crossbows. For instance, consider the glass. What immense profit could it bring to the great Xia? The value of the fourth sister to the great Xia Empire far surpasses that of its countless citizens, including the nobility. Though she wishes to avoid causing trouble for her family, with her siblings fiercely protective of her, she shall not be a hindrance. Lingyu chose not to intervene, for the situation had escalated to a point where further persuasion was unnecessary. The group of elegantly dressed young men were genuinely taken aback. When did Lin Zhang produce such brutal individuals? This was an unannounced assault without any prior warning. How could they dare to act so recklessly? The unfortunate victim was none other than the son of the Duke of Jinling, a true royal scion. This was indeed perilous. It could very well lead to misfortune for their entire group. As realization dawned upon them, they rushed forward to rescue their companion, while simultaneously seeking to teach a lesson to these audacious ruffians. Release him. That is the son of the Duke of Jinling. You insolent commoners, you shall pay dearly. Monkey, emulating his younger sister, reveled in trampling on his adversary's face. It was no wonder his sister found such pleasure in it. It was indeed exhilarating. Just as he was enjoying the moment, he noticed the group charging towards him. With a hearty laugh, Monkey seized the young duke and hurled him towards the approaching crowd, exclaiming, "Here is your companion back." Upon seeing the young duke, the group could hardly focus on anything else. The face was swollen grotesquely, causing everyone to be on the verge of madness. The young prince, supported by others, gasped and gritted his teeth. How could the Monkey King allow these people to seize him? Among the crowd, one person who was staring at him suddenly screamed, "You scoundrel! It's you!" The Monkey King recognized him immediately. Was this not the same Cui Gui from last time? It seems that those who seek trouble have a penchant for congregating. What an oddity! Cui Gue exclaimed. This is an utter humiliation. Chapter 98. Where is my 40-meter-long blade? For the first time in his life, he was assaulted in public, yet he was rendered speechless by the pain that coursed through him. A pain that felt as though it were drilling into his very bones. It was also the first time he truly understood what excruciating pain meant. Nevertheless, lamenting his agony proved futile. There were no visible injuries on his body. The ineffectual physicians who arrived merely shook their heads in dismay, convinced he was merely feigning, as if he were trying to conjure up some visible wounds for their assistance. They observed his performance with skepticism, questioning how one could act so convincingly while being utterly incapacitated. However, despite their examinations, both external and internal injuries eluded their scrutiny. And the healers were reluctant to speak falsely, advising his family that the young master of the esteemed household was afflicted, but their medical expertise was limited, and they could not discern the source of his ailment. They suggested that the family seek more skilled practitioners elsewhere, given the Cui family's standing in Linjiang County. They had already consulted the best physicians, who only reiterated the same phrases. The head of the Cui family was nearly driven to despair, feeling an overwhelming sense of disgrace, even directing his ire towards his wife. The matriarch of the Cui family, while upset that her son had been attacked, was even more incensed by his lack of fortitude. Fearing embarrassment, he resorted to feigning injury, yet the irony lay in the fact that he could not even manage a convincing act. The finest healers of Linjiang County have all been summoned, including the esteemed retired imperial physician from Rindhall, who rarely makes house calls and prefers to tend to patients in his clinic. Yet, upon examination, he merely took a pulse and departed without further ado. Such distinguished practitioners command a certain respect. One cannot afford to offend them, not only for the sake of future patients, but also due to their illustrious pasts in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Who knows if, on a fateful day in the capital, a falling brick might have felled 3 noble heirs? What connections could one possibly fathom? Every family has their share of ailments, and every household has sought the expertise of imperial doctors, thus incurring a debt of gratitude towards these exceptional healers. Should any of them possess formidable backing, it could well be that even the illustrious Cui family of the capital would shy away from confrontation. His own father would happily wield a cane against him if given the chance. Initially, his elder brother was eager to assist in finding a healer, but soon he ceased to even cast a glance in his direction. During those harrowing days, Cui Gue felt as though he were enduring a fate worse than death, languishing for an entire month. Naturally, everyone politely referred to the young prince by the surname Qixun, though in truth he was merely the legitimate second son of the prince of Kang's residence, born of a secondary consort, and not a full sibling to the heir of the Kang residence. Rumor has it their relationship is rather strained. It seems he sought refuge in Linjiang County, perhaps as an escape from his less than favorable circumstances in the capital. Cui Gue, being the legitimate son of the Cui family, was relieved to find that his ailments had subsided. Eager to venture out, he joyfully accepted his father and brother's suggestion to accompany the young man named Qixun. Indeed, he was aware of his father and elder brother's intentions. It was simply because he was not the legitimate heir of the Cui family, and thus could never ascend to the position of the head of the Linjiang Cui clan. Yet, being a legitimate son, his status was inherently superior to that of a mere illegitimate child. To have him, a son of minor significance in the Cui family, accompany the daughter-in-law of the Qixun family served to outwardly demonstrate their regard for her, bestowing her the honor she deserved, while simultaneously signaling to the heir of Prince Kang their disinterest in forming a genuine alliance with the Qixun family. It was merely a matter of maintaining appearances. No matter how one looked at it, Cui Gue, hailing from the Cui lineage, had received an education and possessed a modicum of intellect. He understood the arrangements made by his father and brother. This scoundrel had even inflicted such cruelty upon the Qixun family. Could the previous veiled threat he made to end his life be true? If he continued to whine, would he suffer even greater torment? Such a fate was one he could no longer endure. Cui Gue decisively withdrew, disregarding the mocking taunts from the monkey brother. However, under these circumstances, abandoning the Qixun family was not an option. He had no choice but to turn and rush to her side, lamenting as though he had lost his father. "Little prince, are you unharmed?" After inquiring, he proclaimed with fervor, "Rest assured, little prince, we shall certainly bring down this wretched family. It is outrageous that they would dare to act against you." Not only did he speak with determination, but he also intentionally gritted his teeth, conveying his fury towards the scoundrel who had assaulted the little prince and his resolve to punish the perpetrators. Of course, Had his voice been louder, the monkey brother would have commended him as a valiant warrior. Alas, his gritted teeth were meant to express rage, and the subdued tone of his voice failed to convey the depth of their shared animosity. "Hush, keep your voice down," he implored, "lest that scoundrel overhear us." Is he truly out of earshot? The mere thought of enduring another brutal assault at the hands of that fiend, of being confined to his bed for months on end, filled him with dread. Could any mortal withstand such agony for an entire month? His resentment burned fiercely, yet he felt utterly powerless to exact retribution. Observing Xion's wretched state, Cui Gui experienced a flicker of gratitude towards the malevolent star for having spared him such a humiliating ordeal. Or had he? At the very least, he hadn't been beaten to such a pitiable pulp, had he? Xion nearly succumbed to dizziness from Cui Gui's incessant shaking, but he lacked the strength to utter a word. His face throbbed with pain, and even opening his mouth intensified the agony. In his mind, he harbored a deep-seated grudge against the imbecilic Cui. Couldn't he see that he was injured? After being trampled upon so many times, especially on his face, he knew without a mirror that his numb visage must be a grotesque sight. "I'm already in this state, and you're still shaking me? Do you have a death wish? Has your Cui family been bribed by my elder brother, the heir of the prince's manor, to find an opportunity to eliminate me?" Had Cui Gui been privy to Xion's thoughts, he would have felt unjustly accused. He was merely attempting to convey his extreme agitation and outrage at the sight of the injured young prince. What did the internal strife within the prince's manor have to do with the Cui family? They entertained him out of deference to the prince's manor. While his family was of the imperial clan, the Cui family was a powerful and influential noble house, not to be trifled with. The internal struggles of a mere prince's manor were hardly worth taking sides over for the Cui family. Even in a conflict between princes, the Cui family would only align themselves based on the potential benefits. Not everyone among that group of young masters possesses the astuteness of Cui Gui. They eagerly seized the moment to showcase their prowess, charging towards Monkey King. Some directed their efforts toward Qixun and Ling Su, who adeptly evaded with their agile skills, retaliating fiercely with powerful kicks that sent their assailants sliding several meters down, rendering them unable to rise. Qixun felt a twinge of regret. Where was her formidable 40-meter-long sword? After training with it for so long, she finally had a chance to wield it, only to have forgotten it. After dispatching a few fools who underestimated the sisters' abilities, Ling Su and Qixun chose to stand protectively in front of Ling Qi, who was guarding Ling Yu. Chapter 99. The atmosphere was thick with the grim expressions of those who had seemingly lost their superior. Even the young master, Xiao Yi, stood dumbfounded. Truly, the combat prowess of his grandchildren was overwhelming, rendering him, their uncle, utterly ineffective. He had not contributed at all. What, then, was the purpose of his presence? Was it merely to accompany his nephews and nieces for a meal at the esteemed Jiwei Tower? Was he not concerned about the dangers the children might face on the streets? Now what was this? Xiao Yi felt his authority as an uncle profoundly undermined. Just look at the speed and force with which my dear little Qixun delivers her kicks. Could it be that in the past, their father, Feng Qi, had been overly strict with them? With his departure, the children felt liberated, as if the sun had emerged after the rain, emboldened by his absence. It is indeed a troubling situation. While striking others is undeniably exhilarating, the aftermath poses a significant dilemma. In this day and age, being an uncle is an unexpectedly demanding profession. While he sighed in contemplation, Monkey King had already vanquished all adversaries. He regarded even a third-tier warrior like Xian Ruoxiao with disdain. How could these frivolous young masters pose any challenge to him? He did not even resort to employing his cultivation. He effortlessly dispatched these individuals solely through the strength of his physique and the swiftness of his movements. The Great Xia has established laws and regulations governing practitioners, stipulating that no practitioner, regardless of their level of cultivation, may initiate an attack on an ordinary person. Should an ordinary individual provoke a practitioner, the latter is permitted to administer punishment, yet they must not take a life without just cause. Such matters were revealed to him during casual conversations with Xian Ruoxia. After all, he had never interacted with those from the cultivation circles of Great Xia. Had he not encountered Xian Ruoxia, he would remain oblivious to these regulations concerning practitioners. Thus, he felt no trepidation about the possibility of these individuals seeking retribution afterward. As a practitioner, he possessed strength at least at the master level, and should the need arise, he could simply assert his status as a master-level practitioner. What harm could befall him when confronting a young master from a princely residence who held no noble title? These individuals brought upon themselves the consequences of their own provocation. Within the royal residence of the county, The highest-ranking leader's strength could not surpass that of a third-tier warrior. As for how he discerned that they lacked noble titles, it was clear, if he were a son of nobility, they would not refer to him as a young prince, which indicated he lacked the qualifications for succession to the throne. Concerning this individual being of royal blood, he remained unconvinced. Let him present the jade tablet that verifies his noble lineage from the capital, and only then would he acknowledge it. Without sight of the royal jade tablet, no declaration would suffice in swaying his belief. As for any potential misfortune befalling his family, he harbored no concerns. As long as he revealed his identity as a practitioner, it would be sufficient to intimidate those around him. Even the princely residents would think twice before offending a young yet formidable practitioner. If deterrence proves ineffective, then those who invade shall be dealt with decisively, rendering their demise justifiable. The primal instinct inherent in the Monkey King compels him to never yield to others. Even in his weaker days, how much more so now, when he stands in stark contrast to these individuals wielding a formidable strength that is somewhat fearsome? He harbors no interest in preying upon the weak, yet that does not imply he will tolerate being bullied by them. Such a principle is non-existent in both the celestial and mortal realms. Even the most patriotic and devoted protector of the common folk, like little Sun, would not hesitate to retaliate against oppression. 7th Sun. I am not who you think I am. I do not possess a great sage brother. The three sisters of the Yin family wore expressions of indifference, as if they were not the ones inflicting blows. Casting a glance at the scattered group on the ground, they intended to depart. They seemed to forget that the county town is patrolled by the city patrol, and not only that, but also by the constabulary. With the main streets being frequented by law enforcement, all was well. The county magistrate strictly forbade the exploitation of the common people, leaving the city patrol and constabulary to target the wealthy young ruffians instead. They were all driven by necessity, for life is not easy. Nevertheless, gratitude is owed to the magistrate for not fearing these influential figures, thus granting them a measure of freedom to act. Earning silver without preying upon the populace brings a sense of ease to everyone's heart. No one is inherently malevolent. Just as the Monkey King and his companions prepared to leave, the officers from the city patrol and constabulary hastily approached from both the south and the north, their faces etched with the grimness of having lost their superior. We have received word of a disturbance in the streets, yet what of you? The laws of the Great Xia explicitly state that those who create public disorder and disrupt peace shall be apprehended according to the law. Take everyone away. Upon entering the magistrate's office and clarifying the matter at hand, a decisive verdict shall follow. Those who dare to resist shall face an escalated punishment. Observing the pitiful state of the ruffians sprawled across the ground, the constables shook their heads and sighed, expressing their approval of the punishment. The two constables exchanged whispers with their fellow officers, and soon the tale of Monkey Brothers' remarkable exploits became widely known. It is said that the Chui family had recently caused quite a stir in the city by summoning physicians, and the law enforcement on the streets were well informed, of course. They all knew that Chui Gui had been struck by an exceptionally handsome yet unknown youth, who was none other than this very lad before them. How audacious! Having struck once, he dared to strike again, even with Chui Gui still present. Moreover, this time, several young scions from prominent families along the river were also in attendance. A closer look at Chui Gui revealed a striking contrast. While others bore the marks of their altercations, this young man appeared completely unscathed, not a scratch upon him. Could it be that this youthful hero adhered to a principle of only striking once? Perhaps that is too principled, indeed. The seemingly cold-hearted officers of the city patrol and the constabulary worked in perfect harmony, swiftly apprehending the culprits and escorting them to the magistrate's office. This process was familiar to these ruffians, who among them had not been summoned to the court multiple times, except for the one surnamed Qixun, who continued to protest. The others complied remarkably well. Chapter 100. Fearless and Unfazed. Could such individuals truly lack wealth? Each family had grown accustomed to the notion that if they could not discipline their sons, they would not retain their fortunes. They were ruffians, not true villains. They would not engage in heinous acts of murder or arson unless compelled by dire circumstances. The magistrate of Li County hails from the prestigious duke's household of Qi, an esteemed lineage that has been ennobled since the founding of the nation. This hereditary title remains steadfast so long as they do not engage in treason against the state. While they may not pay heed to the whims of these idle sons of nobility, they are not inclined to truly hold them in contempt either. This dogged magistrate, Li Shijian, is solely motivated by monetary gain. To put it plainly, these young rakes harbor a sense of pride. Just look at the splendid public facilities in Lingzhong County. Merchants traversing north and south cannot help but commend them. Most of the funds for these projects were indeed contributed by them. Although the manner in which the money was procured may not be admirable, it cannot alter the fact that they too have made contributions to the land that nurtured them. Thus, the few familiar with the procedures are too weary to voice their grievances, as they are unceremoniously escorted to the county office by the city patrol and constables. After all, the county office is quite nearby, just a short walk away. They secretly deem the fellow surnamed Xin foolish for his outcries, pondering why he doesn't conserve his energy, as if a few shouts could elevate their standing in the eyes of those wretched city patrolmen and constables. They may flaunt their status as the legitimate offspring of the Duke's household, a member of the royal family, but the county office may not acknowledge that claim. The stubborn magistrate Li is even less likely to do so. The Duke's household of Qi boasts a hereditary title that, while ostensibly lower in rank than that of the Duke's estate, is deeply rooted in the capital. In terms of influence with the emperor, it is doubtful that a mere princely household could rival it. Their title offers more security than that of a princely house, which is not hereditary. We may be rakes, but must we not possess a modicum of vision and intelligence? Moreover, you are the Duke's residents of Jinling County, while our Qingzhou Prefecture does not belong to Jinling County. The county seat of our Qingzhou Prefecture does not have a duke, and the nearest duke's residence is that of the Ding Duke in Shishou, which is still significantly closer to us, having no relation to your Jinling County. The reach of your Kong Duke's residence does not extend to our Qingzhou Prefecture. At this point, having endured such a humiliating defeat, should you not quietly allow this matter to pass? Yet you raise your voice louder than anyone else, as if it would be a disservice to the Kong Duke's residence if the world did not know of your disgrace at the hands of others. Had I known you were such a dim-witted individual, I would have refrained from engaging with you altogether, for you possess no value for investment. The idle youths may appear obedient on the surface, but inwardly they are seething with disdain. After their complaints, it dawned upon everyone that, to their astonishment, the most unworthy among us, Cui Gue, remained unscathed. So, while we were being beaten, you were merely coasting along? It seems this scoundrel was never of any good. Henceforth, I shall have no dealings with him. Your faults aside, if you cannot even uphold the pretense of shared adversity, what remains of our brotherhood? Who would still wish to associate with you? The youngest son of the Li family is no less nefarious than Cui Gue, being part of the top-tier aristocracy of Linjiang. He has no need to flatter this fellow. At this moment, he is most incensed, for Cui Gue is indeed a wretched being, thinking he could evade retribution. Humph. Once we are outside, if I do not find someone to encase you in a sack and deliver a beating that exceeds your own injuries, I shall not bear the surname Cui. In this scenario, there were indeed observant individuals who noted that those accused had been detained. Yet the assailant and two young women remained unscathed. The city patrol and the constables exhibited no intent to take them into custody, which seemed utterly excessive. One bold soul raised his voice in protest, declaring, "We are the victims, battered and bruised, yet you choose to apprehend us while neglecting these individuals? This is a blatant miscarriage of justice. We shall not accept this." "Oh, so you are well versed in idiomatic expressions?" The officer retorted with a hint of mockery. "When we arrived, we did not witness anyone assaulting you. Rather, we found a throng gathered around while you lay on the ground, wailing. Your altercation is undeniable. Yet we must ascertain the circumstances surrounding it. Perhaps it was a mere internal dispute among yourselves?" The leader of the constables chuckled, but then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, asserting, however, "Let it be known, a prince who transgresses the law is as guilty as the common folk. Our constabulary shall not overlook a villain, nor shall we unjustly accuse an innocent." The onlookers erupted in applause, their approval resonating loudly. The leader felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing the importance of portraying their stance as one of righteousness, meticulous law enforcement, and fearless opposition to tyranny, all in service of the people's welfare, an advantageous narrative for future endeavors. Under the guidance of the county magistrate, their reputation had flourished in recent years. The common folk held them in high regard, often thrusting fruits and snacks into their arms as they strolled through the streets. Sometimes it was merely a handful of scallions or a sprig of cilantro, trivial in value, yet immensely gratifying to the spirit. Once the applause had subsided, the leader of the constabulary feigned sincerity as he approached the accused assailant, inquiring, "These individuals have accused you of assault. Do you acknowledge this? If you are the one who struck the person, please accompany us to the county office to clarify the reasons behind the altercation, after which we shall determine your guilt." Brother Monkey does not wish for his sister to be taken along with him. However, in the presence of so many witnesses, he cannot simply deny the accusation. Thus, He nodded in affirmation. Moreover, they did not immediately condemn him. Instead, they requested that he elucidate the circumstances of the incident, implying that he had not acted without provocation. Brother Monkey considered these constables rather benevolent. He instructed his sisters to remain silent, gesturing to Ling Su, who was about to speak. Take care of your sisters and wait for me outside the county office. With that, he cast a furtive glance at the group of rascals, sneering before following the constables. Though Qixun and the others were not overly worried about Brother Monkey, they could not abandon their beloved brother to the county office alone. Thus, they trailed behind him. Ling Qi was anxious and asked young Master Wu, "Do you think they will truly arrest Brother Hao?" Young Master Wu, evidently more informed, shook his head and replied, "How? He is likely a cultivator. If a mortal provokes him, any retaliation is merely justified. It's nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Otherwise, he would not appear so unfazed." Chapter 101. The amused and bewildered county magistrate Brother Monkey is not unfazed. Even without his cultivation, he cannot allow anyone to bully his sister. The words spoken by that man surnamed Xin were utterly despicable, and the one who incited him deserves even greater contempt. He has not been directly extinguished, which signifies the utmost respect he has for the laws of humanity in his mortal existence. Ling Qi, having obtained the explanation from young Master Wu, felt a surge of joy and whispered in his ear, "Brother Hao must be the practitioner you mentioned, young Master Wu, just the day before." While treating the injured Prince Yu, third sister had mentioned the young heir of the Yenzhou royal family, who has already attained the title of Duke and can be addressed as young Lord Xinrua. While conversing with Brother Hao, he happened to overhear their discussion. It is said that both the young lord and Prince Yu were practitioners, and the young lord even shared numerous tales regarding practitioners with Brother Hao. In essence, Brother Hao possesses an extraordinary quality, surpassing even the young lord. In their contest, Brother Hao emerged victorious. Ling Qi lamented missing their match, unaware that the extraordinary nature of Brother Hao alluded to the practitioners described by young Master Wu, although he still did not fully comprehend what a practitioner entailed. Upon hearing young Master Wu's words, Ling Qi understood that it must be something distinct from ordinary individuals, and young Master Wu certainly possessed knowledge that warranted such statements. The reason for Brother Hao's status as a practitioner was something Ling Qi subconsciously felt should not be probed or questioned, since practitioners inherently exist in this world. Brother Hao becoming one could merely be regarded as an extraordinary encounter, as mentioned in tales, thus not particularly strange. He was relieved that if, as young Master Wu claimed, practitioners could retaliate against mundane provocations without consequence, then perhaps Brother Hao would remain unscathed. However, considering that the individual Brother Hao had severely defeated was also from the princely residence, would the county magistrate, under the pressure from the princely house, act unfavorably towards Brother Hao? Young Master Wu possessed a considerable understanding of the county magistrate, having resided in the county for many years. It was essential for someone of his stature to have a general awareness of the various forces within the county to navigate its complexities. Otherwise, one might find themselves in precarious situations unexpectedly. Initially, he had speculated along those lines, yet Ling Qi, evidently oblivious to the reasons behind the cultivator's actions, confidently asserted that Hao must indeed be a practitioner. The visits from Prince Yu and young Master Xin Ruoxia to their home, coupled with the incident where the third sister had come to their rescue, were matters that, as per his elder brother's instructions, he could not disclose, even to young Master Wu. With an innocent expression, he remarked, "Consider this. Brother Hao is remarkably powerful, capable of subduing tigers and inflicting such devastation upon numerous adversaries at merely 12 years of age. Soon to be 13. Had our second uncle not been so strict with him at home, we might have already witnessed his extraordinary talents. Have you ever encountered such an impressive young man? Clearly, Brother Hao is no ordinary individual, which leads one to conclude that he must indeed be the practitioner you mentioned." Young Master Wu, you present a compelling argument. I find myself unable to counter it, young Master Wu mused. Sensing that this young man was clearly privy to certain knowledge, yet chose to remain silent, it was prudent to refrain from speculation. Should he inadvertently jeopardize Hao's safety, it would be a regrettable loss. With the emergence of such a remarkable talent from the Yin family, it could very well represent an opportunity for their ascendants, benefiting not only the clan but also the entire village. Protecting him was paramount. One could not allow mere curiosity to place him in jeopardy. Thus, young Master Wu resolutely chose to remain silent, refraining from posing any further inquiries. Upon arriving at the county office, those who had accompanied him were relegated to waiting outside, as the head constable had already gone to report to the county magistrate. This time, the young hero had nearly captured all the scions of the most prestigious families in Linjiang County, and notably, among them was a legitimate heir from the esteemed Kongwang Palace. Although they had apprehended these individuals without any hesitation, it was still imperative to report the matter to the magistrate for his consideration. The magistrate was a commendable official, and under his protection, the constables could fulfill their duties with ease, living their lives with dignity. They certainly did not wish to cause any trouble for the magistrate. Li Xingjian, upon receiving the report, found himself in a mix of amusement and disbelief. The young rascals of Linjiang were indeed quite inept. To be so thoroughly bested by a mere boy in his early teens, and then meekly brought to the county office was a source of great embarrassment for them. This reminded him of the young elites from the capital, who, despite their frivolous behavior, possessed some measure of ability. Looking at the Linjiang rascals, Li Xingjian shook his head. What piqued his interest was the boy who had dealt out the punishment. It was said that not long ago, he had confronted Cui Gui, a member of the Cui family, leaving him bedridden for nearly a month and causing quite a stir throughout the city. Li Xingjian now began to wonder if Cui Gui's ailment had indeed been feigned. As for the heir from the Kongwang Palace, Li Xingjian snorted in disdain. The audacity to disrupt affairs in Linjiang was nothing but a nuisance, and merely refraining from addressing this boy would be considered a concession to the Kongwang Palace. Accommodating him was out of the question. As for why the heir from the Kongwang Palace found himself in Linjiang, Li Xingjian harbored some suspicions, but ultimately, those matters were not his concern. It is of no concern, since that concubine has willingly fallen into our hands. How could we possibly let her go unscathed? The residents of King Kong must shed some blood if they wish to rescue her. Li Xingjian smiled at the head of the patrol and said, "Come. Let us see what manner of young hero this lad is. His audacity is remarkable. If he is not a mere fool, then he must possess some formidable backing," showing no regard for whom he confronts. After all, two of them were quite agile in delivering kicks. Just look at that exquisitely graceful young lady. The captain shook his head and sighed.